Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another day of the Southeast Asian closed qualifiers. My name is DK Truman, and I'm once again joined by Winter here for the first matchup of the day. Thank you very much for joining me today, Winter.
You're welcome, sir. I'm
Yes,
here
I'm
to
very
accompany
welcome.
you for a day of exciting Dota. For a series
Yeah.
of exciting Dota. Just a series today.
A very interesting series regardless, because there are two big teams going up against each other for elimination, which is always kind of scary. But yeah, there's been a lot of stuff happening, of course, in the tournament. Some pretty surprising results, I might add. So we'll be checking out the current bracket to see how it has been going. As you can see, YG beating Drinkwater to make it to the upper bracket finals, and Spawn beating Lilgun to join them there as well. So one of those two teams, which I think both of those were, what's it called? Myanmar?
Yes, sir.
Myanmarian? What's the...
Yeah, Myanmar. Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that is that's pretty cool to see. At the very least, we'll get one of those two teams in the grand finals. But as you can see in at the bottom of your screen, it's Neon versus Lilgun and Sky and Core versus Drinkwater today. So there's some eliminations coming into play, and especially Lilgun versus Neon is a big one, considering both these teams are known for playing multiple seasons in the Southeast Asian DPC previously. As you can see, here's the schedule for the day. We've got ourselves 3 games, including the upper bracket finals, and tomorrow will be the lower bracket finals and the lower bracket semifinals to decide the last 2 teams that join. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward towards what these matches can bring. I mean, Lilgun is one of the teams. Most of these teams play the same sort of couple of heroes, right? Except for Lilgun, they play weird stuff.
I think even like Drinkwater has their own, like every team has their own 1 or 2 heroes that nobody else plays but only them. And at this stage, I feel like because there's a lot on the line, people are just going to start to just try to go for their comfort picks more, I feel. But sometimes going for the comfort picks, I don't think it's enough, you know. You have to be able to adapt and change your strategy somewhat to deal with what the opponent is doing, you know. Like yesterday, I don't know if you watched the series, Drinkwater against, YG. They did their standard Naga Mirana opening, but it actually didn't work against them. They found out a way to deal with the Naga Mirana. And then the next game they had to adjust and you have to do something else or pick a different hero, but it's similar to what, let's say similar to the Naga, you know. You have to be able to do that. If you can't do that, then it's probably hard for you to win a couple of series in a row when people already figure out what you want to pick.
I mean, that is the problem with a couple of teams. 4-2-3, especially from Lilgun's side, always his heroes always get banned out. Obviously, if you let Brood or Lone Druid through, it tends to become a bit problematic for your team, because you got to deal with like split push micro heroes that constantly will be badgering your buildings. But it is at least having that opportunity of having those heroes that the enemy is forced to ban out every single time is very advantageous for Lilgun in this situation. Whereas I'm trying to think what the heroes are that this Neon roster really likes to play. I think
Brood.
they're offlaners, as you said, Brood, but those are also going to get banned out most likely because they're the same heroes 4-2-3 plays. I feel like though,
these two teams, they have same strengths and same weaknesses. They have like a couple of niche picks on their certain players. They're really, really good at the hero. You don't want to play against the hero. But at the same time, when you remove those heroes, right, the rest of the players, there's no other things that they can shine on, you know. Like, it's good that you have this person, that the hero specialist on the team, and it forces your enemy to sort of use or waste their bans on those heroes, and it allows your other players to get their game-winning heroes, you know. But I don't see that being the case, you know. I don't think that none of the other players have that one hero, and maybe it's also because of the meta is still developing and heroes are constantly changing and shuffling around. But I feel like overall the team also has to have other weapons. You can't just rely, oh, this guy is going to win us all the games. Then that's it. That's not enough now because everyone's just banning all their heroes.
Yeah, we of course there are a couple of heroes that are kind of permabans every single time. Well, not permabans, but permapicks. The Mirana comes to mind, Tusk comes to mind, especially in the region, as we've seen time and time again. A couple of Ember picks being picked up a little bit more. Lina is another one. Lil Gun, of course, are the team that do play Grimstroke, which is a little bit of a surprise outfield pick that I do hope to see again, because it was very entertaining to see what they brought to the table. And, well, speaking of the draft, it is on its way right now. Just previews before the draft even starts, I gotta just question you on who do you think is going to be advantageous in this series? Who do you think on paper would start it off without looking at the draft? Just don't pay attention to it right now.
I don't think anybody's the favorite. I think it's going to be a very even series. I feel a lot of it will come down to like who comes with a better preparation with the drafts. Is able to figure the opponent out, and yeah, I think skill-wise they are very close.
Okay. Yeah, I think that tends to be the case. I mean, both these teams, of course, Division 2 teams. I think Lil Gun even advanced to Division 1 last season, but, sold their slot. The only plus that I do have with Lil Gun over pretty much anyone else is the fact that their hero pool is just diverse. They played the Primal. Everyone else kind of quit playing the Primal a while back, to be fair. But it is, as we've seen, I think we casted 2 days ago, that Primal plus Grimstroke game that just went completely wild, with the Primal destroying in the first 15 minutes of the game. And if you then get a safe laner to combo with that for the late game, it is very dominant.
The hero is still, I feel the hero is still good, reasonable. The laning is definitely a lot weaker than before. That's why you see when you pick the Primal early, you have to dedicate certain bans to ensure that the Primal has the lane to play. In the games yesterday, when Little Gun picked Primal or their opponents picked Primal, I think a couple of games, Primal just got bullied a lot in the lane, especially against Monkey King. So this game, they're actually just banning out Monkey King so that the Primal Beast doesn't have to deal with that,
Yeah. It's kind of a weird combination, because if you get like the Stampede shenanigans going off on the Monkey King, he is very squishy. But laning stage wise, I guess especially the early
the first
levels
couple of levels very difficult. I mean, if you're talking about if you get to like say your 4 level, 5 level, even level 3 onwards, I think you start to have a lot of more chances to kill the Monkey King, depending on who's your position 4 hero. But getting there is the issue, like the first couple of waves is very difficult. You have to rely on your support to pull and whatnot. And usually you have to plan for that, and you have to realize, okay, we're gonna have to deal with this unfavorable lane matchup. We have to pick a position 4 that's gonna allow me to survive, pull the wave and farm, and get to the level 3, level 4 point where I can kill the Monkey King. Night Stalker. Very early, very, very early Night Stalker.
Yeah, but Night Stalker tends to be a hero that's almost always useful. It's not necessarily, as you mentioned previously, the strongest laner in that regard. The plus is, of course, with the shard, you can eat up the Enchantress's creep, but laning against the Enchantress seems pretty scary.
Impossible. Almost impossible. If the Enchantress is laning with, let's say, if the NS is off lane, the Enchantress is laning with like something like Ursa, then good luck, But I think because they're picking this NS at this stage here, I feel like it's not the offlaner. Because the way this team picks their hero picking sequence, right? The Enryu's hero always come out last. The offlane hero always come out last. So I think the NS is the carry. NS and Ember, they are the carry and the mid, or they can swap things around. I'm not sure if they are going to be flexible with that. But overall, they always pick their offlaner last.
Okay, so you expect like a surprise last pick, Lycan or Beastmaster or
Whatever offlane that's going to be. Yeah, maybe Beastmaster gets a good Beastmaster again. Like anything that's good against the enemy lineup. And here for Little Gun, because I feel like they see the Primal Beast. I think the Primal Beast is also going to be like offlane slash mid. They just need calls that can deal with the Primal Beast lane. And Night Stalker's weak in the lane. Primal Beast is also weak in the lane. They are both very, very similar heroes in a way where if they get past the lane, they are very, very terrifying after a couple of levels. Or do they have answers for the Bat Rider? It's probably going to be a mid Bat Rider against Amber. Amber totally gets shits on against Bat Rider. Not much you can do.
I think you're going to be very reliant on the Mirana road to, like, almost sticking to mid.
They just have to try to, I think, do two things. Get ready a TP if Barra is diving deep, and secondly, try to secure runes. If Ember gets the rune, Barra doesn't get the rune, I think Ember can survive in the lane. But if Barra gets the runes, Ember doesn't get the rune, I think that the lane is like 9-1 or 10-0, it's going to be terrible.
Yeah, the good old Bat Rider, a very scary hero in that regard. And also, one of the heroes that I always had my doubts about in the late game, but with those level 20 and level 25 talents, the hero does hurt like crazy all of a sudden when you get to the later portions. But safe laners, are they needed? No, you were correct. It's going to be that safe lane Night Stalker. And with the Beastmaster on their side, they have so much vision on Neon Esports side.
Yeah, wouldn't it be perfect if your mid laner is Tinker? Spam the rockets at the enemy, you have so much vision.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, but if you pick Tinker, you have other problems.
5 seconds remaining.
So for Little Gun, right now, they see this beast. What are they going to pick to lane? They tend to play a very fast-paced game, so they want like a semi-core that can lane well against beasts. Things that come to mind are like Chaos Knight, Brave King. But it's Little Gun, I feel like they're gonna pick something very weird.
You have Enchantress, that should be enough to win the lane.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, the Beast can go for the X build, but still, he's going to get bullied in the lane against the Enchantress, even though he's laning against he's laning with Snapfire. Or maybe they're gonna actually put the Mirana on the off lane because it's Enchantress, so he can arrow the creeps. That might be better for them.
They could probably swap that around if need be, or just in general swap the entire lane around. But let's see, Lil Gun's last pick is gonna be the TA,
nice.
Which
very nice.
It does have it. It's pretty nice, but their like control on Lil Gun is almost non-existent. They've got Lasso, short duration lift, and the Primal Beast smack. That's it.
And the onslaught is a pretty reasonable initiating tool. That's a good amount of disable and damage. I think it's okay. They have enough. Maybe it's not as much as if you compare to Neon. Neon have the root from Ember, Mirana's arrow, Snapfire has Cookie, Beastmaster has roll. They have a lot of stunts for sure. They have less. But I think it's okay for them. They can play around with their spells. But if you look at the lanes, I feel like NGTA, they're gonna win. No matter which support they put with the Beastmaster, that lane is going to be Little Gun's lane. Mid lane, Bat Rider against Amber or NS, whoever they put mid is going to be Little Gun's lane. And off lane, Primal Beast and Rubik against if it's the NS with Snapfire. I also feel like this lane, they're probably not going to win, but they're also not going to lose. It's a 50-50 lane. So on paper, Little Gun have 2.5 of the lanes ready. Neon is going to lose 2 lanes and draw 1 lane. So from the get-go, I think things are going to be hard. They have to rely on their mid game with this Night Stalker ulti and Ember rotations to try to pull some of the disadvantage start they're gonna have this game.
Yeah, but if they do get the ball rolling, it does become very scary with their vision gain, of course, on the Neon Esports side. But yeah, if the laning stage goes well, as you mentioned, for Lil Gun, this could be reasonably quickly done.
Yeah, because if you think about their lineup, right, TA, PB, and Bat, they all peak at around the same time. TA only needs a couple of items. He needs like what? Blink, Desolator, and Dragonlance. I think probably that's gonna be the build. You get Dragonlance first, and then you get if you're feeling good, you're rich, you get a Deso. Otherwise, you get maybe a BKB in between somewhere there. And all those heroes have timings that are very close to each other. So we're gonna see an early deward here. Okay, both teams to understand the other team's patterns about how they play their level 1 smoke, where they are most likely gonna go.
It's a little bit of brawl and counter wards on both sides coming into play. So easy money for the supports at the very least.
They killed they killed they killed.
Not a single ward has managed to survive.
Dota 2.
I don't think I've ever seen a game start where 4 wards have been countered. Oh no, 3. There's still one that wasn't bought.
Now you see it, all the wards getting dewarded. Onslaught gets the rune, nice.
Good steal.
3 for Little Gun, 1 rune for Neon.
Yeah, Night Stalker doesn't really do much against the Primal Beast in the lane at all.
You are going to do nothing. This lane is a kind of like I feel like PB first couple of levels he won't kill you, but once they get level 3, they'll have at least some chances of killing the NS or the Snap in the lane. It's definitely weaker for NS and Snap this lane. Primal Beast Ruby is the stronger lane. I said 50-50, but in an event where the PB gets a slight advantage, they deny a little bit more range creeps and they get levels faster, they might just win the lane.
So, Winter, the good old-fashioned question, what lane do we need to pay attention to?
Every lane, man!
Well, that is such a boring answer. Oh my god.
I mean, it's true. Every lane has a chance to kill. Okay, except for top lane. Okay, fine. I give you top lane TA against Beast. You're probably not gonna see much kill threat there, But it's like Enchantress, I feel like there's still a chance, maybe the Beast tries to be too greedy, last hitting too many creeps. But they indeed have a Tsukimoto on the Mirana up here to deal with the Enchantress creeps. If the Enchantress chooses to get enchant. But for now, she's just harassing with Impetus. I think she's gonna go get the heal at level 2 as well to trade. I don't think you get the enchant.
Yeah, same as the Beastmaster's probably not gonna level the boar because it's just gonna get stolen. So he's gonna go for the axe spam.
All the mind games. Okay, you think I'm gonna learn boar? No, I'm not gonna learn boar. I know you're not gonna learn boar, so I'm not gonna learn the steal.
Yeah, so eventually both don't take their strongest spells because why would you? The other one doesn't take the opposing spell.
I mean, you could make the argument the heal is the strongest spell for trading.
Yeah, awesome, but not if you're up against the Beastmaster.
That doesn't have boar.
Oh, nice one. Mirana does kill off a creep, the big camp with an arrow,
he
so
took,
that
he
she
took
has
the
lead.
he took the enchant, so he has the best measure now. Okay, the Mirana has to arrow this thing.
Mirana went for the Starstorm. Sorry, for the arrow instead of Starstorm this time. So this time at least we don't get to see the Starstorm level 1. Thank the Lord.
Why do you hate it so much? It's good for trading.
Because it has no stun and it has no movement. I told you that's how I play my support. Oh, Henry with the TP out.
Okay. Oh, okay. At least he TP'd to the tower there. Oh, they actually did so much damage here. It's actually really good heads-up play by NU. Actually, he might have died there. I totally did not expect the amount of damage coming up. Bot lane, onslaught. Alright. Nice lift there, cancelling the cookie. I mean, it seems like Little Guy is gonna win all 3 lanes at this rate. Mid lane,
Mid's
Ember.
still going even-ish.
Okay, yeah.
He has level 2 Searing Chains as well, so you can't dive on this Bat Rider.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, but eventually you're going to get out CS by the Bat Rider because it's gonna be hard for you to take CS. You're always constantly in danger of dying when you go for the creeps.
Yeah. The
He's
rotation
doing
from
really,
Mirana is needed.
He's definitely doing really well for now. Well, in terms of CS, but Mirana's here to land some arrows. If they can start with the chains here.
Yep,
Arrow.
this is probably a kill. And Batrider does manage to get caught out. Yeah, this is the big problem with playing against a setup when there's a Mirana on the enemy team. And also the fact that he, of course, has 2 points in steering chains. Every little bit does significantly help the Ember.
Yeah, the extra half-second disable for the arrow to land. I mean, I feel like he also has to play more defensive at that point, you know. I mean, one thing Mirana's missing. The other thing is that he was at half HP, and the runes are going to come out, you know. So there's no point for him to try to be too aggressive, you know. You have to wait for the rune, farm a couple of creeps, and then see how things go from there, you know. Like, he's trying to chase the Ember so much here.
Well, he forced him to TP back to base and make the walk of shame.
Okay, that's good for the Batrider. He's level 5 right now. Okay, this lane is gonna become very, very hard for the Ember now at level 5.
Ooh, nice center stun by the Enchantress, going to the Beastmaster, got the slow onto Enryu.
There you go, that's your Starstorm.
Solo kill.
There you go, Starstorm.
Woohoo! He does manage to get the kill, at least in return, but in the bottom lane, another kill happened in favor of the Dire side. As you already expected, they are winning 3 lanes currently, considering they are already 2k ahead during the laning stage in the first 5 minutes, which is pretty significantly fast.
Not so much yet. The network is still same.
Yeah, but experience-wise, no, it's about even.
Yeah, because he killed the bat one time. Otherwise, it would not have been even.
Mirana heading out towards mid as well, so you gotta be careful again for the route.
Yeah,
and the Enchantress doesn't have a wisp.
You have to place the ops for the bat so they can see. The bat needs to know where's the Mirana on the map.
Mirana's just stacking the Ancients in the meantime, though they don't have like the best lineup to take it, especially considering, you know, TA's on the opposing team.
Yep,
it's always a bit scary.
And just denies the haste rune, but Ember is level 6. Oh boy.
Enchantress is very dead without heals.
Alright. They have survived the mid lane, you know, somehow. Ember has more net worth than the bat now. Somehow he survived.
The prize is mine.
Yeah, but the 2 side lanes not as fortunate. Fortune Soul, though, it is nighttime, so that's some good timing for the Night Stalker. But this TA's got a full free lane, and the TA is really enjoying the full free lane as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So he's going to go Dragon
Coconut, top, and Ryu, slowed down.
Whoa! Psyblade!
Psyblade, no,
wow.
not gonna connect.
How did they actually not land? It looked like it was a straight line.
I think Winter needs to get a ruler right there, because that was completely off. You should never work for the VAR technology when it comes to World Cup matches, because that was off completely, my man.
Okay, so what's happening now? Ember is still chilling in his lane. Night Stalker, it's nighttime, so he's able to. Oh, he's rushing a Midas or Night Stalker. Wow.
Mirana, oh no.
No leap.
Right. And no TP, and no chance.
Alright, there you go, rushing Midas, yeah? Punish. I mean,
yeah.
This is what I'm saying about this lane, you know. Once the PB has levels, NS is gonna get bullied in the lane. And they're just losing both the side lanes so hard right now. Ember's their only saving grace. They have to pray that Valky can make some miraculous rotations and save the lanes.
I mean, the lanes are done. No, they're just too far behind on the 2
bot lane.
Other heroes. Going in for the Eng.
Oh, Ember's fighting. He's killing the Eng. He won't be able to assist bot. They're gonna go in.
Not even gonna pop wisps on the Enchantress, but there's a fight coming through. TP towards the bottom lane. Big smack by 11, and the kill gets secured. Ace finishes it off, and he's almost level 6 on the Rubik now as well, so he'll have some pretty nice spells to steal this game.
Our friend Night Stalker TP'd and died again. He has officially ended his laning phase. There is no more lane for him. It's level 5. This is so
he almost
bad,
has
man.
his gloves. He can buy his gloves of haste at least. So Value top lane and Ryu being slowed down. Drill trying to go for the solo kill, but the Roar should keep the Beastmaster alive. At least their Ember is doing good.
Yeah, they have to rely on Ember. Ember has no mana right now. He doesn't have a bottle. So his rotations are not going to be so easy, you know. He has 190 mana now. What can he actually do? Man, he might die here. Let's go.
Oh,
What the hell? He's
they
dead, I
managed
think.
to get the kill.
He's dead.
No
Wait.
more jumps. Fire Remnant's on cooldown. Ace even chasing him with the Fire Remnant. There's 4-2-3 that gets the kill secured, going
I mean, I
for
don't
a bot's
understand.
first item.
I don't understand why he tried to help out when he didn't have mana.
And the Night Stalker had no TP, so there's nothing to do bottom.
Yeah. And now, Primal Beast is just, okay. The beast has been unleashed. There is no cage big enough to hold the beast down.
Dire's courier has been killed.
They picked the Night Stalker into the Primal, right? Didn't they?
Yeah. Yes. They did.
Huh.
I don't think the lane should have gone that badly. I mean, especially Night Stalker dying twice at night in the lane. The Night Stalker is level 5 now at 10 minutes.
Yeah, he's gonna need to get himself that
Dire's
Tome of
top
Knowledge.
tower is under attack.
Unless the supports are gonna
Radiant's bottom
yoink it.
tower
Well,
is under attack.
they're probably not gonna give it to him.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Because Snapfire really needs his level 6 as well for the yeah, Snapfire is sending it towards himself, but having Mortimer's Kisses is probably more advantageous than giving it to the Night Stalker.
Oh, he's
at
gonna
this
die
stage.
again. Here comes the rotation. TA is coming. You get
Level
this blow.
9 TA.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
again, good timing on the lift there from the Rubik, and that damage is nasty. Dragonlance is fully done on the TA. He's
My
going for the
Stalker's not level
Deso.
6 yet. He's still level 5. Rubik has the Remnant.
Nice roar, but it's gonna be stolen by the Rubik. Damage actually coming in. This is a big surprise. Look at the damage with the Wild Axes on top. And they just get destroyed with that big Ember Spirit rotation.
Yeah,
Damn.
got a little too antsy there. They're trying to catch the bat here. Bat has Invis Rune. They have detection. I mean, if they can kill him in the chain's duration, they don't need detection.
Well, he knows what's coming.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He has a lasso available on the bat. And Johnsters is trying to survive. Oh my lord. Wisps just barely charge forward by 11. Catch onto Falky, and he will not be able to jump to the Fire Remnant. Because they don't have the most amount of lockdown on the Dire side.
There we
but
go.
They do have a
Rubik's
lot of
running in.
single targets.
Lift. That's all.
And Ace is making plays this entire game, tries to get the damage onto Snapfire. Will die though because he might have gone a little bit too aggressively. But it
Yeah, but
will
points
open
for
up
effort,
the chance
you know.
for mid.
Points for effort.
I mean,
It's,
you're a Rubik, you gotta get those styling points to
yeah.
flex.
The Rubik plays, oh no, Night Stalker. Here,
Radiant's
he's just
top tower is under attack.
getting hunted by the Primal all the time. Oh, he pops his Darkness. Here comes the Ember.
He got stunned by the Ogre Bruiser! Are you kidding me? That is
Body
the
block.
most unfortunate Fortune
Oh.
Soul ever, and this Ember needs to be very careful because he's got
No Remnant,
no
he has no
Fire
Remnant.
Remnants available.
Oh, here comes the Primal
going
Beast.
back in. Oh no!
Alright,
Double
GG.
kill. And yeah,
Game is
I
over.
mean, at this stage, I'd just be too tilted to play.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Still can't believe that the moment Night Stalker pops his ulti, he gets stunned by an Ogre Bruiser of all creeps. The longest stun setup in the game, and you still get stunned by it. Oh, that's sadness.
I mean, I don't see what options they have remaining, to come back into the game. Night Stalker just pop his Dark Extension,
Dire's
no
top
ulti.
tower is under
The
attack.
He's almost at
heroes,
his Midas.
I mean, the other heroes are not that strong yet. I think Beastmaster has the highest net worth now. I think he's the only one. They should just try to play around him with the. They don't even have level 6 on Snapfire yet. Oh boy. Have to get level 6, then play with the Raw. Yep, yes, level 6 now. Go to the Beast lane. Hopefully you get a kill with the Raw. In the meantime, Night Stalker has to just He's like a creep now, you know. He's like totally useless.
Well, Rubik is he's got those wild axes stolen. Do we still have? Oh no, it's drums of slow now. Slum now. I forgot that they don't have that beautiful axe anymore on the Beastmaster.
Top lane.
Yeah, Ace is gonna get caught.
Yeah, so
We'll
good kill for them.
sacrifice the tier 1 tower.
Good kill for them, but they can't defend the mid lane. So just get a trade, get a kill.
Radiant structures are
That's
Jay's got Deso
Radiant's middle tower
and Dragonlance.
Dragonlance as well. Yeah, they can do rush fairly soon.
They're trying to
Oh,
go in
here
for
comes the
Trill,
bat.
but the
He has
bat
haste. Rider has haste. They have to be careful.
Nice route actually coming in. Valky, the kisses. The Bat Rider juke his way through. These are pretty hard to hit skill shots. Stun onto the snap. TA, there's going to be a nice roar as well. The damage from the Ember joining in, but the lasso will hold Enryu in place. Nice Stalker. Ulti use. He's going to try and get a catch at the very least. And Chomps will
nice.
be taken down, but Trill does so much damage. Oh my lord. The TA tears them apart. And it is going to be only Valky on the Ember that is left standing.
So every time Night Stalker has popped ulti, he has died without doing anything.
Tower is under attack.
Oh, no, he did kill the Enchantress.
Okay, fine. He killed the Enchantress.
Gotta see some value. Take the positive. Keep it
Don't let me
PMA,
see
keep
you.
it BSJ.
Don't let me see you flaming in the games. I'll remind you. Remember to keep it positive. Don't flame anyone.
Hey, I never flame. That is one of my important things in games. I never flame. I just mute everyone and listen to music. But yeah, they're 9k behind. It's problematic, especially considering TA is the strongest core of this game. Like, by a long shot, especially because Night Stalker just finished his Hand of Midas. His next item is going to be an Aghanim Shard, which is, you know, 2 great ways to kill off Enchantress creeps, at the very least, but that's about it.
It's more like a farming item, you know. He just wants to super farm. It's like a Doom with Midas at this point when he gets the shot.
Dire's top tower is
Well,
under
Yeah,
double
but-
damage in front of Roche with
At
the
the same
TA
time-
with the bottle.
Little Gun has to just up the tempo of the game. Just go rush, go kill them, don't let them farm. There's literally nothing Neon can do. Like, they can't fight at all. They are so weak.
He's close to his blink dagger, but there's a smoke right behind this. This is a good catch.
Arrow.
Onto the Rubik. The kisses come in. We'll get a freebie. I mean, freebie, they did have to expend Mortimer kisses for that. Which is mainly 90% of the damage on the Neon side.
They should just go Roche next when Rubik's alive, because without the Mortimer's Kiss, I don't see how Neon can contest the...
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's their main source of damage right now.
A Bat Rider went for a blink dagger. Earlier than most Bat Riders tend to get it. Normally it's bots, BKB, Octarine,
Ada
Heart
Lance.
before they everything that they could imagine before they go blink.
Kaya. Forehead.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah,
Right.
good old Kaya Sanj.
Let's go. Ember. Valky. Get Valky.
Oh,
Lift.
he jumps to a wrongful position, but does manage to get himself back. Still with the 2 Fire Remnants available.
That's rather unfortunate. They didn't get anyone. But for Neon, they're just surviving, you know, at this stage. You know, nobody died the last 2 minutes. They're still farming. Night Stalker has his Midas and Shard now, so he's gonna be supercharged, hitting creeps, killing ancients.
Getting farm easy. I mean, to be fair, what Enchantress needs is level 20, and then he can steal Ancients, so go for that one. Actually, TA's taking a lot of damage, gets roared up from the side, in comes 11. Trill with the refraction charges, will he be able to stay alive? It seems he'll be able to disengage, but the lasso holds Fortune Soul in place.
Oh,
He
TA's
pops
dead.
his Night Stalker ulti again, and yep, is he gonna be able to get away? Yes, a flying piggy is the best kind of piggy. And Ryu is not gonna be so
nice
Ooh,
chains.
that route. That was
Nice
a really
chains.
solid change from Valky. We'll go for at least the Ancient Black Dragon. With TA dead, this is pretty doable for Neon to at least defend, considering kisses are back up. Primal also has Blink Dagger, so yeah, they're very mobile on the Dire side, especially once TA gets his Blink, but he first needs to secure the BKB. But they're holding on Neon side. That's the important fact. Night Stalker's very, very, very slowly getting there. So, is this just the rest of the game plan for Neon? Try and hold on, hope that Lil Gun make a mistake.
Yeah, I mean they're 9k behind, but they have to be contented that so far the deficit hasn't grown for the last few minutes.
Dire's top tower.
Night Stalker has caught up a little bit. They are losing on his supports. The cores are not dying. And you start the game losing 2 lanes so badly, I think this is as good as the game will get for you.
Oh,
11.
going in for Enryu. He's gonna get caught as well. Primal Beast with the Blink Dagger. A very scary prospect. Ancient Rumblehide. That's free money. But they won't chase it down. Are they gonna go for Roche? And with Beastmaster dead.
I am surprised Roche hasn't died, They have this lead, and TA with Desol, they still haven't gotten Roche.
I mean, TA now has a BKB, so now he doesn't. Last fight he got killed before really seeing his opponents, thanks to the Ember. However, BKB from the Primal dodges the Quickie Stun. Roche is halfway down, and they don't have a way of getting like solid permanent vision unless Night Stalker pops his ulti, and we know how dangerous it is if.
Oh, Beast is alive. I think that it's too slow already. They did this too late. Now they can't do it. They have to kill them first. I mean, Little Gun, they're not very sure what they should be doing here. They know they have to fight. They know it's a little bit dangerous, but they're not full committing. I feel like if they full committed, they would have already got the Roaches now.
Well, nice 2-man route coming in. Trill does take down Rose, gets the Aegis secured. And now there's a chase for more. 11 does not have a BKB, but a good lasso on Valky holds him in place. However, Night Stalker's going for the backline. Fortune Soul does try to get himself the Primal, but TA is still alive, and the Batrider as well. They'll go for the backline themselves.
Right,
and yes, they lose the Primal, which was a 9-kill streak, but Enryu is going to be caught out and chased down. Wild Axe is even stolen for good measure to kill him with his own spells. And that actually went pretty okay.
Yeah, that
for
was
Neon.
decent. For sure, it was decent. They got like I said, they got the 9-kill streak. That's a lot of gold. I mean, losing the Roshan is like kind of inevitable against TA with Desol, Yeah, but at least they got a good trade out of it, Night Stalker is, I would say he is actually already fully recovered. Almost have BKB. I don't think I expected the Night Stalker to have this kind of net worth by 22 minutes,
It's still a bit off of the TA, but it's pretty much looking to be more of a try and dodge the TA kind of game. They do have heroes to do that because, of course, Ember, Night Stalker, even Snapfire, and the Mirana are pretty mobile. And TA is not the most mobile hero. Of course, with the Blink Dagger, once it's built up,
Primal Beast
gets a bit better. Primal's going for Axe. Okay.
Can you really find anyone? Yeah, the Axe is I would say a must-have item on the hero. Does too much damage. It's insane the amount of damage output. Yesterday we casted a game. Primal Beast with I think his item BKB, Soaring, Blink, and he solo killed the enemy mid laner from full HP. That was same net worth with him. That was both of the heroes were same net worth.
It's a fun hero, and let's keep it at that. Okay, it can get a little bit wild. I do like the shard from Primal Beast though. It's kind of cool.
Rock Troll, Stone Troll.
Yeah, it's
Troll.
very default basic, but it's kind of cool nonetheless. Okay, the Ancient Thunderhide, $250. Give me this. Gonna get the kill secured.
250.
Easy. Oh, by the way,
Bottom tower is under
obviously
attack.
we didn't even talk about this, but Lil Gun have a level 30 Enchantress, so that's why they're winning.
The armor test, right? If you're not level 30 on a hero, you are not allowed to pick the hero in an official game.
Are you really a pro if you haven't gotten every hero to level 30?
Radiant's middle
Really?
tower is under attack.
Clearly not, you know, my friend. Clearly not. Level 30 is the benchmark.
I mean, Enryu is also very low level on the Beastmaster. This is very surprising. Does he just not play pubs anymore?
I have no idea.
Dire's top tower
I don't
is
follow
under
his
attack.
games so much.
Winter, winter, winter.
I follow
Doesn't-
your games.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, then you'll see the worst Dota you've ever seen. Comboed with a lot of
Radiant's
Gleipnirs.
middle tower is under attack.
So Aegis is about to expire in 1.5 minutes. I think they should be able to still get this tower with the Aegis 1 minute. More than enough. The Bat Rider has gone full utility, playing 4 stuff. I don't know if I like it. I feel he needs the BKB, you know. Without BKB, it's like he just dies if he gets stunned by something. Like the arrow or the cookie, then he just dies.
He has only died this single time, so I guess he feels kind of immortal this game.
Yeah, but the thing is, the way you're playing has a lot to do with the items you're building, you know? Because he doesn't have a BKB, he's playing safe. That's why he's not going in, he's not dying, you know? He has to initiate very cautiously. He's not taking risks.
I mean, he has a Primal Beast as his backup. The moment that your initiation goes wrong, Primal just jumps into the middle of everything and says hi.
Radiant's
To the
middle
enemy
tower
team.
is under attack. Dire's top tower is
Especially
under
considering
attack.
his Axe is now finished with his BKB, 8-second duration still. They will take the tier 2 tower towards mid.
Primal has to be the most satisfying hero to play at the moment. The sound effects of all his spells makes you feel like you're the boss in the game.
I mean, it's literally just a lot of random loud gargle noises.
But it
always a
feels
very
good.
interesting hero.
It feels good. That's all that matters. When you kill the enemy with Power Rise.
I mean, to be fair, if you hear like the monkey's primal spring sound, you're like, oh, I gotta move. When you hear the gargle of Primal Beast, you're like, ah, run, run, run. Don't know where
Okay,
he is,
smoke.
but he's gonna beat my ass.
They're going top. They're gonna try to get a pick off here. Primal has TP to connect to his team. Let's see. If they can pick off like the Rubik, then Rubik would be a good first hero to go on. Or the TA from full to nothing with Raw. That would be amazing for them to start the fight.
Middle tower is under attack.
I think they know something's going on here. They should be aware. Nobody's on the map.
Dribbling back.
Arrow.
Does land onto the Enchantress, but Enchantress has Wisps,
And a hood.
so we'll be just fine. And the Hood, and the Force Staff, and the Gem.
Here comes the
This is a
Primal Beast,
big
the
one.
Gargoyle! Make them fear you!
Well, they could also just leap away. Roar comes in. They're going to go in for the TA. That's a lot of damage. The arrow does land. The stolen arrow actually does land on a BKB target. And Ryu is going to be the one that falls instead.
Ember.
Joe got his BKB
Last
off in
up.
time. And a lasso onto Valky will not make him be able to disengage. It was a nice attempt, though. Try and burst down the TA in time, but the response from Lil Gun was there.
Every time the Night Stalker has ulti on, it feels like he has to run away. Is it?
I mean, his items do show exactly that. He's got Hand of Midas, Shard, and a BKB. There is like zero actual fighting potential with that, like danger coming out of that. Especially because the only one that you can easily kill off is the Rubik this game.
Oh, they got him. Oh no.
Nice arrow, but yeah, it gets stolen again by Ace. Rubik with, I guess Roar is the best spell you can steal this game, but Arrow is a close second.
Snapfire ulti, arrow, roar.
I mean, yeah, Snapfire ulti is nice, but with Arrow you can have skill shots, so again you can flex being a Rubik.
Yeah, I guess that's true. You can set up your own arrow with the lift, so it actually has more value to steal arrow on Rubik.
and it's flashy. Flashy is better.
And you're like a style over
100%.
method.
That's why Rubik Arcana is great, because it's
you're willing to do something that's so fancy that styles over the opponent but lose the game. I swear, I think you're that player.
yes. As long as I look good doing it, I'm okay with it.
Has been killed.
I mean, the Rubik Arcana is what the most expensive soft counter.
Heals, arrow. Okay, yes, BKB. Oh my god, one shot.
Daedalus right there. Valky does just run away, pops the BKB. Does have a fire remnant in the trees where Trill is waiting. And needs to find a hit. Crit. There it is, and the kill gets secured. He had another fire remnant, another 2 fire remnants, by the way.
He didn't expect the TA to be there, you know. He wanted to just clear the next wave with the first remnant and just TP out, but TA just outplayed him.
And Enryu in the trees gets spotted out as well. Own age, 21k net worth advantage. Fortune Soul bottom lane gets the TP back. But that's a BKB on cooldown on the Night Stalker, so he can't fight. I mean, to be fair, he couldn't fight the entire game, but he can't fight more now. Primal Beast going Kaya Sands. Luckily, he only has 3k HP.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is
So
under
yeah.
attack.
It all snowballed out of control from the laning stage, as you kind of predicted.
Up we ride into the sunset.
I didn't think it would have gone so bad. I mean, I know the lane's gonna be hard, but I didn't expect it to be so bad, especially the NS lane.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the thing with the players, you know.
Mid.
Like, when you're in a lane that you are weaker, you have to sometimes just suck it up and just concede, you know, this lane. As long as I am farming, as long as I am getting levels, I'm happy, you know. I don't try to make plays to try and kill the enemy, you know. But sometimes when players are playing this kind of like weaker lanes, right, they still try to be aggressive on the lane. And then it makes the lane even worse, you know.
I mean, you can do that against, like, some Drow Ranger safe lane if you're an offlane Night Stalker. But doing it against a Primal seems very dangerous. Considering there's always a lot more damage coming out of the hero than that you initially expect.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the mindset, you know. You go to the lane, and if you expect, okay, if I get levels and farm, I'm happy, then you're not going to try to do extra stuff, you know, extra shit, you know, go for that extra creep, go for the extra kill. You just be happy with what you get. Then you play a lot more conservative, and the lane becomes different for you.
Yeah. Don't worry, be happy. Wise words to live by, Winter.
That's not what I said, man.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Or just, you know, did good. Another way of
Get
saying
good.
it. He just keeps stealing that arrow every single time.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Kill shots from miles away. Yeah, how are you going to defend this with this deficit coming in? They have an age available on the TA. Second set of racks has been secured. They only need the top set to finish it off. And there's going to be the kill onto Enryu, just blown to smithereens, and the crit. Oh my lord, the damage from Trill is just outstanding. Fortune Soul, you mentioned it, pops his Dark Ascension, and then just, you know, at least he gives vision. He's trying to go for the back line, but they won't let him. Rubik is also not easy to kill with the Blink, Force Staff, and Aether Lens. There's going to be a catch coming in, blown up for more. Night Stalker trying to disengage. Fortune Soul doesn't get away. And the GG gets called. It is going to be a Lil Gun 1-0 ahead in this best of 3. And don't forget, Winter, this is elimination. One of these two teams will be knocked out of the closed qualifiers and have to forego on the first season of DPC.
Next game is gonna be, I think it's gonna be important who gets the pick order. I think this game Little Gun chose to have they had selection priority, and they chose for, was it last pick? Did they get last? Who was the last pick hero? Who had last pick this game? Was it the TA?
TA?
TA was last pick, right?
Yeah, it was TA last pick.
Later Gun chose last pick. I think with Neon setup, it's also probably very important for them to secure the second pick. I think this game they're gonna have selection priority, and then that's gonna help them a bunch, because when you're first pick, I feel like it's very likely that you have harder time in the side lanes, because in the second pick phase you're showing your heroes first, and I think a lot of teams have trouble finding out a solution to how to pick in that sequence. You have to be very careful at that junction, because you're showing your heroes first, and if your players are not flexible enough and they can't adjust with the lanings, then you will have very little options of trying to outdraft your opponent, and then sometimes you get stuck in a situation where you're just going to lose the lanes no matter what.
Yeah.
So it's easier to be on the second pick phase, I would say.
I think also you can lose the lanes in some certain lineups, but when you have a Night Stalker lineup and you lose the lanes this hard, your late game was weaker to begin with, and it just did not go well at all. From the lanes, it went horrible, but even trying to recover with a Night Stalker, trying to get farm somewhere on the map, he had to buy a Midas, a Shard, and then his farming tools were still absolutely terrible compared to most, if not any other safe laner out there. So that was a little bit on the problematic side. Here we have ourselves a couple of the replays. And that
you see the first
blood.
one, right? They actually went and tried to go on the enemy team, with the Night Stalker and Snapfire. I feel like that's not the right mindset when they are playing this lane. They have to just try to secure the creep equilibrium, pull the way back. And if the enemy does something stupid, obviously you're gonna try and kill them, but you are not gonna try to kill them all the time. That's what I feel they were trying to do. They were so aggressive. They were always trading. They were always trying to poke their noses forward, trying to see if they have any opportunity to kill the enemy.
It's always a little bit sad to try and right-click a Primal Beast, because it means you got to stand very close to him, and that is never a position you want to be when he has the trample shenanigans coming in.
And your Night Stalker, daytime, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, this game, I mean, honestly, went wrong in the draft, went very wrong in the laning stage, and did not recover whatsoever. We'll just try and forget about this one.
I would say that I wouldn't say it's all wrong. I mean, I think they have an idea, they have a strategy. It's more like they just got outplayed in the lane too hard. I don't think the lanes should have gone that badly for the Night Stalker. Yeah. Even if you look at the Beastmasters early game, he was laning with the Mirana. They were up against the Enchantress and TA. Sure, TA got a little bit of a head start, but that's okay. Beastmaster wasn't that poor. The Beastmaster got really poor because they lost the bot lane so hard. So the Primal was too rich. He was bleeding into the other lanes. He was rotating. He was killing the other lanes. If the bot lane didn't go that badly, say the bot lane went maybe 55-45, Night Stalker just lose a little bit, the Primal's rotations wouldn't be that scary, and everything could have been different, when he goes top, he's not that strong, and then maybe the Beastmaster doesn't die.
Yeah, it is one of those things where you got to be careful of very specific off-laners, because Beastmaster, if he has a bad lane, for instance, and you counter him that way, the hero doesn't really do much at a certain point in time. If you are at equal net worth and you get a BKB at a reasonable timing. Unfortunately, that was not this game for Neon. And to be fair, if you're playing against Lil Gun, they're really capable on that Primal. You probably should ban it, or at least try and draft around it. But that will be for game number 2. We're going towards a short little break until that one starts. We'll be right back after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Southeast Asian DPC Closed Qualifier. We have only a couple of matches left for the qualifier to be done. Currently, we have an elimination match between Lilgun and Neon Esports, and Game 1 was such a one-sided affair that there's not much... I mean, everything just kind of went wrong for Neon. Hopefully they can rectify that in Game 2, and we'll get to see that momentarily once the draft will be starting. But quick little recap, Winter. What specifically was the most wrong last game? Was it the draft, or was it just in general the playstyle?
No lanes, no game. You can't play the lane, you can't play the game.
I mean, some teams tend to still lose every lane and somehow still manage to win the game. But those are very specific teams that play, you know, your Svens, your Nagas, your disgusting heroes.
Okay, let me check. So Neon has second. Neon has what? Second pick? Let me see. I think the pick order is going to be very crucial.
Neon has last pick. Neon has last pick.
Yeah, that's second pick.
Okay, so that will be advantageous to at least try and get the surprise. But as you mentioned, you know, they tried to give that one normally to Enryu instead of their safe laner, which can also be a bit problematic if you pick your safe laner too early.
Every team has their own like priority, you know. Some teams they would last pick the mid laners or S24. Some teams they would prioritize the carry. But if I were to have a choice to choose at the current meta, I feel like I would also probably, if my offlaner has a lot of heroes that he can play, he has a wide selection of hero pool, I would prioritize him, because a lot of the rotations, if you think about the game, the first 10 minutes is always going to be centered around the offlaner. You go to the offlaner's lane, you kill the tower, then the game starts to roll from there. If the offlaner doesn't do well in his lane, he's in a bad matchup, blah blah blah, he has a shit time, then it doesn't flow, you know. Then you have to rotate to the carry's lane, and you can't really open that tower as easily, and etc. The map becomes small, then the game becomes hard. That's why a lot of strategies are revolved around building around the offlaner to ensure that the offlaner has a good game, or at least semi-playable lane, and you start the ball rolling from there. If the offlaner doesn't get priority, then that is not going to happen for you.
Yeah, I do agree in that regard. The only problem I have is because Enryu has, as you mentioned, a wide hero pool, but in the first game, they banned his own heroes on the side of Neon. As you can see, the Brood also getting banned out by Neon. So that's one of the big downsides in this sort of matchup. The enemy plays the exact same heroes as you do, so they get rid of most of them. But Neon are actually going to throw out a wild hitter from the side there. They're going to pick up the Primal Beast instead of giving it to Lilgun.
Yeah, I feel like when you mention both teams have very similar hero pool, and the way they play and approach the game is also quite, I'd say, similar to a certain extent, then that's why the laning phase becomes extremely crucial. When both teams are so similar to the point, like hero pool strategies and everything, so the lanes will be a huge deciding factor when both teams are playing the same way. If you lose the lane, the other team is going to do the same thing faster, and then you're going to have trouble keeping up in the game. Hence why I said that it's important to prioritize like the matchups, so that they have a better laning phase. A better laning phase would mean that you transition into your middle game a lot better, and you can play your tempo faster.
Yeah, this is, I think, the first time that they're playing Primal on the side of Neon. So I guess this is really a response to Lilgun otherwise having it. You steal the enemy's hero so they can't play it.
I like the 8-pick Tiny here. It's really good against the Silencer. Sometimes we see people like go, like I think in the previous games, people go Clockwork against Silencer. People go like Lycan or the jungle Zoo heroes, because Silencer cannot deal with summons. Tiny is also a very good hero against Silencer.
Would you make it then a Tiny or a Tusk 4?
I guess it depends. Both would be good as a core against Silencer, but I would maybe lean more towards having Tiny as a core against Silencer.
A random
It's-
tree thrown in the tree
It's-
line and you get a kill.
It's honestly a player preference. Your mid, like which hero he feels like he can do more in that game, then you just give it to him.
Look at
It's
all
up to
these
the
off
it's
lane
up to the
bans.
player.
Just get rid of all the off laners at this stage. And the Enchantress by Neon as well. That
10
one
seconds
was
remaining.
pretty annoying to deal with. As he was a
5 seconds
big
remaining.
component. Honestly, Lil Gun
Why-
supports in general
why are
are really
they-
good.
Why are they still banning the offlaners though? So they think that this PB is gonna be mid for sure. Like Anu
Or
doesn't play.
support, maybe.
Don't think so. I think support is pretty weak. It's very similar to Marcy at the moment. They got nerfs. They got nerf hard, where they need a lot of levels to be useful like before. That's why they can't really be played. I mean, you can do it, but it's just not as effective.
Yeah,
Radiant team
I
back.
do get
Radiant team
that
pick.
exactly. Though Marcy can still be very annoying, even with the nerfs. The displacement tool from Marcy is very nasty to deal with. A Lycan ban in as well, so they're really making sure all the offlaners are gone, which is kind of interesting because it could just be a Primal Beast offlane.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
I mean, if I'm Anu, they ban all my heroes. Can you just give me the
Dire
BB?
team pick.
I mean, why not? I have nothing else better to pick anyway.
Yeah, Primal Beast is always pretty nice. It's not superb against both the Tusk and Tiny for, toss back, Avalanche to interrupt the charge, and Tusk can dodge / ice block everything away
10 seconds remaining.
for the most part. So it's not superb against these two Lil Gun heroes yet.
5 seconds remaining.
But it's a Primal Beast. You get a good game, get a good lane, and then you can just run away with the entirety of this game. Rubik, though, has great steals from both these heroes. But is hella squishy.
Yeah, I feel like Rubik is like he has same problems with Silencer against the Tiny. If it's a Tiny
Dire
core,
team
you
pick.
just die easy. I mean, sure you can instant lift the Tiny if you see him coming, if you have
Radiant
vision on him.
team pick.
But apart from that, I mean, he kills you as easy as Silencer, and they're gonna go for this like team fight composition right now, the Disruptor with the Chronosphere. But my issue with that is Silencer deals with everything you have at the moment. If you're Tiny or Tusk,
10 seconds
they don't
remaining.
initiate on the Silencer right away in the team fights, your combo is just gonna
5 seconds
not look good.
remaining. Dire team ban.
True.
Oh, that's a good pick here.
The
That's
glimpse
really-
is always very scary.
Home is very good against the Void. It might actually be their carry. Or just the offlane. Because Doom offlane is actually very, very good against Void. Because Doom does a lot of damage over
10
time, right? With
seconds
Scorch Earth
remaining.
and everything else. So your time walk in the lane doesn't feel
5
as
seconds
good
remaining.
against Doom. So Doom is gonna have a great time if it's offlane against Void.
Especially because, Disruptor's damage is really negligible for a Doom most of the time.
Yeah, Disruptor is just a shitty laner. Like he doesn't do much. Yeah, Disruptor doesn't do much in the lane. Sure. If you are a Disruptor and your laning partner say you need to be a strong laner, say like a Chaos Knight, Brave King, like somebody or Sven, somebody can go in, stun, and initiate for you in the lane and try to pressure. If it's an aggressive lane, I would say it's okay to be Disruptor. But if you're in a babysitting lane, like a Void or Morphling or a Terrorblade, then you feel like so useless because you cannot do anything. Your spells, if you can't kill the enemy hero, then your spells are not very good at trading as well. So then you can't do much in the lane.
Does look a little bit rougher for the Doom Ags in terms of their control, because they have not much currently on the Neon side. I guess with Centaur Stomp, maybe Rubik stealing Ice Shard's block, or Avalanche, something, or Kinetic Field for that matter. But when it comes to actual team fights, it looks very strong here for the Lil Gun side. But Neon also have like a lineup that can come in from like the instant. They have really good jump as well with the Doom, the Primal Beast, and the Silencer ulti on top.
They need another initiator. I think preferably something that can go in, disrupt the fight, like Pango, Puck. I I think it's that Kunkka. Yeah, Kunkka is also fine for them. The board will be good against the Chronosphere. He chronos the Doom, chronos the Primal Beast, just throw the board on top of that. Negate a lot of the damage. And then for Little Gun, they're also lacking. They're kind of lacking a front line. They need a tank because Tiny and Tusk, they're gonna be the 4 and the mid. So they're both like initiating jumping heroes. So they need somebody to be the body for them. Like we saw Centaur against Doom yesterday. You Doom the other heroes, they stampede and run away. So you have to Doom the Centaur all the time. And Centaur is also pretty good at like finding the silencer in the team fights and getting on top of him first. So that would be decent for them. But on the downside is he doesn't provide a lot of synergy with the Chronosphere.
Yeah, but that's, I guess, once Tiny gets his Ags.
Yeah,
That's
that's
all
true.
the synergy you need.
3 lobby, pew 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 pew. Hero dead.
Yeah, that's
that's
exactly the
global.
sound effects right there.
But there is global. There won't be any sound effects. There will be only silence.
Hey, you call it. God, it's almost like you know exactly what you're talking about. My God, these predictions.
It makes the most sense here. That's why. It's just commenting for the players to think about, like when you see Doom. I think when every time I see Doom, I think of 2 heroes. Either I think of Rage King or I think of Centaur to run away. Rage King because you don't give a fuck. You have 2 lives, but they already have a void. So offlaner, it's Centaur. In the current meta, maybe in another meta you would think of something else. But as of right now, I think Centaur is the one that makes the most sense for them. And for Neon, they are going to have to decide whether they want to put the Doom as a carry. I think Primal Beast might actually just be their. I feel like it could be just their mid hero, and then they're gonna pick a hero that can lane well against the Centaur. Put the Doom against the Void. Doom doesn't lane that good against Centaur, so that's what I would actually do. Pick another carry.
But what carry would you go
Life
for?
Stealer. That's Lifestealer, right? Lifestealer is good against Centaur.
Oh, Lifestealer. Yeah, that would be a very nice one. And my God, Winter's a genius. And Lifestealer does get secured here. Yeah, very interesting matchup between these two teams. Do you think that the Lifestealer is enough to deal the damage onto the Lil Gun lineup?
He doesn't have to be the only damage. He just needs to. I feel like his role is to tank up and just win the lane. Like Lifestealer is very good against Tiny. It's very good against like Centaur, these high HP heroes, because you deal percentage damage. I mean, he's not that great of a core-to-core matchup if you consider Void against the Lifestealer, but he does have like the Doom to deal with that. So like overall, the strategy is like they're this tri-core. They want to do well in the lanes. That's number one. And your off lane is countering their carry, and your carry is countering the off lane. So the matchup is a bit different in that regard, but very focused on winning the lanes, having lane dominance. Because the problem with the previous game was the lane dominance. They lost their side lanes too hard, so they can't play the game. So this game, they're adjusting their strategies towards that. And because the second pick, it's easier to do adjustments for that.
And it's a pretty decent game for Lil Gun as well, because they do have tools against the Lifestealer. Ice Shards block, the Walrus Punch, and the Chronosphere. And even the Disruptor ulti is pretty nasty, because Lifestealer is not really a hero that wants to build
They have
a
global,
BKB.
I mean, they have global. You have to consider that the Lifestealer has global. He has a big spell to back him up. Every time he goes in, as long as he doesn't fuck up his rage, I feel like even if you're talking about the punch and the Chronosphere, I don't feel like they can kill him that easily, as long as Silencer is there. But if the Tusk and the Centaur or the Tiny finds the Silencer first, and they kill him off before he does anything, then the fight might look very different,
Oh my God, Silencer went for a Wraith Band first item.
Huh? Wraith Band? Oh. So, I mean, I guess it makes sense, It's good for the Glaive of Wisdom trading, you have the attack speed. I feel like I've seen
this is a Graves lane, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it quite a few times in my pub games. I think it's pretty strong, Like the Wraith Band on, I would say the only support I would consider getting is actually just Silencer. Like who else would you actually want to get a Wraith Band and trade
Ricky?
in the lane? Dude, that's okay, fine. That's a bit different. Okay, I'm talking about plus 5 like plus 5 supports, I
Ricky
don't think.
Pulse 5 does the exact same as Pulse 4. All
Okay,
you
fine,
need
fine,
is a
fine.
shard.
Ricky Pulse 5, fine.
You're gonna go for the counter ward.
30 seconds to battle.
So the same thing is happening again, right? They dewarded right away in the last game, and this game is happening again.
Very similar teams in that regard.
So are they
No,
changing their lanes? Are they changing their lanes? That's what's going on. Nope. Okay, lanes are going to be the same. So it's going to be the Faceless Void against the Doom. This lane is going to be very Doom favored. Bot lane will be Centaur against Lifestealer. This is going to be Lifestealer favored. So Neon has the advantage of both the side lanes, and Little Gun has to rely on the Tiny to make rotations to deal with that. I mean, all this is happening because of
Silencer?
the pick sequence. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, that's sad. And that is first blood being secured. Kill goes to the Centaur. Easy
All right.
money. He's got
Easy
the double
bracer.
bracers.
Easy bracer.
Well, he's going to be just fine in the lane, I think. Also forces the Silencer to TP, so he does have to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, if they kill the Silencer, then the lane is gonna be over for Lifestealer. 2v1. But as of right now, Centaur lost the creep because he had to walk back to the lane late, going for that kill. So, I mean, but he's still doing fine now. Yes, double bracers coming in, top lane. The Doom is going to be fine in this lane. He has Scorcher for level 1 to secure last hits instead of going for the Devourer. So, I mean, eventually he's just going to outfarm the Void, get his... I hope he does not rush Midas. Get the Arcane Boots first, then only get Midas later.
Actually, I have a question. If you would have Centaur...
No questions, please.
Okay, no. This is a very important one. I need your knowledge. If you have a Centaur and he uses Hitch a Ride on his Tiny and Tiny uses Tree Volley, does Tree Volley continue while running through new trees?
I don't play Centaur, I don't play Tiny. So I'm the best person to ask.
Because
I don't know. I don't know. I actually don't know.
Top lane and Ryu dropping very low, and the Doom is actually possibly not going to die. Huh. That was pretty nice.
Do they have Salve? Oh, no Salve. Okay, he has to be careful now. He has to chill until he has his HP back. There's the Flag Barricade coming in now, so that's going to give him some regen. He just needs to play a little more defensive right now until he gets the Flag Barrier to the lane. And level 3 is the level where the Doom is going to start to bully the Void in the lane.
So Fortune Soul's actually having a really good time in terms of last hitting in the bottom lane. Lifesteal, of course, has a very solid attack animation, though with the tag team damage coming in, Fortune Soul's taking a beating, does not have Rage or a way out of here, and the moment I give him a little bit of a compliment, he just gets destroyed by these right-clicking heroes.
I blame
On
you.
top lane, and Ryu drops low in return, but not dead just yet.
Yeah, Lifestealer is he's still weak at level 2, and Centaur and Tusk, they have a lot of power spike when both the heroes get their level 2. Now Centaur's level 3 is going on Silencer again. But yep, they decide to pull back. Thinking that it wouldn't be worth it to go for the Silencer because they might have to trade the Tusk for that.
Why did we hear those Primal Beast gargles, by the way? Just randomly.
Why are you asking me questions I cannot answer? I am not working
Help
for
me.
Volvo. I do not know.
I trust you, Winter. You know all the things. You know exactly how to work with Centaur's Ags, because everyone's practiced that a million times. I've not even seen it a single time in any of my games.
Because it's hot garbage.
Wow. Oh, Fortune Soul is going to pop the Rage, going in for the Centaur, but Centaur does, of course, have double Bracer and a Ring of Health, so he's going to be just fine.
Alright, bot lane, I think the Centaur is going to be a-okay in this lane. I thought he actually would have a harder time against the Lifestealer, but because of the 2 kills, now it catapulted his net worth up. He's going to be level 4.
Look at that HP regen.
But talking about the Axe, on the Centaur, right? I think so far the best combo
Dire's
personally
top
I've
tower
seen
is under
is
attack.
either Crystal Maiden or a Lina attacking on top of the card. A full slotted Lina, you know, attacking on top of the card and killing the whole enemy team.
The Crystal Maiden one's kind of cool.
But that's gimmicky. I think the Lina one makes
Oh
more
yeah, no,
practic-
but the entire Aghanim Scepter is gimmicky.
Okay, fine.
Like building a draft around it seems like the most dangerous thing you can do. Well, mid lane, a lot of denies coming in for the Tiny, has the advantage of the big fat tree.
It's not fair. Alright, that's Primal Beast for you, you know. Before they nerfed the Uproar, Primal Beast didn't have this problem because you have the bonus damage to get a good laning phase. But right now, his laning is sort of weaker. He's making an early rotation, it seems, towards top lane here. He wants to play with the Doom. Wow, that's very, very early to move here. He's just level 5.5. He thinks he can kill the Void with the Catapult Wave incoming.
This is actually pretty nice. Try and
Oh, he's
force
going
out
in.
a leap. Glim sends Valky back, and that ends the attempt. Oh,
And
that's
yes,
a walk of shame.
I mean, he already pushed the wave, you know, he's not losing any. I mean, he lost one creep. Tiny denied one creep, but yeah. Now he has to go back to his lane, defend the Catapult Wave. I mean, I don't feel like he lost
Is
anything.
under attack.
It's okay. I think the rotation, it was a good attempt. I give him that.
Runes are about spawn. No one is... Okay, the Tusk is making a
Top lane.
move to defend it at the very least.
Rubik, he doesn't want to get the lift off, but yeah, Disruptor getting like bullied back in the lane. Centaur has
Tiny.
Vanguard, right? Okay, he can't kill the Centaur now. Vanguard completed.
Dire's
I mean,
middle
that's just
tower is
Centaur
under attack.
for you.
Oh, Valky-
He has
Valky's here.
stupid HP regen.
Valky is here. They want to kill the Centaur. Can they kill the Centaur here? No, I don't think so.
Going
Okay,
in for
let's-
the Tusk, and that will at the very least be a kill secured. Centaur should be fine.
Yeah, too tanky for them.
Top lane in the meantime, Enryu on that Doom might finally die. There is a leap available for Trill, actually turns his attention to Sugimoto, but every single time the lift is just enough to keep Enryu alive. They've had
Yeah,
him
they
so low
actually-
so many times.
They're actually doing pretty well in the lane, you know. I expected the Void to struggle more against this Rubik plus Doom, but looking at the net worth, they're both like very close. So yeah, they're not really they're not really losing the lane. And you see the Centaur's net worth. Centaur is like so fat compared to the Lifestealer. 700 net worth ahead.
And mid double damage, Tiny with a rotation from the Tusk was enough to kill off the Primal.
I mean,
This is a pretty big kill.
This Centaur is not supposed to be in the Lifestealer space trading like this, you know, with double H. Oh my god.
Top lane coming in for the kill. 4-2-3. Another lift up from
DD.
Tsukimoto. Pretty big. Enryudo gets glimpsed back and this time will not be able to survive. And a good move there from 4-2-3 after, of course, getting that kill on Primal in mid. He gave the lane towards the Tusk, so Tusk can get at least some experience in the meantime. And he got himself a very important kill onto the Doom, making sure that the...
Here comes
Doom
Valky.
gets the
They want to
lane.
kill the Void. Charging in. Lift. Yeah, easy kill. At least it was so important that he actually get that kill because his game was gonna be very bad if he didn't get that kill there. So now Valky is gonna feel a little bit better getting that kill. Now he's going to go back towards the middle lane, try to defend the tower here.
Is under attack.
Does have Trample and Onslaught available, looking for a fight. But there are 3 Little Gun heroes in mid, so it's a little bit scarier. Also, Faceless Void is currently bottom of the net worth chart, so his lane not going as great. Sugimoto on that Rubik is severely
He's not
farmed.
he's not that far behind. Doom is like only like what 50, like, okay, close to 50 go ahead of him.
Glimpse sends back the Primal. Very annoying. There's going to be a
Whoa.
Chronosphere. TP
Where's the
coming in
damage?
from the
Here comes
Tiny.
Tiny. I need the
But the
Tiny here.
silence onto the Faceless Void is going to be able to get away thanks to the Stampede and does disengage. They do still manage to find a kill though on the side of Neon, and honestly Trill can thank his lucky stars he didn't die in that fight. Yeah, that Chrono was very sad.
I was surprised he actually crawled out, to be honest. I was like, what? What kind of
Might have
damage?
thought the Tiny was closer, I guess.
What kind of damage do they have there? And I feel like if he's doing the chrono to save the support, the disruptor, it will have not been worth it anyway. But in the meantime, 11 is having the time of his life. So farm, 5k net worth.
But it is a centaur.
Yeah, but dude, do not underestimate a farm centaur. They're gonna go and he should be dead now. Okay,
I'm not underestimating a farm centaur.
I mean, look
He's
how
gonna
much.
get dumber and dumber.
Yeah, look how much it took for them to kill him. You know, yeah, sure, lifestealer is one of the better cores, you know, to deal with the centaur.
Dire's
He has a
top tower
vanguard
is
and
under
hood now,
attack.
so he needs to get the blink ASAP to help his team.
Oh, Rubik. Gonna get glimpsed back. Avalanche on top.
Oh,
Valk
nice
tries
run.
to go for the disruptor, but the Avalanche is gonna interrupt any gank attempt. Hated on the silencer. No fear, running for that double damage. Will get tossed back. The DD gets picked up by the Tiny. Actually, Hated is going to be the one dying in the end. Valky with the Pulverize tries to go in for more, but just needs to disengage because the Tiny is standing next to him with a double damage rune. That is very scary. He's almost done with the Blink Dagger. That means it's go time for the Tiny in terms of rotations and plays.
Yep, the game is gonna begin for him right now. I think they should try to try to kill the lifestealer. Maybe try to connect with the Faces Void as soon as the Void clears this wave at top. TP bottom, set up with the Chrono, and Tiny rotates with the Blink there. Let's see what are they gonna do here. 25 seconds till Chrono. They're gonna have to commit heavily for this kill.
Radiant's bottom tower
Oh,
is
he
under
infests the catapult. Smart thing to do. Just run away.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, at least
Radiant's bottom
delays the
tower
bottom
is
tier
under
1 tower
attack.
dropping very briefly, but it will still fall regardless. Faces Void is trying to catch up with the Mask of Madness Maelstrom build. And in the meantime, Fortune Soul just quickly rushed up towards mid to get some
Chrono?
farm going. It's going to get
Lifestealer?
Chrono. There's a Static Storm, Kinetic Field Silence, ulti gets used, but it's a little bit too late. Does he get himself out of there? Yes, he does. The raid, he walks away. Aisha's block is not going to
Dire's
connect
top
either.
tower is under
And they
attack.
used the Chrono plus the
Radiant's
Static
bottom
Storm
tower
for
is
that
under
kill and
attack.
did not manage to secure it. So that is a very
Radiant's
big
bottom
window
tower
for Neon to make a play.
Dire's top tower is
Oh,
under
actually,
attack.
that's not the play that you're looking for. Valky, he charges forward, gets caught by the Tiny, dies. And now the two supports will be able to find a kill in return. This is permanent for the silencer every single time. They are a little bit deep, and that will be more kills for the Lil Gun lineup.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Centaur TP top to defend the tier 1. He can choose to deny the tower if he wants to. Silencer is gonna get picked off with the glimpse into the avalanche. So another kill for 4-2-3 on the Tiny. What? He's going Midas? Okay.
I mean, you know, it's good attack speed, at least. It's one of the only heroes that really uses attack speed. Oh, the disruptor!
He got greedy. He got greedy. He didn't want to use the ulti.
Oh, that is sadness right there.
Okay.
Oh,
now
and the
he's-
walk of shame as well.
Yeah, going back to the Midas here, I think the attack speed is definitely nice on the hero, but it's just like strange, you know, to go Midas on this hero. Usually people, if you're having a good game, you go like Echo Saber, so you get the kill, because Echo Saber helps you get solo pickoffs, you know. Midas doesn't really do so much of that for you. It's more like a
I
farming
guess
tool.
that is true. Plus is that you're most likely going to be more fighting than farming, considering you need to give all the space to the Faces Void. So having that extra experience gain from it and whatnot, I can see why. Personally, my favorite for Tiny is still the what's it called? The Moonshard build, because it's just so much attack speed. It's also
Dire's
very
structures
greedy.
are fortified.
If you buy Moonshot, I'm
Dire's
reporting you
top tower
right
is
away
under attack.
on your Tiny.
Oh, it totally was not the build like half a year ago.
Oh, he got the stampede off during the
Oh
what?
no! High
and
five.
Oh, he's gonna survive.
He's gonna be
Yes.
safe for now. Silencer ulti gets used. They get themselves a quick catch onto the disruptor, fighting multiple angles. The two supports will die from Neon side, but they find themselves 4-2-3. That's a huge kill. The 5-kill streak picked up by
Chrono is
Henry.
up. Chrono is up.
Yeah, but there's no damage with the chrono. Especially
that.
against like 1800 HP Primal, 1600 HP Doom, who has a Hood of Defiance, and the Lifestealer who's got 1500 plus an armlet. There's just no damage coming out from the Dire side.
At least they got the tower for Neon. It's a little bit unfortunate that they casted the Doom at the same time the Centaur casted his Stampede, so he was able to run away. I mean, but they got 2 kills. They traded 2 kills. They got the tower. I think fine for them. I think they're gonna not be too upset about that. Doom is gonna try to finish his BKB for the next team fight. Lifestealer has Armlet and
That's what I
okay,
assume
nothing.
next.
Yeah, probably that's all next.
Opens up
Oh.
Roshan capabilities as well.
Centaur has to get some armor items after this.
Well, he's,
Right? Lotus is nice.
it's always a good tool, especially against Doom. And Silencer.
Mm-hmm. And Rubik and Primal Beast
Yeah,
and Lifestealer.
I guess. Against Lifestealer?
You remove the open wounds.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the open wounds actually owns the shit out of Centaur.
That is very true. but it's not necessarily the one where you're thinking, okay, I'm gonna get it to counter the shard.
The
for
next
the
level
Lifestealer.
play, that's the next level play. You know the Lifestealer is going to build the shard. So you get a Lotus right
But
away.
it's a safe laner, so he tends to be more greedy and think second Roshan will give it to me for free. So I do know that.
Yeah,
I
you're
think
right,
it
you're
was-
right. That's how the cost actually thinks. You're right.
Yeah, they don't.
Why
wanna
do
build
I
it.
need to buy something when I can just get it for free?
Exactly, and that's what normally costs them the game. I do know that. I think it was at TI where Matu, when he played Lifestealer, he sometimes not the moment 15 minutes hits, he just got the shard of open wounds because he thought it was that freaking good. And it is, to be fair, very good, especially in a team fight if you get it off.
Oh,
Silencer,
global for that?
ulti.
Wow, they global for that. That's not worth it.
Kill
Okay,
Disruptor.
so what can they do now? I think you wait for Disruptor and organize a smoke. Or you try to go for a fight. Oh, he actually didn't. Okay, he didn't go Midas. What the hell? He went Echo Saber on Tiny.
Oh, he's just
I
trying
swear,
to,
he's just trying to
juke you.
troll. He's just trying to troll us, man.
Got the passive clubs of haste now. He marked up the Ags, but I assume he's gonna finish up his boots.
No, doesn't need to finish the boots. The axe. I think the build right. Most people go right now is you go brown boots, Echo Saber, with dagger, then you just rush the Aghanims. But usually people have. I think I see more people have face boots done. In the process.
damage.
Yeah, more damage. Okay, they're gonna smoke out with the Disruptor. No global, so easy kill. Oh, there goes Valky. Bye bye. See you in the next game, if there is a next game.
Well, that is a sad Valky. Didn't buy his Mithril Hammer
Radiant's middle tower
just
is
yet,
under
but he
attack.
is very close to finishing up the VKB at the very least. This Disruptor's marked up that he wants to go for an Ags, like right now.
Oh,
First
dude.
item, rush.
They need to get it on the center. Get it on the center.
Up,
Oh, you
drag
get it!
back.
Oh, no
Let's get it
mana.
off.
He had no
Going
mana
in.
for Scorch Earth. Nice
Chrono?
Nice chrono on Lifestealer and the dual BKB.
No.
Okay, never mind. Not
Yeah, they
enough.
just need to run.
Okay, not enough. But everybody
chrono, no
used
chance.
everybody used everything, right? There's no chrono, there's no doom.
Yeah, but it's a life stealer. He's got, like, everyone's cooldowns are used. Okay, now it's my time to just right-click people.
Go Rosh. We don't go Rosh after this. Yeah, he has
He
Desto. I
almost
think.
has Desto.
Yeah, he's gonna finish Desto after he kills the tower here. Give him the last hit, bro. Give him the last hit. Okay, buy a
Dire's
Desto to
middle
Rosh.
tower has fallen.
Still a
chrono.
little bit
There's no
off.
chrono.
Needs 30 gold.
Oh no, get one creep. There's no chrono, they should just go Rosh now. Just go and hit the Rosh.
Static Storm is back up at the very least. Tiny's got one piece of his Zags. See Tusk's going a footload sort of as well. We're so hoping, like, this is such a good Tusk Ags game against the Life Stealer. Center Stampede trying to get away. Nice silence there from SE. They're going to go back in. The BKB used by Valky, but they need to disengage
Centaur's going in.
on Neon.
Centaur's gonna go in soon.
Chrono, stolen Chrono.
That is not our Chrono, guys.
That was a little bit of a mistake, but a good toss back from 423, and they'll find themselves a couple of kills. Ace gets a double kill. Fortune Soul, run! And he does run because there's no Ags on the Faceless Void.
Man,
so
that doesn't make sense, right? What they are doing. They even have Chrono. Why don't they just get the rush first? Why are they trying to run at them? That actually doesn't make sense that way there. Like having the Chrono would mean that the rush should be just free, you know, they are global and Chrono. On the Rubik and the Silencer. That was definitely not the right play there, running up the ramp there. I mean, if the fight happens on the low ground, stay outside the rush pit, and the Rubik has Chrono, I think like 7 out of 8 times of the fights would go to Radiant.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But in this case, that wasn't the situation, and a bit of a mistake came through. Chrono is back up in 20.
Yeah, it's a big mistake there for Neon, not capitalizing on the fact that Chrono was used. Like when you're playing against Faceless Void, you have to be super disciplined about the Chrono because it's such a big spell. And every time the enemy uses a spell, more or less somebody is going to die on your team. So every time it's down, you have to make the most of it. Get the Roshan, get some towers. If you're not trading anything for the Chrono cooldown, you're eventually just going to lose the game, you know, because every time you cast Chrono, somebody important is going to die one time. Or 2 heroes are going to die, you know.
Yeah, they are very cooldown reliant on the Dire side compared to Neon, who only... Well, they do also have pretty big cooldowns, obviously, with the Global Silence and the Doom, but aren't as reliant on it because their safe laner is Lifestealer, who does not really care about cooldowns.
Yeah, I mean, against all these big spells, early game you have to try to trade Roshan towers for the cooldowns. Late game, you trade your buybacks for it.
Yeah, especially once the Disruptor Ags comes into play. But that's still a long ways off. I feel like the Primal Beast going for the Ags against the Faceless Void is always nice. And also makes your blinks don't work anymore on the enemy team, considering they have 3 heroes that have blinks.
I mean, the break on Centaur is okay, it's nice too.
Yeah. Every little bit helps. Also, Lifestealer's got the shard now. So he's got that.
Let's go.
He did go for the purchase of the open wounds and not wait for Roshan.
Okay, let's go. Where are they going? Oh, they're going back bottom. They're trying to kill the Centaur here. Oh no, okay, Centaur's gonna die. He's going for one more wave. He's dead.
Does Doom still have the mana creep, by the way? The mana burn.
Good question.
We'll find Centaur.
Which I have no answer for you. Again, asking me questions I have no answer to.
I guess, you know, his mana regen
On
is
a
just
mana aura.
that abysmal.
I mean, the only thing you want that is the mana aura. I swear there's nothing... There's no other reason you want to have the mana burn creep now. Okay, what creep would you like to have? I guess either... I think Centaur is probably the best creep in general. Sometimes you want the ice armor. But I feel most cases you want a Centaur's Storm. Because if you have if you need something to break the Lincolns, sometimes you get Halberd to do that. So yeah, you stomp, you get the Centaur stun, you bring you stun, you use Halberd, break the Lincolns, and then use your Doom. Or you could just get an Aghanim's and Doom yourself.
Yeah, the downside is, of course, Stampede. So you're gonna have to Doom Centaur every single time, as you mentioned during the draft. That is primarily going to be your target regardless. Someone cancelled his TP, or got his TP cancelled. Centaur. Huh. Don't know how, what, where, when, but oh, he got glimpsed by the Rubik. That's
Rubik.
Yes.
Oh,
what
okay.
happened.
Rubik has glimpsed.
And this is easy pickings for the Lifestealer. He hurts like a truck right now. He's going for the BKB as well to deal with being static stormed, considering Disruptor is a very long way from securing the Ags. Tiny is not, and that is very terrifying, especially once he starts getting, you know, dateless and whatnot. You can get absolutely destroyed. inside a chrono, because that's the only thing that they are really lacking on Nilgun, right? The actual damage to deal with 3 strength cores.
I mean, they can deal with that by getting I think AC next. I think Doom probably should be the one. I guess Lifestealer can buy AC too later. But yeah, Lifestealer can buy AC. Doom can buy the Shiva Scott. Might actually not even be too bad of an idea to maybe get a Wave Pack later. Wave Pack, it's good against their heroes. I mean, I know the item got dumpstered pretty hard, but it's actually quite situationally good this game.
Yeah, but who would want to buy a Wraith Pack? That's more...
The supports, I guess.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to buy the Wraith Pack.
Dire are scanning.
And of course, definitely don't want to get that item now.
There's a smoke up both sides. You know that they were smoked up nearby and they spot the Centaur. Getting pretty close to finishing up his heart. Which is, you know, a Lifestealer against him. Kind of a counter to that heart. It's always really painful to build up a lot of stats when you're playing against heroes like Lifestealer and the Bloodseeker and whatnot. Oh, backline jump, and Tsukimoto gets himself absolutely destroyed. Tiny still does a lot of damage, looking for more. The Doom gets spell reflected, but still the Centaur dies, and they're going in for more here. Snowball in onto Enryu. Void with a big chrono. Is there going to be enough damage with the tree volley? There is a lot. Static Storm Kinetic Field coming up on top as well. The Avatar tossing from the Tiny, and they're destroying the Lifestealer. Only Enryu still left standing. The Doom needs to disengage, but he's going to go for the TP attempt. There is a wall response to interrupt, and that is a huge team fight. That chrono was sublime with the tree volley combo. They've got the damage finally on the side of Lil Gun.
Yeah, he managed to survive there. The Void got bursted down from full to nothing. I felt like that was a completely won fight for Neon. So rather lucky that the Void somehow survived with a dimmer of health. Like 1 line of HP. I think he was like 200 HP. 1 nuke from any hero, he would have probably died.
And yeah, this is Tiny Gaming at the moment.
So crit next. You get a crit? Oh no, he's going Shadow Blade next. Silver Edge. I mean, that gives you a crit too. Yeah, I mean that's
fine. But you know, Daedalus over Silver Edge. I guess mobility is always nice to have.
Oh my god! Look at is he dead? Oh, what the heck? What?
That is a 2.4k primal.
Has 2.4k HP with a 70 armor. What the hell? That did so much damage?
Without a crit as well.
With no damage items?
Welcome to Tiny Gaming. He also has that arcane rune, so cooldown reduction. They're actually the team that gets Roche first.
Yeah, Neon should have gotten Roche a long time ago.
Oh no, Fortune Soul needs to run away. Does have Infest if need be, and Ryu gets the blink off. Didn't cast a glimpse on the Disruptor, but Disruptor is 100 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, then here we go, double stun with the tree volley.
Oh my lord, the damage coming in.
Oh, the
Infest save from Fortune Soul just keeps his ally alive, and 11 is actually going to be caught on the wrong side. Will be taken down Silence, so ulti will keep them from chasing for more, but Fortune Soul's actually rushing in aggressively, which I find a little bit risky, considering the rest of his team is at 300 HP.
5 seconds, that's Chrono. Might think of going back in still.
I mean, that's the thing with Tree Volley. It's only a 17-second cooldown.
Once the Tiny gets Daedalus, I think it's over, man. If he ever decides to get a Daedalus, I think it's over. It's just way too much
damage is insane. Stupid part is that even support Tiny's build up the Aghanim Scepter and just turn into monsters in the later portions of the game.
Wait, so he's getting a Silver Edge because he wants to break the Lifestealer? Is that what's the reason why?
Could be the case, but I guess most of I mean, it is pretty nice against the Lifestealer, but
I mean, he's
Still has
gonna
open wounds.
remove it. Yeah, he's gonna remove it with behavior and rage anyway. So I guess it's just for the damage and like mobility, like you said before. Running around, get the pickoffs.
Finding the silencer.
Yeah. I don't know. I just feel like the Daedalus is just too good with the axe.
At this stage, you know, the faces needs to get is just a refresher.
He doesn't even have to deal damage yet at this point. Just stun the enemy, set up, and Tiny will do the rest.
It's been a while since I've seen the combo. Of course, the combo has been there for what?
Disruptor has a
previous
Aghanim, by the way. Yeah. Now they have a Disruptor X Static Storm on top of the Chrono.
Yeah, so they have 2 ways, 3 ways, 4
Lifestealer
ways
is
of holding
dead.
the enemy together, pretty much.
Lifestealer is dead if he gets caught. He can't even BKB out.
And they have what? Ice Shards block, they have Center Stomp, they have so many
bot
control
lane.
spells. So Faceless Void will be losing his ages pretty quickly. With the TPs coming
Nice
in,
play.
they have to back off though. In the trees.
Oh!
Oh, hit! That
my
doesn't
God.
connect. That's BS. I call BS on that one. There's going to be a chase for more Fortune Souls trying to find the right clicks, looking for lifesteal. He finds himself the Tiny, does get some decent damage in, but will eventually get taken down. Again, that one was BS as hell. Not a chance in hell that he connected that chrono.
But he did, you know. The hero circle is in the bubble. That's all that matters.
Only his ankle got caught off. It's a lifesteal. He'd chew off his ankle if need be. Oh, that's so
Radiant's
sad
bottom
there
tower
for
is
Neon.
under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, now what is there to fear? Lifestealer is dead. Doom does not have his Doom available. He still has the mana burn.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Get something else. Stop with the mana burn on the Doom.
What would you get? I guess it's just a Centaur stuff.
Centaur Stomp. I mean, even the Vulture or something.
Let us fight.
Maybe he just forgot, you know. Sometimes players, they are too, you know, focused on
He
talking
wants to
about
get
other
the
stuff.
value. Now he wants to get the Devour value. If he sees the Centaur creep in front of him and it's off cooldown, he's probably going to take it, but he doesn't see it, so he's just going to use it to farm.
I think honestly it's just for the aura. Right? That's the only reason he keep it so long. The mana aura. Because he didn't build any mana items, right? He didn't go Arcane Boots, Obscuring Core or anything. So he needs something to sustain his mana.
I guess. Still feels weird though. Ooh,
Was it
Drill
travel?
needs to be careful. He does have Lincolns though on the Void. They have load sorbs. They have 2 load sorbs on the Dire side. So it is a little bit scary to use your Doom on an enemy. That's why he needs to farm that Ags. And he's getting pretty quick on the farming tool there to secure it.
I am bunting for you.
Do they have another smoke? I think they should try to smoke again.
Radiant's
so that's,
top tower
nope,
is
no
under
smoke.
attack.
This Tusk is almost done with his Ags as well. He's got Blink, Lotus, and Ags almost secured. Gonna be huge against the Lifestealer.
Radiant's top tower is falling. Dire's bottom tower
Even
is
against the
under
Primal, to
attack.
be fair, if he's annoying.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Does have a little bit of anti-synergy with your Faceless Void. If you accidentally knock someone away while Void is trying to chrono them.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Look at Centaur's HP. He's going for the overwhelming blink. He's at 4k HP already. If he gets the shard, which for some reason Centaurs never get, but if he gets that shard, he can easily walk around with like 7k.
6,000 or 7k.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is
The
falling.
shard. The shard causes double H to slow enemy heroes and increase
Dire's
Centaur's
bottom
strength.
tower is under attack.
Strength duration 15 seconds. Yeah, if you have a lot of, does it calculate like the total strength or just like the base stat strength? You know,
I think it does total.
I think it's a good late game, a good late game shot, but definitely not like an early mid game shot.
Oh yeah, if you don't have strength, it's kind of useless. But if you do manage to get it to later portions, I've seen games where centaurs walk around with like 8k HP the entire time, and then you get like Giant's Ring, and then okay, never
Does it
mind.
work on illusion?
No, don't think so. I mean, it would kind of probably be busted.
But you never know, you know. Dota is just
It is
sometimes it's intended. There's no arguing with it's intended mechanic.
He's going for the shard, so hopefully they'll not take a team fight yet, because I want to see his HP spike up during a team fight.
Yeah, and then hope for the game to drag out so that he can get a Giant's Ring.
Yeah. I mean, right now, Lifestealer is still a hero that becomes fairly scary in the later portions of the game, but he has been inside that Doom for so long that he is missing out on a lot of farm. Which Ryu's just trying to get the bottom lane pushed out. He's also got the Axe finished on the Doom. He's going for the Shiva's Guard next. Yeah, they need multiple tools to hold the enemy together, plus more armor. As you mentioned, AAC being built up on the Lifestealer as well. They're trying to find a way against this Tiny, who does have his Silver Edge secured.
They have to try and reclaim the triangle at least, you know. Run up the ramp. Do they have ops? They need to put ops sentry on top and reclaim the jungle.
Oh, doomed himself.
Did they see?
I
No, right?
don't think so, but
he
it still
doesn't.
hurts.
Don't
'cause
show.
Roche is up.
Don't show. Don't show. He can't show. No, don't show. Don't show yourself. Just hide so the enemy doesn't know. Okay, the enemy. I think. Do they hear the sound effect if you don't see him?
I don't actually know how that works with smoke, because it's such a weird, specific thing. Even though I have seen a lot of
I
Dooms
think
in
they
my
don't know
games.
because if you look at how they're playing, right? If they knew Doom was used, they would have just ran to Rush, right? Like logically. I think they don't know. They didn't see or didn't hear the sound.
A little bit of luck in that regard, but they do have, of course, the way superior Roche team with Tree Volley, Static Storm, the Axe, and
He
the
found a
Void.
centaur. The Doom found a centaur. Let's see. He saw the centaur at top lane, at top jungle. Let's see.
10 seconds. Will he get it?
I think no. He wants the mana aura. Oh, yeah. Okay, he's getting it.
Oh, value.
Dire are
Yes! Finally, he has stopped. Well, they're gonna go for Roche in the meantime. Centaur does have his shard, and I guess Tiny will get a free shard from Roche. Yeah, most likely Tiny. They continue.
Dire's top tower.
Silencer has an
Attack.
Octarine core, by the way. 4-staff Octarine core. That's an interesting build.
You can do any build with the Philosopher's Stone. You always have the money for it.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, all he needs is level 25, last word mute, and Ags now. And it's pure value. But Roche is going to get taken down. That's going to be the Aegis plus shard in favor of Lil Gun.
Dire's top tower. is under attack.
Interesting items coming up. Fortune Soul still building up his AC. Has a lot of cash for it though. But he's falling further and further behind on the Lifestealer, considering he kinda can't leave the base.
Yeah, against this lineup, you can't push the side lanes with Lifestealer. There are too many BKB cancel. Chrono and Punch. You don't feel safe enough to do that.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle
I mean, I think the
tower is
longer
under
the wait,
attack.
the game is just gonna get harder, you know? Like, the only person that's actually getting some gold is just Doom. The other two heroes are not actually farming.
Well, they're slow sieging the tier 2 tower top. It's almost down. By Silence just spamming Arcane Curse on the creeps the entire time. And a random charge in from the Primal.
Dire's top tower is
Oh,
under
the Tusk might
attack.
find someone.
Bottom tower is
Oh, they don't
under
have scan. If they have scan, maybe they find the silencer. Oh, he's looking for someone.
Dire's top tower has
You see?
fallen.
Hated gonna stay.
That
is probably death. Oh no!
Oh, he
He
wrong
guesses
side.
incorrectly.
Go
Okay.
and fight me.
Well, Tusk is not there, so you could possibly try and find a fight. Static Storm has been used as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But it's a little bit too risky with, of course, the Aegis on the Faceless Void. Who's got a Butterfly now done, so Lifesteal is going to need to get the MKB after his AC.
DD. Tiny as DD. Oh. I think he's just... I want to see like a 3-man chrono and then Tiny 3 volley just kills everybody inside.
I don't think he needs the 3-man chrono. I think just 3 volley 2 hits is enough for most enemies to just get blown up. God, Centaur without...
Oh no, they're gonna get a Doom and a Lifestealer here. No
Ryu.
scan. Oh.
What? Okay. Again, guesses incorrectly, and he's gone. It delays the game significantly the entire time.
Centaur has Havoc Hammer.
Oh yeah, because he doesn't have enough HP
So that is like what
Strength.
a 400 damage nuke on Havoc Hammer.
with the overwhelming blink on top as well.
Holy shit!
It's not bad for a Centaur.
Oh look at the damage! Oh, look at the damage! Holy shit! He just died.
Chrono catch onto the Doom as well. 3 volley.
Alright,
And
GG.
it comes.
No
and-
buyback.
Yeah, no life stealer buyback is.
Yes,
Yeah,
no
that's
buyback.
probably going to be your entire base gone.
Gosh, how much damage does that?
Bottom tower is under
Centaur did 1950 damage with 2 spells. Double Edge and 2 Storm and probably like a couple of right clicks. Oh, it doesn't show the Havoc Hammer damage, huh? The fight recap. Does it? Oh,
Radiant's
oh no, yeah, it
top
doesn't show.
Should.
Radiant's
let's
bottom
see.
tower is under attack.
Maybe he didn't use it, I don't know.
Well, he's going in onto the Silencer. 3 volley. Ooh, Silencer doesn't get away.
Bottom tower.
No, he does not. He'll get secured. This is with one double edge shard effect. He is walking around with 5.4k HP
Radiant's
now.
bottom barracks are under attack.
I'm
Radiant's
just
bottom
loving
has
how bulky this Centaur is.
fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Going in for more.
Oh my god.
Wow. That Havoc Hammer damage is ridiculous.
Yeah, 2k damage with Havoc Hammer, Overwhelming Blink, Double Edge and 2 Storm. That literally does 2k damage to you.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Okay.
attack.
Like maybe 1 right click, sure. I give him 1 right click. He has
Just
the,
Centaur things like
yeah, he has
if you get to that
the-
point.
He has the Double Edge Talon as well.
Dire's
40%.
middle tower
That's
is
why it
under
hurts so
attack.
much.
Ah. And, okay. Ledge strength damage, 160%. Does have a lot of strength. 200 something. Tusk is dropping low. They
Oh, he got
will
snowball.
not kill him yet. Nice snowball dodge. Aegis just got reclaimed. And so ulti is okay, so they use the big global and that's going to be a dieback onto the Rubik Glimpse as well, onto the Primal. Nice AoE Doom
Boy.
from Envy to delay
Snowball.
for a significant amount. Does the Faceless Void get himself away? He's going to get doomed for the full duration. He does get taken down. Walrus Punch awaited is going to get yeeted to the side. Fortune Soul's trying to go for the right click fight off against the Tiny, and this is where the Lifestealer does come in strong. Does manage to get himself a couple of good kills. Looking for the Centaur next. And
Good luck killing
will
him.
he be able to get it? No, gets glimpsed up inside the Static Storm Connect field. In comes the Tusk as well. Water Sponge up on top, and they take down the
Ooh, that
Lifestealer
Stentor
without a
is
buyback
7k
available.
HP. 7k.
7.7. He still has one more double-edged shard effect to go.
Got him.
Come on, there's 8.3k HP on the Centaur. How are you ever going to kill that? Oh, that's just beautiful how gigantic he is. Maybe he's about to end.
Oh, he lost all his
no,
stacks.
he lost his stacks. That's a bit disappointing. Elky, yeah. Centaur, he's just dancing circles around his opponent. 11 is just having fun. Look at this.
Kill him.
Just toying with him.
Dire's middle tower.
Overwhelming
Man.
blink on top. Centaur's the real carry here.
Why do you need Undying with his Aghanim's talent? And Centaur is way better.
Radiant's middle
This
barracks
is
are under attack.
kind of insane. How much
he's going
strength
to
that hero can get.
He almost killed him! Full HP!
Lotus spell reflect. Oh, a little bit of BM is always fun.
Oh, you can
11
tell he's
doesn't have
having
to-
fun. He's having fun.
Oh, he even saves his disruptor there. Silence ulti gets used to try and stay alive. Actually, still finds the kill. Gem is dropped. But Silencer is trying to disengage. You cannot run away from this Centaur.
Centaur is the carrier, man. Screw Void. Centaur is the carrier now.
Yeah, he's level 27 right now. Easy. Stomp duration is 3.6 seconds. At level 25 talent. And he's going for a second heart.
I mean, why not? 10k HP, man.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Yes, Centaur things. You rarely get to see a Centaur. Well, not rarely, but it's not a hero you see too often. I guess with the Dooms being picked up all the time, it's a little bit more.
Come on, let us see it. Let us see it.
It's
Go in,
6K
double H.
without.
Go in. Do the double H.
Do stuff. Hit stuff. Come on. They can't kill you anyway.
So at this rate, his 5 stacks will be like around. He'll be close to 12k HP, 13k HP. The math is correct.
Yeah. I guess. But at least 10.
75%. You should have 75% strength gain. 270. Let me do the math.
To me, it almost feels like he is just extending the game because he finds it fun.
Oh, so he
Which
should.
is a very dangerous
He
trait
should
for
have
a
459 strength.
That's a lot of strength. Are there any other tools? I mean, to be fair, his loadsword doesn't give him strength, so same with the hood.
I mean, you trade the hood first. You buy. Oh, he's buying another hut. Sell the hood and buy another hut. I mean, it's like terrible against Lifestealer, but it's just for the memes, you know. You want armor against Lifestealer.
Lifestealer doesn't really do much anyway.
Into the dire.
There's too many ways to control
Oh,
in
he
this
has
game.
Hitcher right now. The memes.
Oh, wow. Hitch a ride, baby. I actually can't believe we get to see a hitch a ride in a game. It's not going to be useful whatsoever. I guess you could try and save someone.
They got Doom, right? Can you hitch the person that's polarized by Primal Beast and get him out?
I assume so. Should be.
Come on, go double H heroes. I want to see, man. Let's go fight. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, he's got that cheese, you know, for the 2500 health regen.
The cheese doesn't even heal like a quarter of his HP, man.
There's like nothing. Oh, Valky charging in. He's gonna get jumped, and that primal beast is very quickly dead.
We're up to 7k HP. One charge. Let's go. Charge number 2.
Oh, that chrono missed though. Oh,
He's still gonna die.
sorry. He's actually gonna die. Or is he? Fortune Soul, does he get the lifesteal off? It was not as much damage as I initially would have thought. They were chasing for more. The stolen chrono comes
Look at the
into play,
damage. Life
keeping
Stealer's
that
killing
pain.
Centaur.
And the Centaur is actually dead. Yeah, Fortune Soul got the backline jump. Looking for more silence. All he gets used. They're trying to go back in, and then now he's going to get his revenge. There he is. Hitch a ride. Really?
End the game, bro.
11? That is actually BMing right there. He hits it right. He hitches faces Void on a ride, making sure he can't finish off the Life Stealer. But regardless, they're gonna fountain dive in for Fortune Soul. The GG gets called. Die back on the Centaur, but it does mean that Neon Esports has been eliminated by Lil Gun in the Southeast Asian closed qualifiers. So no Neon Esports this season.
Hi, what a fantastic game here by Little Gun. I felt like overall they played and they executed their strategy well. Itemizations, they were all on point. They survived the early game, and I mean after that their heroes are just way better late game, like mid to late game. Chrono into the 3 volley. We're probably gonna see more of that. It's a pretty absurd combo.
They even, I mean, you can't tell me that 11 at the end of that game wasn't just memeing around and having fun with the Centaur, even getting the Aghanim Scepter from Roche for free from his teammates, even though there are definitely better choices to have the Ags on their lineup than the Centaur. But regardless, big props, of course, to Lil Gun. Honestly, very good performance in general from the open qualifier, well, the closed qualifiers. They, of course, are in the lower bracket, but they will all be, I think they're 2 games away from making it towards the next stage. We do have a lot of matches left today as well, but we'll quickly check out the highlights of the previous second game, because there's a lot of highlights once they are sorted. Nonetheless, that Centaur was just sublime, right? That I've never really seen a Centaur get unhinged as much as that one.
Blink, overwhelming blink, havoc hammer, stun, and double H. One right click does 2k damage, by the way. Just so you know.
Yeah, when Primal died in at the end there by that one quick jump, and he got caught in the static storm, that was most of the damage coming out from the Centaur again.
Yeah, but then again, you think about it, Centaur needs to have so much to do that kind of damage, right? When Primal has Aghanim's BKB Blink, he can already do a full combo with 2k damage. Like actually, not 1,500 or 1,600 damage. So that tells you how much stronger Primal Beast Axe is.
Yeah. But it's, this game, it just felt like once the cooldowns came into play, once they
missed their window,
joined.
you know. They missed their window when, early game. Okay, they did okay in Doom's lane and Life's lane. They were okay, and then the point where they could have got Roche after they used, I think they used Chrono to kill somebody. I can't remember who. And they had like a window. Life still had Deso. They could have just killed like Roshan. Like if they are playing against a Chrono, and every time Chrono is down and they're not trading anything in return, you're just eventually going to lose the game.
Yeah, they tried. They tried their best, and as you mentioned, there's the hitch a ride on the highlights. But yeah, as you mentioned, it just you're still playing against the Faceless Void, Tiny, and I mean that's without the Centaur going absolutely nuts. Like late game cooldowns are going to be very important, as you mentioned during the laning stage and slightly thereafter. In the later portions of the game, you trade cooldowns for buybacks, and that's not really something that worked out considering they had so many cooldowns. Static Storm, Kinetic Field was enough to get a couple of kills. The Walrus Punch was enough to get a couple of kills. The Centaur just randomly jumping onto one of the supports and using his combo was enough to already get kills. So then buybacks won't really result in much.
Yeah, I mean, just the game just went on too long, for them. The lineup just couldn't deal with the Chrono, the Centaur, like Disruptor X. There's just too many stuff, to deal with. The 3 volley. They just don't have enough in the tank, They need to be able to snowball from the start, from the lanes, and get the first couple of Roshans. and play the game from there. Unfortunately, that didn't happen for Neon, so the game was just too difficult later.
Yeah, that of course does conclude this series for now. We'll quickly check out the bracket for the rest of the games to be played. It's 2 more series today, including a deciding game on one of the 2 teams that are going to make it towards the DPC. Next is going to be Sky and Core Esports versus Drinkwater to decide who is going to get eliminated in that regard. And in the upper bracket final, it's going to be 2 teams from Myanmar taking each other on. Yangon Galacticos versus Spawn Team. That will be the last game of the day. And that one will, of course, decide the first team that is qualified for the DPC. So it's going to be interesting to see a new not necessarily a new region, but a region to be represented a little bit more that we haven't seen much of recently. So that's definitely exciting to witness. I'm a big fan of the Spawn team. They have a really interesting playstyle.
Yeah, they play some different heroes as well. They have I feel like a good map movement, good team play. I think overall it's more about getting experience as a team and growing more, and maybe they might make it to Div 1 and try to be a better team and stronger team as the season goes on.
Yep, but that's of course something for another day. All 4 remaining matches will be covered by, of course, our very own Avo Plus and Seek and Strike. So that will be it for us for the close qualifier. Hopefully you enjoyed the show at the very least. My name was DK Truman. I was once again joined by Winter. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Hello, guys, and welcome to the DPC Closed Qualifiers. We're here ready with the first season of this new year of DPC, and we have a very, very exciting match in our hands. Of course, we're in lower brackets, so someone is going home today. The question is, will it be Drinkwater or will it be Sky Encore Esports? We don't know, but we will tell you as it happens, because that's what casters do. My name is Hava Plus, and I'm joined by Seek and Strike. Hello, Seek.
Yes, hello. And here's also what we do. We like to talk about brackets, and actually quite a surprising turn of events in the upper bracket, if I'm being quite honest with you. That upper bracket final, YG was a team that kind of have really hit quite their stride, I would say, since they qualified through the open qualifiers. They did lose that one game versus Drinkwater, but I think a lot of people are going to be very surprised to see Drinkwater down here in the lower bracket in rounds, well, at all, really. I think if we were expecting to see Drinkwater, it would have been in those lower bracket finals. You know, the team has a lot of star power, especially with Miracle on the team. Zeal as well has been a phenomenal fit for this team because they very frequently will run some really creative strats with the Doom carry and then play a carry from the off lane. And they've really closed out some games in style with the strategies. Same can be said of Sky Encore Esports, to be quite honest. Knocked out in the first round. You know, one of the victims of YG here. So it's really both victims of YG that we're going to be covering here in the lower bracket, which will be taking on Lilgun.
Yeah, which is interesting as well because Drinkwater includes that probably one of the best players in Lilgun last season, Kishka, who is one of the reasons why Lilgun was doing so well last season and why they were considered one of the promising teams coming to the DPC. And he will be playing on Drinkwater this time. So not only do you have star power of people like Miracle, of course, which is the veterans of C, but you also have all these newcomers that are starting to showcase themselves in this team. On the case of Sky Esports, it's a little bit different, I'd probably say. They have a lot of the Filipino players that you could argue are on their way out a little bit. You know, these players that have had success before, but they haven't been able to get on top teams yet. Like Aris and Abat particularly. Aris really does stand out from this team as being one of the more veteran captains in this team. Or more veteran offlaners in the scene.
Yeah, it's true. This team has found some recent success, right? I think they were in the IESF Bali event where they placed second. Of course, that's a national cup, but considering, like, I think the top 5 teams were all Southeast Asian national squads, getting second in what is, you know, basically a national cup and then proceeding to play in almost national qualifiers, like, that does bode well for them, you know, on a Division 2 side. So I think both teams, you know, I couldn't really count out either of them, especially with the fashion that Drinkwater ended up losing their games. Perhaps that was just more of a result of YG kind of figuring them out and running strats that was a little bit counter to the play style of Drinkwater. But maybe they're just kind of running out of steam. You know, Winter gave us a little bit of the inside scoop when he was telling us that this team came together only about 3 weeks ago, probably not playing too many scrims, you know, maybe they don't have too many strats. They've just been kind of powering through based on, you know, individual skill, and perhaps we're starting to reach that level of the competition where that's not enough to cut it.
Yeah, especially with teams like YG or Spawn as well, who both seem to be teams that have there's a little bit more thought, I guess, behind the idea of these teams there. Particularly YG has been a team that has been the representative of Myanmar for quite a while in this region. Both Yangon, they used to have 2 teams. This actually was the second team. Eventually became the only team. But they have been a very important representative of Myanmar. And so they have this extra weight, you could say, on them, or pressure, which is why they've been very serious about the performance. Whereas Drinkwater has, like you said, a lot of these very, very popular players like RR or Miracle that have already been through this many times. And also, let's be honest, it's a classic of Dota where you have a team where they decide to put 2 random words together that don't seem to have anything to do with the team. And it's a reference to a conversation they had like 5 years ago. And somehow this team either makes it to TI and wins it, or they fell in open qualifiers. There's no middle ground for these people.
Okay, and they have not picked the Naga yet. That was going to be the one thing, as we can see now the draft starting to play out, that has been a big sticking point here with Drinkwater. Has been the Miracle Naga Siren. Lots of teams have chosen to just ban it out, but by hyper-focusing onto Miracle in the first phase, lots of teams have fallen prey to what has been a very strong offlane, like I said, between Zeal and RR for Drinkwater that has kind of torn open the games for Drinkwater. And, you know, I'm telling you, when you have an offlane that dominates the game to that degree, games can end in like 25 minutes. There's just no fight condition for enemies when the offlane goes that atrociously. So that's why I like what Sky Encore's doing here. They ban out an offlane combo, essentially. Also opens up the Ember Spirit for themselves if they so decide, with that ban especially on the Nyx Assassin. He's been a very popular response to the Ember Spirit so far in the qualifiers.
And of course, speaking of a Tusk as well, one of the strongest heroes that we see right now. Also a flex because people are starting to play mid really successfully, and of course still a very strong 4, even a 5 in some situations. Though I know C likes him more as a 4. Having that flexibility in the first pick is always nice. Lina, might change that, but I have seen people in the high-level pub starting to play this Carolina thing with Maelstrom.
Carolina was at TI as well, actually, in the group stage. So it is
was
very
it the
much
Maelstrom build too?
Yes, it was the Maelstrom build.
Okay.
So it's still continuing to be kind of more low key. I think maybe Lina from the mid lane just might be a bit more powerful. Lina in the safe lane doesn't get levels as fast. Usually gets a little bit more harassed because there's 2 people in the lane compared to 1, and she just like splashing damage onto 1 hero. You know, like there are many reasons why Lina prefers to be in the mid lane, but it still very much could flex over to the safe lane. Here's where Sky Encore are actually going to put a little bit more attention to Miracle. You might be surprised to see that Doom ban, considering there's a Beastmaster. Miracle loves taking this Doom safe lane, and he builds like Guardian, Midas, and then like Guardian Greaves, Crimson Guard. Like, he does not mess around. He is there to ruin your game for sure. But
so
the
he
Naga
plays it like
Siren... Oh, go ahead.
Like a utility utility carry, right? In this ways to like bunch up.
Yeah.
Okay.
The coolest game I've seen Drinkwater play so far was one where Miracle. This was an open qualifiers. They styled on a team in their qualification round. It might have been Atomic Esports, to be honest, who I think are already out. They picked this Doom safe lane with an Enigma off lane, and they had like some, I don't know, like Lina carry mid. Basically, and Miracle dominated his lane. The Enigma, of course, got farm. It was versus a TA mid, right? And a Wraith can carry, and Miracle shows up to fight mid lane with a 12-minute Crimson Guard, in addition to Enigma showing up with a 13-minute Wraith Pact, and they could not die.
10 seconds.
Oh my god.
There was just nothing. There was just like, they had minus armor. There was nothing that could be done. Like, Wraith King and TA would literally just tickle them and die. Like, it was one of the most incredible views into Dota that I've seen in qualifiers by far and away. So like, this team, when they are firing on their cylinders, like they look real scary. That's why I think Sky Encore is banning a lot of these comfort heroes. I still wouldn't be surprised to see the Naga Siren taken out. I'm seeing these Drinkwater bans. Primal Beast especially is the answer to Naga Siren as an offlaner. He completely shuts her out of lane from level 3 pretty much. So I think Drinkwater, that's still very much a possibility for them, something that Sky Encore may decide to ban here.
Lina's not bad against the Naga, right? Like, especially, I mean, if we still see the carry Lina, which I agree with you, I'm not very sold on it. I think mid is the same thing, but better, honestly. But if we do see that Lina, you have some mixed damage, mixed physical damage, right? With Maelstrom, plus obviously your magical damage, in addition to the fact that you have decent range. So either she catches you with Song, or they can't really catch you, because Silencer already stops that idea of the Clockwork pick, which we sometimes see against Lina. Not a very popular hero anyway. So maybe it's not that scary for them. However, like you said, I feel like there needs to be more respect towards what they like to play, more so than what is the best for the draft, right? Because it seems like this team is a team that is just all about comfort.
It's true. I'd agree. And you know, even now that we're starting to get pretty deep, I think we're already in top 6 territory for closed qualifiers. Of course, top 6 doesn't matter. It's all about top 2 here. You know, we are starting to, the competition, the level's rising, and maybe that's where some guys will like to go back towards their comfort. For Drinkwater, though, I feel like while that kind of sentiment may ring true. Okay, the tiny mid, sorry, the tiny, probably mid, we'll see. That sentiment may ring true for a couple of up-and-coming teams that are a bit younger. I think when you have some more veteran names that have played on bigger stages, I think they keep their nerve in games like this, to be honest.
Oh, for sure. I think Miracle quite literally does not give a shit. I've seen him build, like, he would pick him anything, and he'd be like, oh, is it Radiance Manta style? Miracle, please, Miracle, you're playing an off-lane Tidehunter. Oh, Radiance Manta style? Yeah, no problem. Well, let me, one second.
Miracle,
let me just
Miracle, they only have magic damage. Please, build a BKB. Radiance.
But I'm building my Manta. How can I build BKB?
Yeah, I mean...
I remember when one of the first matches that he did this on another hero, because he used to do this on Alchemist and Naga, you know, normal heroes, right? And then he built it on Lifestealer. He was one of the first people to do it. This is like 6-8 years ago, and it was a very important match. And the enemy team literally all chatted and goes question mark Radiance Lifestealer. And back then the rules were a little bit less strict, but they were not trying to troll him. They were like, "What is happening? Why are you doing this, Miracle?"
I like the pick there on the Undying. He can be a bit of a lane bully. I think the way that Sky Encore actually play it is they really enjoy going for the greedier build actually on this Undying, and that would be kind of maxing Decay first rather than Tombstone. So even though I look at this
5?
Yes, as a 5, yeah. So even though I see this Drinkwater lineup and you kind of ask, well, who's going to hit Tombstone? That could be a problem. It's not really something that Sky Encore pushed, and that's a hero, new hero. I have not seen this out from Sky Encore before today.
Right. Interesting. I want to ask you first about the Undying, because when you do the 5 Undying with the max DK, how do they deal with mana? Like, do they go Soul Ring, or what's the idea behind that?
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. I think it was just ferrying out clarities, and the idea was to just get a couple of just a couple of items on. Like, they kind of just brute forced it. I didn't really see Soul Ring or anything like that.
Right.
But the idea strikes me as a half decent one, because of course Decay level 1 does no damage. But Decay level 2 and 3 does like 40 and 80 damage respectively, which doubles against creeps. So you can actually get through the boars really easily on Beastmaster. He's like low-key pretty good at that now, which is why
they would go for like 3-1-1, right? So Solar can also kill the boars? Okay.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. The Coddle, though, as you were mentioning, a hero that we haven't seen, that is also not very popular these days. I think the last iteration of Coddle was actually played mid, right? Like, we used to not see it as support at all. But this does enable a lot of lane shenanigans. Undying offlane has been a thing we've seen before. I think Carry's a little bit dead, but offlane Undying is still viable. Tusk mid, of course, we've talked about, and obviously the Coddle mid. So they have a lot of flexibility now if they want to.
For sure. And Tusk is completely one of these broken heroes with shortened cooldowns, by the way. Like, you really, like, after this hero just gets like an Aether, or sorry, not an Aether. Well, yes, Aether, but further into the Octarine core, like, it just feels like you can never not see him in a snowball. He's always trapping you in shards. He's always kicking and punching you. This is essentially what one chakra magic's going to do in fights for him as well, especially early on. I mean, it's basically the same thing as Tiny, right? Tiny mid with Coddle. Like, it's just he has the combo ready way sooner than you expected. It is a huge buff to his early game. So I do expect this Tusk to be core in some role as in some core role, pardon me, as a result of this Coddle pick.
Right, I guess we don't see this often in the offlane, because the whole point of Tusk mid, this build of like Ice Shard Snowball you mentioned, is all about farming the lane quickly, right? Offlane, that's less successful, especially because you run out of mana and you don't have enough experience. But if Coddle is giving the Chakra Magic, that could be enabled in the offlane. So we could actually see a Tusk Coddle lane perhaps, and that would be their solution. Because also the fact that Tiny in the mid lane is kind of an unbeatable obstacle. You're not going to lose the lane to him, but you're also not going to beat him whether you have Coddle or Tusk or whatever. So maybe they just give up the lane, go with Lina. It's easy, and then instead pick up something more impactful for the side lanes, like the Undying.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that at all, and I agree there. And let's speak about the Faceless Void, a hero that has basically in none of his item builds a Radiance. We'll see if Miracle forces it here or not.
You could though. You could. I don't think it's that crazy.
I don't think it's that crazy either. I was just making a meme, but it's a hero that we've seen getting picked more and more actually as these qualifiers proceed into the latter stages. Didn't really see a ton of him in the opens, and when we did, it wasn't really ever looking that successful. And I have to say, my concern this game already is that there's no really good early damage into Chronosphere. You do have like the Global Silence to cover you, an Avalanche, maybe Roar and some axes, but like, you know, I always feel like early on, Faceless Void's Chrono basically just exists for the stun, and he really maybe only does 200 damage in that thing. You need some kisses, as we see now get banned out by Sky Encore, a Puck throwing magic spells, maybe even a coil to follow up. All these things, you know, make me a lot more confident in a Faceless Void early game, because otherwise he's like a Dusa now. He's like not even like a PL. He's like an AM, where he just doesn't really offer that much for the first 25 minutes of the game. And that can be problematic when you have maybe an Undying core, maybe a Tusk core. These are going to be heroes that want to be fighting early.
And to add to your points as well, not only do they not have much damage in Chrono besides Void itself, but you also have a lot of healing or saves on the other side, right? You have the Coddle Blinding Light, you have the Illuminate, which will heal if you use the ultimate, the Soul Rip, of course, by the Undying, the Tusk Snowball, if the Chrono's not very well positioned, can save you. Even the kick can be a nuisance to the Void as you put him out of position, or maybe even get him out of Chrono, depends, right? There's a lot of options here for Sky Encore. I don't think it's the strongest pick. And now with the Mars, I guess this makes the Void lane a little bit, or the Void's more justified now in lane because he's one of the better melee carries against Mars, not to die, but it does make his life just so much harder in general in the mid game. There's so much team fight in Sky Encore, and they really doubled down on what you were talking about, this whole idea of the super team fight kind of lineup early.
Yeah, and not to mention Coddle, I still suspect he'll be like a 4 of some kind, probably a 4. But if he gets an Ag Scepter up, and of course this is one of the best farming supports in the game, he'll get an Ags, and that Ags is real annoying for Faceless Void. It completely shuts down and ruins the tempo of a team
and
fight.
Tiny.
Yeah, very true. Like it's so problematic. Like these guys, they just don't hit objectives, and you have 2 of them: this Undying, Tombstone, and now potentially Will-O-Wisp. But Tombstone, of course, the big one early on.
So what we're thinking right now is probably Lina as the carry. We're thinking probably maybe Tusk mid or some offlane, you know, some variation with Mars with Undying Coddle supports.
Yep.
I like that.
This is what I like though.
Lesh.
I like the Lesh, because at least Lesh is going to give you some early damage. It's something that is going to want to fight early into these Tusk and Mars heroes. It can be a snowball punish. It can also kind of be ruined with a snowball save, but I think early on it's more of a punish. And it is Exilern going mid lane versus that is Abat Densanity on Lina. So it'll be then a mid Tusk for Lewis.
Yes.
And I think that's actually a pretty hard lane for the Tusk.
Yeah, especially the early levels, right? Because the Tusk, you're supposed to clear the lane. So at one point you stop engaging with Leshrac at all, as this new trend of mid laners have been set of not playing the lane at all. Thank you, 9. But the Tusk is gonna suffer a little bit in the early levels. I don't think it's that bad, to be honest. I think you can recover. I do think the points you make about Lesh, though, about now having an actual damage in chrono, now having much more early game potential, someone that combines with Beastmaster, and more importantly, this really drives home the fact that Drinkwater has a much better scaling lineup than Sky Anko.
Yes. That's without a doubt. Even in the carry role, and no matter what role, Lina does, I think, eventually kind of fall off once you get some sort of gap close and you have a couple of built in here already. And of course, Kisha's going to get a Blink Dagger at some stage. One more note I do want to add about this Lesh versus Tusk matchup is even like outside of direct combat in lane, you know, I'm thinking about, well, what does Tusk want to do? He'd ideally want to rotate away to a kill lane, right? And I actually think low-key, Lesh is really good at counter-rotating because he just offers a ton of damage, and usually he rotates after the stuns have been thrown. So he's just free to run around and do damage. Or if he doesn't want to do that, he can threaten to take the tower. Like, I think Lesh has really good moves here to respond to whatever the Tusk wants to do in this early game. And they have somewhat similar timings, especially if Lesh gets, you know, a well-timed Bloodstone here. So Exilern is going to be quite eager to fight around the same time Tusk is, and that's where it does get a little bit concerning here.
How does the casters thing appear?
We're using Toast. If you press F10, Avo.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. You didn't know you could do this?
No.
This has been in the game
I've seen
since,
this,
like,
but I thought it was depreciated. This is amazing.
Oh, no way? Wait, is this? Wait.
What?
Nick still has his wrong photo for Miracle.
Oh my god.
Some of them have DPC photos.
Yes. So if you ever feel bad about confusing Miracle with Miracle, don't worry, Valve does it too. Even though Miracle is the older player.
Oh my god.
Anyway.
I completely forgot about that. Should be a fun match, though. You know, you got a team that wants to be team fighting early. You do have some playmaking potential between Miracle,
Guys, they don't see me.
Global.
Oh no, they see me now. There's no ward here. It's just me cutting down the tree. I love when players act to pretend there's no vision. Like they were pretending like there's nothing there, and then the tree comes out and immediately move forward. That was very cute to see. This role playing, it's like watching a GTA server in Dota.
That is baby Miracle, right? That picture on the toast, that is him, isn't it?
What do you mean, baby?
Because he's so young in that
younger?
picture. Like younger Miracle, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't followed him to his house like you do on Wednesdays, so I don't know how he looks like right now.
That's true. Yeah, that's where I was. That's where I'm going later today. So.
All right, it is Wednesday.
It is Wednesday, my dude. We'll see. We have another series after this as well. Actually, we're going to be playing out the winners bracket final today. So just a little bit of programming notes for you as we get started. But we'll be qualifying one team to Division 2 today, and that'll be following this match. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that.
It's very exciting because it's either Yangon or Spawn. So we get to see either the first Vietnamese player in the DPC or the first team of Myanmarians?
I'm not sure, actually. The first team from Myanmar.
The first team from Myanmar, yes.
There it is.
Yes. If someone knows the demonym for the people of Myanmar, please do.
Burmese. Okay, there it is.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Okay. Anyway, look into the game. One point you did mention earlier, and then the Leshrac kind of added to, but I feel like we're gonna get this Coddle Tusk impact that we talked about in the draft. So maybe that destabilizes a little bit this matchup. And for now, Lewis is doing a fantastic job actually of dealing with XSI. He's not winning the last war, but he is at least doing as much damage as possible.
He is, and that's the important part. He wants to get control of these early waves. You don't want to fall behind in a level deficit versus a Lesh, because these points in Lightning Storm push the wave under your tower. He continues to harass you. He's already got Bottle, so things will start to get a bit more difficult as Tusk is a little bit slower to be delivered. But nothing too bad here, and he's done well in the early few waves to make sure that he's not going to fall too far behind. So you can be very happy with himself here.
Yeah, with Tusk, it's all about, like you said, keeping with experience and somehow finding a source of mana. He already has his Bottle, so he's happy. And once you get this, you just play to push the lane.
Jewel, I think, is in trouble here. He's going to have an Illuminate. That's probably not enough to scare off Miracle, even if it is a lot of damage. And it's the first -2 of the game. First blood for Miracle as well.
Yes. From -2 to -30. Only...
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Okay, that's way more than I was expecting.
I assume that's in, like, all of Dota, though.
I'm assuming, yeah, Herald, I'm assuming counts in this, but I want to watch one of those replays. I want to watch the highest level replay where that was purchased, actually. I'd be very curious. Anyway, we're hopefully not going to see Radiance this game, but Miracle's already starting with a really, really nice lane. And while Cuddlemores is pretty strong, the Silencer has become one of the best laners right now. He's even gone for the single point in Glaze of Wisdom, assuming that he's going to do really, really well on this lane to get the extra intelligence. Usually you just max Arcane Curse and last word for maximum damage on this hero.
Yeah. One interaction I do want to call out, though, because there's some significant difficulties in this matchup if Void gets on top of a Coddle after he uses Illuminate. Illuminate, for some reason, Fog showed me this, shout out to Fog. If you use Illuminate and then you release the Blast Off, whether manually or if you fulfill its max timer, and you're hit by a Time Dilation, it applies 2 stacks of Time Dilation slow for the 1 skill. In addition to... Why? I'm not sure why. In addition to the Arcane Curse slow that they have, that's a lot of DPS, that's a lot of slow who normally relies on his almost max move speed, or the almost fastest move speed in the game, to evade a lot of early trading. Like, he is going to die if he's out of position. I'm sure Miracle knows about this interaction.
Is it only for max Illuminate?
No, it's for any Illuminate.
Oh, so and it doesn't matter how long you channel it?
It doesn't matter how long you channel it for. You can channel it for a millisecond, you can full channel it. And it is going to apply 2 stacks of Time Dilation slow. I don't believe that's intended, but it's just the way it is. So,
is it possible as because the let go of an Illuminate skill, like the letting go skill, also goes on cooldown?
That's what Fogged and I thought, but there are other heroes in the game that have abilities like this that aren't affected the same way. For example, Elder Titan's Return Elder Spirit, right? Or Return Astral Spirit is not. It doesn't work this way. But it's the same behavior.
Maybe it's because both Coddle and the horse channel Illuminate, and so it only makes sense.
That's right. Ezalor, he's got a name, you know.
No, Ezalor is Coddle's name.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Ezalor, the Keeper of the Light. Yeah.
What's the horse's name?
Horse. I don't know. I don't think you name horses.
Well, if I ride that horse to Miracle's house on Wednesday, isn't the horse's name Wednesday?
That's true, yes. But if you bring it back on Thursday, then this becomes a math problem.
That's true.
So,
mid lane now is starting to get a little bit more difficult for Lewis. He has kind of fallen behind here. I see 6 denies to 4. I think it's just this wave, though, yeah, and he's going to be even. Raindrop charges making a big difference in this lane for both heroes, actually. You can see Lewis with a couple more raindrop charges and avoids that splitter, so he'll have a decent advantage here.
Yeah. Now that Leshracs are no longer going for the Diabolic Edict build or early points in Edict, right? You most always see the Lightning Storm plus Split Earth combo. It's harder lane, but they're going for Exercise Learn, actually. If they decide not enough mana, also Grim still had the bottle, so Lewis could not regen his mana in the middle of the snowball, which is why they decided to just forego it.
Yeah, it would have been difficult. Exalearn is... He's tanky, you know, and tanky enough. Still had the Fairy Fire. Eager kill, and unfortunately, I think they timed that rotation just a bit too early. It's a good rotation, but ideally you make that rotation right before the minute 6 rune, because right now, Lesh, sure, he misses out on 1 wave, maybe half a wave, but he's going to refill his bottle, TP mid, and still be able to contest the rune, and Tusk is not going to have full resources here for this skirmish. We'll see if it's a big rune, like this could be not game deciding, but lane deciding for sure.
Yeah, we're already seeing a much more securing from Drinkwater anyway, as Kishka's already rotating. In fact, they might be able to kill Lewis. Nah, just secure the rune easier. In fact, both supports from Drinkwater are actually rotating for these runes.
Yeah,
and Kishka will get it.
Invis rune, and...
Not bad rune for Tiny, actually. Oh, he's level 2, never mind.
Yeah, he does not have a lot of levels. He actually went for the True Grab early, and now Grims knows that someone is here, and probably the Tiny. So that shouldn't really catch anyone by surprise. But a toss back, I don't know, onto Lina this early on, maybe. A bat. He's going to be in some trouble here. Now, they don't have Avalanche because he's only level 2, but it'll trigger the teleport in from RR, I believe that is. With the Arcane Curse applied, they should have this.
Yeah, nice access from Zeal to finalize that kill. And Lewis rotates. Maybe a little late, maybe not, as Grims joins him. There's 2 levels of Tombstone already. They're going for the Silencer, but Lewis has a different option. It's going to be Zeal instead, already hitting the Walrus Punch. There's the Ice Shards to keep him in place, and Zeal will have to fight to the death. Grims wants to help him, dies in the process, but at least Lewis will get this kill. Now, 2 supports are trying to punish Lewis with a board, slowing him down. There's finally TP from the Lina, and this will deter the aggression from Drinkwater.
Yeah, that was really well done. I think Tusk probably wasn't expecting. He obviously against Alina, most of the damage you're going to be taking is just splashed off of LSAs or Dragon Slaves. Actually, in this lane, it's right clicks off of Fiery Soul, so maybe it was better to get that Helm of the Iron Will a bit faster than the Ring of Bazzi. Because with the rotation of the Tusk, he goes down a lot faster without that bonus armor. Either way, good rotation of the Tusk. He'll get something for their pains, and only a single death on the Lina. Lesh deciding not to rotate away, though, is... instead going to pick up his Arcanes.
And Reese is just going to die here. All right. XSI Learn getting a nice little kill here, which might set up for the tower. Unfortunately, only 1 point eked makes it not such a juicy objective, or rather a really hard objective to take, and Lewis is already back in the lane anyway.
Double Bracer build for the Mars top lane, so Jewel is not a Wraith Band enjoyer. Still enjoys his nice tanky heroes. He's level 6 for him, but not enough mana as they go mid again.
XSI Learn. In the middle lane, they go for him. That's 2 people in the snowball trying to maximize his damage, but nice Avalanche sets up for the Split Earth into the Chrono, and that damage from Miracle is going to be enough. He gets a double kill, now going for a Reese, and a Reese is most likely going to die. Last word? No, it's going to be Miracle who gets it, earning some intelligence for the Silencer, and also 3 kills for this amazing rotation.
Yeah, really, really well done. That's probably about the dream rotation you could ask for from your Faceless Void this early on. 3 heroes going aggressively, and again, that all gets set up because of how strong that Leshrax can be into these Tusk snowballs. It is very easy to punish that early, especially when Tusk doesn't have mobility to like blink out of it. Perfect job from Miracle, and he's right back into this top lane. Doesn't really have much to fear from Jewel, even if there is an Arena of Blood ready. He also has himself a Falcon Blade, so pretty greedy Mars build. He might be looking to be a semi-core here in this game with the items he's chosen.
To be fair, this is the I mean, it's a little bit older build, but it's this like laning Mars build where you just stay in lane forever and you're kind of just unbeatable early. Amaris do this very often, you know. You don't necessarily have to transition into being this super carry Mars into the late game, like No Desolator or whatever, but it does make you just a strong tank in the early, which is difficult to beat. And considering Drinkwater does have damage problems early, it's probably what he's thinking. You know, they can't kill me like this, I'll have a lot of presence in the game, and this enables the Lina and Tusk core.
Yeah, and one thing I want to give a quick shout out to here for RR on the Silencer is he's been interrupting these stacks in the triangle very, 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 very effectively. He's actually now blocked the Radiant Triangle, actually. He's blocked a couple of stacks in the Radiant Triangle with the Sentry Ward. He's been contesting the Coddle. It's been really effective.
Oh, Kishka? They even forced the Laguna, like, can he deny himself? No. But honestly, 4 heroes rotated for a tiny, 2 of which are cores. Laguna Blade committed, not that bad.
They're going to smoke now, and I think they're going to just look to go bottom. I'd be surprised if this catches Zeal, but it looks like he might be in the firing line of it as he's going to try and pull the wave.
Zeal got hit by the snowball now. There's the Tombstone as well set up, so it's difficult for people to come to his aid. Zeal might just accept death here, doesn't want to waste the Primal Roar, instead dies to the Lina Abat.
And Exilern has now 3 points.
Learn.
What?
I don't think it's Exa. I think it's XSI, right?
It's Xlearn. Xlearn.
Really?
I believe. Yeah, that's how people have told me it's pronounced. Xlearn.
Interesting. Xlearn.
Interesting. Yeah, Xlearn has 3 points already in the Edict as they will snowball onto him. Good amount of magic damage. Walrus Punch, not nearly enough. He's got this casual cloak now, keeping him alive through a lot of this magic damage. Spear just late from Jewel, whose TP is the 3rd to this tier 1 tower and is therefore the longest. Couldn't catch him in time for the arena.
Okay. I mean, he stayed mostly mid, hasn't been able to rotate too much. Obviously, he's not going to have the same rotational power to the Tusk. But considering Lewis has not been able to disturb Miracle's farm, I don't think Drinkwater is too concerned about this. This is another tempo to play anyway. At least they have managed to stop the Beastmaster from taking the tower down bottom, which is something Beastmasters tend to do. But he also just built his helm now. As they go in the mid lane, find the Tusk. Lewis gets a snowball off, which means no toss. And poor Kishka now feels a little bit bad as he gets hit by a strong Illuminate. Lewis refreshes those ice shards, but Kishka is stuck in the high ground, dies to Grims, who killed him off there with a soul rip. But Grims will fall for this to the last word from RR.
Interestingly, decision there. Actually, I was keeping my eye on Exilern the entire time, and he actually decides to TP bottom. They were maybe trying to make a play on Lina with Roar at the same time that they were going for the aggressive play mid lane. He's going to have to settle for the tower. TP is going to be scouted here from the Coddle. They're cutting the trees, but with Lina returning, they probably have the idea there's more people. Oh, I think that was a TP canceled, actually. I don't know if Undyne meant to do that, because he's still running there from bottom lane. That might be a mistake punished, because now with the ward behind the tower, they're going to see Eris running for his life. That creep no longer has ensnare. He spawns skeletons, so they won't be able to punish this here.
Yeah. I like Drinkwater's choice, though. They realize, again, Beastmaster's taking too long to kill a tower because they're putting a lot of pressure down bottom. Lina's also a really strong laner, so they rotate the Leshrac and just guarantee this tier 1. In exchange, though, because Sky Encore had such a strong early game, they're capable of doing the same with tier 1 top. So the advantage of Beastmaster and Lesh is still not that noticeable. However, Helm has just been picked up by Zeal, so we'll see what else he can accomplish. Usually you rotate mid lane now, where Kishka is standing alone, and he's facing a Tusk. Snowball first, no Walrus Punch, however, but does have the illusion, tries to avoid the avalanche. Is not going to work out. Kishka, though, still alive, tosses the illusion over to the Tusk, and Kishka might just die to the illusion. He's trying to save himself. They've already killed Lewis. Kishka, with 18 HP, survives.
That was close. That was close, but underneath the tier 2 tower, he does have a little bit of armor, even if he didn't take the points in growth, so he's not going to go down that easily, fortunately for him. Still haven't really felt the impact this game from Jewel. He's gotten his tower, but he's not been... He tried to rotate mid once. He was a bit late. Can't really blame him in that instance, but still haven't seen an arena all game, and he's going for this first item blank. Already halfway there, so his farm is definitely very respectable. But I don't know. I feel like he does need to make a rotation mid at some stage because Lesh is getting along very nicely for his Bloodstone. He's clearing a Mega. He might die to this stack if he's not careful. Ooh, yeah, he's fine.
They have the Satyr Mind Stealer there to cover him, just see.
Yeah.
This little guy acting as the tank. But you're... Thank you. But it's very... I think you make a very good point, and this is probably the biggest weaknesses of this quote-unquote a Mars style, this Mars that plays more like a carry, at least in the early game. You have a great presence in the lane, but it took you long to take the tower anyway. You didn't really stop the Void from farming at all, and you didn't commit any rotations. So all the impact was on Lewis. He did a pretty good job. But now you need an offlaner, and that Blink Dagger is a little bit later than usual. They're playing the mid-game very hard, and we'll see if Lesh can get the Bloodstone or at least some big item before that mid-game starts for Sky.
Yeah, because Tusk's problem is he just simply doesn't farm as quickly as a Lesh will, right? And he's already kind of fallen behind. I mean, his Blink Dagger not too poor here. He'll probably get it at like 16 minutes. They're going to smoke. Maybe this could help him accelerate his timing as they do look bottom lane towards Zeal, who they've caught once before, and it seems like they'll settle for him again. Maybe he's got a little bit of a spidey sense that something's coming his way, but not in time.
You know, there's a reason why spiders don't exist in Antarctica. Snowballs. Oh, never mind. This spider is actually going to work out. I lied. I'm sorry. Actually, perfectly placed Chrono from Miracle, and they allow themselves to kill Tombstone first. Now going for the man who set the Tombstone, gets us down. Avalanche from Kishka. He bunches up his toys here. Now to break them both. As the snowball comes in, Joel finally joins, hoping to kill RR, but the global silence in time. Only RR will die for this. In exchange, they get Lewis regardless, as Joel tries to go back to his tower. Buddy, your tier 1 is no longer there. Time to go to the tier 2. Oh no, time to go to... hell, I guess. Yes, that's just hell.
Back to base. And that's the difficulties, right? When your Mars does go for... Like, he's just not ready to fight yet. I think, like, he TPs to Outpost, he blinks in. That outcome is maybe a little bit different. But that aggressive move from Sky Encore, because enemies, of course, still have the tier 1 tower, they reinforce much quicker. Chronosphere is used, yes, just to kill Tombstone, but it's basically 5 seconds to remove a big problem in your team fight. And yeah, at that stage, like I said, Void's not doing that much damage in Chrono anyway. So he's at least getting rid of that tool, and it's a pretty easy fight from there. Kishka might die for this. I don't know if they can kill him.
Lewis activates attack team.
There's no snowball, so yeah. It's a little bit too speedy there. He went for phase boots on the Tiny. Now he's
Kishka,
he's baiting.
He was.
Bloodstone.
XSI alert is here. XD alert, sorry. And Zeal from behind as well. No problem roar, but they're just tasting out Jewel. They turn him into a pig first, and now Jewel will die. Laguna Blade though for XD learn. He's healing enough for the Bloodstone, surviving somehow. Lewis already dead, but he might be in trouble as Ares forced him back with the Blinding Light now into the Illuminate, at least getting the kill onto the enemy mid laner. And that Tombstone, too big a nuisance for Drinkwater, turned this team fight around. Still a very good engagement for them.
Yeah, they will lose Lesh. Doesn't feel too great, but like you're saying, that Tombstone really making a big difference there, and you can see the difference what a Tombstone in a fight versus a Tombstone in a fight doesn't look like, right? And that's why Miracle decides to commit Chronosphere. It kind of just proves itself and pays for itself right there. But the fights, the burst damage just isn't here in time. They're kind of struggling in these long fights.
Okay, RR taking the long path home, but Density missed the Light Strike Array, so he's fine. Grims even joins. This Tiny is fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's
going. Are we
on.
allowed to say that? Like, this guy's wild. I mean, I've watched Keisha. I know he's a fantastic player, but like, he just doesn't care.
Yeah, he's good, and he's got Blink Dagger now. I think he wanted to put it on the Courier of Excellence.
Before the Mars, Richie.
Yeah, and so that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Remember, this Tiny was like level 2 maybe like 10 minutes ago, which is very low for 5 minutes into the game, and he's already gotten space and time to get the farm. It's good stuff. I mean, they have this really powerful timing now. There's a smoke as well for RR. They are going to go for a play. They've got Global in hand, Chronosphere as well, if they end up taking another fight. They're going to go bottom, which is an interesting move. Usually, I guess no one's contesting Miracle's farm, so Sky Encore just kind of sitting on their own side of the map.
Yeah. And now you go for, I mean, worst case, you can even rotate to take the tower, right? Beastmaster's not coming with his big creep.
Blink on Mars now.
Oh, Kishka, Blink, hoping for a 3-man avalanche, only gets 1, but it's the perfect one as they remove the snowball from the fight, or that's what they're hoping for. Lewis can't use the snowball heal, that's the last word. RR is stuck in this arena as XT Learn is being destroyed by the Lina. Kishka TP's in the middle of this. Zeal trying to get away. The zombies are not something he can control. His Thunder High trying to create some space, but it's an angry Piglet now joining him. Primal Roar to the pig. Zeal has a little bit extra movement speed. They're trying to stun him. Kishka's back. He gets an avalanche. He hits 3 people. Now the toss as well. But Zeal, he's been feared back, and he has no way of going back home. Kishka, he himself will retreat. Miracle, though, is crazy. He comes to Chrono. Time dilation as well, but they lack the damage. The neutral creep will kill Avant, and the Chrono's still available for Miracle. He doesn't have enough damage, though, to kill the Mars. Joel will just kick him out, and Miracle will have to resign as the Silencer joins again. Oh, perhaps not. RR? Kishka? They're just taking turns. Everyone for the Mars. Toss back. Now we get him. And with the silence, it's going to be easy to finish off this enemy offlaner. Miracle finally getting the kill he was looking for.
That was pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. They ended up forcing that Lina into the camp. She aggroes the wave. Hold on, Lewis is in, and he's got the kill on a Miracle. The burst damage, they've got it. Kishka is trying to get it one in return, but that is too many points in soul for them to be able to burst through the Tusk in response. 1-3-4 build here on this Undying, actually, rather than maxing the Decay, and that'll get this Tusk out of a hard spot, so a free snipe. But that was quite the turnaround. I think he was dying to the Ancients and the Boars. They finish off everything, and it's the weak little Centaur Conqueror to get the kill on 2 of that, which is just so funny.
I mean, I think it's crazy how much impact this, again, if you compare the impact of the 4 Tiny versus the Mars, wouldn't you say the 4 Tiny has had like 3 times more impact than this Mars already?
I would say much more impact than that, perhaps. I still really haven't felt the impact of this Mars, if I'm being quite honest with you. I think his lane
4 times 0 is still 0. You're right.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Jules just got to get in here. I think that was an unfortunate timing where, you know, you smoked right as they were smoking on their blink reveal, and Tiny just got the better jump. But at the end of the day, Densanity, that was pretty cool from a bat, actually. He Dragon Slaves to know where the Hawk is going, so they know that they're under vision right now. That was pretty neat.
Oh, clever, right? Because you get Fire Soul stacks, so you always know.
So that was pretty cool. But, you know, the fact that he went for the double Bracer, Falcon Blade, and upgrade in Boots before Blink Dagger meant that, you know, you are going to give the enemy support time for that build to come online.
Oh, is he going to kill him alone just with a toss there? Yeah, didn't even need to toss him back. They want more, though. But they're not going to get it. At least they took the tower mid, so this opens up the map a lot for Drinkwater. And now the question is, I mean, we talked about how Sky was the mid-game team, they had a strength. We haven't really seen that yet, so what are they going to do now that the map is closing in on them?
This is a good initiation,
kill a Tiny. Okay, Laguna Blade, that was easy. Finally getting rid of the pesky Kishka, and Drinkwater acknowledges that without this Tiny, they can't do much.
Yeah. I almost feel like this Tiny's been doing just as much work as Tusk has, to be honest. But Tusk does have Blink now. Chrono!
Yeah, it's a good Corona. There's the BKB all reacted on Lina, though, to prevent some damage, but that's going to waste her BKB. Now BKB on Miracle himself, making sure to kill off this Mars. With the Bracers and Falcon Blade, I was hoping to at least see him being tankier, you know? Just being a target you can't kill, and hasn't really been the case at all.
No, I think the magic damage too high. Like I think this build is good if like you're against a Broodmother or against another zoo hero like Beastmaster, but Zeal never gave him the opportunity, you know, nor did Mars really force the issue and TP to the lane or anything like that. They're taking Roche very quickly too here.
Yes. I don't have any Roche amplifiers, right? I guess the attack speed from Inner Beast.
Looking for Tusk.
Kishka. He's wild, but he might be initiating on his own death. He's initiating his demise.
That's fine though. It allows the team to cleanly make a clean getaway out of the Roche pit. You know, Miracle didn't have Aegis anymore. There's no global silence. There is Roar, but not much else really to offer. You know, so Zeal at least sent forward the ancient creep up there to make as much space as possible. And I think that's totally fine, because now Drinkwater, next fight they look for, they're going to be super strong. They're going to have Aegis on this Faceless Void. Actually, it looks like he's going to buy his shard here. It's in the quick buy before the Mjolnir.
Has Miracle been playing offlane for too long? Does he not know that he can just steal it from the Roche?
It could. They steal it. It's rightfully his.
Everything in the map is owned
me
by the carry.
Me get everything. This is a great kill, though. Oh,
it is.
The spear misses.
They should be able to get him, though, right? Zeal? I mean, he probably roars. And, oh, Joel's the high ground now. Zeal is alive. They actually lacked the damage there. And now they're going for a Reese. That's going to be an easy kill on the Coddle. Miracle gets force-staffed into a weird direction. Lewis is now being hit by the last word. He can't snowball or he dies. He'll die regardless. Grim's in a similar position. And I think they also finished up the Mars, who was left in that high ground.
Yep, Kishka got him. This is a team that is having some serious damage issues, it looks like, to be honest. They just can't kill anything.
Yes.
I mean, I know Beastmaster, he's a tanky lad with the full hem of the Overlord and the Ogre Axe. Like, it's a lot of strength, but there's 3 heroes there on top of him, and they still won't take him down. And the cleanup is swift and merciless here from Drinkwater. We'll take another look at that. You can see the spear missing really sets everything in motion here, and that's without global. That's only Roar.
Yeah, it's wild. I want to ask you, by the way, don't you think that these bracer tanks and the strength tanks of Yor, like the Mars and stuff, have been a little bit outclassed by the recent Bloodstone tank usage and the Wraith Pact ones as well? It feels like maybe it's not that tanky anymore compared to Lesh.
Not even Wraith Pact, even just Wraith Band offlaners.
Oh, it's true. That's more common. That's a very good point, actually. Kishka will die.
This style is just not really too commonly seen. Look at Kishka. He dies to the melee creep. What is this? How are neutrals getting so many of the kills?
No, this was the Dire, though, at least. You know. So it wasn't a neutral.
It was the Dire.
It was a very valiant melee creep.
Didn't the Radiant kill him, though? Why does it say the Dire?
No, the Radiant. Oh, you're right.
Yeah, that's weird. Anyway, it was a creep. It was a creep.
It was a creep, but the creep, it was a turncoat, apparently.
It was a turncoat, that's right. I have the location of Tiny at all times.
Then XSI Learn was running. Radiant is coming! Radiant is coming! As he ran through the streets of Dire.
They had to pay him 1 mango.
Unfortunately, for SEA, this is not as good a reference as for NA Div 2 like last year, but
one GG branch.
Good point on the Wraith Band, though, that you make. I guess Mars is probably one of the worst. Oh, Kishka. Global Silence, though. Lewis avoided with the Snowball, so he's fine.
The Blink?
For now. Okay, he's not fine. He got tossed in place. It sets up for the Split Earth. Do they have Avalanche? They do not. Lewis will just TP, and they have no way to cancel this, but the damage is pretty high regardless.
The damage is high, but fortunately he's saved there by the 20% magic resist offered by the Nether Salt. That's a really keen pickup for him this game. They are melting to magic damage, right? Which is why I believe the point we're getting at here, this double bracer just doesn't feel as impactful. I almost feel like a pipe this game. I would have preferred to see like a pipe over 2 bracers. I don't know. That's like a wild statement because that's like not an item you see on Mars, but it's just he's not getting anything done, I think, with this build. And sure, he was a lane bully, but he didn't get any kills.
Minute 25, Richie. I'm gonna see. Oh, there we go. It doubled. Is this enough? Does this justify the double bracer?
I mean, that is a lot of strength, right? 20 strength.
Okay,
Chrono, onto the Lina.
They caught the Lina. Yep, she has BKB though, so they can't do anything inside the Chrono, but they'll continue to smash her.
Okay.
Miracle activates his own BKB. There's Kishka once again, stopping Abat's escape. He's trying to run inside the arena, going the opposite way. That's not going to work out.
Man.
As RR TP's in the middle of this engagement, the Primal Roar securing his TP. Lewis is still silenced here, and they should be able to finish him off before he's not silenced. That's 2 cores down here for Drinkwater. Grims, you need a fresh glass of cold water to your face.
Yeah, they splashed a lot of cold water in their face there, and I think Lina's going to need some cold water after this match. I mean, it's been rough. I think the way that the Sky Encore Esports needs to start fights is by not getting initiated. I think, and that's hard to do against the Vision of Beastmaster, a Lesh, a Faceless Void, Global Silence, but like every single time the fights go bad for them, they're always getting the ones jumped, and they can turn if they're not Global Silence, but that's what it is. Like they need to force this Global to be used defensively, and then maybe you've got yourself a chance here, because Tombstone is still super strong at this stage of the game, and they're just never able to get it off. Lina's been caught now twice with her BKB active inside a Chronosphere, and that's credit to Miracle, but I just feel like there's no excuse for this. You have a Tusk, you have a Mars, like, why are you not looking for fights like this anymore? I don't know. It's a hard game for Sky Encore now, though. I don't see how they can really easily get back in this, especially with the way that Kishka is playing here. Oh, just a second late there. I actually think he cast the Avalanche over the Mars.
Oh, well, yeah, I wasn't sure. It's a little bit harder to tell now because the Avalanche has the same cast time, right? Regardless of how far it is.
It's a TD run from Miracle.
Top tower is under attack.
I mean, there's no way. There's no way you're surviving this next Chrono. In general, I agree with you, though. The only option you have is Drinkwater suffers from hydration and
hyperhidrosis.
Hyperhidrosis. Thank you, Dr. Richie. And they go into the high ground with a little bit of insanity, commit suicide against Zelina. You're right. Tusk and Mars have fallen off really hard, and they don't really have any recovery in sight. Perhaps Tusk Ags could mean something, but he's not even going for that either. He's going for Desolator.
I don't even know what that would mean in this kind of game, if I'm being honest. I don't know. What's he going Desto? I almost prefer that, because he's struggling to even burst through a silencer.
That isn't the place to go, buddy. But for now, the team doesn't look too bad as they use the arena already. Chrono's still available, by the way, but they don't need it.
Wow.
A bot's down.
Wow.
They also killed Jewel. Miracle, will he use the Chrono just for the coddle? No, he's actually gonna be patient and instead take the Chrono. Sorry, take the tower. As Lewis comes in with a snowball. Does a lot of damage to Miracle, but there it is. The Chrono for the coddle. He just took a little bit longer. Caught the Undying at the side as well, and Miracle will secure the Tombstone with that Chrono, allowing him to now push that tower.
He wants a rampage.
Finish it. Finish it. Okay.
He wants it. He still has DD for about a quarter of its duration, but he is going to back up and go for the buildings first. And maybe he'll get this rampage. Kishka, I don't know if he's still in time. The Dire killed him again. Another creep.
No, that was the Radiant. Sorry, that was the ranged Brex. So it was Zeal that killed him.
Very true. It was Zeal.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this game is just so difficult, right? The thing I was about to say, actually, is that it's important for this Tusk and Mars to be actually at least tanky this game, really, is all the Lina has to ask for. Because, like, you can, like, see all the puzzle pieces to take down and burst these heroes. Like, they have all the puzzle pieces. You know, for example, as soon as Lewis makes that jump onto Miracle, they can kill him if there's a Laguna Blade to follow up, but there just isn't. Because it's always this Lina getting caught on, jumped on, and then the Chronosphere as well to punish both supports. It's just like the extra cherry on top of what has been so far an excellent game for Drinkwater.
Yeah, I would say that a bot probably has to just play now with like a sniper or a drow, right? You know, just super far back and have a bunch of meat shields in front of him. There really doesn't seem to be much purpose otherwise to them. The arena itself was not bad. If it wasn't the fact that they caught a bot first, right, in the team fight, that could have been turned around maybe.
No, exactly. And you know, I'd have to like watch the replay and see where this stems from. I don't know if it's like a bat being a little bit too aggressive with his positioning. You know, Lina is definitely more like a Drow Ranger compared to a Faceless Void in terms of like where she can stand in fights and how aggressive she can be. Excellent. Blinks away.
The spectrum of Drow to Faceless Void. She's closer to the Drow than the Faceless Void.
She's a lot closer to a Drow, yeah, for sure. Well, in terms of, you know, like heroes that need to be in the right spot, it's very crucial for them.
If I've learned anything from my C pubs, is that everyone in C is a Faceless Void. It doesn't matter if you're playing Drow or Ursa or Void. Everything is a Faceless Void in that scale.
We'll see, actually. Eris as well, I mean, to be honest, haven't really seen too much about what this Coddle's been doing. Has a full E-Blade, which is very interesting. That actually, I mean, I don't know if it's enough to get Lina out of dodge, but it may at least allow her to get a BKB off following a Chronosphere. Of course, there's still lots of magic damage you'd be amping between the Silencer Tiny and the Slush, so it's not like the save that I think is going to turn these fights. But it is another tool in the tool belt to be maybe a little bit more annoying.
Miracle. Okay. Just was time dilating the high ground, checking if there was anyone there. Turns out there's nobody there.
Oh, a bat.
What is a bot? Oh, I guess he's cutting. I guess he's the only one that can cut lane. Well, I mean, him and Tusk can both cut lanes.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Lewis is maybe looking to do that bottom as he pursues his Desolator. I think he bought back earlier, so his progress is... No, he didn't buy back. Just doesn't have that much farm, unfortunately.
They did reveal themselves in top, so maybe about saw the opportunity to just go there instead. The Roche is not going to fall though, and who takes the shot? Oh, less shard for free. Okay, yeah, that sounds amazing.
You know what I'd really like to have seen? I feel like you have kill lanes. Probably top was the easiest kill lane for Tusk. I think he went bottom twice, and maybe going top was the better move at that stage. Because between an arena, a spear, walrus punch, and snowball, I think you burst Faceless Void. Compared to just relying on Tombstone, Zombie Slow, and good shards to lock down Zeal. I think perhaps these two early heroes, the Tusk Mars, should have played a bit more together in the early game. They really didn't. They were almost not always on opposite sides of the map.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was odd that Mars chose to be the core you give space to in the early game, right, as opposed to the Lina. I mean, at least, so the point to be proven here is that the fact that a bot still has farm despite being quite active in the early game shows that perhaps Lina is best played in this role of being this hybrid carry that is active early. But why not include Mars into that equation? Oh,
ooh.
Well, maybe that's why.
Chrono.
There's the Chrono. Hits Lina. No BKB this time. XSI learn. Can you help? Splitter? No need. Not even BKB used by the Lina. She just acknowledged she was dead. I guess that's fair. Time Lock will go through that BKB regardless.
Maybe it's the mind games and saying, I have buyback. I'm saying my BKB for buyback, as there's going to be the E-Blade keeping Grimm's alive. Big heal, as he will actually pretty much heal himself to full. Lewis didn't on his BKB. There's Global Mars as well in the fray. Can they turn this fight?
I don't think so.
No. They did force the BKB from Excellent, though.
There is no Lina, right? So there's no damage. Like, Tusk can try. Maybe you could kill support if Silencer's not looking, but that's it. There really is nothing else you can do right now without Lina. Lina is your sole strategy.
Yeah. Sole damage, really, isn't she? Because it's just, I don't think they burst. Maybe they can get through, the Silencer, but that's about it, I reckon.
Okay, Tiny.
Good force. Really good force.
Interesting. So you can... Oh, you tossed him in place. That's why. Okay, okay. Miracle will continue to punch this tower. XSI Liner helping out. That should be one set of Rex.
So farmed.
Yeah, that makes Lina really difficult. A toss back. It's the Tusk as well. At least he can snowball, but he's snowballing to Kishka. They know this, which is why he's calling for the help of his teammate. Mars tries to use the arena, but we have no promo roll right now because of the refresher. So they're going to kill off Joel easily. Grimm's also falls, and they still have this promo roll for Lewis.
Oh, no.
Are they going to use it? Steel doesn't even want to. They're just going to finish off Lewis with damage, using promo roll instead of the BKB Lina, which stops her movements completely. Miracle has managed to now catch up to Porabot. Aha! Catches Grimm's, and that's going to be a team wipe plus a couple as the buybacks roll in. Lewis wants to die a second time. Will they go into the base? Yes, they will. The GGs are called, but Drinkwater has already destroyed Sky Esports.
Wow, that was a triple kill and an ultra kill in that one fight. I mean, really, they're all tipping Miracle. I really think they should be tipping Kishka here, honestly. Not only is he the one to set off that chain of events in motion, in terms of this very last late game fight with a great tossback once again onto Tusk, but just throughout the entire early game, this guy was a monster. He was forcing miscalculated dives where Sky Encore Esports thought they could actually kill him. Wasn't the case. Rotations would come in, Miracle would come in, pick up a bunch of kills. MVP by far is Kishka here for me for Drinkwater. He played an amazing game.
Yeah, same. I mean, I commend Miracle for what he did, especially in the early game. I think he had a lot of rotations, which is rare on a Void without damage, right? If you don't see a snap, or like you said, a snap or a Elder Titan or Skyrath or whatever, you usually don't see Voids doing much. And Miracle managed to find those places where his Chrono was useful, in addition to just his body. Sometimes he would just rotate and hit things, and that's the best thing a Void can do. But once again, Kishka was insane. I mean, they were wasting ultimates on him because at one point it was just he's the only hero we have to kill to secure our game.
For sure. I think one thing we'll see in these highlights when they start playing is that it was always Drinkwater that were rotating to each other and making plays happen. True. I want to see hopefully two examples in particular that really stand out to me this game were both off of Miracle rotations, and they're two Chronospheres that do very different things, right? The first Chrono is his first Chrono of the game, where he goes mid because they're making a play onto, I believe at the time was the Lesh. We'll see. It's not going to be quite this one. This is just the first blood. And then he uses this great Chrono because he rotates to the Lesh, the only hero that can actually do stuff in his Chronosphere, and he basically just uses it as a stun, and Lesh picks up a bunch of kills, right? The second Chrono, I think it's actually this play here, isn't it, actually? Yeah, there you can see the rotation, right?
What an avalanche, though.
Yeah, and look, I mean, he saves the Lesh. I think Lesh is actually in that chrono. Not like it matters. And then it turns into actually 3 kills for him. And I think the next chrono we'll see is the second time that they try and kill this Beastmaster down bottom, he rotates, chronos, and just takes down Tombstone. And then his team wins the fight around him. Like, he was always rotating to his team to do very specific plays, which is what you do as a core early on. You can't do it all. You don't have the farms. You don't have the items. Your skills aren't usually that powerful. So you accomplish very specific things and play around the rest of your team to make sure that they can get it done. Didn't really feel like, to me, Sky Encore Esports covered each other's weaknesses here whatsoever. And I think that, to me, was the biggest difference.
I agree. That's a very good point. I would argue as well that we talked a lot about the Mars in this build and how little he rotated, but I was just looking at the early game again in these highlights and noticing, what is the Kano supposed to do in that lane? Like, you do nothing in Silencer for obvious reasons, right? But because he can just avoid you. But the Void literally just time blocks and your whole impact in the lane, which is the Illuminate, is gone, right? So what is the purpose of the Kano? Even refreshing Mars's combo feels a little bit lackluster compared to, say, a Tusk, right? So I don't know. It felt like maybe that pick wasn't the best. There's a reason why Kano 4 has not been picked for a really long time. The hero feels really, really weak right now. I think the only team that still picks it is Nigma, and, you know, that's a bit because of the GH factor as well. So
yeah. And
even they don't pick it often.
Yeah, no, very true, very true. I'm just checking to see, because I want to see who is Sky Encore. I don't know if they had to play versus Drinkwater here in the finals. I'm trying to remember who they beat now. That Drinkwater beat Neon Esports. So this is a first-time matchup for them, as I don't see Sky Encore in this first round of the Open Qualifiers. But I don't know.
One of the late additions.
Yeah, whatever Sky Encore was trying to run here, unfortunately, does not work for them. They're really against the ropes now against Drinkwater. We're going to be going to a quick break, but when we return, we'll see what Sky Encore are going to throw at Drinkwater for game number 2. We'll catch you then.
Hello, and we are back with the second match between Sky Encore and Sky Encore Esports and Drinkwater. You know, with a team like Sky Encore, we expect that the second match tends to be better than the first one because they have to get the Encore, and Dota, that would obviously be that third match. Will they be able to do so? We don't know. You were commenting in the off time that Drinkwater, again, they're a team of veterans, probably the team of the most skilled, quote unquote, most skilled, most successful players in the open qualifiers, and they're just a team that, if they turn on, they turn on. It's very hard to outscope. You know, you have people of the quality of Miracle, like that we've mentioned a lot of times, but even XSI Learn has a pretty good history. Kishka in the previous DPC also did a fantastic job and was the highlight probably of Lil Gun. So we do have a lot of talent here. That's a little bit more difficult to compete from the Sky Encore side. Even though they did play on Signal for a while, and they were a relatively up-and-coming team, they never reached the heights or the success of some of the Drinkwater players.
Is it Signal Ultra, right?
Yeah, it was Signal Ultra. Yes,
yeah,
yes,
I remember that. They had
so
a really
bunch
cool
of these players
logo.
played there. I mean, I would argue that Eris, I never knew which one is the strong syllable, but I would argue that he could argue a little bit more of a veteran, right? He's had some modicums of success. He's been pretty strong in the Filipino scene, particularly. Has a lot of local experience as well. You know, with a lot of local tournaments, Filipino scene is very thriving with that still to this day, but still not to the degree of like Miracle, for example. I mean, that guy is one of the legends of SVA. It's hard to not think of him when you think of SVA Dota.
Yeah, for sure. And I think he showed us why, right? I think the individual plays that he made that game were everything you could realistically ask for in a Faceless Void, right? He was, I don't think, never caught out farming too aggressively. He showed really good restraint and patience in the laning stage, never really getting caught out by the Mars combo, which maybe can kill you. You know, a spear back, God's Rebuke, you get a little refresh from the Coddle, another God's Rebuke, another spear before your time walks up. Like, I could see that easily spelling disaster for a Faceless Void. Just never happened this game. Never really played out that way. And he joined fights exactly when his team needed him. I'm looking forward to Sky Encore with a little bit of an easier to execute lineup this time around. It seems like having this double initiator between Tusk and Mars, and both of them deciding to go for what was strikingly a similar build with like Phase Boots, Falcon Blades, Blink Daggers, and BKBs. Like, you had two heroes trying to do the same job that maybe it was like a too many cooks kind of situation. You know, sometimes like an easy to execute draft with clear roles and responsibilities is a little bit more of the way to go, especially when perhaps now the nerves are starting to get to you, because being in the lower bracket here, Sky Encore, Esports are on their last legs. Drinkwater about to qualify to the next round here with a potential win here.
Yeah, you could argue as well that build maybe is a little bit off meta from what we're used to seeing, with the prevalence of these Bloodstone offlaners that heal a ridiculous amount, and also even seeing heroes like Viper, right? I don't know if you've seen the new Ags Viper build, which is stupid as well.
Yeah, is it good? I don't know.
It's crazy. It's stupid good. It's not like Razor level of good, but it's like you play it and you feel, oh my god, this is not supposed to be good, but it's way too good.
I have to look up that build after this game. Maybe we get a Viper in this game.
It's literally the same build that every other Bloodstone person is doing, right? You go Eternal Strat depending on the game, right? Yeah. Then you go into Bloodstone, and then you just build the axe, right? And that's kind of the idea. And obviously there's variation along the way, but it's just the same idea as every other build.
I think it was Adam and I, we casted a game yesterday where someone tried to go for the Viper build, but they didn't go Bloodstone, and that confused me because that's where I thought they were going to go. Either way, our next draft is already live and underway. We've got Drinkwater back on the Radiant side with first pick. Interestingly enough, a lot of these teams, or both these teams, actually have really similar bans in the first phase. They don't like playing against this Nyx Assassin, and they both highly, highly contest this Tusk and Tiny. This time, actually, the Tusk is taken out, and Drinkwater will pick up their offlaner yet again, very early on. First pick Beast. Do you think Beastmaster can be picked this early on? I reckon there's ways to punish this.
No, I actually don't think it matters too much, to be honest. With the new variation of the axes and the fact that you can go axes or boards, right? This hero becomes incredibly versatile in lane, and it just suits the Drinkwater style. You talked about earlier how Miracle these days has been playing. I mean, in general, he's always been this kind of player since he moved to the offlane, but these days he's been playing a lot more of these early impact carries, right? Even his Void is very early impact for what a Void was, right? So Beastmaster suits his playstyle perfectly. He gives you vision, so he's a very impressive hero regardless. He gives you that push, of course, which gives you map control, and it's also one of Zeal's best heroes. So I would argue that it's just kind of more of a style pick. Even if they counter him, I wouldn't be too concerned.
Okay. And then I agree with you. I think a lot of this is because like you don't have a lot of the natural Beastmaster counters, like a PA, for example, that are like too strong in the meta. So they're just not viable answers that shut him down that hard. I like the Dawnbreaker in response. Dawnbreaker and the Silencer to cover her. They've already banned the Nyx Assassin, so if she is going to be a core, she can definitely have a lot of impact here with the Solar Guardian, just simply by ulting in to anyone who is roared. Problem is now with the Lina, it does present potentially too much burst damage for a Dawnbreaker to ulti in and really make too big of a difference. We'll see, though. I do really like Dawnbreaker into Lina in general. I think that's a hero that kind of sends Lina scattering out from the fights and makes her positioning a lot harder when the offlaner can join off of any other hero. It's really cool.
Yeah, I agree. I do like the Dawnbreaker pick. She's also one of the few carries that have also been, these offlaners, right, that have been seeing a little bit of success besides the Bloodstone and the Zoo, which is the two main styles that have been playing in the offlane right now. If you look at the high-end more pubs, you actually will see both Legion Commander and Dawnbreaker making a little bit of a comeback, as these more impactful, damaging offlaners have also been pretty strong. Of course, this hero can be played in a position as well, so that's still a flex.
And it's damage, right? You've hit the head, the nail on the head right there, I think, or the head on the nail. I'm not sure which one, but you've hit it, and so will Dawnbreaker with that big old hammer of hers.
I usually hit the head of the nail. Yeah.
I know. You're very good at being the handyman, aren't you?
Nobody's gonna understand that because nobody's ever seen me build anything.
Oh my God, that's right.
Yes.
Jesus, let me tell you.
One day we'll do an IKEA competition if you want to. But I need 5 days for mine because otherwise I can't.
5 days, yes, that's right. I like this Dawnbreaker pick a lot because it's damage, right? These damaging offlaners back into the meta that aren't like your split push heavy base, like because Beastmaster has damage, but it's more towards structures, whereas Dawnbreaker is here to like kill supports and to kill basically Agi or any int hero. The Desco build is very popular. I think it's very good, and it can really start to take over a game.
And you know what I was checking is Dota buff stats. I was checking that people have stopped going for this stupid BKB first build, and people are just going Desolator Shard or Desolator into BKB, right? And that has shot the win rate of this hero up. And I knew it. It was always meant to happen. You know, that BKB always felt so underwhelming on this hero, unless you were playing her like carry in some situations. And now that people are accepting her as more of a damaging core, it feels like she's blossoming, right?
Yeah, blossoming again, right? Because this was one of the alternate playstyles that people were picking Dawnbreaker as when she was like first introduced to CM.
And the most successful, I've always thought, at least, as a core, mind you.
Yes, as a core, right? Obviously, as a support building Deso, it's a grief, but I always thought that the Ag Scepter rush for support Dawnbreakers was always really interesting, and in some matchups, very strong, especially if you could, get rid of the Nyx Assassin in the ban.
I still like it, personally. Like, I still think it's a viable option, it's a flex that you can consider. Though I think for Sky Encore's playstyle, that is not the kind of Dawnbreaker I'd like. Also, Silencer Dawnbreaker as your two supports feels like a really weak duo, personally.
Very true. Yes, I'd agree with that. And speaking of supports, I expect Sky Encore to pick another support here. The Tiny's actually still in the pool. So I do wonder what they'll decide on going for. Something to note, you may be laning against this Lina. I think it's going to be Exilern, to be honest, on the mid lane Lina. I don't really think it's a Miracle Hero. So I think we're still looking for that Miracle Hero out from Drinkwater. But I expect this to be... Sorry?
The Sky Encore agrees because that's why they banned the Doom.
Yes, that's why they banned the Doom. So Drinkwater would, they first and then 8th pick their 2 cores, which is really interesting.
Okay, they go for the Mars again. Okay.
I'm not opposed to it. I like it more against Lina, honestly, because the early BKB is still not super great. I think Exilern is one of these mid laners who just always goes straight BKB on Lina, pretty much, after the Falcon Blade is his preferred build. And then he'll double back into more, standard itemizations. But he likes his BKB early. And that's just never going to feel super good versus a Mars Arena, because you can walk in or out of the arena with BKB, sure, but you're not going to be doing damage through the arena, which is where a lot of Lina's power comes from, I think.
Yeah, any range core, right? The Snipers, Drows, Dinas, all these range cores that just stand back and hit, Mars destroys them. So I agree with your point there. And of course, you can still put them, the flex of the Mars still exists. Maybe they just go for a different build. That's also fine. There's most likely Kishka Tiny again, considering his performance last game and also it being one of his notable heroes. I would just pick it again. Even if it was a bad game for Tiny, I would just give it to him. This hero, if you're good on Tiny, it doesn't really matter what kind of game you pick it into.
He's looking hot. And speaking of last games, I'm also really curious whether or not Lewis is going to change up his item build here, because I don't think that he really enjoyed his last game at all. There's nothing more frustrating, I imagine, than playing offlaners in a game like this, and you're just always 10 seconds late to your engagements. and you just like, I imagine you're naturally thinking to yourself, if only I had a Blink already, you know, if only I had Blink, this game would be going differently. So we'll see. I hope to see an early Blink because Amar's Blink with a Dawnbreaker ulting on it is really interesting. Also, this is like a Dawnbreaker safe lane, maybe, perhaps.
I'm actually hoping for Mars mid and Dawnbreaker off lane.
Okay,
still,
that can work too.
I mean, I guess we'll see what the forward they pick up here for Sky Encore. I think the options are still open for them. Lich does cover that Dawnbreaker offlane pretty well, though. The Frost Shield actually affects. So, in case people always get this confused, Frost Shield doesn't actually block physical damage; it only blocks attack damage. But physical attack damage. But I forget the name. The swinging the hammer
Starbreaker
ability. Thank you. The Starbreaker from the Dawnbreaker actually counts as attack physical damage. So it does block that spell particularly. So Frost Shield is very effective against this hero.
I think that it's the same thing for Burning Barrage, isn't it? On Clint?
Yes, and multi-shot as well, actually.
Because anything
multi-shot is fascinating. If you actually get a Paladin Sword, you'll notice that Drow actually spell life steals off multi-shot as well.
That's right. Yes. That spell benefits from both physical and magic. Yeah, it's really weird.
Why?
It's really weird, but it's okay. Drow can have a couple of buffs, I suppose. The Morphling pick then into this lineup, I think, is very strong in the lane. This is a hero that can actually bully the Beastmaster quite a bit, as long as he, every now and then backs up to refresh the stacks or to get the stacks of axes off of him. But with the builds that we're starting to see, even though in this qualifiers, we're not seeing so much of like the 0-3-2 builds, we're seeing like 3-2-2 build actually, as far as the skill build at level 7. So people really like the waveform, and they like the second point in attribute shift early. So at level 3, instead of 0-2-1, it's usually 0-1-2. Which kind of bucks the trend that I've seen during TI group stage, where everyone likes to take advantage of attribute shift being generally good enough in lane, and they bully the crap out of people with the adaptive strikes. We haven't really seen that too much. I still wouldn't mind seeing it this game, honestly, to help get through the tanky beast and tiny, but more likely than not, we'll see 2 points in attribute shift early. But I like the pick regardless.
We do fall into one of the issues of the Morphling matchup these days, that he's been seen very much as an anti-Agi carry, right? Because of the Axe build. And Lina kind of fulfills the two things Morphling hates, which is a hero that's far enough so that Morphling struggles to really just hit her and kill her, because the shotgun build is no longer as viable. And you also cannot Ags her and reduce her attack speed. So there is that small caveat that Sky Encore has to be careful with. Morphling can adapt to most matchups, but it's still a concern. No,
you're very right. You're very right. And Lina probably not going to go for a Lincoln Sphere against this kind of lineup anyway, and certainly doesn't have to do so. That is something that a lot of Agi cores do against Morphling to prevent their attack speed from getting stolen and their stats, right? But Lina doesn't really have to concern because she gets all of her attack speed from her passives. Last picks then coming out as the bans are going to be more mid lane focused, out from Drinkwater, Sky Encore, with a couple of good carry bans. Drow Ranger is obviously very good versus a Morphling, and the lane versus Mars is very easy, especially in those early levels. So I think those are a couple of heads up bans, and they removed the Miracle Faceless Void as well.
10 seconds
I wouldn't mind something. I think your team fight's actually fairly well rounded here. I'd like to see something more. Actually, I don't know. I think you have a really well-rounded draft right now from Drinkwater.
Yeah, it's a great draft.
Yeah.
I like the Void and the Drow for sure against the Morphling. I mean, what other options could you have here? I think it's Morphling Strength Carry is a little bit better.
A Monkey?
You know what? Monkey King is a good in-between as well, because he offers stats that cannot be stolen by Morphling, right? That armor is something that you can't beat. So even if you take away his attack speed, you're still fighting in the circle, and that's a struggle.
I hope Monkey goes. Winter keeps talking about this alternative counter to the Morphling instead of going for a Lincoln Sphere, which is still an acceptable item on IG cores these days. Just ask Hector. Instead of going for that, you usually sometimes will see the Hyperstones get picked up for the Moonshard, because you don't care if you steal his stats. You just want the attack speed on Monkey, especially on Monkey King, right? He needs his attack speed. Like for his passive, and that like kind of just negates the minus armor you get, the minus attack speed, and also you fight way stronger if Morphling does not morph you. I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Who said that to you? Winter?
Winter, yeah, we saw it a couple times in TI. I forget who was building it.
That's incredible. I didn't know your cat played Dota.
Yes, she's sleeping right now.
Smart.
She is smart. And Kunkka the last pick, mid lane Kunkka. So it does give him some much more needed team fight, I think, here.
Right, what's the support duel? Please, it's not.
I think it is. Yeah, it's off lane Kunkka, pardon me. So it'll be no, sorry, it's mid lane Kunkka.
Yes, it's Dawnbreaker Sansa. That is a. So your cores now have a lot more pressure on them because your supports have 0 kill potential, right? They're just kind of save or counter initiation because they both fulfill very similar roles. Considering last game's performance on the Mars, or not necessarily the performance, right, but the playstyle, this is a dangerous position to be in, I'd say. I'm not very sold, if I'm honest with you. I don't love the support too.
Yeah, I'm a little... I think it could still be good. Because this Drinkwater lineup, like, I think anytime you have a Monkey King, unless the game is getting really out of control, Monkey King really thrives on his counter-initiating potential, right? Like, he's very much like in the same camp as a Brewmaster, where he kind of almost wants you to jump him, and then he gets his ulti off, and then, like, he's unkillable in his ults, right? And having, like, a Global Silence, a Dawnbreaker ulti to interrupt that, might be good enough because like Lich as well is kind of screwed by the same thing. Beastmaster might not be able to get off like a crucial roar in time. Like I could see this kind of working for Sky on Core Esports, but it feels way worse when you're the ones being jumped. Like you do cover your bases real well, I think, when you're the aggressor. But I'm more concerned for, well, what if this Monkey King does kind of get out of control and he's jumping out of trees and one-shotting your silencer at least? Like that's more scary for me. So I do agree. But they have the strength. If they can be the ones initiating and picking fights, I actually think the support duo is incredible. As soon as that turns, though, not so much.
Yeah, if you're leading, this is definitely a win more lineup. It's hard to wrestle the lead off them, right? But I do feel like Drinkwater has just a much easier time setting up this early game for them. I mean, you have Tiny, Beastmaster, Lich. It's a fantastic ganking combo, you know? Not that Beastmaster necessarily has to join. You could just have Lich, Tiny. That's already a really good combo. Monkey King can join to it, right? Lina can be active once she gets boots of travel or any sort of item like that. So I think it's easier for Drinkwater. Definitely not bad, but easy.
I'd agree. Plus, Kishka had such an amazing game, like you brought up, right? Like he's got momentum.
It's so fresh in your mind. He's feeling himself.
And he's laning against a Morphlane, which is a much tougher kill. So we'll see. Like then Alina, for example. I still have wards on wards. I wonder if they are going to have any idea. Looks like there's going to be some shenanigans from the trees in that bottom lane.
Oh, it's turning into a tree. Wish I learned how to read. I did not know Beastmaster was illiterate.
The more you know.
The more you know. So then, wow. So Dota is only 98% literate then.
You think all the other heroes are literate? I mean, I'm sure Invoker and Chen are.
I think most of the heroes in Dota are literate. I would say Beastmaster's not. And I think...
I'm going to go on a little bit out on a cliff here and say probably not Primal Beast.
I think Primal Beast is literate.
Huh? Have you heard him spit his rhymes and his raps?
Yeah, I think I think if we're questioning who's not literate, I think, to be honest with you, Invoker might just lie about how he's literate. And he's actually just listening to audiobooks for the whole time.
You know who it is? It's definitely Warlock, you know? He always talks about his black grimoire. I doubt it.
Can you just imagine an Invoker coming to the mid lane is, welcome to Chapter 4, Cold Snap. Quaz, Quaz, Quaz.
It's the only spell he knows how to use. You ever seen that episodes of Dexter's Laboratory? Omelette du fromage?
Oh my god, kill me. He tries to find a way to pigeonhole that joke into every single
You
cast.
set me up for it. Pardon me.
Alright, Zio's going for the same build as last time, by the way. He's going to go for the Wild Axes build. Oh, actually, that's not true. First point of Wild Axe is very common these days to secure range creep. But this could be a really good build to destroy the Morphling if you want to, because you deal a lot of damage. But they also have no way to deal with the boars effectively, I guess, unless Grimm's really commits a lot of mana to them. So there's a lot of options in this lane for Beast.
Casual half pull versus half pull as well being intercepted here. It's really weird, but Kichka's going to take them on a run, just continuing to aggro the wave.
This new thing that Tiny Fours have figured out about the going tree first is... I mean, it's not new, right? It's like a couple months old, but it's just such a disgustingly strong build. It completely fixes Tiny's biggest weakness, which is the early laning stage. And look how much damage he's done to Grimm's already. And this is a Dawnbreaker, one of the better laners out there. Great stats. Tiny doesn't care.
There he goes again. Tree grab level 1. And he's also going to be able to protect his pull. So Morphlane, his lane, is going to push pretty hard here. Not doing too poorly already with the Siesta. But yeah, there's the deny advantage as well, not to mention, because you get that bonus damage against creeps. One of the more annoying things against trying to lane versus a... It used to be... Kunkka used to have this as well, right? He used to be able to Tidebringer off of denies, I believe.
No, you could Tidebringer the denies and you wouldn't lose Tidebringer.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that was broken. That was the strongest Gunga laning. Bottom lane, by the way, they're going to catch a silencer. Aristo has a fairy fire. That will help him survive. We do have a jump from the Monkey King, but not a primal spring, so he can't get down from that tree. And we don't want to call the fire squad.
There's a monkey stuck in a tree.
Miracle tries to avoid some damage. Does not, but they just leave him alone.
Yeah, they never show up when I call for that.
A monkey stuck in a tree. He's looking at me too, sir. I don't think I think he means business.
I'm trying to give him my banana. He doesn't want it.
They are incredible creatures, to be honest, but Monkey King does not seem such an incredible creature.
Are you kidding? Have you not seen the Tales of Monkey King? There's like a million movies about it. They're really good. They're really funny too.
But it's not the same kind of. He doesn't share the same kind of majesty that monkeys have, in my opinion.
I've never seen because he stole his staff from like a whale.
Yeah, exactly. That's not
a whole different kind of majesty.
But can he peel a banana effectively? I don't know.
Maybe
Miracle?
not.
Jumping to a Reese. He does now have the one-point in Jingle Mastery, and he's going to go for the silencer. Interestingly enough, they can kill probably both at this point. He actually just got the Jingle Mastery off the silencer to finish off Joel. Truly a master of illusion here. Sleight of hand there. Tricky who he's going for.
Exactly what the real Monkey King would have done.
That's true, actually.
After he marries a cave spider angel demon woman. The movie was
and
very
Dota lore is Broodmother, actually.
That's probably true.
No, I'm not making this up. He is stuck in a hole because they dig him in a hole up to his like head. Only his head like peeks out of the hole, and Broodmother finds him because she's the only one that can like bury around. I guess Nyx was just not available, and she talks to him. And and Monkey King is so bored that he decides to marry the Broodmother out of boredom because she promises to come every day as long as he marries her.
I'm pretty sure I saw a movie, as we are paused, with some of my friends here in Malaysia. That was I think it was I can't remember if it was a Hong Kong. It was probably a Hong Kong movie about Monkey King. That was pretty much this plot. And
it's based on real mythology, so yes.
Yeah. And it was the weirdest thing because he was like walking around. I don't know. It was like the reincarnation of Monkey King retold from a comedic perspective. And it was a very weird but funny movie. I love watching other mythologies that I have no idea what's going on in made and retold from a bit more of a modern perspective because they're so artistically done and you just have no idea what's coming. It's incredible.
Here's a fun fact as well. Did you know that Sun Wukong together with Zeus are the two mythological beings that are featured in the most media?
Zeus, really?
Yeah, but Sun Wukong leads though by a fair margin.
For sure, because when I asked them how many more Sun Wukong movies, they were like, "There's like 25." And I went, okay.
And that's only in Hong Kong.
Yeah, yeah, they make a lot of movies. This is pretty good.
He's also in literally every single MOBA. Smite League and Dota all have a Monkey King.
I cannot wait until Dota adds Gambler into the game because then they can put a gambling god skin, and that's going to be super funny.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
Journey to the West.
That was also part of his lore. Anyway, let's go back to the game. Let's talk real Dota here because in the top lane, oh, he's fine. Never mind. They actually are not going for him, but they did go for the Axis build here on Beastmaster, so I like this from Zeal. I think this early game aggression also punishes the typical Morphling play of I'm going to go full agility and farm the jungle. You know, not anymore. One set of Axis kills you. It's very strong, actually.
Yeah, early mid lane as well. It was going fairly tit for tat.
Runes.
Sorry? Oh.
Wait, what?
Nice boar usage. Did he... Is it because he denied a couple of boars mid or something like that?
I don't know if he actually means that you can't see the runes or he's trolling him going, where'd the runes go? And then, I actually think he might have been just trolling him.
Unlucky.
That's pretty funny, actually. Can't see runes? Question mark.
I think he's right. Look, you can see the boar, and it's the boar. By the way, it's named Eugene Ong. There's a boar right next to the Roche pit.
Yeah, it's Eugene Bun Ong.
Yeah, Eugene Bun Ong. There he is.
I have a feeling that there's some hidden meaning to this that is escaping us.
Yes, I'm not sure who this is, but I do like it when people name the summons. It's very funny.
I looked up Bun Ong, and they're an indigenous Cambodian ethnic
look
minority
at that.
group.
It's Zeal's ex-teammate.
Oh, okay. Thank God. That's much easier.
His laning partner. He named his boars after his laning partner. His support at that. Is this what all cores think about their supports?
Zeal's Malaysian though, so there's a lot of more implications to do that, considering what that word means here. That is fantastic. Zeal just became just went a lot of numbers up in my book.
Oh, that is pretty funny.
Oh my god.
That's a pretty good way to commemorate your laning partner, though, isn't it?
I think
Hey,
it's very
buddy, we're
cute.
not gonna play together, but I did name my boar after you. It's kind of sweet.
It's the Dota way of being sweet, right? Where
Yeah.
insults are show true friendship.
Exactly.
All right. Going ready.
I think it's kind of that like brotherly admiration kind of thing there.
For sure,
I like
for
it.
sure.
No, I choose to read into it anyway.
Yeah, let's be positive about this. Talk about Zio though. He's back to forcing the Morphling. There we go. The Morphling is constantly trying to swap around between agility and strength so he doesn't just get killed by a single axis. He has to be careful now with Kishka as well, who now has a level on toss and always just surprise him with a close range axis. They're going for a attempt at a kill here. Grimm's seem to be in position.
I don't think Grimm's is killable though. He's got Dawn Celestial Hammer part, and even at level 1, they're gonna toss him to the creep wave, and I think that's because Tiny didn't want to fight him anymore after the tree expires.
I also don't think Grimm's is, I mean, not his fault, mind you, but I usually see Dawnbreaker 5 as being a pretty strong laner, and you're not really accomplishing that here necessarily. I guess Zeal is not destroying this lane. He's only at 17 lasted, so he's not being having the freest lane of his life, but he's also not being killed either.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind him being a little bit more aggressive here. They do have now 2-0-2.
It's hard, though.
Interesting, no points from a bat into Adaptive Strike. Really bucks the trend.
All right, yeah, that's the build that we're seeing these days, right?
Yeah, lots of, well, usually at least 1 point in Adaptive Strike by level 4, and he's actually decided against it. Monkey King as well, I'm curious to what his item build is going to be this game. And his skill build here for the lane. He's holding on to his 4th skill point. Sometimes I think Crystallis puts it always into Jingu Mastery. Of course, the Monkey King spammer. He's a big fan of that.
Now. Okay, this is the kill that we were talking about. And since Tiny was off the lane, they take advantage of this. I don't know if they saw him in the outpost, they just noticed that he was gone, but they kill off Zeal, finally taking advantage of Grimm's kill potential in this lane and getting a 2nd point Celestial Hammer finally. RR, you want to go for the rune, but Aris is the true guardian here. As we have Lewis joining us well. We have a Torrent soon, but barely out of range RR, or he's in range, but Torrent won't hit in time.
Yeah.
So he just has to let him go. It's only X marks the spot level 1. It is barely a sight range.
And Lina is going to actually make the run home because she didn't get any refills. So, you know, not the worst thing. She doesn't have to take a death there. The Tiny rotates to the mid lane to set up a ward. And well, unfortunately, they lose the off laner. But she's not going to really get too much out of this exchange. Did push the wave before she died at the very least. So she's not going to be losing too much experience here.
Down bottom, he still has the Boundless Strike. He's waiting, though, for the Arcane Curse. No, he's not going to wait for it. He just wants to get the stun out, the damage onto Jewel, and RR will get that kill. Yeah, onto the point of Lina, by the way, they actually did a really good job, which is they timed the supports being out of position so that they couldn't die or they couldn't go and try to get for a kill to refill that bottle. So they made sure that they forced her into that position, which is very good as well. What is
Lewis?
He took 1 creep.
Dude, Kishka is like still just this really annoying guy, isn't he? Just in all games, that's what he strives to be. Look at this D ward. Nicely done. There's a boat though. Oh, he missed. He couldn't interrupt the combo. Excellent learn. Also is gonna miss the LSA. I don't think Lewis gets this kill though. Okay. Not quite the symphony of skills that they were hoping to execute on there.
It's okay. I think it's you have a lane against Zeal and Kishka. These guys both seem like memers. You're a little bit frustrated. You just have to show your hand a little bit.
Bottom. They are going to get Jingu. No, they're not, as they do force out the spear.
Miracle, go! Shield! And he gets the Jingu there. We still have Boundless Strike. Level 3 Jingu, a lot of damage, but he sees Aris a much easier target. Will Miracle go for him, however?
He's kind of boundless as well.
He might
and
just
still
want the
has
courier.
another skill point, but no, not going to commit.
It's only level 1 balance, not very strong. Top lane though, in comes the Tiny, just in time Kishka finishing off Grimm's and allowing Zeal to escape safely.
Mid?
As bottom lane, they converge onto Lewis. Miracle, he went the long way and he found a mid laner instead. The plethora of stuns keeps him in place and they guarantee a kill here as well.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that Kunkka still tries to contest for that rune, knowing that the Silencer last saw Monkey King heading towards the middle lane. It's a really risky move. And he pays the price for it. I mean, he has this DD rune bottled. Maybe he's going to TP to one of these side lanes and look to make a little bit of a difference with his next boat, which is just coming off cooldown. I wouldn't mind seeing that, especially if Mars can get level 6. He might be able to kill Miracle here. That's a very, very potential rotation.
Are they ready for this?
He's going to go top, actually.
No, he's going top. I mean,
so
the
this-
kill on the Beastmaster is also possible, and you just secure some gold for the Morphling, and ideally delay the Helm of the Dominator, right? So that tier 1 lasts longer. However, he's taking the really long way now.
he's being real sneaky, and Grims is going to quickly show on this mid lane, and that'll probably give Zeal some idea that there's something afoot. There's some shenanigans afoot.
He's been missing way too long from the mid lane. I think it is no longer sneaky. Bottom, there's the arena use though. It's for RR, and the Frost Shield will not help him against the magical damage from the arena. But he does live for an extra second, so he can get the Sinister Gaze off. Miracle. Going for Jewel, but he just wanted the Jingle Mastery.
Yep, and there's a couple more points there. Sorry, make that the first 2 permanent ints stolen for Eris, so you can be a bit happier there. Eris, Air Ice. I'm not sure which one it is. Maybe he's ice cold. If he's playing like the Lich, it's Air Ice, right?
It's definitely not Air Right. Well, actually, I don't know.
Yeah,
I've actually looked at so many interviews and so many videos, and people are pronounced in so many different ways in the interviews that I have no clue. I've been researching him specifically because he's in one of the videos I was doing. Nothing was clear, I'll be honest with you. Grims, he's dead.
Yeah. We're just trying to farm a little bit too much in the mid lane here. Is going to be killed off. Got a decent amount of net worth, at least, for the Dawnbreaker. Actually, somewhat close to the Tiny, just about 300 gold away. A little bit less, actually, 250, so not the worst trade in the world. I mean, but it's Drinkwater who are going to smoke up. They're actually going to make an aggressive move now down bottom. They may be intercepted here. No. Will they?
It doesn't seem like it. The silencer's too late, so Kishka should be able to get this kill. Are they going to go? Ooh, okay. Ares ends up discovering this.
Yeah, that was really good. That could have been a little dangerous, to be honest, because they are about to have Arena of Blood back up. And yeah,
I think we have Wukong's command, though. I think Miracle is stronger right now. He went for an early Orbital Corrosion as well.
Nothing yet. And I think kind of for the second time this game, and I can't really blame him because Lewis has tried both games. He's still a little bit more static here in this mid lane. He did TP that top the once, but couldn't find anyone. I'd still really like to see him force something. Boat is such a powerful spell in the early game.
Yep. But it's also such a long cooldown in the early game. He's gotten numerous nerfs. And he also was forced into the double bracer, whereas last time it was a choice for the Mars. When you're playing Kunkka versus Lina, this is just the build, right? We'll see what build he chooses as well, because Kunkka is a little bit of a build-less character these days. He's kind of adapt to the game.
Yeah, that's true. Mars did go for the single bracer, phase boots online. He's actually going to go for Soul Ring, then into the Blink Dagger.
No, I think he's going Blink first and then Soul Ring. Because
I
he has
hope so.
enough gold for both, right?
That's true. Yeah, that's true. He's going to be going Blink first. Very good point. He's got a lot of money sitting in the bank and probably is going to invest that first into the Blink.
I like this. Okay, so he's learning from the last game and he's trying to be more active. And as long as Lewis plays around this Mars' timing, I don't think it's that concerning that he's playing static right now. Going for straight BKB for the maximum impact. This is good. I don't mind this.
Yeah.
It's not like Tusk. You do scale.
It's kind of a weird game where, for some reason, mid laners were still in the mid lane, safe laners were still in their safe lane, and everyone was just still in lanes. That's changed now for the 12-minute rune, which has gone into the bottle of Xlearn. Xlearn. But,
Xlearn, yeah, I don't know what you're doing with this poor guy's name.
Xlearn.
Xlearn.
Yeah, everyone just really content on getting their first couple of items online. For Kunkka, that'll be his BKB. He's already ferrying out the Ogre, so just lots of stacks being made here in the meantime. And Xlearn, like I said, does enjoy this BKB first, has maybe going to the option, rather, of going for this BOTs. Let's see what he decides as the smoke gang from Lewis. He's going to try and go with top lane again.
That's both. Well, I don't know if that meant that they found him. I don't think so.
I think so.
I don't know if he knows what that means either.
Really?
Well,
Por Dios?
It means, oh my god, right? But does a bot know?
Maybe. It's kind of a pretty good usage of it once their smoke breaks and they don't see a hero. It's a little frustrating.
I guess it was, but I don't know if that was intentional. He seems to just be spamming
that's the second time. He's, bro, can you gank my lane? Sure thing. And both times he's unsuccessful as the Solar Guardian is for the bottom lane. Arena of Blood onto Miracle. Lewis is here as well. Bring it in, the boat and the pain. Tries to avoid it. Unfortunately cannot. And
Top
drop.
Global Science trying to cover this Morphling. Here's the counter initiation from the supports we were talking about, and a bot will get out.
Well, it's a long TP though. He TP'd bottom. Wow, Scientist baffled.
He's bad. He's bottom because his Perseverance and Magic Wand, so he's actually going to be perfectly fine. He's a bottom.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's
Top
top
lane
tower
is
under
gonna
attack.
go down here eventually.
At least,
Zeal
yeah.
finally free to take down the tower.
But still, it's like it's
Hold
not
on.
the super impact. Okay, never mind.
I can't believe it.
Bot is dead.
I can't believe it. I was about to say, they're going to try and snipe him probably with a boundless strike into Laguna, and they just Laguna'd him.
No, they let strike a
X-Learn,
raid.
X-Learn just Laguna'd him, I think.
No, he LSA'd. He LSA'd first.
Wild.
It was good. I mean, this is what I forgot who it was that was telling me this about the Morphling. Someone at TI was telling me how he got pissed off that Morphling players kept thinking that they had to play at 100% efficiency as if that affects their game. You know, like, if I am morphed into 10 more agility, I will not farm as fast and I will lose the game. And then these things happen constantly to the Morphling players. So
Yeah.
there's a case to be made to just keep a little bit of strength. It's not like the agility is that important. Miracle, though, has been caught in the bottom lane. He activates the Wukong's command for extra armor. He's not going to get it in time. Oh, por Dios! Miracle is dead.
Yeah, that's a really good pickoff, too. Carry for
Okay, he
carry
definitely
in the
knows what
bottom
it
lane.
means. That was good. That was good usage.
And fortunately for a bat, I don't think it's the type of Morphling game for him where he needs to get online as soon as possible. I think he can afford to take that one death, maybe one more, before things start to look a little bit worrisome. They will die for Eris top lane, it looks like. Maybe even commit the roar if they can keep vision.
Yeah, I think the creep will just kill him, actually. Yep, Lich is the creep, apparently. Primal
There's the
Roar
blink.
gets Zeal away. There's a spear. There's a spear. Oh, no, Zeal.
Oh,
He
the Lich ulti.
miscalculated how long the stun time for the Roar would last, but he's okay with this because Chain Frost starts bouncing. RR will just die for this, and Zeal now has to run away. But maybe he's fighting back.
not.
The help of
Kishka's here.
And Kishka will guarantee the skill against the Mars. Rims at least gets the stun off of the Zeal. Now finally
Oh,
the Morphling
Miracle!
in. But Boundless Strike turns us around one last time as the Wukong's command puts poor Abat in a difficult position. The body loss from Kishka keeps him in the Wukong's command, but luckily Abat does have one last adaptive strike to push Miracle away. What a weird engagement. And it ends up being even, actually.
And you know what's kind of hilarious is that Densanity he's under a hawk, by the way. Densanity has decided to get the full Linkens after he got zapped by Lina the one time.
I mean, he was already going for Linkens before that. I will say.
So he's got it online. It's just funny he got it right after it happened. Just a little unlucky there on his timing.
Yep. Now you save from the Roar, though, which is good.
That's true. Save from the roar.
Kishka? Okay. Kishka abusing the Hawk's vision to... I'm not really sure what he's doing, but he's alive, at least. And he did a really dangerous movement. There's a ward. Miracle and Kishka are both being seen. And because of the ward, attribute shift happens in time. And now Kishka will be punished for his transgression. Little spear to the tree. And waveform will be enough to kill him.
Yeah, last word's really brutal against the Tiny, isn't it? Because he can only get the toss or the avalanche, and neither of which are going to give him all the damage that he's looking for on that combo.
But he's also a very stupid hero, right? So he doesn't... The last word deals so much damage compared to Silencer's intelligence.
That's true. Especially now that Silencer has 4 stolen ents.
Oh my god. He finally got into preschool retreat. This man is learning.
Jules heading bottom lane here. He's got Arena again. Smoke's going to break here on the stairs. Oh, he gets the Courier as well as RR. That's not bad, but they will lose the Morph again?
XC learn, man. Just
That wasn't
sniped him.
even a Laguna Blade. It was just
actually
an
don't know.
LSA.
Is under attack.
Really?
Dire's bottom
Yeah,
tower
it was just... Look, it still has the skill.
Oh, you're right. I mean, his Lincolns anyway, so there's no way you can hit that.
Okay, well, can they... No way. I mean, there's no way Lina gets out of here. They can't allow this. But she's
yeah,
gonna
and they
get out.
will. She still has BKB, to be fair, so she could always BKB TP, but they didn't even force that.
They're going to look for Miracle instead.
No, Miracle, you're up. Oh, okay, never mind. XT is joining him, so apparently they're going to fight under the enemy tier 2. And they bring Beastmaster Zoo with them. Now they finally find the Mars. He tries to break the tree in time. Miracle's a little bit too quick on his fingers. Now he gets speared, though, to a tree with a Global Silence. The Ghost on top of this. He can't avoid any skills. Miracle will be dying here. Took him a while, but he did eventually fall. And drink water. Activates the BKB on Lina. A lot of resources committed. They can't quite settle for this tower.
Dire's
Or maybe Kishka will lead regardless. Does Kishka know the meaning of chill?
No, it is not. He's not Air Ice. He is Kishka.
Terrible.
You're welcome. That one's free.
Okay. Anyway, I feel like Drinkwater doing some really crazy plays here near the tier 2, and I'm not saying they're necessarily wrong, but there's also no need for these plays whatsoever.
Yeah, they are really... Like, obviously, Beastmaster wants to get this tier 2 tower, but the amount of
But he's
bodies
not the
they've
one
now
leading.
thrown at it.
It's
No,
always Lina or Monkey King.
It's But he won't have to have those heroes lead, as he is going to find the perfect creep he's looking for. He's got the Ancient Black Dragon, immediately steals him. And now he's going to be able to actually threaten a bit more effectively here with his Hub of the Overlord completed. Sky Encore, though, they're grouping up like they've got some sort of item. They don't yet. BKB soon for a bat. And Kunkka has his BKB. We saw it already in the last fight and is going immediately into the Halberd, which I like. I like Halberd a lot on Kunkka.
Yeah. Very traditional build. I think these days there's a lot of Orchid Kunkas going around, but I feel like this build is just a traditional tank Kunkka build. Worked well with Mars. Okay, just another free Roche, I suppose. Once again, no damage amplifier except for the Inner Beast, but apparently that's going to be enough.
Yeah, and Exelern as well has himself the Crystalist, so he's doing a good amount of damage here already. Felt comfortable enough to go right into that before Shadowblade. The Aegis for him. The rest to drink water. Now they have 2 lives to throw at this tier 2 tower.
Yeah.
There goes Kishka.
There goes Kishka. No Aegis on him. Doesn't care. He might. Oh, he actually just tossed in place. He didn't. I think the toss to his teammates was out of range.
Yeah, looked like it.
He just died there for nothing. RR is the next target.
Ooh,
Joel spears him back. Good. Under tower. But the global silence, he sent a bit too soon. Does not save Joel. And RR will live. Now the silencer's being chased down. Silenced by Dragon Silencer. Come on. Dragons, of course, keep spinning on him, and he ends up dying to the British neutral creep. The tier 2 tower is in trouble now.
Just grazed, shots fired. They're trying again for a bat down bottom, by the way, who once again is on full agi. But it's only a Miracle here. I don't believe he can collect this kill. I don't think he has the burst.
No.
Tower top will fall in the meantime, however.
I think a bot's trying to bait him, though. Oh, here comes Kishka. Has Blink? He does. Maybe, I think now they can kill him. He's waiting for the creeps to die, so...
But there's a ward, so he shouldn't get caught.
Oh, right, yeah, exactly. Okay. A bot's playing with full agi near a ward. That's better.
Yes, that is much more acceptable here. Taking a look towards the itemizations now for Scott. Oh, actually mid. They actually have a big catch here. Excellen's going to have to pop BKB. Oh, the LSA catching both. They're going to try and nuke through Joel because connecting from behind is Kishka. My goodness, with the Chain Frost as well following suit. It's an easy double kill, but they will lose the Aegis.
Yep, RR is just going to die now as the Ghost Ship sets up for Alina, has that BKB available, so she might just die. XD Learn is down, only in exchange for an enemy support. Not that big a deal, as they now go for Kishka, who's trying to run away before he can get caught, and they're going to have to let him be. Maybe Drinkwater thinks that the tier 2 aura also benefits them. I'm honestly, like, that was such an odd play as well. What a place to fight. Now going for a bot. Zeal has Primal Roar, but there's Lincoln's obviously on this Morphling, so he can't really set up for the skill. Instead, it's Kishka who's trying to do that, but he is not in range.
Not in range. They won't be able to do much about that. Miracle not involved in that string of events. He did kind of chase away, I guess, a bat from the bottom lane, but yeah, really good catch there that time from the Mars. I'm sure Joel's feeling a lot better about this game off of that play alone. He does end up dying, but they get Aegis and they get that follow-up kill into Lina as well. Very nicely done. Yeah.
Good punishment. I mean, they're noticing this pattern from Drinkwater where they're magnetized to the tier 2, so perhaps now taking advantage of it a little bit more. Maybe Drinkwater can also take a chill pill as there's absolutely no need for them to rush.
Yeah, I agree.
You have a Lina and a Monkey King. You know, you have a really strong lane game.
That's what I was going to say. I think they fairly comfortably scale. Lewis, I think on this Kunkka is going to become a little bit more utility.
Yeah, just tank, right?
Yeah, as the game progresses. I was going to say utilitarian, but that's not quite what it'll become.
Starts reading Atlas.
Yeah, exactly.
Find Joel. And that's going to be an easy kill on the Mars, who is the option that Sky Esports has if they want to scale, right? Mars is a hero that can go for like a Desolator, and he can also bring a lot of damage. Kunkka and him can both become these semi-cores, and they can make up for the lack of a second really strong core. But it's going to take a while for that.
They can finally go for this tier 2 tower. Good sacrifice here by Sky Encore. I think they're trying not to get caught out here. That's a really good disengage from Grims. They maybe even can punish for a kill onto Tiny. I don't know, with Frost Shield applied? Whoa, they're committing.
There they are. Global Silence. That's going to ensure this engagement goes their way as Kishka falls. And now Miracle is in trouble. That's BKB, though. That's the Wukong's command. The physical damage is too high. They're trying to cover him, but they can't stun the Morphling. Apparently, that's not going to be needed as the Frost Shield saves him together with a little bit of healing there from the Jingu Mastery. He finishes off one support, once the second, and the Miracle will get him. As they take the tier 2 mid, Zeal doing his job of just pushing. And it does seem like Drinkwater has finally found their footing under these tier 2s. Finally, they're all gone.
I think actually what's helping them dive tier 2 towers is Miracle's, you know, you can remove the player from the position, but he has Mage Slayer, which I really like this game, don't get me wrong. But I feel like this is not the usual build you see on the Monkey Kings.
Yeah, it's a bit of a 4 or even an offlane Monkey, if that's your thing.
I really like it, though. I really like it this game.
He is 3rd in net worth, so by Dota standards, he is the position 3 right now.
I suppose so, as he's just been dropped, yeah, I guess by his own team, right? Zeal's got a lot of money, he has his own BKB, and might have another item on the way. Yeah, he's got Ag Shard, so he's going to have more Hawk Spam and more Vision at his disposal, as well as a Root, which is not bad against a Morphling.
It's a pretty interesting... I mean, you know, game aside, I think it's a pretty interesting change from Miracle, sorry.
The Hawk is named after his other teammate, Shady. That's pretty cool. Good trivia.
Okay, that's not an insult, though. Hawks are majestic creatures. But, you know, if you look at Miracle when he started out being a carry, you know, in the scene, he was particularly known for being that kind of like, I'm going to shove lanes, I'm an objective pusher kind of carry, I don't fight early, right? Not necessarily the late game carry that people might see him as, though that was certainly part of it, but it was much more of a macro-oriented carry. And now we're seeing a much more aggressive version of it, which might come from his experience as an offlane. So this swap for him as a player is very interesting for those that are fans of Sea Dota for a while.
Top lane, yeah, About's going to simply TP away. Spy on Core, pretty good moment here. If they lose this fight, it's not the end of the world because they can still go again for Roche, and they're going to find Zeal. There is. Okay, BKB is forced.
Okay, no global silence. And Zeal might be able to turn this around or just make this team fight his. As Morphin finally joins, Kishka is now stuck in the arena. Use the Yule Scepter to prevent the Mars Spear, and that'll succeed. Morphling activates his own BKB, now going for Zeal and a Tiny at the same time, hoping to finish off Zeal with the Starbreakers, keeps him in place, but the Force Staff saves him from the Torrent and the Ghost Ship. Both spells missed, and now XC Learn is here to make mincemeat out of Grims. Grims trying to run away. They do spear Miracle into an awkward position, but they can't see him. They don't hit him, and Miracle able to make it out. BKB activated too. There's no BKB on this Morphling either. A bot got hit by the Boundless Strike. I don't even think they had vision of it. They just checked because of his waveform, and Lewis is now being decimated by XD Learn. That is going to be a great turnaround kind of team fight for Drinkwater.
Yeah,
it's hard to tell who's winning at any given point, but
that was more of like a really awkward forced smoke gone wrong from Eris. He like literally force staffs himself into the Beastmaster, which forces the BKB, but he dies, and then the fight kind of pops off from there, and it's not really one that Sky Encore Esports end up winning by I believe most metrics, if not all of them. They get a couple of bit of utility out, but now even without Aegis here, Drinkwater are feeling confident enough to kind of go up to high ground. And I mean, I don't know. We're kind of close here. You take another look at how this fight started, but we're pretty close to Morphling Scotty at this stage, and I feel like they just gotta wait until the Scotty's online, then they can look to push. They're kind of just going off of, I don't know, off of I guess the Heaven's Halberd timing. It seems really forced. And they're about to have as well. Yeah, Dawnbreaker Ags is now ready. Like these are huge. These are huge items.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in a game that you feel like you're losing, and obviously we have the bird's eye perspective, but they feel it much more oppressively than we do, especially with the Beastmaster on the map. I don't know if Observer can swap and see, and we can check their vision right now for a second. Actually, when the replay's over, sorry. But you can literally tell that they have nowhere to play right now. The map is dark for them, so maybe the pressure just got to them. Lincolns will save Lewis, at least from being Primal Roared. There's the Dawnbreaker ultimate. They may use it a little bit early, as it's not healing anything. At least it secures Kishka's kill. XD Learn doesn't care.
Yeah, they
goes
kind of
forward,
stacked
but
a
doesn't
bit.
get any kills.
They have used BKB on Kunkka for that. They're going to smoke, actually. They have Global, but that's the only ulti they're fighting with right now. This is a little risky. Is Morph still morphed into something? Yeah, Morph is still tiny, so he's got that for a couple more seconds.
Okay, Miracle turns into a tree instead of pressing BKB.
Nice.
And so they murder him in a matter of seconds. That's when you outplay yourself, right? It's just damage, guys. I can just avoid it. And then you realize I should just press BKB.
Yeah, I guess so. And it's a fast Roche. This is exactly what Sky Encore Esports were looking for. Drinkwater, they're going to see it now, and they're probably flaming Miracle for not pressing BKB. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
It's one of those things that if you're a bad player, like it's a curve, right? If you're a really bad player, you just press BKB because you know you can't avoid it. You just suck, right? But when you're in that moment where you're too good and you might be able to avoid it, you have to relearn that you just have to accept it and press BKB like a caveman.
It's the Dunning-Kruger, pit, right? At first, you're really good. I'm just gonna avoid the damage, and then I press BKB, and then when you get that confidence back, I'm gonna avoid the damage.
Is that actually what Dunning? I don't think that's what Dunning-Kruger.
No,
is,
it's bell curve. It's bell curve. The bell curve meme,
Oh right, yes. But I would say he's in the 12% on the right side, right? Where he's good enough that he can guarantee that he's not being dumb, right? I would say the 60% in the middle of the bell curve are people that think they can avoid the spear and they never do.
So now Roche is going to be taken down very swiftly here with that DD, battled up by the Lina.
Shard for Miracle as well. This is the, well, not new, but newish shard they were talking about a lot.
Yeah, I like this one. Lets him jump to the end of his staff when he casts Boundless Strike. Situationally very strong. Is an escape mechanism as well for him.
Just something that Sun Wukong did in mythology, in real mythology as well.
Is that so?
No, I think that was Dragon Ball actually, but it's based on it. So, yeah.
Very easy.
He used to turn the stick small, and then he would run to the other side as the stick would, be small.
Interesting. Let's see if Skyhawk can get out of the way of this incoming smoke gank. Uh-oh. Not a bad. He actually goes right into it. Solar Guardian is going to be useful to prevent him from going down. Oh, he
gets a stun on both supports, actually. But there's the Frost Shield. Frost Shield completely nullifying this Dawnbreaker. And Morphling was going to agility as he got stunned by the Primal Roar. The BKB plus TP will save him, though. And they will just have to settle for Grims.
Okay. Yeah, they still cut through that Dawnbreaker, but they do force 5 heroes onto the wrong side of the map. They all have TPs, though. So they're going to immediately start re-pushing. And Miracle might actually end up finding Mars here in the trees. It's not out of the ordinary. Okay, he won't. Ghoul is going to be able to cut probably one more wave here.
Just realized that voice line actually, they verbalize or they write down.
Yeah, they do it in the Portuguese one that goes something. He's
the clica, clica, clica.
Right? No, there's another one though. But I don't know. I don't remember the one. Either way, not too important at this stage, because the Eye of Skadi is now completed on Morphling. Does not have himself a buyback, however. It's a crucial item, though. It does actually allow him to fight much easier versus the Lina, and it's a debuff that Monkey King, as well, is not going to be pleased with, considering, of course, the whole Jingu Mastery. So, very problematic item right now for Drinkwater. Not to mention, with the run buff that they could potentially get, and the heals provided by this Solar Guardian, upgraded by the Ag Scepter, I really think this Morphling is just about in a position where you can really start to go 1v1 versus these heroes. I guess it's not really a 1v1, but
yeah, I get your point. You can finally beat the Lina, and they agree with you. So Sky Encore will go for the smoke. I do think that's a very good point, right? Usually it would be the Ags against the Edge you carry, against Lina it's just the Scotty.
Into Aegis, though, so still kind of a bold move.
Yes, but Sky Esports is not known for not being bold.
He's completely alone.
This is perfect. If they can get this Aegis gone, or get rid of the Aegis, sorry, before his team is here. He has a BKB on his second life. Falcon Blade back into his inventory. There we go, being maximum efficient. And, okay, Jewel decides to take the outpost in the middle of this. So does Lewis. They get lost in the details, I think, as the Solar Guardian will cover Lewis. Remember, this is a lot of mischance here, so Lina decides to just give up on this. Not much killing, no, to the Scotty. No BKB active yet on the Lina. Miracle jumps to his Boundless Strike, and he will try to go for Jewel. Going for the offlaner first, trying to just kill off this Mars, and hopefully going for Morphling next. Now XD Learn will just take the bash from the Monkey King and try to finish off Babat, but he will be unable to, and he himself dies as Lewis damage is a little bit too high. They also stop Miracle, and they send him back with the X marks the spot, so he's unable to reach the Morphling in time. The TP will attempt to complete, but Miracle is a little bit too quick. That Boundless Strike keeps him in place, and now it'll be Zeal alone who finishes off the enemy carry.
A
good start of the team fight for Sky Esports, but once those BKBs ended, there was just not much place to go.
Okay, actually, they didn't pick up the gem for some reason. Maybe Miracle will pick it up?
Just leave it on the floor.
Yeah, just leave it on the ground. It'll be fine there. Wild fight. I thought that was a perfect initiation from Sky on Core Esports, and then it seemed to me like they couldn't really tell whether or not they wanted to take that second life of Lina. Like, that indecision kind of ended up killing them. They still covered themselves fairly nicely. I really like the way that they chased Tiny out of that fight, but it did force Morphling to not assist the Kunkka. Fortunately, that's where the Dawnbreaker ulti came in, and Lina finally learning she can't fight into that. You can see that's not MKB queued up. Has she queued up here? Or does she already have the quarterstaff? Okay, she has queued up MKB, actually almost has it. So that's very quickly not going to be an issue, but you can see Sky Encore, they do cover themselves very nicely in that fight with their abilities, are just barely off there.
Yeah, it was just Miracle, who, by the way, kind of a lucky bash there to ensure that the Morphling couldn't quite finish off the whole team. Not that he decided to do that, but it was still his impact. That team fight will start to be very noticeable. That's why Miracle now finishes the Abyssal Blade, so now he has a guaranteed bash as well on the Morphling. Mind you, the Lincolns, of course, aside. We also get an Ags on the Kunkka. Now we have Water Park Kunkka.
Yeah, true utility, and he's going into the Scythe of Ice next after completing the AC. Yeah, I really like it too. Lots of utility.
Deviating into the shard, though? Like getting a quick shard, right? Only 1,400 gold. I feel like that would be a lot of use there for the shard.
I could see it because I think Miracle would try and dodge it with Mischief. And then you pull him out of his ulti.
Real Miracle dodges it with Boundless Strike. That's what he does.
Oh my god. What
he tries to Boundless over it. I actually don't know how that interaction would work. Do you actually go over the wave?
I have no idea. That's a
I'm
really
sure there's a
question.
movie where Sun Wukong is reborn as a surfer, so I would like to see that. Maybe I can figure it out.
That's that'd be very interesting for sure. Zeal as well, though. He's already beat him to the Scythe of Ice. Zeal's, by the way, still the second richest hero in the game behind Exilern, who has MKB now, by the way. So that Solar Guardian is no longer going to be as big of an issue for him. But this Scythe of Ice could be really deadly. Allows him to get a Roar or the Scythe off onto whoever he wants, because he can now get himself to do that Linken's. Smoke play, though, from Sky Encore. This time around, they don't have an Aegis on the Lina, so any pick off here is going to be a permanent kill as they set up the ward. Ooh, good force staff. They actually are going to see the Mars. He's going to get pulled up to the high ground, which may result here in the deaths of Post, of course, because Kishka blinks into the arena. What an absolute Giga Chad. He's going to die for that, but the backline's being broken now by the Lina. Miracle jumping on over, jumping again. What is going on?
He has the Wukong's command still. He's going to set it up. However, in comes the Dawnbreaker, but the MKB is ready, so the evasion is no longer as important. However, she is hitting a shield first. She finally gets through the shield just with sheer force, and Zeal is now stuck in the water park. He wants to go home, but his mom is not here to take him, so Zeal is just going to continue going forward. The water park's over. It's closed, and Zeal will finally die in it as Grims dies with him. Miracle joins the fray yet again, and with this monkey loose in the water park, nobody's safe, not even the wayful of Morphling. He's been stunned. He's been stuck. Ooh. The Scotty's stopping his Morphling, and the Boundless Strike will hit him, but Miracle does not go to it this time. He was just too quick. The Dragon giving vision now over a bot, and in comes XT Learn, the machine gun, finishing off the enemy carry. Only the Kunkka will live.
That was excellent micro there by Zeal. He actually body blocks with the Ancient Black Dragon very effectively. Yes, giving vision, but also body blocks to make sure he couldn't jump away. And that's the second time in a row Morphling tries to waveform away and then immediately gets his TP canceled by Boundless Strike. The fights are so close, though, especially with that initiation. They lost both supports. There's a dieback here on the Lich. So Sky Encore, they still actually get some pretty good, utility out from that fight. And I think you can really see now the power of this Ag Scepter. It's super annoying. It zones Lina out for the duration. But this Frost Shield, it's so problematic. Zeal lives forever. And he gets, I think, a second cast off onto the Scythe of Ice. Pardon me. Good BKB usage there by the Lina as well. Kind of made it impossible for the Morphling to jump in and kill her. He expected to be able to catch her with an Avatos, but she BKBs in time. And then it's kind of just more awkwardly standing right next to Lina.
Oh, I see. Yeah. That's partially what leads to the awkward positioning there by Sky Esports halfway through the fight, right?
Yeah. Second time they try and fight there in the river in this game. This time it goes much better for them at the very least, but they're still facing down what is a 20k net worth lead.
Yes.
It's I don't think it's really that bad though. I still think this game is fairly winnable for them. Dota Plus doesn't necessarily agree with me. It gives 81 to 19. But I still think I could still very easily see Sky Encore Esports fighting through this.
I think 19 is fair, though. I mean, 20% chance is still a pretty good chance, right?
Yeah, 1 in 5.
If I told you had a 20% chance of winning $1 million, you'd feel pretty happy. Right?
I suppose I would.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not the case here. They're not going to win any kind of money, but at least they can win one game of Dota. I feel like you're right. They have a solid chance of coming into this game.
Are you seeing this pickup? Sorry to cut you off by Kishka. Got himself a full Wind Waker.
Oh, this is going to be fun. If this dude's already crazy now, can you imagine with a Wind Waker?
I love this
What is your guess? Do you think he uses it on his teammates, or he's just going to use it on himself?
He uses it on himself. He's going to try and bait an Arena of Blood, and then he's going to fly over the walls.
Yes. And then all chat.
And then, he's not going to all chat. Kishka would never.
I also want to congratulate Zeal. I don't know if you've seen the set of ice in this build, but this Beastmaster has had way more scaling than I would ever expect this hero to have.
And he's going to have Refresher pretty soon. I mean, he's still 800 gold away, but at the rate he's farming, that'll only be a couple of minutes. Drink water, though, very eager to go for third Roche.
Yeah.
He'll wait a while for this, as finally the Bloodthorn is completed for Miracle. He upgrades that, what's it called, the Mage Slayer.
Oh, right, yes, of course. Usually it's the other way around. But
yeah usually it is the other way around, but not for Miracle.
Yep. Ags, though, on the Morphling. A bot can finally deal with this Monkey King.
Miracle is also keyed up an Arcane Blink? What is this? What is this build?
So, for faster Wukong's command, right? It's actually not crazy.
It's not that crazy. It just seems like the Agi's better used on this hero.
Yes, but imagine how quick you can set up your Terracotta Warriors, though.
That's very true. Very true.
I feel like there's an interesting point to be made that Miracle has accepted that he's not even the second carry in this game. That's Beastmaster. He's just a utility carry, and it's working out.
Yeah. And speaking of the utility, Lewis now carrying a little bit more of it. He's got himself his own Scythe of Ice finished at the cost of his buyback, however. And if we actually very quickly check on buybacks, because Roche has respawned, Sky Encore Esports, with only 3 of them here. So only the Mars and the Dawnbreaker. So they're the positions 1 and 2 without it. Learn as well doesn't have it. He's also bought his own Scythe of Ice. Is everyone just buying Scythes of Ice this game? Except for Tiny?
Probably the best way to deal with a Morph, right?
Wait, but Miracle takes the Aegis?
Oh, because he's the tank.
I guess, yeah.
I'm not even kidding. I think, because if you have Ags, right, you reduce his attack speed, which makes Monkey really weak. And you could go for Hyperstone, or you could just not fight with Monkey. Just make him the tank?
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. I'd love to hear like how Miracle is saying, guys, give me Aegis because I will do X, Y, and Z in these fights. And I want to hear what his teammates say back to him. Where's the true sight? We need it.
Like, Miracle, if you pay for the next hot pot, you know, you can do whatever you want.
Pretty much. We'll see where he goes. He's leaping into the base. There they go. Up to the high ground.
Okay.
They've stolen his attack speed.
Yes, they have. Doesn't seem to care. That's a huge Wukong's command down. That's global silence down. Oh,
yeah.
Yes. Okay.
He's got buyback. He can't get cut out like that, though. He needs to be way further back. I don't know what he's doing up there.
It's a tiny... Okay, now the initiation's gone, but immediate BKBs by everyone. There's the global silence. And that's right after the BKBs. It seems like Miracle's going to die. That's only his first life. He predicted this from the start.
The rum.
The rum will help him survive this. Miracle, unfortunately, his second life does not have a BKB, but does have a cheese, and that's Kishka's Yules, or rather Wind Waker being used. Miracle refreshes his BKB, so he's back online, and he goes for Lewis. Water Project not doing enough, only stopping the supports. Lewis has now been perma-stunned as the Scotty finally slows him. XT Learn trying to finish off this Coke, but he's been too tanky. With a Havoc Hammer, though, they step the Morphling back, and Jewel will also fall. But who cares if Lewis lives, as long as they kill everyone around him. Piggy little silencer, they want to send him to the market, but they want to send him first to the graveyard as they finish him off. XT Learn, another crit to kill this pesky support. Sky Esports, they only have 2 core, they only have 1 core and a support, and they don't deal any damage.
This is GG.
It
Dude,
is.
What a fight. Drink water almost with a crucial mistake there. Excellent. He pops BKB. Oh no. This is it. Lewis. He's down and out. I think our Sky Encore Esports as the Abyssal interrupting the Starbreaker. Eris is going to call it. Drink water. They take the 2-0. They're moving on to the final day of the close qualifiers. Well played.
Yep, one of the favorites, of course, in these close qualifiers now, getting their second chance at making it to Division 2. They played really well today, honestly. Yes, there were some moments where you're like, hey guys, maybe don't go to the tier 2 for the 15th time in a row. But overall, their team fight execution, which is what we expected from them, was incredible. I think their itemization was really solid. To me, though, even though Kishka was once again a pretty standout player, it was Zeal that had an incredible impact this game. I think even though everyone played really well, Zeal had a surprising impact for what a Beastmaster would be later into the game. His itemization was incredible, and the guys Hawks pretty much won the game.
I think I'm really impressed as well because the main reason I believe that Sky Encore Esports go for this support duo between Silencer and Dawnbreaker is because of the powerful, initiating and counter-initiating potential they provide. We saw that, right, with the Acceptor Rush, with how Eris was committing the global silences all game, and that made Kishka's game really, really difficult, right? We saw, like, he would get his blinks in, wouldn't really get, like, the hero tossed out that they were looking for. He would kind of just die at the start of fights. And I think when you think about it, Beastmaster's initiation or the way he starts fight is even more difficult, right? Because he just kind of walks in or blinks in and tries to roar you. Like, that's so hard to do against these kinds of heroes. And he still actually has this, like, even more impact than Tiny was able to do so. So definitely showing that he knows his hero inside and out and can adjust to different, you know, play styles when needed. Definitely really impressed me about him this game. I agree completely.
Yeah, the same vein of different playstyles, miracle, right?
Yeah, seriously.
How this play, I mean, this player was always very creative and always a player that I think understood Dota at a pretty high level, honestly, and not the case with many carries who just, you know, farm hit creeps win game. And we kind of saw it this game and last game with a very, very different performance from him, playing two very different roles. The offlane role is also, I think, giving him a lot of experience and perspective on the game. And the guy, he might not have the quote-unquote biggest impact, but he never takes away impact from his other cores. And I think that's an understated ability he has, which works really well with these kind of Lina mids, right, from XC Learn.
He's also smart, like, obviously, but, like, even in that last replay, when he cancels Boundless Strike, repositions to make sure he lifesteals off of 2 heroes, that's the only reason he lives in this fight. Otherwise, I think Morphlane actually has the damage to get through him there. This final fight was so crazy. Oh, gosh, I love late game Dota. It's I
didn't even see the refresher on Miracle. It was crazy bait, honestly. It baited even me.
It's such a shame that we really only get like late game Dota after 40 minutes of playing what is like a very long game, and we don't always get these close fights. But like when they actually happen at this level of competition, like there really is almost no substitute. A really, really close fight there. The Aegis made sense. A couple mistakes there from Drinkwater that I don't believe they get away with against a team of a higher caliber, I have to be honest. Exilern, like, he pops BKB because he thinks someone's going to jump him, and then he's just getting all of his auto attacks blocked by arena walls for his entire BKB duration. So, like, stuff like that, you know, a couple of small mistakes here and there that might have been exploited by, you know, a team. But unfortunately, Sky and Corey Sports not that team.
Yeah. Sky, though, even if they're out of the close qualifiers, they still managed to make it pretty far. And we see improvement in the second game, right? It's a bit difficult for the teams that don't get into the DPC. Luckily, I would say the Filipino teams have some advantages in the fact that they have a strong local scene that's still alive. So Sky might still be able to participate in some of those local tournaments and make it through just for a season, really, until they get the chance to get into another open qualifiers. Someone, of course, has to go, and it'll be them today. And for the next match today, we will be having 2 teams that will be bringing 1 new nationality to the DPC. It's either Spawn Esports or the Yangon Galacticos. Yangon, of course, representing Myanmar, and we have Spawn with 1 Vietnamese player. They used to be the OM 496 squad as they changed names and rebranded. They're no longer fully Vietnamese, but they do have at least 1 Vietnamese offlaner who has been bedazzling for a while.
Yeah, and that's going to be super exciting. It's another best of 3. So the team here that loses is not going to be out because it's upper bracket. They'll have another final chance tomorrow to qualify versus the victor of now Lil Gun and Drinkwater. But we are going to be going to a break because that series is not set to start, unfortunately, Alvaro, for about another 50 minutes or so. So we're going to have a little bit of a long break. But when we return, guys, we are going to have YG taking on Spawn for the first slot here into Division 2. We'll catch you then.
Hello and welcome to the SCA DPC CTPC Close Qualifiers. We have the last match of today, Spawn versus Yangon Galacticos. We have either a Vietnamese player making it to the Division 2 DPC, which will not be the first time, but it will be the first time this year, which is also likely because it's the first season this year. And the other chance is getting a full team of Myanmarese.
Yes, yeah, that should be pretty exciting. It's an upper bracket match as well, so the loser of this match, first, they're not out, and second, they still have another chance to actually get through into Division 2 a little bit later on. Let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket so we can go ahead and visualize both teams' journeys here to get here. Spawn team taking down both Neon Esports and Lilgun. I think YG's journey is maybe a bit more impressive, to be honest.
The most impressive.
Yeah. Taking down Drinkwater in round 2, but not only that, also taking down Sky Encore, which were eliminated earlier by Drinkwater on our previous match. Both teams now one best of 3 away from making it all the way into Division 2. And what's most impressive is I don't believe either of these teams, maybe YG, but I don't believe either of these teams qualified on the first or second rounds of the Opens. Is that right?
Yeah. Exactly, but neither did actually, and we were surprised about this. So when we were casting it, so yeah, it was both YG and Spawn were a little bit later, which is very interesting that they actually just decided to peak now. We spoke about this a little bit, right? A lot of these teams, definitely not Neon. Lilgun is kind of in an in-between because we're not really sure what happened to the roster shuffle since they lost a slot, or rather sold a slot. But most of these teams are stacks or adjacent to stacks, right? Like, for example, the Signal Ultra, well, yes, Sky did have a little bit of support. It isn't the level that both Yangon and Spawn have been trying, right? These teams have been like kind of rebuilding around this. In the case of Spawn as well, they, if I'm not mistaken, they have Amang Daya, their mid laner, which was one of the promising Indonesian mid laners of last year. Unfortunately, didn't really work out for Neon, but it was the idea originally. He did get sick, which kind of halted his career for a while, but now he's back and hoping to make it with Spawn team. No matter who makes it, it'll be pretty exciting because these are either new faces or a lot of new talent regardless. So it's only going to be good for the scene to see that diversity.
Absolutely, yeah. And they actually both got through on the Open Qualifier round number 3. And curiously enough, of course, as we play that seeding match now, yes, together. So do you want to guess who won that match? I'll give you a hint. It was a 2-0. Do you want to guess who won?
Yangon.
Yes, they did. It was a 2-0 in favor of YG. And game 1 was not very close. 41-14 stomp. Game 2 a lot closer there, actually. But we'll see now how this one gets underway as our draft just now beginning. But I pulled up these games in hopes that they did play each other, and they did, in fact. So it'll be cool to see what they decide to revisit, if anything at all, for their now rematch series. This time with a lot more on the line, not just seeding a whole Division 2 spot.
Radiant team pick.
We mentioned this last broadcast, but Spawn used to be the 496 team, and it used to be a fully Vietnamese team. Unfortunately, we're now down to only one player, which is Red, their offlaner, but probably one of the more promising players of the recent years in Vietnam. It's kind of hard to say because that region has unfortunately not really been too active in the DPC. But the rest of the team is actually Indonesian, which is another region that's kind of faded away as well, at least fully Indonesian teams, mind you. And since M11 doesn't know what a registration date is, Spawn team will be trying to represent themselves instead.
Yes. Yeah, so that should be pretty cool. And already, this is a bit of an interesting pick. I don't see this hero contested in their previous series, which was ready, like 6 days ago was when they last played. Of course, we should mention that they played at the end of a day where they already had to play 2 best of 3s. So when they played each other, they were on their 3rd best of 3. So maybe a little bit of fatigue there. I know both teams, well, the 2 finals that I've casted personally, both the teams were a little bit tired, a little bit memey. Everyone was buying the Nature's Prophet shard for some reason, which is really bad. So it's we'll see. I'm not expecting the exact same matchup, but YG, beaten them once before, so if it bleeds, you can kill it. And now's the time to deal a killing blow here. Get yourselves into the qualifiers. Here we go, though. First phase already done. Clockwork Alina. They cover themselves up the Alina's weaknesses there, making sure that they can't close the gap onto her with that clock. I'm really fascinated by this tree pick because I've seen it a couple times, Avo, but it's never really looked too amazing.
While I wasn't I haven't been casting as much of the SCA qualifiers as yourself, and this pick is not very popular in SCA in general. This hero has been slowly climbing up the ranks in the past week for the high immortal bracket as the one of the highest win rates in position 5.
5 seconds remaining.
So we've been seeing a lot in Western Europe and North America as the two servers that are using him the most. And obviously, in Europe in general. Eastern and Western Europe kind of combined as well. It's kind of interesting. He's been looking, I mean, he is a response to some degree to the Zoo, right? Always effective to do that.
Yeah.
He's a good, really good BKB counter, you could argue as well. And he is particularly good at the disengaging fights. So these stupid Bloodstone heroes that are kind of popping off these days, Trumpeter can overgrowth, you leave, right? So there's always that advantage because these heroes don't tend to have BKB. Whereas stuns don't last as long. Overgrowth is a fantastic tool to disengage there. That said, I agree that I have not seen too much success and I don't fully comprehend this. I'm kind of taking shocks in the dark based on stats.
Yeah, and he's still a very powerful laner. I've seen him picked into Beastmasters, and it's been like a mix of what people decide to go for. I've seen a couple attempts at like a Leech Seed prioritize, usually just like 2 points, but still, you know, at level 3, 2 points in Leech Seed is significant when the norm for this hero has previously been, Nature's Grasp. I've seen more points prioritized into the Living Armor against Tusks, especially, actually giving a nod towards that ban from YG. To help with the physical damage that he pumps out. And I've seen him in games where he actually does look pretty good. You know, with a Blink Dagger, he's still one of the best position 5s to take the lane, take the safe lane that is, after the carry starts to go in jungle, because he can defend the tower for a while, delay that push, increase your size of the map, you know, therefore increase your GPM on your team, and, you know, get himself some farm, which is always really nice. But yeah, I don't know. It's been weird. It's been weird to see this hero back and first picked. But looking forward to what it'll do.
A hero that we have been seeing much more, the Lina, who has been probably the star of these qualifiers, or in general, the star in general, one of the rising heroes, because she fulfills the same thing Drow and Sniper does, but I guess more versatile, especially now that people are playing it more commonly in the carry role. Maybe that's just a thing of these qualifiers, but I've been seeing it much more often here. I'm not sold on the Maelstrom build, but I will say that this Lina hero is probably one of the best answers to Morphling. We've dealt with this a lot, but you can't really Ags into the Lina. You kind of need Scotty, and that way you can still have the range carry without the threat of this Morphling. People are still picking it, but it's not as an effective counter as, for example, the Sniper, where Morphling, as long as it catches you with Ags, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah, so I do like it in that way. And even last series, right, we saw it get a couple of free kills onto Morphling, basically, in the laning, well, out of the laning stage into the like early mid-game. So you always have that threat, potentially. There's the Bloodseeker ban into the very prompt pick of the Pangolier. Can be, of course, Overgrowth is one of the few roots in the game that actually pierces spell immunity. So you can be rooted mid-roll.
Yes.
But,
it's a pretty strong counter, to be honest. It's kind of annoying. Because Pango Yields is a pretty rare build these days, or at least you don't see it as much, right? So,
5 seconds
I'm not sure what the answer is going to be. I mean, you can ball, right? I think roll up dispels it.
Does roll up dispel? I'm actually not 100% sure. I don't play a ton of Pango. Check here. As the
I'm pretty sure it does, but it is true that it's a pretty annoying hero to deal with. Another annoying hero to deal with is Primal Beast. Of course, you can grab the ball with the talent, but it stuns you, so it doesn't really have much use. But he's a fantastic hero against the Lina.
No, you're right. It applies a basic dispel upon cast, and Overgrowth only needs a basic dispel, if I'm not mistaken.
The only problem is some spells don't work properly, but I'm pretty sure Roll Up works with Overgrowth. Roll Up has some weird interactions with certain spells. Rubik picked up by Spawn Team as well. This is the other Pango counter, probably a bigger Pango counter because you just steal the Rolling Thunder. I think Pango players these days are much better at not giving away the Rolling Thunder because you just shield crash immediately. But you know, Rubik can still charge it, can still use it while you're charging. It's not the hardest thing to do. It's a very impactful Rubik ability.
Yeah, and I've seen it a handful of times, to be honest. And I think YG, they have learned and are adjusting a little bit from their previous encounter, Game 2, which they were losing at one stage. It was a 71-minute game when they finally did take that first seed over Spawn Team. They actually themselves, when they won, they did have themselves a Pangolier, and enemies promptly picked a Bloodseeker. And also this Primal Beast. So lots of heroes popping up. Silencer as well for YG seems to be a combo that they like here. because it's another hero that we see them get picked a lot. Last time they picked it first phase, they picked it with Morphling.
10 seconds remaining.
And against the Primal. I suspect it has to do with Primal then, some sort of answer
5
to
seconds
BKB
remaining.
and what's it called? What's the Pulverize, I believe it is, the ultimate there.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, because Primal Beast, you can go for the Blink Dagger, but obviously early, the whole idea is to be able to rush in, right? With the Onslaught,
Radiant
I think it's
team
called.
banned.
And
Yes.
Global Silence can prevent you in the middle of Onslaught. You
Dire team
go for a really
banned.
early BKB and use it just to dispel the silence. It can be a little bit annoying. The lane also, I can imagine if Primal Beast goes off lane, Silencer is pretty strong against that because of the amount of damage you deal. But I will say that once Primal Beast gets his items, the Silencer might just be fodder. I guess you can't initiate
10
with the Primal
seconds
Beast, but this
remaining.
hero is just a bit stupid, so...
It is pretty easy to reach him. And also, it's
5
just a strong
seconds
offlane pick,
remaining.
right? With YG having last pick and them probably not showing their carry. I don't think it'll be a carry Lina here. He's just strong. Like you said, he's real stupid and strong. I mean, he's got a telekinesis as well for a setup stun, Fade Bolt, which is usually max now just for
Radiant
damage and the
team
farming
back.
potential. And you have these ginormous spikes at level 3 and again at level 5 when Trample just does too much damage, in my opinion. Not much Silencer is going to be able to do. Arcane Curse will reduce his DPS, of course, based on the movement speed slow, but it's still just way too much for most carries to deal with.
Yeah,
10
that's
seconds
a
remaining.
good point. I mean, right now, the Clockwork can tank a little bit more, but Silencer,
5
Lina, and
seconds
Pango are all
remaining.
fodder to Primal
Yep.
Beast, which is why I think Yang gonna assume that this Primal Beast will go mid, which is a much more impactful role for the hero. It is a bit of a
Dire team
sacrifice
picked.
to a degree if you put him mid because he does fall off rather quickly if you do not keep the pressure up. But in this game, it feels like he's always able to get solo kills, so I understand their logic. And if they're getting an off lane, what could Spawn do? What hero could Red play?
10 seconds
I'm
remaining.
kind of thinking, right? They've banned out at least some Zoo
5
and Tower
seconds
Push, so something
remaining.
that Silencer would have really struggled with.
Radiant team picked.
They will go into the
Oh.
Spirit Breaker, so just some more vision. They really want to get on these backlines, don't they?
That is a very old. I can't believe I still remember this, but Red Hero, he used to love this for Breaker offlane. You know, he just used to play it all the time. Very impactful hero. In the way that he
10
plays it is
seconds
very similar
remaining.
to the way that it was played back when Shabbat used to play the mid, right? That kind of style of
5
I'm gonna
seconds
just shove
remaining.
lanes, make it super annoying. He's a very strong hero to go with Primal Beast because you always have dual initiation, and he is a hero that scales crazy well for no
Yeah.
reason, but he
Yeah.
does scale crazy well.
Even if this is a support, and it's not, right? It's going to
No,
be a
it's
core.
a
But
three,
even if it
yeah.
was a support, you just get like your phase boots, BKB, and Agaceptor, and you just scale like a complete monster. Shadowblade is the big one there as well. Yeah, it's a ridiculous itemization, and he is going to scale really nice. YG, something to respond then to the overall
You may now
aggression
select
is going
your
to be the
heroes.
Mars. I'm not sure how I feel about it. It does stop Primal and Spirit Breaker, but it doesn't stop the Morphling. Because he can just simply waveform through Arena. It is some much more needed team fight, and I believe then it is going to be a Lina carry. Yeah,
Yep.
indeed.
Yep. I mean, so Mars is walls, right? Which is good against all these heroes that run at you, like Primal Beast and Spirit Breaker. So there's that point to be made. I'm not that sold on the Mars as an offlaner right now. I feel like he's just okay.
It's true. We do see him a lot though, and
We do, but not success.
you can cut down, try and annoy the tree and protector. I don't know. I feel like this is a pretty good lane actually. Tree Morphling into Mars, like I don't know. I think it's just probably maybe a bit of a comfort hero. Wait a second. Is this the Zarain? Is he the support or is he the position? No, he's the 4. Okay, so it is Show T, the Mars offlane for them. Okay. I thought maybe for a second they were doing something like really weird, like a core clock, but that's not the case. I mean, at least you do have your own like target. You can always put up your own cogs to catch a spear, because something that's a little bit awkward is normally when you lane against the tree protector, you cut down all the trees. Well, not all of them, but all of the side trees, so we can't harass easily. But that also leaves you without a bunch of trees to latch a spear to. So it's kind of this weird, you're kind of countering yourself thing. But Clockwork does kind of fix that. It's like a strong lane at least.
Yep. There's the opener. They don't have the cool one though, the meteors.
The Dark Moon event.
Yeah, I really want to know because I was seeing this, and I really want to know who is the intellectual in Spawn. I'm gonna check the usernames now. There's one man who currently has the name. Is it Red? No, it's Dalol. So there's one man who currently has the name Hasta Luego Enjoyer, which I guarantee you refers to the line.
Yeah, hasta luego.
Yeah, exactly. Which the whole Spanish cast, we were joking during TI that people were still using the ga, but that was like 2-3 years old, and the new shout for South America was hasta luego. And so all the Thunder Awaken and the Beast Coast teams would do this when they would win, and they would all do that joke. So this man is an intellectual, truly a man of culture. It is the best line in the compendium, in my opinion.
It's a good one. It's a fun one. All the Spanish lines are pretty fun. I also like the Portuguese ones, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I think those two. I think those two packs are kind of shown this year. I think the English lines are just okay compared to the Spanish and Portuguese. It's just you put a voice effects into things, right? It's just fun,
Yeah. Get to yell a little bit.
What is it? The chica chica boom. Shotgun the destrucción. I think that's hilarious.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. So I
don't know. The English ones are like, there's this one really dumb one that tried to rhyme,
Which one was it?
Oh, I think it was, what was it? Something about Dirge and Undyne.
No, I don't mean the lines of the cast. I mean the voice part. Why did you do this to me? What was your line again? I literally do not remember.
But
I can't even remember.
And it's honestly, it's for the best. I couldn't come up with another one, and I was like, I hope they don't use this one because it's not very good. And then they're like, yoink, there you go.
I stand by my line of playing on a Steam controller. I feel like I'm going to send that every year.
Yeah, that would have been a really funny one.
And now I can do it because Lizard did it. So now it's officially a thing.
That's right. No, he played on the Steam Deck, right?
Yeah, same thing. Which I was, by the way. I remember I was watching the clip and he angled. He's like, "Oh, this is perfectly normal. I'm winning 5K games," and it takes him 15 seconds to angle a hook shot. And I'm thinking, is he playing bots co-op? How is he winning 5K games like that?
Well, let's think about that, right? If you are taking your time and really lining up your hook shot like that, it does force you to really give a lot more
thought to your plays. Yeah, I guess
right?
most of the time you play without thinking.
You really have to make deliberate movements, right? You have no other choice when you're playing on a such a mechanical game, shall we say, on a little bit of a limited input device.
I feel like if he played in C, he would be losing every single game because there's no chance here you get a breather.
No. In we go. And very quickly we shall get underway here. A couple of tips. Candelier isn't one of his strong suits. Only a 31% win rate here on the hero. That's a solid stat right there.
What? This stat, man, really went hard. Should I fail, my brothers would never forgive me.
That's right. That's right.
I don't know if we're going to be so rough on the poor man. I didn't even know you could... What is the gauntlet?
Have you been playing? It's the third ability. It's above your third skill.
I don't use the balloons and stuff.
They do. Mamang Daya challenge to a duel.
Mamang Daya. This man who started his career in Army Geniuses made it all the way to Neon. Now he's back to where he came from. An open qualifiers team trying to get them through. Really expanded his hero pool along the way, though. Used to be very much a two-trick kind of person.
He's like a spirit player, right? I remember him on Storm a lot.
Used to have Quap as well, and Kunkka. Quap and Kunkka. He's a traditional mid laner, right? And I feel like over the years, he's really expanded his hero pool. Now I see him on the Pango. He's playing from Obese now. I'm sure he spams these heroes on his account, but it's definitely not the 3-4 trick pony that we used to see.
Shows growth. That's what you need to continue growing as a player.
Yes, usually growth is needed for growth.
Yes, and the overgrowth eventually might be problematic. But what I was going to say was that, of course, winners of this series are going to get to grow a little bit more into that Division 2 slot.
Please shift your attributes away from this conversation.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah?
Before I fade bolt away.
Yeah, well you know what? You know what happens when you upset me? I gods rebuke you. That's what happens.
Yeah, I will battery assault your ass.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that spell sounds very strong, isn't it? We'll see how this lane ends up going. This lane, in theory, should actually... There's a lot of kill potential on Mars and Clock, but I don't know on who, right? Because Morphling is a little bit difficult to catch, and Tripitator is quite tanky, so... This should be a good kill lane, but I feel like without the kill lane, they just struggle at the harassing. That said, Lina plus Silencer seems like one of the strongest lanes you could think of.
Yeah, as far as damage goes, right, for sure.
And harassment? What is the Spur Breaker supposed to do?
He's gonna, I don't know, he also took Greater Bash level 1, which is really, I don't know.
It's actually the better build for the lane, to be honest. Like when you're playing to the lane, because it gives you some harassment and actually gives you some fighting potential. If you play with Charge of Darkness, you only have kill potential, but you feel very useless at level 1.
Free also, oh, he'll return to the lane. He didn't start off with the Orb of Venom, but did go for level 1 Leech Seed, which is the norm now. Just really helps you trade very effectively.
Yeah, I do think.
That.
What was it? PPD that popularized the Leech Seed first build back in the TI5 era. That was his haste stream protector.
I'm not sure.
I like this build more these days. I think Nature's Grasp was overrated for a while, and people finally realized heal per second is kind of broken.
Yeah, I've kind of seen that with, remember when who was it, Puppy, or it probably was PPD again, maxing a Cold Feet first as well on the Ancient Apparition?
No, I think that was Puppy. Yeah, because people kept doing this, the Chilling Touch build, right? And Puppy was like, what are you guys doing? Cold Feet is better. Alright, they got Lund now. Red,
yeah, it's a bit out of position.
Trying to get the Greater Bash to bash him away. He's not getting any of these, though.
One
no
more.
17% for you. They played this as well as they could. Now the Rubik could be in a little bit of trouble, but unfortunately it does not have the damage. 6 stacks of Fire Soul, but needs 1 or 2 items to really start dishing out.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, though, Spawn team are looking to harass and keep this Rubik out of lane. They're not going to really be able to interrupt the pull. There's no telekinesis for a few more seconds, so Lena's safe there. Among Daya onslaughts back into the mid lane. Both mid laners with bottles, pretty much the exact same inventory. The young PH having at least 1 more tango to his name.
Okay, killed the loot. That was pretty easy, though. KSH dies as a result, and Red continues his charge in 2 seconds. Should be able to finish off Lone as well as the charge hit.
Wow.
And there's the hasta luego. Bien. Truly honoring his name.
Yeah. And a fantastic start. YG already beginning to stack inside their own triangle, but a double kill here for the Spirit Breaker is already going to have him 600 gold richer. A very comfortable position for him to start off his game in. And maybe a troubling sign here for the Lina, who now has the Fluffy hat delivered at the very least. But Spirit Breaker is going to get these items online. Already has the boots. I thought he'd maybe consider Chainmail first. Pardon me for all the right-click damage he's taken, but I think the movement speed obviously is going to pay for itself here.
Yeah, I mean, if you go chainmail, you're just kind of a tank, right? So you can survive a lot. But I am surprised with the Blades of Attack before the chainmail, though. I do agree with you.
Oh, yeah, he did go for that. Yeah.
Yeah, Rubik just brought it to him. I am surprised by that. Maybe diminishing returns because you're already at a really high armor to begin with.
That's very true, right? You're already at 6. I guess you'd want just the attack speed, or sorry, the damage, right? Clear the wave a little bit faster, makes your CSing easier. You get out of the line of fire that much sooner.
But you'd argue that Spirit Breaker doesn't really scale with attack damage, rather attack speed, right? Because he just wants to get more greater bashes. Maybe it makes last hitting easier, like you said.
I think it's for the last hitting against the Lina. It's already got good base damage. Why not have a little bit more? Ravens. I'm eager to see what the Stream Protector is going to do with his 3rd point, as mid laners will go ahead and split the little water rune ceremony.
Okay.
But we'll
still, Primal Beast is,
or
Malang Daya rather, is winning this lane. To no surprise, it's really difficult to win a lane against Primal Beast as a melee hero, especially a Pango, as we just saw Malang Daya do this, and he's gonna go for Young PH, only a little bit of damage. He's really looking to clear this lane instead. Probably will rotate on that pulverized level. We'll see when Malang Daya decides to be active this game. Usually Primal Beast gets online much sooner than Pango, even if Pango is quite a fast mid lane.
Yeah, and I think bottom's like the easiest gank of his life, to be honest.
Yes.
I mean, there's nothing a Silencer's going to really do, unless he takes a really early point in Last Word to stop you from pulverizing Lina. Zarain is maybe dead top lane. A little bit more damage coming through from Jikroy. But actually, I think he'll get away from this. Stream Protector just a bit too slow and very frustrating. This is already the 2nd or 3rd time I've seen Clockwork pull the wave behind tower. Skip the wave, I guess.
As they say, trees are not very good with motion. And Red, he will be in trouble at bottom. That single point of Arcane Curse, or sorry, 2 points in Arcane Curse will be able to guarantee the kill. Dalu also dies, and he will be the one saying hasta luego today.
Yeah, indeed. And that hurts because Spirit Breaker, as you'd expect with any bovine creatures, are not the smartest. His insgain is not very high. So even losing this too.
Say sidebar, cows are actually kind of clever. Spirit Breaker
they're
is a
very
example.
clever. How many times have you talked to a cow and it's gone ahead and done a quip and you've been like, very good. Wordplay.
Yeah, I've talked to you. No.
Ah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Onslaught, and we also have the trample. We're going to get a kill onto Lun. Mamang Daya finishing off the silencer, but he can't guarantee any more. Young PH will stay in the trees, has Rolling Thunder, and now they're in the pinball zone. Mamang Daya could be in trouble, but he stays near the wall to make sure he can only get pushed up to the high ground. Smart movement by him. Instead of going into the middle of the lane, which is where death trap zone for the Pango.
I've also left the Mars alone top lane. He has decided to go for the double bracer build again. I'm not personally the biggest fan of this. Maybe this game is a bit more appropriate.
Yes,
but down
but no
bottom
Falcon
is where
Blade.
there's action on Talina.
Red.
Here's Pango.
Yep. Red actually avoided. Nice little sidestepping, avoid nice strike array, but Young PH is here. 37% win rate, you say?
Yeah,
like
yes, stats don't lie.
I like the little celebration dance upon his victory of killing the Spirit Breaker. I wouldn't say that Spirit Breaker is... People used to consider like, to do a lot early. I think now people know that Spirit Breaker can chill a bit more, has a lot of impact even without getting kills early. But it's still a good start for the Lina. He actually got the spear against Jikroy, but he did get the attribute shift in time. No way for him to get out of the arena, but he should be fine with a little bit of healing from the Trip Protector as well. As mid lane, Daya goes crazy, bashes the Pango against the floor, tramples over him, and now there's one less Pangolin in the world.
Yeah.
Dalul, though, might die as a result as Lun really wants intelligence, and he will be taking it. Daya can't really do much against the Silencer. Or watching Febby, Richie? The Silencer is unstoppable.
Yeah, he's got 8 stolen int in as many minutes, which is a really good feat so far for Silencer. He's actually going to scale pretty nicely. Has gone for the casual Wraith Band. We'll probably see that in his inventory until the end of the game. But now he's got options of very realistically, you know, eventually becoming a little bit of a semi-carry with that Ag's shard, and then eventually like just a Moon shard towards the end of the game on top of his probably power treads. So he'll start to deal some serious damage here, especially because you have a Clockwork, you have Rolling Thunder, you have Arena of Blood. Like, you're going to have opportunities to just throw right-clicks at heroes.
You think you go for the Shard and Silencer? Have you been seeing that recently?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah, it's a bit of a build. It's like, not like full AC, not like full carry, but like really late game. Because like, what do you do on Silencer?
Like luxury
past,
kind
like,
of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what do you do on Silencer past like 35, 40 minutes? Like, you just like stand super far away from the fight and then global, right? Maybe you force stab someone.
Right. So I guess if they come at you, you have a shard to like really threaten.
You have a shard. You have a lot of lockdown on your team. Eventually, if you steal a lot of int, like you don't quite go for like the Glaive of Wisdom talents. You know, you still take that left talent on 20 mid lane.
Dalul, he's stuck in the cogs. He takes an interesting approach to escaping. He escapes with his face first, doesn't really work out, but they are charging on the Pango, and the Primal Beast will keep him in place for now, finally gets the mana for the trample. In comes Red, he's gonna chase after the ball, and this count knows how to do so. The cogs, they'll trap him PH. Now he's forced to retreat, he's out of range from another strike though. Mamang Daya will chase after him, getting mana from the bottle. Onslaught is ready now in 3 more seconds. Young PH has swashbuckle though, and they realize this. They're gonna have to let this Pango go.
Yeah. Slight mistake there, using Trample while, of course, the Rolling Thunder gives you magic immunity from that kind of damage. But it was going to be a tough kill. Yeah, it was going to be a tough kill. That was actually a pretty slick move. I don't know if he did it on purpose among Daya, but he actually pulverized the Pangolier as soon as he started swashbuckling. So the swashbuckle went on cooldown, and he still picked him up. I thought he had him underneath his tier 2. In trouble is Lun.
Oh, yeah, Lun is in trouble. Dalula's dead, though. And in fact, Lun might not be in trouble. He fights back. This Silencer, he's not afraid of this dumb cow. And he's going to get this kill as well. Mamang Daya, though, meanwhile, dies in the middle lane. And in exchange, he gets the enemy mid laner. This Silencer is actually the crux of this lineup. I cannot believe Lun is so unstoppable.
It's like I said, this build he's gonna consider it. Force staff, of course, first, but then eventually you start scaling a little bit more into that damage dealing role, and it's real good. Remember as soon as Dragonlance got added to the game, and it was the most imba item because it was like the best stats for no money. You had these heroes like that could really take advantage of it. The Meepo especially, like, he was like really big on abusing it. Yeah. But eventually, when it got slightly more refined, you still had like Enchantress 4s and Silencer 4s, and they would support for like 20 minutes, and then they would buy, you know, 4-staff Dragonlance and just start doing damage. It's gonna remind me of this game quite a bit. I don't think he'll go Dragonlance, don't get me wrong, but no, he's gonna be a threat as he continues to scale. Other heroes, though, still coming along very nicely. This morph is going that first item Lincoln Sphere that we see very typically.
Right.
And for the
What is he
offlane Spirit
blocking this
Breaker,
game, though?
it's going to be the Shadow Blade as normal.
Oh, yeah? Okay. What is he blocking with Lincoln this game, though?
He would be blocking Last Word. He'd be blocking Laguna.
Is under attack.
That's about it.
Radiant's bottom tower
That's not-
is under attack.
I don't know. Maybe... Was that enough of a reason to buy Lincolns on the hero? I know it's good, but...
I agree. I might prefer just, like, honestly, a Manta, to be honest with you, with the almost same amount of money.
Yeah.
I think the only difference between the two is that I guess these morphs they like to farm a lot more with waveform, and the Perseverance gives you the mana to do that.
Yes.
Shortest Rolling Thunder of the world, but is going to get a kill onto the tree and maybe result in the tower.
Yeah, but bottom, they also want Show TI. And they get him once. Now charge him. Another charging beast. Everyone is piling onto this Mars, and one single slam will guarantee the kill. There is something very satisfying that the hero dies at the second he is slammed into the ground.
That's right. You really just like bury him, you know? That's how hard they slam him into the ground.
What is Roy? What is he doing? He just walked towards that haste rune. So Silencer was there, forcing Silencer to take it and forcing a global silence as well.
Maybe,
okay, Jikroy.
Maybe Lund thought the haste rune meant he said that global real fast. Unfortunately, not the case.
I mean, the whole play was odd. The global silence I understand because you're wondering the whole time as Silencer, why is he still coming towards me?
I feel like if you're Lund in that moment, you have to give 2 ints to the morph lane after you flub it like that, you know? Like you just have to give it back.
Right. Sure. I guess that makes sense. He's at 12 int. He can afford to lose.
He can afford to give a little bit away. He can afford to make a couple mistakes. Don't worry. It's all calculated here. But
I want to know what Jikro is saying in the comms though, guys. I can get this haste from Silencer is not fast enough. I'm not really sure.
And then he sees Clockwork. He's like, I'm not scared of this guy either.
It was just a power move, huh?
Eventually, he's gonna have to be a little bit scared, especially because with the mana burns that will quickly be coming online here for young PH. He's got the Blade of Alacrity in the stash. Just needs a little bit more money for the full diffusal recipe. He'll be doing some damage, man. And again, you do need mana to shift. Primal Beast is also very weak without mana, doesn't have the biggest pool. You can see those 2 spells, almost all of his mana gone.
Yep. Going for the immediate BKB to have as much impact as possible, as early as possible. But we talked about it in the draft, right? He's going to take a while to actually get online and for there not to be tools to deal with him. You can always global silence if he doesn't BKB.
What a scan.
Sorry, wait. Red?
What a scan. KSH immediately out of there. Well done, as Red is going to die.
Yep. We turn into a pig, but... they can still chase after him. Arena! Oh my god!
Okay.
Show TI, he calculated the movement speed and realized he wasn't getting to him. So instead just Arena him.
Fair enough. I think maybe there would have been a swashbuckle already, but you never know if he found a creep wave to charge away to. I was most impressed there. You can see Spawn Team actually still smoke, still moving around the map, mostly aimlessly. And that's because they wanted to try and find that Lina top lane. She was farming out pretty far, relatively safely, of course, because she did take down that tier 1 tower about 5 minutes ago. But she scanned as soon as she saw Mamang Daya leave the mid lane, like the second, and knew immediately there were heroes coming her way. Wasted no time, didn't even continue farming the wave, just TP'd away. So really good patient move there, because that's a super easy kill, of course, for the Primal Beast.
Yeah, I mean, good point, actually. This KSH in general, this whole game has been avoiding ganks left, right, and center. This Boots of Travel worked wonders for him, and his map awareness has really shown. A lot of the net worth difference comes essentially from just him being clever, not him engaging, just farming appropriately. And this makes it a little bit scarier for Spawn, because once she gets Scotty, this Morphling will be in trouble, and she will get Scotty before he gets his Scotty.
Absolutely. One point I want to bring up, I think the reason we're seeing KSH play so conservatively, like barely showing on map, not doing anything unless he has vision on a couple of crucial heroes, is because, you know, Spirit Breaker will continue to scale, absolutely, but right now he's real strong. And you don't want him to, you know, you don't want to kick off his scaling any more than you need to. And that means, unfortunately, for Lina, not farming every single wave that she really has access to. You just kind of have to sacrifice a couple of those in order to, you know, not grief the game for the rest of your team. You can see it. I'm hunting for Red. Oh, I cannot believe he escapes there.
Oh, Zaw, I guess, was not looking at his hero. He did hookshot in time. Or he just tried to battery assault him. Cox is actually the most efficient way of pushing someone out, but he was too close by the time he got to him. Unfortunate.
Point dagger on Mars now, so they're probably still going to look for some kind of fight.
Can they smoke?
Lincoln's is completed.
So,
there's a charge going now.
Revenge. There's the charge 1, charge 2, and Zaw will die.
Okay, easy enough. They'll go ahead and heal
does-
off all that silencer damage here with that regen. No big deal. But what's going on here? In the river?
The Pango. He has been caught in an awkward position. Global Silence has been used, but Young PH will die to the physical damage from the Morphling, who's full agi. Red is okay to sacrifice his body. And in fact, he's not even going to need to. There's a BKB now. Probable Beast going for the Lina. Decides to let the Silencer go because the Trim Protector's nearby. We have an Overgrowth going for KSH. Now they hit him as well with that Pulverize. With her in place, there's nowhere for her to run. The Overgrowth even catches the Mars, and now it's going to be a free kill on the Lina, and perhaps another kill on Shotiai as well. Zarain comes to the rescue, hoping to save his teammate. The Cogs don't work against him, and instead Shotiai will die, and Zarain, now stuck because of those Nature's Grasp, will go under the tower and save himself just in time. But it's still a team by Spawn who plays it incredibly well.
Incredible fight. Yeah, I'd honestly love to see a replay of that because I didn't even notice when the Overgrowth hit. But that was incredible. That was actually like a really, really great fight.
It's right after the Pulverize. He pulverized, he put himself perfectly in position to hit both with Overgrowth. Incredible.
I was mostly impressed by Red's tenacity to re-engage in that fight. Even though it does cost him his life, it kind of baits YG to commit everything else that they had here. So this is the start, right? Global Silence is going to interrupt the Nether Strike mid-cast, but he comes back after this. First of all, I can't believe he lives, but he comes back, the Madman.
It's true, actually, the Madman. But here's what I was most impressed by. Look at the Trim Protector, right? He's just like, he baits out multiple uses of that Overgrowth, and then finally puts himself in the perfect position, waits for all the stunts to end, and then gets the perfect Overgrowth.
Right. And you can see here, right, the Mars, he probably can make it out of this fight alive, but he turns around, right, because he sees a big, meaty God's Rebuke, and he can't resist not hitting it. Gets him a kill onto Red, but does cost him basically the Clockwork and himself. So it's Clockwork actually dying twice at that fight, once at the start, once at the end. Yeah.
He didn't die at the end, right? He just went in the top.
Oh, maybe not. You're right.
Yeah, he only died once. But still, it did cost the Mars' life. He's the important one anyway. Magdaya, he tried to get a Pulverize off. Instead, he's being pulverized against the wall. BKB deactivated. He doesn't want to be pushed up to the high ground. He's just going to fight back. And that Rolling Thunder is about to end. Young PH, he might be punished here. Overgrowth by Travis, once again, a really good one. As Young PH is stuck, he's in a pickle. He's going to die first. Shotiai gets the arena off. With like Speculated, nice. Still have the Morphling in time. And Laguna Blade turns this cow into minced meat. KSH wants more blood. They want the Rubik Rare, and they will find it. But not before he counterattacks the Laguna Blade. Mamangdaya as well, with that trample, finishes off Felina. We still have Pulverize ready. The rest of the team is trying to finish off Mamangdaya, but he has 2k HP. It's too difficult. In comes Travis yet again, this time with no ult. Mamangdaya screams the Silencer face, and then proceeds to smash him into the ground.
Oh, I absolutely love the design of this hero. He's amazing.
It's too funny.
Oh, he's so good.
It's like watching Jurassic Park, honestly. It's so funny.
I love the idea of Silencer, arcane cursing, and cast no spells, speed, and he just roars at his face and picks him up and smashes him on the ground.
Cast no spells, speed.
I have 1.4 int gain, probably one of the lowest in the game. I don't care. Oh, I absolutely love this hero. And another great fight for Spawn Team 6, healed by the Rubik, who once again, it's just Spawn Team kind of forcing out YG, wanting to go for these +1 kills, right? You want to try and be a little bit more efficient. Maybe you win that fight, right? And you can take this tier 1 tower, but Rubik, he baits you back in. He steals your spell. You can't let him have that. You have to punish the thief. You go diving the tower, you kill him, but you lose the rest of the team. And now, guess what? They've got a Train Protector. This mid tower is full HP. You've made negative progress.
Yeah. That Rubik... Oh, wait. No, Mamangdaya could still be a target, but they stop the cogs. BKB from Mamangdaya. He's like, okay, we're fighting? Sure, I'll take this. Clockwork against the ground. In comes Red. Choo-choo! And it's going to be Young PH who gets caught. Another strike also hits them as well. And they keep just charging onto this Pangolier. However, this time, the Global Silence would hopefully turn this around. But it is Rubik Dalu who pushes Mamangdaya out to the high ground, saving his life. Travis with another great Overgrowth, keeping Shotiai in the high ground and also keeping Lina at bay, guaranteeing the kill out on this Mars. These two supports on Spawn are doing so much heavy lifting.
Yeah, they are. Really good charge as well, joining that fight as Spirit Breaker. And I think YG need to kind of reevaluate when they decide to take these fights. because the downtime, as you can see by Spawn, is basically just now limited to this BKB duration, or sorry, BKB cooldown from Among Daya. If they have that, they're gonna fight. Like, they feel ready. They feel like this is their power spike. And Lina, just not nearly as strong, has a full Gleipnir before BKB here, by the way, on top of her BOTs. But even, without Global Science, it becomes very difficult to fight into this Spawn lineup. I do think they kind of need to reevaluate that. They kicked that off because Pangolier took a rune and didn't even have Rolling Thunder, and they decided to fight off of that. I just think you can't really afford to do it.
What? What? Did you see that?
I didn't.
He, so he Dragon Slaved, right? And he hit something, so he got the Fire Soul stacks, and he realized that. And so they go, oh, he's here. But he didn't use his Gleipnir until he TP. Instead, they try to hit him with Hookshot, which is much harder.
Yeah, you can cast Gleipnir, of course, in Fog.
Yes, it's one of the biggest upgrades that people overlook from Gleipnir versus Rod of Aethys. That's right.
PH.
Young PH.
Everyone's here.
That is that is a dead Young PH.
Oh my god. You just have you have this cow and this dinosaur just charging you in. Basically a rhinoceros, right? Oh.
I mean, this lineup, if you explain it to someone, it's hilarious. It's a tree, a cow, and a dinosaur led by a cup of water. It's just...
I think thematically, it's like all these ancient beings and forces of nature, right? Being the Morphwave, plus wizard, plus ADHD wizard.
Sure, yeah, I like it. I mean, it's working really well. I'm also fascinated by interaction. I want to mention and ask you.
Bottom Travis? Laguna. Oh, he's still alive! That was a full spell combo, and Red's on his way back in. Okay, no, he's not. Okay.
Oh, it's only level 1 Dragon Slave. I was wondering what's happening. Okay, it's only level 1 Dragon Slave. That's why it didn't deal any damage.
Oh, he's taking stats. Yeah, he's got 4 points in stats here.
Well, that's going to teach him. Don't take stats. So I don't know if you've seen this interaction multiple times in this game, but apparently, if you're pushed by a single source like Greater Bash or Onslaught, you can't be pushed by the other one over a certain period of time. Have you noticed that?
I haven't actually. No, I know.
So if
really
you Greater Bash him, right, because you're stuck in place and you're still stunned, the Onslaught doesn't push you away, so you just run over them instead. Which is very interesting. I did not know that's how it worked.
Does that work as well for your teammates? Like if they're getting pushed back by cogs and you onslaught through your teammate, normally you give them a little shove, right?
That's a good question, actually. I would not know. I guess because Greater Bash is this weird thing where while you're stunned, you're technically still in this moving animation, so that's why it works that way. So maybe for cogs, if you're in the middle of cogs animation, it won't push you.
It's a lot of really weird things with cogs. I remember when Snapfire got added to the game, I don't know if it's still this way actually, but cogs they didn't at the time interrupt Mortimer's kisses, which was really weird. I don't know if that's been fixed, as we do have a bit of a pause. Oh wow, there's a Blink Dagger on Dream Protector. So that kill on Lina, she fails to get it, and Travens, he's gonna scrounge up the pennies there to finish up his Blink. Yeah, he's already been having some phenomenal, to be honest, overgrowth, and they're only gonna get better from here with that item.
I think if you're a Turn Protector, builds like Holy Locket or Glimmer or Force Staff tend to be a little bit better, but because of how hot you're playing this game, I feel like Blink Dagger is more than justified.
Oh yeah, agreed. Young PH now with his own Blink Dagger couldn't look to get a little bit more aggressive and some more, superior positioning on these Rolling Thunders. He also has the Shard, so he's going to be all over the place in these fights. He is very much high priority, which is why it was so funny that Spawn charged in 3 heroes to kill him top lane. Not every day you see 3 cores, by the way, with this unique ability to just all jump in and having the supports be left behind.
That's true, actually. That's why Trevor got a Blink Dagger so he can join his cores.
No, I mean it is very important. They are not very good with motion. Your cores are. They need that overgrowth in the fights, and now he's going to be able to provide it.
That's true. That is one of the issues that you sometimes have with very mobile KS supports. They just can't match their tempo, right? So these items on mobility, like you said, Rubik also went for mobility. He went for Force Staff and Blink Dagger.
And I think there's a world in which YG can really punish this, right? Because I like to, these kinds of lineups, I like to compare them to a rubber band, right? Where it's elastic and you can really bend it and, you'll drag the back forward, or if you drag it from the other way, you'll drag the forward to the back, right? But eventually you can actually kind of really snap it if your cores are a bit too mobile. Lina, that's not really the case with Alina. It can be with a Pango, but specifically with Pango, I'd like to see him try and jump this Rubik and take down the Stream Protector, just lock them down while the rest of his team tries to deal with everyone else charging in. I feel like with a global silence, you kind of at least buy yourself a little bit of time against the 3 cores that are trying to kill you immediately, and you can get onto those backlines and make sure that there's no telekinesis, no crucial spells stolen, no blink overgrowth shenanigans. Like, maybe that's going to end up being his role in this fight, because the damage he's dealing to these cores is simply not enough. They're way too tanky.
Yeah. That's actually a very good point. It's usually the weaknesses of these lineups, right? They're leaving your supports behind, and you can't have the traditional frontline, midline, backline that Dota fights are known for, right? Just a bunch of chaos. So the squishiest heroes will get killed easily. And Pango can take advantage of this. You could argue Lina could as well, because she has a lot of movement speed as well.
It's true. I find that she's probably going to be the one that's going to be jumped here relatively soon. She's got BKB.
So it's Pango Clockwork then that do this, I guess?
Yeah. Clock might be necessary to interrupt a BKB pulverize, is his only problem.
So it's just fucking Pango. It's just Pango.
It's just Pango, I think. I really think it's just Pango.
Can Mars? I mean, I guess if Mars went for Dezo.
Yeah, I think Mars. Well, he's got BKB now. I'm not sure.
Strong.
It's a really interesting thought process. I really want to see how YG, like, once they, because they have a double BKB timing now, right? One on the Lina, one on the Mars. They should want to fight now. Like, this is a pretty strong timing for them. Pango, what's he picking up with this ultimate orb, by the way? Anything in his core? His core's empty. Is that going to be a Scythe of Vice? Is this a Lotus? I can't imagine it's a Lotus. What are you buying with this?
Talk about, sorry?
Pango's got an ultimate orb in his quick buy. I have no idea what it's for.
Just stats, man.
I get the most stat efficient item in the game besides GG Branch. I'm really curious, though.
I agree, actually.
Yeah. We'll see. His courier is chilling as well near the cliff, but for now, YG feel confident enough with their BKBs, and rightfully, I'd add, to go through Roche. The BKBs, for example, right now on Mamang Daya is minimum 6 seconds. I have Scotty's finished up, and there's a Blink Dagger, though. There's a timing here for spawn, but they're just a little bit too late. Good call from YG to do Roche right now.
Yep. Another great scan as well by YG that stops this initiation from spawn, as they caught them right on their way. So even if they had smoked and tried to take this fight now, it would have just lost them the fight.
Ultimate orbs does Morphling have? 2, 4. He's got 4 ultimate orbs right now as an inventory.
All right, in total. Maybe that's just the thing, right? Is orb is Morphling, so you had to go for Lincolns because they just don't build into anything else. Next is Scythe of Ice.
That's right.
But I agree with you. I do not know what the Pango is doing. I don't know if he's maybe indicating the Morphling build.
He wouldn't be the one building Scotty right now. Yeah, Lena's got that in the quick buy because I was like, well, I guess you need a Scotty against Morphling, but surely it can't be him.
MKB is much better for the
He's
Pango.
sitting on a lot of money. I really would like to see him invest this. I mean, he's just got an empty bottle. I'm sorry to like linger on this, but like it's a 3K net worth lead to spawn, but it feels like now 6 because this money's not doing you anything good in these fights.
Yeah, that's a good point. But especially with Pango being a hero that can take advantage of small bouts of, like even just a javelin has so much impact on the
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, it is interesting. I don't know.
Let's see what he designs on.
No way. Okay, that was so close. Just blinks and happens to find the lull in the trees. That was very, very close. But the lull is going to be fine. And he also TPs. A little bit later, goes to the outpost.
And speaking of power spikes, Spirit Breaker now is going to be one obnoxious bovine. He's got himself the Egg Scepter online.
So
7-second charge, piercing magic immunity as well, which is maybe going to be a little bit of a thorn in the side of these fresh BKBs, right? Mars has his fresh 9-second BKB. Oh, there's a global. They want. Oh.
Okay, they want Pango. Oh, no, the Glimmer Kit. It's too strong. Nobody bought protection. Oh, no, Richie, it was only cores. They can't fight up. And now they caught Jikroy. He's up against the wall. And there's no Scotty on Lina just yet, but the damage might just be sufficient. That's going to be Jikroy dying. The charge with the axe stays him for an extra second. Goes with the waveform, but he still has that arcane curse on him. And the spear will guarantee the important kill on the enemy carry.
It's a bit of a mistake, honestly. It's going to be a bit of a mistake.
Especially, I would say that Red needs dust. You are a Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, he is. I have to say, I think Spirit Breaker is probably the best dust carrier in the entire game.
Argue. He used to be known for being like the best anti-Ricky and anti-Bowser because he could charge in dust.
Yeah, because you keep, as well, of course, you keep vision of your charge target, right?
Exactly,
as
right,
well.
Yes. Like a Spectral Dagger works.
What is this? Mamang Daya, what are you doing here? Okay.
Mamang Daya?
He's in some trouble now.
He got hit by the Rolling Thunder now. Light Strike Array as well. Second bonk. He's dead.
All right, Spawn team. A couple of sloppy deaths around the map. I'm genuinely not sure. I guess he was trying to cut away because top lane is pushing in hard. They've stolen last word.
Lund does not care. He just goes in. They do have vision of him. So they're going to kill him off easily. Goodbye, Turn Protector.
Nice
They do
juke
miss
there
the
by
hook
Dolo.
shot, however. In comes Red with a charge. Doesn't seem to be stopping. Finally stops. Instead decides to go for Zarvane. Helps them get close to the tower. And finishes him off with auto attacks.
That's something. By the way, this mid tower full HP. Stream Protector's been kind of just chilling, farming, and healing this thing up. As this, whoa, that was a big kill among Daya. How much gold did Lina get for this? A lot.
Enough to get Scotty.
171. Yeah, that's the ramification of this. Now you're dealing with still one 9-second BKB, two 8-second BKBs, pardon me, on Shoti or Shoti as well as KSH. Still, this ages for another 90 seconds or so, and this Aya Scotty, it's significant here, the spike that YG have.
Yeah.
You know, you think about this mid hero on the Primal Beast, and you really want to take advantage of your levels. I suspect that his final big spike is probably this 20 talent. This right talent seems really strong, this trample attack modifier.
Right.
And that's about it. You know, your BKB's minimum duration, your Morphlane, you bought him a lot of time and space. He's actually just about tit for tat in terms of net worth with the Lina. But Morphlane, I think, or sorry, make that Pangolier, I think is going to have a much better game from here on out. And he has bought a Lincoln's. It has to be for Pulverize, I guess. Maybe he's going to just put one on top of the Lina.
It's very good for Pulverize, actually, now that I think about it. But, I mean, you're not going to be Pulverized during Rolling Thunder, but I guess now this stops him from jumping at you. The thing is, and I want to comment on Mangdai's build, he's going for an older build, or a pub build with a Kai and Sanj. And if you looked at TI and Primal Beast, they were not going for this build. The popular build was the Blink BKB Ags, right? And then just like run in, and then Shivas afterwards.
Yeah.
And because he went for this build is definitely a win more build, but the moment you die and you lose that advantage, it scales much worse. You don't have the break that the Ags provides, or the constant damage that the Ags provides.
To me, it's about the damage. I think there are certain games, obviously, where the break is going to be much more valuable against like Spectres, Bristlebacks, you know, those really
Mars,
passive heroes. I mean, I see it. You know, I don't think it's going to be the biggest thing. I think the power of that Ags really is the damage. It's like pretty crazy. You can do like an extra 400 magic damage by just existing, right? Yeah. Especially because you can cast it and then pulverize, and then they're basically guaranteed to take another 500 damage. Like that is a huge amount.
No, I agree.
You're going to be able to burst. I agree.
It's also free mana, right? There's zero. It costs 0 mana for some reason. So
the break is phenomenal, and in the right lineup, I think it is the more important part. I think the damage here is really what you want to write home about. By the way, Lina is sitting at 3,600 HP. My goodness, she is a tanky lass.
Yeah, I think she was going for Satanic. She decided against it, now going for Shadowblade instead.
Lincoln's also blocks a charge.
Right, actually, very good point. That might be better. It also blocks... Oh, right, because the Ags of the Spellbreaker were stupid. Because now you can charge the ball, right?
That is right, he can't charge the ball.
Yeah, that's why. That's definitely why. It was not the Pulverize.
Dust missed.
It is good against Nether Strike too, but there's no way that you're actually breaking Lincoln's Nether Strike, considering the cast point for this ability is 6 years.
That's very true. Adaptive Strike, however, that's more realistic.
Yeah. But it is definitely the charge, because once you get the once he's ball form, there's nothing that Spellbreaker can do anymore now. So the Axe feels less impactful. Zarvane, okay, they see him because of the charge, and they pulverize him, and they want to go for Silencer as well. That's no more global silence for this fight. Zarvane might die as well.
YG should not fight this.
He's been caged. He's stuck in the
They should not fight
still
this.
don't have dust. They are still going to try this, but Claybeer stops the global silence because he has buyback the whole time, and the Rolling Thunder keeps him in place. Lina versus Morphling fighting head on. Who's going to be the better carry? For now, it's Morphling, but Silencer comes to help him. And meanwhile, Lina's team is struggling a little bit in the backlines. Sorry, Morphling's team is struggling a little bit in the backlines. And now the rest of the Radiant join the fray, hoping to finish off this Morphling. Where's the Lina? Where's his positioning? There's a charge coming in. She could be in trouble. Claybeer again, and Mangdaya trying to finish her off. The charge is still coming, and they're going to finally kill her. KSH it down. Your big source of damage
no more
is
damage.
gone. Young PH is stuck. That Lincolns will not help them against this charge. Ball form won't either. Silencer will commit suicide too. And Zarvane will be the last victim of this engagement. Spawn finally turns it around by creating the most hectic team fight possible.
Yeah, that one was a little bit all over the place, but the crucial thing that ends up happening there is 3 heroes from YG decide we need to kill this Spirit Breaker, and they end up I think they catch him in the arena, but Treant blinks in, and I think hits him with the Overgrowth, which means that Lina and Morphling are 1v1ing for like 10 seconds in this fight, which is a fight that Jikroy easily wins, like easily. He's got more mobility, right, with Waveform. He has the Lincolns on top of BKBs. Once the BKBs were both out, like, there was just no way Lina was going to beat him. She can't run from him. She can't catch him because, of course, even if you stun him, he's going to get the shift off. Like,
yep.
It's just Lina needs more supports in these fights.
There is the question to be made, though, if Lina was well utilizing her range in that fight, right? Because that's the advantage she has over Morphling. And once Morphling gets close to you, she didn't decide to back off until she started losing that fight and had to commit BKB for it too, right?
Yep, I mean that's a fair point of analysis as well, and to that, I can only respond. You know, she was getting involved in that early kill on that turn on the fight, and Morphling saw her and just, I mean, look at this waveform range. Like, how do you use your attack range against this waveform range? You know?
Yeah, that's true. Actually, that's a very good point.
So I feel like it's not as easy as that to go up to bat a little bit for the Lina, but in general, I agree. I don't know. The thing is, like, it's kind of tough. Like, she went for Gleipnir. I think sometimes the other item you'll see in lieu of this is the Hurricane Pike instead. And maybe that was going to be the better item this game, potentially. But hindsight's always 20/20, right? And I'm sure this route still has its benefits into the later game, whereas the problem for going with a Hurricane Pike is that it is a defensive item, and it can leave you lacking damage in the mid-game to late-game fights.
Yeah, maybe it's not her role either, right? Maybe it's the supports. Maybe it's the clock or the Shern of Joy, like you said. He has to protect the Lina. If he was there, it would have been fine.
I didn't think it was a good idea to take that fight. To me, that's okay. We lost both supports. Roshan isn't up.
Yeah.
They can't take the tier 2 mid because they've already taken it. At most, we lose tier 2 top, but like that's a fair trade for, you know, a support or two.
They did win the backlines of that fight, right? It was just this Morphling Lina matchup ended up destroying them, because once Morphling rejoined, it seemed impossible for them to deal with it.
And I think this is a fine fight to take if they're not... What did they engage? I think they engaged on the Spirit Breaker, right? Yeah, he turns around and hook shots. Like, if that's an engage onto the Morphling, I see much more of a valid reason to fight there, right? But you can see he's only caught by the spare end of the fight, and off camera, they're just 1v1ing. Down goes the Spirit Breaker. There's a great overgrowth because he realizes they've overcommitted onto us. And in the meantime, it's just Jikroy like 2v1ing here. They do end up winning this fight. Nice stolen cogs as well makes this a little bit more awkward. Mamang Daya as well getting back involved. You can see that charge after the buyback. It's just so risky. It's such a risky place to fight for YG.
Yeah, I also would question what happened afterwards when, like, Morphling just came off from a 1v1 fight, right? Just wasted BKB on Lina, arguably, because he used it early. Like, why are you still re-engaging? You still had a chance to escape at that moment, right? But they still chose to go. Especially once you see Spirit Breaker buying back and charging back. What do you think he's going to do once he buys back? TP? Like,
you know. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? I look at that replay and I see many opportunities to disengage and to just simply not take that fight. And I just think it was miscalculated by YG. I think perhaps they thought there was a lot more catch that Spawn team had. Maybe they thought they were under vision or something. And that's certainly a much scarier calculation to make in the moment. Obviously, with us, with True Sight, with God Vision, with the power of replays, it's real easy for us to say, well, obviously that was a mistake. But I just still think from the get-go they were a bit miscalculated. Let the clockwork die. Say thank you for your sacrifice. Build him a statue in the base. Smoke up when he responds. Go and contest Roche. You know.
On the other hand, you could also argue that this is the most SCA thing you can do, not leave the fight. Right?
That's true.
So, does the best team deserve to be in Div 2, or does the most SCA team?
Very good point. It does give him a win condition now, right? Because you did force 2 buybacks in that engagement, and by my memory, your support's also bought back though. So that's the thing, right? But you at least got a buyback out of a core, right? You kill a red, and that's going to be at least 2 minutes where he's not split pushing your waves around the map, and that is like pretty major here. So he's now a very valid pickoff target. The problem is, of course, is that he's got a Shadow Blade. He's got an ability that gives him over 50% status resist and a BKB, and of course he can charge around the map. He's not an easy kill, but it is at least a condition here for YG. You take him, Roche is yours. You know, game's in your control.
That's a good point, actually. That is a good point. The information game, right, which is what Tundra was playing this TI. Being able to stop the lane shover is a really, really important factor.
100%. Because you've got Clockwork, but compared to like a Nature's Prophet or like an Underlord or whatever, like other people that want to split push, like I think Spirit Breaker is a little bit too evasive. I actually thought he was going to keep charging there, but he decides against it. It's just a Ninja Gear that Monk Dai is holding on to.
The solo smoke is quite important, and they want to keep the Mind Breaker on the Morphling, which, you know, with waveform it can be a really waveform attacks, really good way to initiate. Get to scan them so they know Yangon is close to the Roche.
Really scary. They've got all the ultis back up, all the utility here ready to go. Everyone blinking out of the pit, but the Clockwork caught out. He's bought back here. That's a whole minute without him. They will lose Red.
Red? Yeah, that was huge. I don't know how Red was there, though. I was just following the Clockwork.
I was following the Clockwork, too. And both teams know that there's a hero dead on each side without buyback, but this should be a very clear advantage towards YG. Red is a huge impact in these team fights.
Yes. And the only thing Clockwork provides here is a little bit of vision, which is what he was sacrificing himself for. Also, his buyback, or sorry, his respawn timer is not that high.
By the way, really quick before this fight breaks out, there's 2 Aeon Discs right now on the supports for spawn, both Rubik and Tree. That's really interesting.
That's a very good point as well. That's going to stop the Pango or plus Lina or Mars plus Lina from bursting them.
A really, really interesting decision. Rubik's did proc in that last fight, so it's 125, but the Treants is fresh. They've also, like, they're not messing around. Like, they just have them assembled, ready to go. I respect that, honestly.
Right. They waited for the Clockwork. They still have 50 seconds until Red is back, so they have plenty of time. They know he has no buyback, obviously.
Good patience.
Very good patience, actually, by Yangon.
They're going to try and smoke around. They are going to get past this ward. There's only the Treant Protector here. Without a ward, though, he's not going to be the greatest smoke breaker. Here we go.
Go for the Morphling first. It'd be amazing if they could catch him, and they do, but he BKBs immediately. The Sunster forced at themselves just to die to the Morphling. That was not what he was looking for. Now, a team fight breaks out for both supports, and they both seem to be in trouble as the Pango tries to get away the Rolling Thunder. Swashbuckle as well to stun the Morphling one last time. Zarain, well, at least not die. In the backlines, they used an arena trying to catch a Predator for this Aeon Disc, actually triggering Mamandaya. He's in trouble himself. Overgrowth, not in time. Travens also falls, and KSH, she wants this 1v1 again. He wants to show he's better than Morphling with the help of a Swashbuckle. It might just be possible telekinesis. Stops KSH, pushes him forward, and he is going to decide to go for Dalul instead. Dalul sacking himself in favor of a scary Young PH is going to bash it again, but here comes Red with a greater bash, stopping KSH, allowing the Morphling to leave. But the Roche is still open if they want to go for it.
Yeah, and I think you've got the important heroes left alive here between this Lina and Pango. They can easily tank this. Big win here for YG. They get around. And that was after a pretty disastrous start to that fight as well. Young PH got stuck in this really weird, awkward angle in that terrain. Could not really get his way into that fight. Luckily with Basher, still is able to annoy, as you can see, this Morphling. Jikroy trying to blow him up.
Ooh, nice evasion of the Gleipnir there. Turns into Pango now. Oh, the Spirit Breaker trying to charge the ball. And instead he got stunned. The bash? Global silence. It surprised the Morphling. There's still no beacon. He has no way of dispelling it. He's gonna die to the Lina. KSH gets the mega kill streak from the Morphling, earning his own mega kill streak. And now Red, he's being frozen stalled. Now stunned, destroyed. Yangon Galacticos, they threw a little bit, but they're back, Richie.
Yeah, they're back. And they're outball. It's the true SEA way, you know, by outfighting their opponents. No silly little pickoffs, just outfighting. And MVP of that fight is this Observer Ward right underneath the Dire outpost. Wins them the fight by far, especially on that counter initiation. I don't even know if Spawn team were aware of it. The way that Morphling got jumped, the way that the Pango left the Roche pit early, anticipating his moves, burning a bit of mana, pardon me, and priming the bash on that Swashbuckle, like, all that really came into play there towards the end. And now we may be in a position where YG are about to force the buyback of this Morphling.
Yeah, that's huge. Obviously, Red still has no buyback. I also cannot believe that the reason Red dies or can't help in that team fight is because he charges not the Rolling Thunder, but the roll-up by accident.
Yeah. Another awkward piece of engagement was I actually think they were about to steal Rolling Thunder, but in my opinion, it seemed like Dalal had a little bit of a misclick and accidentally stole something from Clockwork instead. I think he had meant to steal something from Pango, because there was a good chance he was going to get Rolling Thunder, and they were kind of on top of each other. A little bit of a misclick. Didn't really turn out too right, because he only got Rocket Flare, which is obviously nothing you're interested in as a Rubik in the middle of a fight anyway.
Odd as well. I mean, I will comment that even now when you steal the Rolling Thunder, if you don't have Aeon Disc, I think Lina just kills you in like 3-4 hits as well.
Yes, that's
no
true.
longer as easy. You don't scale like Pango in terms of strength.
I think the idea is with the Blink Dagger, though, that you're at least able to get on top of her, force a BKB, and then Aeon Disc, force stealth yourself away, or something. Like the idea is to force a spell or a piece of utility, and then try and get out. Or best case scenario, find her in a pinball zone. You know, I think it's a safe assumption to make, and I think from casting with pro players and ex-pros like Adam and Winter, that Rubik should never be able to steal Pango ulti, you know? So if I'm operating with that assumption, why would I ever be watching out for it? Why would I ever have my back against the wall like if I was playing against Pango?
That's like, a good point, actually. Surprise
me,
factor is a Rubik thing.
Exactly. To me, I would trust my teammate. This is a little
crazy. His Lincolns though, and they have nothing to cancel it. I don't know. Mang Dai is being maybe a little bit more crazy. I wonder why my creeps are dying randomly.
Yeah, but there's other heroes here. Travens is nearby.
She still has Aegis though. Gleipnir? Maybe. Oh, Rocket Flare catches him. There we go. Try to onslaught with a TP, but
Lincoln's
instead. Sorry, just try to onslaught. Didn't use the TP yet, so technically can still lead. Mang Dai activates the BKB. Stop with the swashbuckle. There's the global silence to counter Nation with the arena on top of this. Jikroy is stuck in the arena. Or maybe they're stuck in the arena with him as KSH starts to hit him with that Scotty, lowering his regen rate. Doesn't seem to matter. Zarvain's already dead, but at least MPH hunts down Mang Dai. As now they hope to finish off Red. The arena though is used by Rubik, blocking now Lina's shots, but it seems like Tisho is still gonna do. Sorry, Shoti is still gonna do fine as KSH sees Jikroy, realizes he's a little bit too strong, not gonna fight him 1v1 again. Lund will sacrifice his life instead.
Okay.
All of Spawn are running after Yangon Galacticos, the remnants of this fight. They try to cancel his TP, but Shoti gets away in time. And KSH will also be a little bit too fast. Zarvain might be in trouble, but a hook shot saves him from the rampaging beast.
That was really, really epic. That was probably a scene right out of what's that? Jurassic Park Beyond Earth or whatever the next movie is going to end up being. That was
Chris
really
Pratt.
sick.
Clockwork is Chris Pratt.
He is Chris Pratt. He held his hand up to the dinosaur and it stopped.
Hold. Oh
okay.
No, Lina's not holding. Lina's the love interest. She could be in trouble, but no, she's fine. She actually has a machine gun. And now she's going to destroy Jikroy, perhaps. Light Striker Ray misses, giving Jikroy a chance to escape.
That's fine. Crucially, she did not give Rubik the LSA. Oh, just kidding. She gave Rubik LSA.
God damn, this love interest always messing things up for Chris Pratt.
Honestly, dude, the love triangle now with Rubik getting in the mix. Oh, goodness. What a fight. Crazy fight. The only thing that fight was missing was a counter initiation from Travens. And I have to give a lot of credit here. I have to give a lot of credit to young PH because he realizes that this Stream Protector is missing from the fight, and he's like, he has to be in the trees. Like, and he's rolling around there, and it does a perfect job of zoning away Trant for the entire fight because he's afraid of getting caught here by that rolling Thunder swashbuckle talent, right? Or the Ag Scepter, right? 3-second shield crash and ball. Like, he can't really afford to get caught by any of these, or he dies. Wants to be in position to look for the overgrowth, but all the trees get cut down bottom because of all of there was 3 arenas. Rubik had 1, Mars had 2 with Refresher.
Yes.
So
good
an
arena by
unexpected
Rubik though, almost saved the Spirit Break.
It was just an unexpected counter. Travens just couldn't play his hero right there because he couldn't, stalk in the trees, and part of that is because of YG, part of that is because of his own team, but got really close to maybe being a big difference maker in that fight.
Love that point actually. I think he has gone from kind of a very low impact hero in these team fights, mostly dying in the beginning, to a really scary core in the late game. He was also the reason why Mang Dai finally died and couldn't re-engage, right? So this Pango is doing a lot of work.
It's really interesting. I feel like Stream Protector is one of these heroes where he's really impactful right after he hits level 6, and then when everyone else gets BKBs or a Dispel or 2, he kind of falls off a little bit. You use the ulti to force BKB, and then hopefully your core does something, right? But late game, when cores have to BKB early in the engagement or they just die to each other's spells, he's also very useful. Lina cannot wait to use BKB for overgrowth. She's gonna die to a million other things if that happens. So him being able to go in, overgrowth, of course, one of the few routes that actually disarms you, is really big. It's a really big benefit because nothing, Lincoln's is not going to save you from that. You can't go, you can go invis, but you're going to have vision of the hero when she's invis. So
oh no.
Oh my goodness, she's alone.
Yes, she is. KSH rampaging through her. She's going to die, right? BKB? The Shadow Blade? The help of the Global Silence?
No one's here, though.
They have
It's
justice
just Mars?
time, though. They figured out they could buy it. He's done now. They found him in the trees. They canceled that TP, and now, or sorry, he couldn't even get the TP, and now he's finally dead. Shoti in a similar position. He falls as well. Yangon Galacticos, one last throw for the boys.
Honestly, I wasn't really looking at the map that closely. I'm not really sure if that was more of just a really aggressive TP or if I need to commend Spawn Team for being, smoked under a wave. The anti-Tinker strategy, because they caught her immediately. And there's no way out for her there. She's gonna have to buy back. All 3 lanes are shoving in. There's no choice. You have to buy back. You're gonna get megas if you don't do it. She's not gonna have BKB for another 40 seconds, though. And I think as far as utility available, Mamang Daya does use his BKB, but everything else is almost nearly available.
Yep. And even Lina buys back, there's no BKB like you mentioned, so it's okay. This is an interesting play by Young PH. He doesn't bonk the crystals, instead bonking the base, which takes longer. At least Young PH will be able to avoid the charge, but Jikroi has a Swift Link, so he doesn't care. That's tower down. You probably have to let maybe one lane of Rax. Oh, yeah, you still have one lane of Rax. You probably just let this lane of Rax go. You can't really afford to waste buyback. Actually, 30 seconds. They have plenty of time.
This is, I think, going to be Megas. They're doing a good job. I mean, getting a bit lucky, right, of course, on the bashes, but yeah, in they go again. They've left alive the ranged barracks, so maybe they just want to get both melees and get out. Okay, seems to be the case. Commend the patience here by the Spawn team.
Okay,
Shot. This is a free pick off, at least under the Rubik.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. At least they get something out of this. And they were patient with that. It seemed scary for a second that they could push 2 lanes of Rax, but luckily Spawn did not have enough push, and Jan Gordon knew this.
Yeah. Good job there. Probably needed to telekinesis himself away a bit faster. Has the shard. I always forget about it, honestly. Maybe he forgot as well. But just needed to get away a bit faster. But it's a small opening here. YG, then they can move around the map with a small degree of confidence, knowing that for any immediate skirmishes, they'll have a one-man advantage. And Roche is up again. So this is probably going to be a buyback. Whoa, in they go.
That's a dead silencer. I mean, he has buyback though. Rolling Thunder's already been used, and one BKB as well. Morphling though still holds his, installs another Dispel in the Manta style. They stop the Pango for a second. He's stuck in a weird zone. He just wants to get away, but there's no chance for him to do so. Young PH is down.
The refresh charge, by the way, from Red.
Yeah, that was that. I didn't know that you could get stuck in that crevice, but apparently they did just for the charge.
There's an Ag Shard on the ground that was just in the pit for forever.
Oh, okay, these things happen. Careful, the Morphling could be in trouble himself, but there's another Arena blocking the Lina's shots. Was that Rubik? Sorry, no, that was just Shoti, hoping to give the, Lina a little bit of headway. Instead, Shoti dies, and they have nothing to show for it. Zarain in a similar position. They're just kind of throwing bodies to the pit right now, and Seriously? They're going to respect this and let the enemy team have the Roche finally.
Yeah,
that was such a weird arena. I didn't really understand what was happening, honestly.
They needed to pull out of that one, I think, a bit sooner. Careful, incoming. All right, I thought Red was going to be a little bit too loco there. There's no buyback on Pango. He is shy of it just by 1,000 gold because he upgraded into Overwhelming Blink. That extra HP did not help him out there in that scenario.
Nope. So, I mean, you just got pushed into probably the worst zone for a Pango. A little bit of chance there.
Yeah, and this is just really awkward. BKBs came out in time. By the way, Mamang Daya, of course, 25, so it was 27 now, which is why he could pick up the Mars and pulverize him through BKB. Really big turning point for him. This is at least Megas. I don't see themselves being able to defend. Maybe even game, honestly. Yeah. They're going to need a little bit of a miracle. There's no Arena, no BKB, no Refresher for 2 minutes. It'll at least get Spawn Team to slow briefly and at least take down the Megas. Pango's back in 10. You may have bought themselves at least that much time, but there's not even a fortify.
They just jump onto KSH, and they use Mars against them. They have managed to stun Jikroi, but he still holds the Aegis, so it's not going to be that big a deal. Global Science at least to stop him, but Shoti is almost dead. Really luckily, a force staff saves him. Jikroi now stuck in the pinball zone, and they try to get this first life instead settling from among Daya.
That's a dieback.
Still a problem. In comes Red like a bullet, and Jikroi stuck in the arena though. The Mars did what he had to do, but apparently Jikroi wasn't stuck. Jikroi is actually the one that's killing them. He misses up Alina, forces the buyback. Mars already dead with no buyback on him. Jikroi is happy to lose his first life, but he can't lose his second.
He might not even.
Even his first life will be preserved for now.
He does
as much damage as he can against the Lina. Stolen Light Strike Array. The stunner once again. Jikroi is just not dying. Someone kill this Morphling. He hits the cheese, and he still has the Aegis. They have to give up. This Jikroi is too strong, but there's nothing to give up anymore. There's only an Ancient. He's just gonna go for the towers now for a Clockwork first. Quick kill on Zarain, who once again goes invisible. Why are they pausing? Clag, guys. Unpause immediately. Take your time. Okay.
It was Lina that unpaused. That's fine.
It was Lina that unpaused. It's all good. Mamang Daya though throws the stone, keeps him in base. Jikroi just wants to take the Ancient. We're done killing heroes. Aegis is still
Rolling Thunder's back.
There's the Rolling Thunder for Red. He has the Bulldoze available too for a little bit more time resistance. They can't quite stop him. Jikroi though, he's not being killed. He goes for one last onslaught against the Lina with the help of Mamang Daya. They charge her, and that's gonna be a dead KSH. Woo. Finally finishing off the enemy carry, securing the game. Finally, Spawn will win game number 1 after a game of many a throw.
You gotta love this region, man. You truly never really know what's gonna happen until they're pushing the throne at 51 minutes. I thought even for a second there that YG somehow had it in them, but very good restraint. They don't actually go charging into the fountain. You know, Spawn team, they're not going to be that loco yet. Not in game 1 of the upper bracket. They won't catch them charging in like that. And just madness, just absolute madness towards the end of this game. I'm surprised, honestly, that YG do still end up losing that Roche fight. I thought they could have probably waited to force things a little bit more and then maybe backed once the buyback of Rubik came out. But they really just committed super hard. And that's where really the game completely falls out of their control, because it did feel fairly good for them up until that stage, even down 2.5 lanes of barracks. But Spawn team just out fighting them, honestly. A little bit unlucky, sure, you could say, on the Pango getting stuck on that spot, but doesn't really change the outcome at the end of the day. And,
yeah, that was just one fight, right? Like you said, the fight that really lost in the game is them re-engaging on the Roche or the Lina solo farming top. Like these kind of plays.
Yeah, true.
It's more understandable when I feel like Spawn does this, because you already have a crazy lineup. You have a Spirit Breaker and a Primal Beast. Sometimes you'll misjudge, and you have to be a little bit local, like you said, to be able to play this lineup. But in the case of YG, sorry, they seem to have gone for a more consistent lineup, right? You have a ranged carry of all things, and not a Morphling ranged carry, but a real, like a Drow kind of ranged carry, you know, in the Lina. It feels like you can't really afford to make those small mistakes like the top farming. And I think that was actually more egregious even in the team fight in Roche, because it was just a solo Lina deciding to do that.
For sure. I think there were other problems as well for YG. Like, these are all kind of just symptoms, but not really necessarily the cause, right? I think overall, the biggest difference between these two teams is it seems like Spawn team had a better overall grasp of like power levels, of individual power levels of the teams going into these fights. I know I really lingered on it for a while, but and hopefully we'll get to see it now as we see the highlights on screen. But the one turn where Clockwork decides in his dying breath to turn around and basically bait his team into a fight was just like, it was just not the move, you know?
It's not the move.
It was not the move.
Vibe. No, I'm with you.
This wasn't the vibe.
I'm with you. And there are more forms of this. Like we're seeing right now, the Pango getting stuck because of the Clockwork, right? And barely getting out. There are a couple instances of this by YG where just a little bit too crazy, and they got caught in the crossfire of what Spawn was trying to do, right? And this benefits Spawn overall.
You can see there, like, this is like the mid-game slump I'm talking about in this highlight, where like Trim Protector overgrowths and everyone literally just BKBs and kills him instantly.
Right.
I mean, this is when he doesn't feel amazing, but late game, like, he does make a difference. This was a great fight by YG. The one problem that Spawn had that I will say that YG probably could have taken advantage of a little bit more, and I brought it up in game and I'll bring it up again, was especially in that last fight we just saw, Spawn are all over the place. Morphling is mostly using waveforms in these fights to get from target to target. Like, he's like chasing people with waveform, which is like a good way to use it, but does inherently leave people behind. YG eventually I think they got wise to this. Really good effort on Stolen Arena there, by the way. YG got wise to this and eventually started taking these fights where Lina started just 1v1ing and winning.
Yeah.
But I think eventually Spawn is just a bit too strong.
Morphling will just eventually outscale your Lina in a 1v1 scenario like this, right? Like, Lina excels because of the fact that even with the waveform in a normal traditional lineup, it's hard for him to break lines. But when you have a mid laner like Pango and an off laner like Mars, it's unlike, say, I don't know, maybe a Centaur, you could argue, that acts as that wall, right? Morphling just ignores the arena completely. And then it doesn't feel like you have that frontliner that you needed. You could also argue that Clockwork, instead of protecting the Lina half the time and trying to catch the Morphling, was going away, right? Going away with the Pango, trying to get kills, which in a normal Clockwork game is fine, but in this game, maybe it just made you break lines even easier, right? And allowed the Morphling to shine more.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. I think YG with this kind of lineup still could have easily taken the game. I mean, I don't think this was, pardon me, necessarily an outdraft by any means. I think perhaps the biggest issue that they had was maybe not everyone was doing the most ideal task that their hero needed to do in fights.
It's tough.
And that's a really hard thing to identify. It's a really hard thing to execute on constantly, especially because it's not the same task every single fight. It'll change depending on a million different things, right? But that's what it takes to, you know, be the best and to win games consistently, even against, you know, net worth deficits and stuff like that. Really exciting game one, man. Really exciting game one.
Yeah, can't wait for game number 2. Let's see if they can deliver the same amount of excitement. I don't really care if they play good Dota. As long as they play this kind of Dota, I'm fine with it. You know, CS bathed to me now. I understand what this region's all about. For now, we're going to take a small break, and we'll come back with game number 2 between Yangon Galacticos and Spawn Team very shortly. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back. We're still here with the closed qualifiers for the SCA DPC. We're going to find out very soon who will be the first team to qualify to Division 2. There's a chance we'll find out after this game if that team is Spawn Team, or we'll find out after 2 games if that team, actually they could be anyone still, but it could also be Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, of course. And the reason it can be anyone still is because there's still a lower bracket finals to be played. That'll be played tomorrow. We only have, including this one, 3 matches still to be played out. Yeah. That'll be the lower bracket semis and the lower bracket finals. Of course, the team dropping from the upper bracket, gets a little bit of an advantage, seeing as they get to watch both teams play and they get to just chill for the day. They don't have to play 2 series. But yeah, should be exciting. So even if YG are to lose this game, they still have a chance, a very realistic possibility of getting into Division 2. We shall see, because of course we do have Drinkwater lingering down in the lower bracket, which is still, I would say, probably a favorite that's potentially get on through at least to those lower bracket finals. Should be really, really exciting to see when those get started. Game 1 though, super hectic, super heavy skirmishing lineup. I don't know. I feel like the way that YG were playing that game, if they wanted to really engage and out-skirmish and out-fight, they probably wanted to pick something else other than Olina, in my opinion. I think the Pango worked perfectly for basically the entire game, but they were probably wanting to get some faster carry online a bit sooner to actually bring the fight to those Primal Beasts, to those Spirit Breakers, because it did feel like almost every single time, without fail, it was Spawn Team proposing fights.
That's true. I mean, when the range carry meta was in full force, it was a lot due to the Wraith Pact, right? That was a big reason why there was such a big deal. And not only did Wraith Pact get nerfed, but also nobody built it that last game. So, I mean, if you're going to play that way, it just feel a little bit odd to go for this range carry plus no other second core. Like Pango can scale and to become that, but it's very different to play a Lina carry than, say, I don't know, Lifestealer carry plus like a Lina or TA mid, right? You do actually have a second carry you can rely on.
I'm also not seeing a single aura item, which is like really weird in this meta, right? Like Spawn Team did have a Shivas eventually online.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it's a good point. That's why I don't like the Mars. Like Spirit Breaker's whatever, because he does something completely unique, right? Sure. So I understand. Mars is just a team fight without the auras, you know? And I think auras, I agree, they're very strong right now, or people are buying all of them, so.
10 seconds remaining.
I just don't pick Mars. That hero has lost every single game we've watched today, and I feel like it's going to continue to lose.
Remaining.
And I don't mind YG taking this ban now. The Primal Beast is, in my opinion, a hero that really... He's still a little bit newer to CM. Not too new, not too terribly new, but a bit newer. And he's dynamically a lot different than a lot of other cores are right now. Just charging forward BKBs and grabbing one of your cores.
Yeah.
So I don't mind it. He's probably most comparable to Pudge in that he just like... It's caveman Dota. He just runs at you and grabs you, and like that's all. You have to respond. You have to respond to that.
Yeah, I'd argue he's like old Clockwork back when he used to be played core, and he had better abilities to be played core. Yeah, that kind of option of like you just go in and you create discord in the fight, right? And it does feel like a very strong hero to deal with. And if you look at some of the solutions that teams came up with against him in TI, I think there's more versatility. But it's also true that, for example, Secret figured out you could just put him as 5, and that works too, right? So then it makes the hero not seem like a really counterable hero. I will say, though, that the Turn Predator, I think, worked great for Spawn. I would like to see it again. I have no problem with that. And same with Morphling. I am a little bit surprised they don't ban the Morphling, considering how difficult it was to seal him completely.
Agreed. The Morph also, I don't know, I feel like teams are picking Lina into Morph.
Yes.
And
they lost, though. So.
And they lost. And I'm kind of curious, maybe it looks different. Maybe that's the idea of the Mars and the Pango, is that they're both, supposed to provide enough utility, lockdown, catch, and initiation for the Lina to actually do stuff against Morphling. That seems to make sense to me. That being said, I'm glad that for now, YG are choosing to go in a different direction here with the Ember Spirit, a hero that is going to scale, I would say, a bit better than Lina. Not as explosive out of the gates, but I do think is going to have a nicer time into the late game. Has a couple different builds that he can go for as well, compared to Lina, who basically just goes for physical damage. Whereas Ember can go Eggs, he can maybe go like some Deso into like really crit kind of Ember kind of build, which isn't completely out of the ordinary. We're starting to see that come back into the limelight just a little bit.
One of the players I was looking at Avatar mode loves building that. He goes Deso crit whenever possible, and then his team goes, please stop, and then he changes builds. I have actually seen, this is the weirdest stat, but I checked a lot of replays by him, and I checked that he was one of the players that was forced into changing builds the most, and I guarantee you it's because his team goes, do not build Desolator again. but I'm
10
playing Kunkka this.
seconds
Exactly.
remaining.
Please
Yeah.
stop.
He just needs to get that age
5
under his belt,
seconds
right? And then he'll be all of a sudden building what is it?
I mean, that age under his belt.
Yeah, the experience under his belt, right? And then all of a sudden, I mean, it comes with age, right? Naturally, and then he'll be able to build a Radiance on any single hero he wants, and no one can stop him.
That is correct. So it's also like the bell curve, right? You're either too inexperienced to know what you're doing, so you build stupid builds, or you're too old to know what you're doing, so you build stupid builds too. Yanko this time will go for Nyx. That's another popular pick. Not so much in the SV calls, but in
5
general was a pretty popular
remaining.
pick leading to the calls, right?
Yeah.
Is a very, very popular hero to deal with some of the big Bloodstone users, and there's all this area damage. And essentially it's good against these Primal Beast type heroes, right? You create Discord, you want to be annoying against everyone, and then all of a sudden Nyx fight carpusses you, he ignores you, and doesn't feel like you're that impactful anymore.
Yeah, I actually feel like Nyx was one of the most contested heroes here. Let me go ahead and check the Dota buff real quick just to confirm that. But I feel like we
10
saw him a lot.
seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
I'm not sure how many games we've had. Tusk is by far the most
5
contested hero,
seconds
shortly
remaining.
followed by Broodmother, Ember Spirit,
Yep.
and Marana. I'm not sure how many
surprising, Tusk.
games we've had, but we've had. He's been picked. Can I see pick right here? Not easily, huh? He's been contested in 77 games, mostly banned. And we've played roughly around 150 games. So roughly
Not bad.
contested in
50.
50% of the games.
That's pretty good. That's like a tier 2 support, right? I would say.
Yeah, for sure. And he's been a very common pickup against an Ember Spirit, given that he was still in the pool, and you already are playing this vision heavy support game between a Treant and potentially a Nyx. I see it being a pretty good ban. I like it as well, a Silencer Nyx combo. Feels like you have
That's
your
great.
bases well covered.
Yeah, you have counter initiation on both, but initiation on Nyx. Nyx mostly brings stuns and little damage, but not too much. And Sansa brings a lot of damage, but no stuns. So I think I agree with you that I think it covers your bases really well. I think this trifecta that they have, Ember, Nyx, and Sansa, is very solid in general.
Dire team pick.
Spawn,
Oh,
okay. Spawn
yeah.
wants to break this trifecta, and he picks probably the best hero against both Nyx and Sansa. In general, most supports, but these two specifically, the Night Stalker.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. And it's so hard. I like to talk about Nyx and getting your vision online. Ember, of course, he loves
10
when other people are
seconds
giving him
remaining.
vision, so he can execute on his combos perfectly. Night Stalker is just a hero that is going to
remaining.
deny that from you and have superior vision during that ulti duration. That's certainly going to be a little bit scarier for YG whenever they do hear that sound effect and the ulti being triggered. It's a hero that loves connecting as well over to the mid lane, usually around the second nighttime or like the second cast of Dark Ascension. Usually I see Night Stalkers try and rotate. First Dark Ascension, much like the first Primal Split, you just kind of use it and then charge at your enemy to get some kills. But I do like that, having that option against an Ember Spirit
Radiant team
could kind of
back.
derail his game a bit. That's a strong pick, though. I mean,
Yes,
you
it
talk
is.
about Night Stalker, you cannot bring up the fact that his first 5 minutes are pretty weak. Usually you have 2 or 3 skill points into your passive, Hunter in the Night, which is completely useless for the first 5 minutes. Ursa is a great hero to take advantage
10
of that.
seconds remaining.
All right, you are on something if you think you managed to get to level 5 in the
5
first 5 minutes as
seconds
Night Stalker.
That's fair.
very
You- you-
hopeful 3 skill points.
You got like
Dire
maybe
team
1 or
back.
2 skill points that are not doing anything though.
No, but I completely agree with you. I mean, you're totally right. And Ursa's his biggest counter, I would argue. I think a lot of heroes that naturally beat Night Stalker are like not that great because you can always farm with Void, right? But heroes with kill potential like Ursa, particularly, or Monkey King, I think are the two, make Night Stalker's life a living hell.
10
But in this game
seconds
particularly,
remaining.
Ursa's also really good against the rest of this line. He is one of the biggest counters to
5
Morphling because you ramp up
seconds
damage,
remaining.
means you can't always avoid him. And he has a natural Dispel against the Overgrowth, which if used properly can be brutal against Stream Protector.
Radiant
Very true.
Team back.
You already brought up the Morphling interaction, right? Fury swipes against
Yes.
the shift, yeah. So that's the biggest one. I think the only recourse that Spawn
Also,
team
Diffusal Blade Builder against
Very
Morphling. Sometimes
true.
they do that, yeah. Less so these days,
Dire
but still.
team back.
the only recourse I'd say that Spawn team actually kind of have against this is status resist does not reduce the amount of duration you are in the air for. So like Torrent, Walrus Punch, Walrus Kick, also very good against Ursa. So Tusk does have a little bit of counterplay, but it's certainly really difficult.
10 seconds
And you're not
remaining.
going to be happy if you're being forced to Walrus Punch and use your big crit modifier
5 seconds
to just
remaining.
hold down an Ursa for another extra second or so. Kind of removes a lot of the reason why you pick this hero. A lot of the burst damage gets pulled out there. So it's a really strong pick. Really, really great 18th pick Ursa. I commend YG for seeing it. And it seems like Spawn team are thinking about some illusion hero. Because that Darkseer ban is a little telling for me. Not sure what it tells me, but it's very specific.
Yeah, I'm also, but you already have a carry though.
That's what I mean. That's what kind of confuses me.
I mean, it's good against Morphling for sure, and I guess Darkseer Ursa is strong too. But I also find it quite interesting.
I guess maybe it's just a good hero in this game because YG as well, Darkseer Nyx, right? It's a classic.
Yeah, sure. But I think that's more like it because it doesn't make sense that you would be thinking about that.
Like yeah, they ban the Naga. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
And also, Yangon thinks the Tusk is going mid, so Spawn needs a 4. Mangdaya definitely plays the Tusk mid. I've seen it's not pops, it's Soda buff. But I don't know if Tusk mid is the best of this game. I think that Tusk mid versus Ember is kind of meh matchup, to be honest with you. Because you go Flame Guard on Ember, which is a rare build, but you just go max Flame Guard, and because Tusk is forced to go Shards plus Snowball, or else he doesn't farm, the lane doesn't feel as impactful.
For sure. I agree with you there. That's basically just what the breakdown is. Tune Protector as well is not going to really be able to offer too much with like Living Armor. Like sure, the heal is decent, but since most of the magic, since most of the damage, pardon me, is magic, you're not going to really be reducing it too much. Let's see though, Spawn Team really thinking about this. So again, they can send the Tusk 4, basically their decisions. They can send the Tusk mid and pick a 4, or they can send the Tusk 4 and pick a mid.
I guess the question is what is best to deal with the Ursa, which is your current biggest problem, right? I like the Veno pick a lot. We're seeing a lot of Veno 4, Puppy spamming Veno 5 for some reason in his pubs. Cuckoo, right? I've got a cuckoo play.
It's a bit risky because enemies Huskar. Yes. Okay, great.
How the
how? Because it's risky, right? But you completely demolish the Ember. He has no other lane to rotate into. Ember 4 is like potentially a thing.
Well done. I thought you were doing a bit there for a second.
No. I was gonna say it, and then I saw the camera zoom in, and I needed to get it out.
No, good job. That's impressive.
Yeah, but because he just destroys this lane. Ember has no other lane to go in. The Ag Scepter feels really good versus Ursa, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Nyx Assassin's a bit of an issue, but with BKB, you can completely ignore the silencer and even just kill him on accident. Like this Ember has like a really hard game now, right? Because think about it. He's obviously like this is the worst lane matchup in my opinion in Dota. Ember into Huskar. Like
no, you know actually, Void into Huskar is worse. Void Spirit.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes, but you're right.
But he just doesn't do anything. And then when Ember starts trying to farm the jungle, he's gonna have a Tusk and a Night Stalker running in to kill him. Night Stalker who is gonna have a hard lane versus Ursa, but between Dark Ascension and the mobility that Tusk gives you, a pretty easy job of, if not killing Ember, chasing him away. Nyx Assassin Silencer, not great supports at really stopping this without sacrificing themselves, which just gives more farm to the Night Stalker. Ursa, in the meantime, he's not going to be ready yet, needs to find the items. Morphleme's farming the entire time behind this, so even if you fall on your face during this Huskar 25-minute timing, you still have the Morph to rely on. I like the pick a lot. It makes sense.
Sold, actually. This is a pretty good counter to the Huskar, though, because Huskar usually puts himself kind of out of position. There's no way he is a hero that can avoid the skewer, of course. So there's that point to be made for Yangon as well. It also enables Ursa's farm. This could enable potentially Ursa to go for Diffusal Blade and take advantage of Empower instead, because these days Battle Fury build is much more popular. But it does enable both of your cores. So this side Mag is actually looking pretty good too. Mamang though, he used to be known as a Huskar player. Is one of those secret picks that he has. I don't know, it just feels like it's essentially who wins? Mamang by destroying this mid lane, or Ursa by destroying the safe lane, right? Like who can do better? Mamang or KSH? True. And that seems to be the matchup here.
I really like the way you frame it because not only is it really exciting and entertaining, but I think it's also fairly accurate. I think Red, he might have a couple ways he can get back himself into this game. I think Delol as well has a lot of playmaking potential here to turn things around with like a snowball save against an Ursa. Like that is a really legit thing. Ursa's jumping someone, he enrages, you snowball and burn like 3 seconds right of that enrage. I don't know. It's going to be an exciting game. I think you're mostly right. Those are going to be the biggest impact actors because you have a lot of like early game potential here.
I love this intro. Yeah, we'll see. I'm very curious, honestly. It feels like you have like 2 freebies. It's just about snowballing more. I agree with your points on the playmaking potential here. And obviously in the mid game, that's also going to matter. But my other question on the other side is how will the Nyx and the Night Stalker adapt, right? I feel like with Night Stalker, how would the Ember and Night Stalker adapt? I feel like with Night Stalker, it's not that hard because, once nighttime hits, you're still useful. But Ember? What's his plan here? What will young PH do? I'm curious.
I foresee him having a really tough time into this game. I think the only thing I could see being really viable for him, and maybe even like I don't know. Like I like the old Urn into Vessel into like into Halberd kind of build. You're against two ranged cores. Vessel obviously is a great solution to both the Night Stalker and the Huskar. I don't know where you're getting the money for this, of course, because your lane's impossible.
Yes.
But you know, just going for a pure utility route, I think, is maybe his best bet because it's cheaper than going for like Ags and Maelstrom. You know, those kind of that's purely wishful thinking for this kind of game for young PH.
I'm with you on the Vessel. The only problem I have is that if you get Vessel and you don't get kills, which is likely, honestly, considering your lineup, Ember's just like, all right, guys, this is my game. It's over, you know?
No, it's true. I think if he tries to go Maelstrom, like everyone's so tanky here. Like Tree is tanky, Morph obviously very tanky, Huskar. Like, what if this is 4 strength heroes? It's someone has to build a Vessel, please.
Yep. No. It's definitely a good Vessel game. I completely agree. The question is, who will do it? Nyx can also have that option, right? So that's not crazy to do that.
It's not the craziest item build. I like the Urn on him too. You're right. I just think it gives a natural cheap item progression for Ember Spirit to ideally do something. Are they swapping lanes here, by the way? Are they going to try and send Ursa mid?
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about.
No way, right?
Does Ursa win this matchup? I've never seen Ursa versus Huskar.
I can't imagine.
Right?
Because what, the heroes that do well against Huskar are those that kind of just avoid the lane, right?
No, they're just ranged, dude. Like, if you pick, like, Lina against Huskar, it's just fine, right? Because he can never hit you with Burning Spears.
I don't know. I can't imagine this is the way.
No. I would actually argue that Magnus is probably the best bet if you want to really change lanes, right? Because Magnus actually has a Shockwave to avoid the lane to some degree. You have power.
Yeah, they can skewer a wave. It doesn't.
No, they're not doing that. They're not doing that. It seems like they're just going with normal lanes. This makes sense. Maybe they were discussing in young pages like, guys, who wants to swap lanes with me? Like, you don't, you're on your own. You asked for Ember, son.
3 runes, though, at least for YIG, is going to help him get his bottle online sooner. You know, the small victories. Be happy with that.
Oh, I just realized not just the Night Stalker is going to have a tough lane. It's Tusk's Night Stalker. Good luck dealing with Ursa Silencer as this lane.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. The range is good. Delald going for the little sneaky trick where he fakes his sentry early on to see if Lun will put his down. He didn't work this time.
No? I like this guy, though. There's something about Delald that just feels like a memer. Okay,
Yo,
KSH. You're strong in this lane, but not that strong at level 1.
Yeah, level one tag team, which they probably weren't expecting. But Night Stalker with some serious base damage for sure.
And Ursa has level 1 Furious types, which is hot garbage.
Yeah, it's not very good.
So literally 10 damage per attack. It really does nothing. It's not scary to a Night Stalker at all, who also has high armor. Similarly, though, young PH is doing well in this mid lane at the first levels, as Embers tend to do. He's managed to push out the lane. He's gotten some last hits. He's enjoyed freedom for the couple of minutes that he'll have it.
Yeah, very true. And it's crucial, right? Doesn't want to miss any of the CS, so he can actually get his bottle online. And after he loses half his HP to 5 spears, he is going to bottle up. He's probably going to call for a lot of rotations from his supports to refill the bottle. It's his second most played hero, huh?
Okay, I knew it was one of his heroes, but I did not know it was his second most played hero.
Look at that win rate on Kunkka. Very nice.
Kunkka's his best hero. I always thought that. It was when we first casted him in the top clans, I remember like 3 years ago, it was Kunkka and Quap he would constantly pick.
I remember chat calls him basically SCA attacker.
That's true. And I also learned that Mamang Daya means Uncle Daya, right?
Yes,
That's what
it does.
Yeah.
It means Uncle Daya. Oh, sorry. Finding a courier. Not bad, actually, because that had the sentry in it.
No, right? No, he's not gonna die.
He's fine.
In fact, young PH, he thought for a second that he was gonna kill him, and hope is actually the most painful of experiences.
It's true.
As you can see, he's burning because of the hope.
What the heck? Okay, they have clipped Travens as well. Very good. So not only have they humiliated him by killing his courier, which had the sentry ward to unblock this camp, they've also clipped him. So he's been forced to TP away. That being said, it forces Shoti pretty far from the wave. But that's fine, because Zarain has stacked it, so it'll... Well, actually, both waves have stacked here. This is really interesting. First Blood is, though, for young PH.
First blood.
Yeah,
that's kind of unbelievable.
That is kind of unbelievable. I hope our camera caught that. That is unbelievable. Whereas the Ursa Night Stalker lane, I think there's ways to deal with it. Definitely not killing the Ursa, but you can kill him level 1. There's no fucking way this happens. Especially at level 3, both of you. No points in inner fire, Mamang Daya, huh? He actually went for the full-on lane domination build, and I think that punished him pretty hard.
Yeah. 2 points in Flame Guard, so...
And
looks
2
like that-
points in Burning Spear as opposed to the initial 2 points in Berserker's Blood. Mamangdaya might have gone a little bit ahead of himself, huh?
Yeah. I think he just got a bit excited thinking he was going to run him over in lane
Yes.
and force him out with spears, and wasn't the case here. Maybe that extra point and the extra damage here in Burning Spears, or sorry, in Searing Chains, it's like an extra 100 damage even after reductions.
That's huge.
You know, it's pretty good, especially when, like you're saying, you only have that 1 point in the Berserker's Blood and no bonus armor either from your helm. And now
that
all of a
completely
sudden...
stabilizes the lane. Mind you, Young Page is not winning it, but he should have enough with this extra gold to stabilize until the 10-minute mark, which is usually when the laning stage starts to fall.
And now he desperately needs his Helm of the Iron Will, pretty much. Because with the Blightstone, Ember is doing actually significant damage with Sleight of Fist. Even with 2 points in Flame Guard, which is the right build this lane, he's going to be bullying him quite effectively. It's kind of wild. So, well played, Young PH. I'm sure he's had to play lots of this crappy matchup before, as they are actually rotating already towards the mid lane here. They should know that Nyx is here. He has walked past an Observer, so I don't expect this to pay off.
No. Still no point in inner fire among Dahlia. Okay. It's not going to pay off, though. He's in the trees. Flame Guard is covering him from a little Flight of Fist. Never mind, Among Dahlia's going to die.
No
and Zarrain
TPs,
gets
huh?
the kill.
No TPs?
No.
That's a little sus right there from Spawn Team, honestly. You have to TP in. Like, Huskar is such a sink or swim hero. That is such an aggressive dive. Like, literally, Ice Shards ruins that gank. I don't know. Like, he needs some... You gotta help your boy out, you know? Like, sure, he should win this matchup, but you saw the Nyx rotate away for that long. I don't think that's... I don't think that's
You also
right.
saw him on the ward.
They kind of hung him out to dry there, honestly.
Yeah. Well, it's like the Zoomers say, that was a sussy Baka play.
I know it's a sussy Baka play. Well played, though, to YG, who sense a weakness and strike back. Zarrain, especially now, almost, hey, getting that kill on the adaptive strike return damage.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. Jigroy was not expecting that. He will probably never adaptive strike at Nyx again. And top lane, while it's not the super domination we're kind of piping, it's still going really well for the Ursa. And even if it's nighttime, KSH can beat this Night Stalker in the 1v1. The LoL might have a chance, as with level 2 tag team, of getting a kill perhaps in the Silencer, but Silencer staying relatively close to KSH, just in case.
Yeah, and this is a little bit more
Nyx,
scary now.
At
that
it again.
Ursa...
Oh, 2 levels above Young PH. This is an easy kill now.
There's
There's
TPs.
a TP happening. Young PH, he tipped a little bit too soon. Nope. Sleight of Fist will get that kill. The Lil comes by, but late. He might at least get the kill on Zarrain. That's going to be a counter kill, but Young PH still wants the Lil's head, and he's going to get it with the last Remnant. He has 1 to get away, though,
Yeah,
so he's going to be
got mana.
perfectly fine. Oh, he actually TPs in the
what a
middle of this.
TP.
Young PH is styling, dude.
Yeah, I mean, this is... I mean, it's hard to describe how disastrous this is for Spawn Team, honestly. I mean, any mid laner that dies 3 times, of course, is going to have a bad experience. But a mid laner like Huskar that dies 3 times against the hero that
Ember.
he has like an insane win rate against, this is bad. This is real bad.
Yes. My question is, when will Mamangdaya decide that inner fire is needed? Because both times this would have helped him a lot in these fights.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not a Huskar player, obviously. I'm a clean man. I'm very, very healthy. I don't have, Huskar urges to play Huskar. He's dead again, I think, by the way.
Yes, he is. They're tipping him. Oh my god, look at these offensive tips. Mamangdaya.
Wow.
Please say uncle, Mamangdaya. Say uncle.
Say Mamang. Say Mamang.
They found Travis, who was just walking about here, admiring the trees, and gives an extra free kill to them.
5-0-1.
This is unexpected. I would have never guessed this.
Maybe they get Ursa, though.
KSH?
So...
Yeah. He doesn't have Enrage yet, so he's going to have to fight. They did leave him also hung out to dry here. There's absolutely no need to leave the Ursa alone.
There it is.
Especially, I mean, it's Night Stalker and Tusk. You can't completely underestimate them. Silencer needs to stay with him.
Yeah. And Morphlene's having like a pretty free lane. Magnus is getting his CS in. Nice skewer back as well.
He has RP. Oh, look at this. He's pulling the Morphling back in the Shockwave.
Oh,
Show T. And all the tips are flying in today.
Okay. YG.
What is happening this game,
Pretty
Richard?
good start here. The tower, by the way, almost went down. That was 1 wagon here, basically. But with just 3 supports in the mid lane, YG really applying a lot of pressure as they will close the door. Ooh, didn't get the stun off in time. Good ice shards do come out. They don't block Zarrain. The lull, I think... I mean, it'll take a while, but I think they actually have him here.
He has no mana and no TP. He might steal the bounty, and in fact, he will.
Hey.
That's probably the best thing you can do here. Impale's ready, though, in 1 second. They're going to use it there and just make sure that Lone at least gets some intelligence. There we go.
There it is.
Counterproductive though,
goose
because the
chase.
more intelligence Lund steals, the less damage Nyx does, of course. Really weird anti-synergy between them.
That is true. The strangest anti-synergy, right? I guess that's minus 10 damage at max, right?
Yeah.
And that gives Silencer how much more damage at max?
2, right?
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, 2 per auto attack. I guess it's hard to run the math, but it is funny, right? It is a funny thing to consider.
Funny. It's definitely not relevant though. It's one of those things that's just a funny consideration, like you said.
Yeah.
Travis though, he decided to deward. Trim Protector takes a while to deward, and he's going to be punished for it. But Red rotates in, hoping to get a kill here. He has been last warded, and he is forced back to his tower. This mid lane is going so well for Yangon.
Yeah, that's the positive way to spin it. It's also like the worst thing I've ever seen, unfortunately, from Spawn Team. They have now the urn already completed for this Ember Spirit, so he has found the money, and he is immediately going to go into this vessel. They want to shut Mamang Daya completely out of this game, and this is exactly the right build and the right playstyle to do it as they go for yet another kill onto the Tusk. I think he snowballed to the wave, though.
Yes, he did.
Highlight reel for Young PH here.
Yeah, it's very good today. When a mid player feels himself, he just starts to take over the game. But unfortunately, so is Jikroy. He got a good game on Morphling before, and he wants to make sure that continues.
That's incredible. Really exciting game. Completely the opposite thing that we thought was going to end up happening here. Let's go ahead and check in on other lanes, right? Because this Ember Huskar thing is very easy to kind of hone in on it. But there are other heroes in the game. Ursa Warrior coming along very nicely, is looking to also get involved in these fights early. Has this, not Lincoln's, pardon me, Diffusal Blade in the quickbind for KSH. Very strong item to fight into the Morphling, who himself is going for a farming build. Falcon Blade and Dragonlance in the quick buy right now for Jikroy before into the Manta. So he is eventually going to scale, but a very heavy farming build for him. I can't help but consider if maybe these are the right early fighting items for Morph, honestly. That could be the case. But I do think his team's going to need him to fight early, pretty much is the point I'm getting at.
I agree with you, but I just don't think it's a farming build. I think it's a fighting build because like there's cheap items which are efficient and give you good stats, and you need to make up for whatever the fuck happened made with Huskar. So
pretty much.
Like someone needs to create space, and Night Stalker is useful, but only for 5 minutes at a time, right? And when those 5 minutes are done, Jikro has to take lead.
I'm also curious, like, what do you do with this Huskar now? Like, what role do you transition him into?
What do you do with?
What do you do with him?
You
gotta take him back to the store and get him replaced. Hopefully, you still have the receipt.
Ursa, hit the Walrus punch here. Hasn't raged though, and Red has to be careful. There's no jump though on KSH. He won't die to the Tusk just yet. Amadaya caught once again by Young PH. Here comes Shoti with an RP. Dalo is really confident he's not going to be RP'd, but he just gets skewered in the tower and then RP'd, and KSH will lifesteal off this Tusk, allowing him to get the kill.
He wasn't going to go down to that Void anyway. He had infused raindrops. Active still has a couple more stacks, actually. So there's no way he was dying. Really good turn here for YG. And that's just honestly, that's just a really bad death there. I have to call it out from Among Daya. He has a sentry. He saw the Invis Ember there. There's not really any excuse for him to die over maybe one last hit. So I think he's just a little tilted is the only explanation. He must be tilted. I mean, imagine being a Huskar spammer, your second most played hero into this matchup, which Ember Spirits absolutely hate, and you just kind of get stomped. This Ember's 8-0-1.
Yep.
And I mean, at least there's a kill in favor of your team, but it's rough.
No, but 100% he's still, like, there's no question about it. I mean, even if he has a good mental, it is, like you said, your best hero. You know, because it's your best hero, you're certain it's a good matchup, right? One of your best matchups. Sometimes when you lose mid, you go, maybe this wasn't the matchup I thought it was. But with Huskar, you know it was. It's okay. I think it's understandable. As the game progresses, he'll probably recover himself. It's not that big a deal. But right now, it is the rest of his team that needs to pick up the slack, though.
And I really admire YG. They take the tier 1 tower with a couple of heroes after they get a couple of pickoffs, and they immediately, without delay, move into the Roche pit. This is a big reason why Ursa is like such a good core early game, because he does enable you to take Roche down this early. And they also give it to Young PH. They're going to let this Ursa scale a little bit, at least until he probably gets his Diffusal. Then he might start to join these fights. But for now, Aegis on the Ember Spirit.
I think he already has Diffusal, actually. Yeah, it's coming on the card.
Maybe he's on his way then. Maybe Blink, and then he goes in.
Maybe they just think Ember is looking amazing right now, so they just give it to him instead. Like, I think the logic is more, Young PH, you deserve the Aegis. Like, you beat a Huskar mid, you're leading this game, might as well, you know? I don't think Garza is necessarily the best early user of Aegis. He's a great Roche killer, but that's it. He's going to go for red. The damage is not going to be sufficient. Never mind, I spoke too soon. He had 2 stacks of overpower because he repaired one beforehand.
Ooh.
And Travis dies in the bot lane as well, as Jikroy tries to turn into the Ember to deal some damage, but not much success.
It's a godlike streak, and now 3 Vessel charges here, by the way. He's actually going to go back for the Maelstrom because he feels like he can do more damage this game, and it's hard to disagree with him. This is starting to get really, really out of control as YG continue to snowball. One thing I also wanted to bring up that we haven't really specifically mentioned, but it's worth mentioning, is that I think if you look, and you've been spectating a couple of our matches here on broadcast over the past couple days, you'll have seen this Magnus get picked up and maybe had a negative connotation with it. And for some reason, teams have been kind of forced picking this Magnus into drafts that don't make sense. Hold that thought. Global Silence, easy kill top lane on him among Dia. Maybe
yes,
even mid?
and the Morph is also in trouble because of the Spirit Vessel. He does get away from away though before Nyx can join the fray, so it's gonna be fine for now. Sorry,
right, so
the Magnus point.
Yeah, back on Magnus. This is such a good Magnus lineup, isn't it? Global Silence to cover the mag as soon as he goes for a Blink RP in. Like, nothing to interrupt.
Yes. And 2 heroes that take advantage of power as well.
Exactly. That's the biggest deal.
Lun, okay, you skewer into the Silence. That's an interesting play, but it's going to work out for now because yes, Meg, at least they do cancel this TP, but it's not going to work in their favor as the RP will bring back red. Unfortunately, the shards disallow them to chase them.
Jikroy?
They do have a Spirit Vessel charge onto Jikroy. They're slowing him down little by little. Shoti does have a skewer in 1 second. They could just put him onto the cliff, but the waveform just in time saves them. And despite what looked like a very promising engagement, Nets Young got 0 kills here, except for the initial Trim Protector murder.
Yeah, it turns into just 1-for-1 there, right? Could have been a lot worse for both sides. Lots of heavy ultis committed. Oh, sorry. Okay, he got off the shift, so no kill there. Could have been a lot more dangerous. Who is... Why are these GG branches just on the ground? Someone should pick them up.
It's an offering to the gods. Oh, Zarya decided to broke.
Okay, goodbye.
That's interesting.
But yeah, it's a good Magnus lineup. I think you have a couple of heroes as well that can take advantage of your RP very nicely. It's a good pick for YG. But I think Magnus has an atrocious win rate right now in the qualifiers.
Right.
Because the 2 games I've seen him, he's like the team has been completely crushed in them.
I do think the hero is very strong. I agree with you that it's not always played in the best position, but I feel like the hero is actually his stocks are rising. And this new build that we're seeing a lot, which is the mech directly build, it's a variation of these aura builds we're seeing on offlaners. I love, and that's what we're seeing here. I haven't seen full Greaves as much. Usually it's just mech, and sometimes you go into other items like Crimson Guard, etc., but I'm happy with Greaves too. This is a very good game for Greaves against Overgrowth. Also, Greaves got buffed recently. Small buff, but, you know, considerable.
Did it? Even more?
Yeah, so now the boosted health regen when you're below a certain threshold.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, the threshold is higher. So
Yeah,
25%
which it kicks in sooner, so you more heals, therefore.
Yes, exactly.
And the recipe cost got decreased. Wow, that's a big decrease, 100 gold.
It's pretty
big
good.
Deal. Yeah, it's a big deal for support. I see why.
What are you doing, Young PH? He is solo against 3, and obviously gets caught.
Okay, that's only Aegis? He doesn't have BKB, but so they've already used the silence.
Yeah, but he doesn't. Oh, he has a remnant. Okay,
yeah, he's a remnant.
They were catching a remnant, but instead he might catch Trevins. Young PH though might have gone a bit too far. Definitely don't put an aggressive remnant now forward as he puts himself in the middle of the fray. Tusk catches him. Young PH steering chase the goal of where you go, buddy. Ice Sharks pushed him to the side. Everyone's chasing Young PH. No, Byung Hao is dead. What was that? Why? That whole sequence of event was a mistake after a mistake. A small moment of brilliance and then one more mistake.
I mean, he just gave the Night Stalker 750 gold 16 minutes into the game.
A Night Stalker who was struggling in the early game and now is back with that.
Yeah. Your supports are not going to be very happy with you. That Night Stalker, he just knows BKB is coming. Yeah. Like, he just knows. Okay.
KSH wanting to find Mang Daya seems to be the easiest target, but Tusk is lurking in the trees, and that might almost save him. Never mind, Mang Daya is already dead. Too easy to kill for KSH. They even find the Morphling, but they don't have an Impale, so they just use a Vendetta on him. Shoti is trying to get away, giving him power to the Ursa. KSH sees an opportunity, and he's going to go for red with the Fusel Blade Perch, slowing him down. The Skewer sending him back, and they already impaled him, so this sets up for the kill. Yang going, they might have lost their Ember, but they gained an Ursa in the process.
Yeah. I think
KSH has Blink again, and he's going to go for Trevins immediately shredded.
Wow, almost a rampage here. I think the problem there was that Ember's clock was like maybe 1 minute too fast. Because like if the rest of his team was there when he makes that play, it's a beautiful team fight for YG. But he's just like alone, and then the rest of his team goes and to avenge him on his death spot, and it works out beautifully.
They just said like 10 seconds ago, "Guy, let's go," and then Ember was like, "Oh, that's a really strange deja vu I just got. Wow, I swear you said this a minute ago."
Honestly. Mamang Daya still really on the struggle bus here. Not even almost to his BKB, unfortunately for him.
That BKB is what essentially allows him to upgrade from creep to hero. Not even a great hero, but just a support maybe.
Not early game hero, just to live. Do they have Blink on Magnus? No. If they had Blink, Mamang Daya dies here. Not even without RP, he's just simply dead.
True. Oh, that's going to be Travis dying. I don't know if this kill on the Ursa is as likely. Snowball, puts him in a difficult position. Searing Chains keeps him in that difficult position, and he dies to the Ursa, who activates in rage before the crippling fear can hit him, so he's fine for now. But the range is about to end, and the Huskers joining in. Shoti will die. As Jikro chased after KSH, instead Young PH though fights against the other two cores alone, and he beats both. And KSH is able to kite around Jikroy, who wastes a bunch of time. Now, if Searing Chains wasted, Young PH could be in trouble, gets popped by the Morphling. And we get an Impale still hitting Jikroy, who's out of mana, can no longer shift. So he's going to go down too. KSH looking for the last kill to turn this into a team wipe. And he knows exactly where he is, but he needs to get to him. Travis, he punched this the bear. He angered the bear, and he's now going to suffer the wrath of the bear.
You ever seen videos of like bears in the wild like use trees to scratch their backs? Basically,
I was actually thinking, you ever seen a video of the bear on cocaine? That movie that's coming out?
You always bring this up, you know.
Yeah, it's the movie I'm most looking forward to this year.
Wait, what? They're making a movie about that?
Yeah, it's called literally Bear on Cocaine. It has character actress Margot Martindale.
Oh goodness gracious! I have not heard about this.
That is like an A-list cast, honestly.
I've only heard of Avatar 2: The Shape of Water or whatever.
No, it's based on a real occurrence of a bear on cocaine. It's now a movie as well, and this is what the Earth is looking like right now.
I mean, he is absolutely going off, and I think Spawn's team. This game is just like, I think you can write off this game basically for them and just try and focus on what to do next game, what works, what doesn't.
Yes.
Go for a couple extra kills. I don't think this game is winnable for them anymore. Down 10k 20 minutes in with a Huskar who does not even have the Mithril Hammer for his BKB. It's just really, really rough. Treant Protector there does whiff on the Overgrowth. That's not why they lose the fight, of course, not at all. But it's just impossible for them.
Yeah, just make sure it isn't tilted in the last game, right? That's what you need him for.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
This should all be a drill to just, for mental sturdiness.
Bottom?
They have BKB on Young PH, so he feels pretty confident right now.
Yeah.
They do adapt to strike him.
Okay, they got Manta now on the Morphling. Jikroy is like literally your only hope in this fight. You need like to kill Ursa and give him the kill streak gold, but that's not happening. He can dig off the strength gain, but it doesn't matter to Ursa. He's got the kill just as easily.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how strong this hero is against Morphling. Usually, though, you're not beating the Morphling by 4k net worth, but that was the effect of the mid lane.
And that's really frustrating too, because Manta style was literally about to be delivered. Like it was on the courier, and it's just a well-timed jump by YG.
Also, we argued earlier, right, that he was forced to go for Falcon Blade and Dragon Lance just to fight early, and that delayed the Manta style as well. Just a bunch of things that falling into the wrong place. And oh, what an interesting combo. Shockwaving into the Impale to make sure that he got closer to it, or sooner.
Okay, not bad. And that'll force the long die out. Now it has at least Mithril Hammer. It doesn't have much else to his name, unfortunately.
No, he has Ogre Axe and Mithril Hammer, so we're almost there.
Night Stalker's got a BKB, right? Because he got the last hit on Ember when he was beyond Godlike, or just Godlike, actually.
True.
So he's got BKB. That's a glimmer of something. You have now 2 Dispels. Of course, Roche number 2 is up, and there's a TD rune in the river. So YG are about to have Aegis, I don't know, maybe on Ursa, maybe on Ember, and of course this Shard for the Ursa Warrior as a kill there for free.
Alright, they got the Aegis now for free, and Travis, they know where you are, buddy. Just because you hug the edge of the map does not make this hurt any less. KSH also sees the Morphling, tries to finish him off in a matter of seconds. No way there, Nico. No, oh, right, because he just waveformed. He actually might be in a pickle?
Really good adaptive strike there. That might be enough to get him out alive.
He's low on mana though. He's out of shifting. Oh, he
Oh,
has
he's got
one last
21
waveform.
charges.
RP attempt. And Ursa's crazy. And Rage does not stop the Walrus Punch. The airtime is still the same despite status resistance.
Yep. Oh no, Ursa, he took amphetamines. He's blinking up to the high ground.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What a movie. Mamang Daya has BKB. Oh my goodness.
We gotta watch
oh my
it.
goodness.
It's out in cinemas. I'm taking you, my friend.
Well, I will 100% go see that movie. Absolutely.
It
What
sounds
in the
incredible,
world?
honestly. It sounds like very good.
I'm just afraid that it's going to be... Remember that movie where it was like a runaway train with a bunch of explosive baby-killing acid on it? It's running away. Oh no, they need to stop the train. And then everyone went and saw the movie and it was really bad and boring.
I have no clue what you're talking about,
It
actually.
was called Runaway Train. I'm pretty sure it was called Runaway Train. It wasn't a good
It's
movie.
confusing of a Bullet Train, which is also fantastic. I enjoyed that.
Bullet Train was different.
Radiant's middle tower
Anyway,
has fallen.
regardless, YG is doing really well. Doesn't matter what kind of
Unstoppable.
illicit substance this bear has been taken. He is swimming in gold right now. Finally got the Bastion. This might secure the kill on the Morph soon enough.
I wonder what they're
And
gonna...
Zarrain also has a Blink Dagger soon.
We need an epitaph for this crazy Ursa bear who's this far ahead. Because when the train escaped, it was called CSX 8888, and they nicknamed it Crazy Eights like immediately.
The Ursa's dead though, so I don't know if he's much of a runaway. In fact, he's trying to run away now. Red going for the Magnus though. Maybe he didn't get the memo that Ursa was the target. He would have died to the Ursa alone though.
Yeah.
And we have a great RP with Skewer. Ursa just wails on the
Deleted
Morphling,
him.
and that's Jikroy
Wow.
dead. Interesting positioning by him as they now try to finish off Travens. And Travens is gone. With the Global Science, they'll finish off Dalul as well. And Red is forced to use his BKB completely defensively as YG take down
Radiant's
the
top
tower up
is
top.
under attack.
You know, Crazy Eights is the runaway train. The runaway Ursa is the unbearable bear, I guess.
That's not bad. That's good.
Radiant's top tower
Can't
is under
stop him.
attack.
He's too far ahead. We were considering, you know, it's funny. One of our storylines fell flat on its face here with Mamang Daya getting pretty much just shut out of this game completely, right? But the Ursa still had his start and came through clutch
Yes.
on his timings. I think this is not an impossible Morphling game by any means, but when you're forced to, you know, come into the fights early, it's not easy.
We discussed this though. It was kind of the Slow
time.
T is in trouble, and Slow T might just die. He has no BKB, couldn't save himself.
Oh, no,
but they've
Morph.
cut the Morphling. However, the Ice Shard saves him as the bear cannot get the last swipe in. Travens will die to the Arcane Curse, but now it's KSH has to run away. He still has the BKB though. Might be
doesn't have
forced to use
Aegis.
it. He does use it. The waveform has the fade, and that was a full Agi Morphling. He just ate him for lunch. That was so easy. KSH still alive. The Lul was trying to search for him, and in fact, he will get this kill in exchange for his own life.
It's 1,100 gold, by the way. My goodness, that poor Morphling, he waveformed in and Ursa ate him like he was a pile of
Radiant's
cocaine.
top barracks are under attack.
Just like
I
immediately
will
got
say,
bashed
though,
and killed.
if you're gonna make a play like that where you waveform into a BKB, an Ursa that has BKB available and also had Enrage soon, don't go full Agi. Never go full
Never
Agi
go
into
full
that
Agi,
Ursa.
man.
Radiant's
They
top
cut the
barracks are under
Travens,
attack.
but I don't think it matters. Spike Harpers does reveal the enemy's positioning, so that's why they knew where to slide a fist.
I mean, yeah, it's got that weird effect through fog, right?
Yeah.
Oh, now they kill him.
Okay, they do. Young PH taking the reins for being the main carry now. The last word, giving vision over the Night Stalker, but Night Stalker doesn't matter if you can see him, he'll still destroy you.
The very least, the good news for YG or for Spawn Team is that YG, their push is atrocious. They did not get a single barracks there. They got close, but through the living armor, they could not actually finish it off. No way, right? No way.
No way,
this
he
can't
dies.
be. Oh, the
Okay,
snowball save.
snowball save.
What a bro, what a clutch
He
move. needs
almost
to-
died to the Ursa. Instead, it was the Lul. Oh wait, they cut him with the steering chains. He has no Malta
no.
style. He's dead. All right, Richie, I'm genuine with this stat. I think the Lul has saved Jikroy more times than Jikroy has saved himself this game. Is that possible?
It's pretty tough. There's an instant bash, by the way. Ursa had that one ready. Down goes the Night Stalker. They're inside the base. There's guys, come on. You cannot go through the back door, please.
They were trying. I don't know what is better for your mental stability as Spawn, if it's calling GG early or not, because this game is not going to go your way.
No. I mean, it's a 23. I know we're in 27 minutes, and I mean the slow may be push, or the push may be slow, but I only think that's kind of worse. You know, they have to give, I think, one last team fight for the boys. Get in there and get out. I mean, the Ag Scepter on Morphling right now is a little bit of a pipe dream. Among Daya almost has Halberd, has at least Sanj, which is a huge item for him, but of course there's still the Vessel online. This Blink on Tusk has already saved Jikroy once, but no longer do you have this element of surprise. And I feel like YG still end up scaling pretty decently in this game.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they still have the good matchup. They've eliminated their biggest threat. That's why. It just feels like you're kind of praying for them to make a really, really big mistake here. And that's it. That's the only chances you have. You depend on the enemy making mistakes. And they're just not going to make them. Mamang Dai is already done. Young PH though, he could be in trouble himself, but the Global Silence saves him with a good BKB as well. KSH cannot quite kill Dalu, who has a Ghost Scepter. The RP just for him, skewering his corpse there, as KSH has to go for the enemy carry.
There's no mana on Jikroy.
There is no mana. There is an Impale as well, so Jikroy is as good as dead. Actually, he's just dead. GG's finally called.
Yeah.
And Spawn, they know. They need to go to a third game. They need a mental reset. And hopefully a small break will help them do so.
Yeah, I mean, that's really got to suck. I think they were hoping to at least get one kill in that fight, but Mamang Daya just instantly dies to Ursa. Like, it was just...
Yes.
Yeah, that was real rough. That's a real rough game for Spawn to have to sit through. Hopefully they can reset and get going for game 3. But I don't know. I just feel like there's not really much to break down this game, unfortunately. It was just a matchup in the mid lane, especially really dramatically not going the way it could.
Yeah.
I really have to commend Jikroy at least. He gave it his best shot on the Master Tier Morphling, definitely identified that this game was spiraling way out of his control and did his best to adjust, right? Going for these value items, trying his best to have all the stats he could to shift into to fight early, but nothing was going to go their way. The team fight as well, too overwhelming. RP covered by Global Silence, 2 heroes, 3 including the Magnus, making great use of the cleave as well. Nyx Assassin catching you, farming you. It's just so hard. It was just so hard.
Yep, I agree with you. I feel like when you talk about pubs, one single mistake will never lose you the game, right? But in competitive Dota, it is often the case, actually, especially in the laning stage, and we kind of saw this. I think there were 2 major mistakes, of course. To me, the biggest one was honestly Mamang Daya having no points in inner fire. Even in a good lane, Huskar always goes for the level 1 inner fire because it secures range creep and also allows you to do stave off aggression, which happened multiple times here. And then also, like we mentioned multiple times, it doesn't seem like the supports ever TP mid, right?
Yeah.
I didn't check if their TPs were maybe on cooldown or something like that, right? It maybe wasn't their fault, but...
I think Tusk TP'd on the 3rd death.
Yeah, Tusk did TP on the 3rd death, but by that point, the lane was already
exactly.
lost.
Like, the first death was, I believe, the one... Well, the solo kill, right?
Yes.
And then the second death, which was really painful for me to watch, was when Nyx Assassin ran through the tower tanking shots.
And they saw him.
And then Huskar saw this coming and cut his way into the trees, into that little pocket next to Radiant Tier 1. And then still didn't die, and there was just like...
Exactly.
That one was, like, it kind of even tilted me to see that. I can't imagine how Mamang Daya felt.
Yeah, because if you're in that position, there's, like, either the supports have TP, right, and you've already called it, hey, I saw the Nyx, yes. Are you guys ready to TP, right? Or supports don't have TP, you go, hey, I saw the Nyx, are you ready to TP? They go, no, and you hang really far back.
Yeah.
But no matter what, the sequence of events that transpired wasn't really the best. I mean, these mistakes happen. It's not that big a deal. You still have game 3, so it's fine. What really matters here is for them to be able to mentally reset and accept that this was just a one-off, right? It's not going to be the defining moment in the series.
Yeah, I think, you know, at a later stage, there's maybe something to learn here. Again, not to point fingers, but when the matchup goes this bad and it's not supposed to, there's something to learn here, right? For now, in the future from Mamang Daya, I think this is a replay he's going to need to look at and study for the first 3 minutes and see exactly what went wrong, what he could have done differently, and when to identify that kind of situation. Like, this is a good learning experience, but that's not what you do now. You just write this one off, like you say, and you say, all right, guys, they got lucky. You know, they got lucky in game number 2. Let's go ahead and reset and get going for game 3, because you're still, you know, that's the privilege of winning the first game, right? You can afford to lose one. You just did. Time to reset and get going for game 3, and still, you know, with good chances to qualify to Division 2 or Spawn team. So should be an exciting game 3.
Yeah, I hope so too. Let's see if they're able to properly recover. For now, we'll take a small break and we'll come back with game number 3. So stay tuned and let's see if Mamang Daya will pick Huskar again. Hello, guys, and welcome back. We're here with the last match of the day for the SCA DPC qualifiers. No matter what happens, no matter who wins, no matter what bears we see, it will only be one more match. Either Yangon Galacticos or Spawn Team will be making it to Division 2 after this match. Mind you, as my good friend Richie has reminded you many times, this is the upper bracket match, so the team that loses will still have a second chance against either Lil Gun or Drinkwater. We will be seeing that tomorrow, so it's not like these teams are out no matter what, but it will be nice to get that security already and get that Division 2 slot, especially because SCA is one of the few Division 2s who has remained with all their slots in Division 2. No team has disbanded or decided to, forego their slot or whatever the hell.
Yeah, and that's really cool. And I think what's pretty cool about this
region.
series is that, while we did just witness the power of what a bear on drugs could do, I think we're going to really get to see the power of what humans producing adrenaline can do. Because I think this is like a really scary moment, actually, for what is Spawn Team, right? Like, you have a really good game 1. You get absolutely, like, the floor is wiped with you in game number 2. And now, like, it's a little nerve-wracking, right? Maybe a little bit of sweaty palms. For some of the younger guys for sure here, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they adjust and what they decide to do differently. I'm like there's a couple of mental games, like, are they going to ban the Ember? If Ember is picked, would they dare go for the Huskar again, or why is you going to leave it open for them like they did in game 1? Because I think the fact of the matter is that it wasn't a bad Huskar game, to be honest. I think he kind of just got outplayed, and I think YG rose to the occasion. So there's a lot of questions to be asked, and we'll see if they get answered here as our draft for game number 3 just now getting underway. We do finally get ourselves a game 3 today, and hopefully it is going to be very exciting.
Oh, is this the first game 3?
Today, yeah. We only had not the first game 3 of overall. Right. I think it's mostly
the second
been
one. Third one. Sorry, third one.
Right, yeah. It's mostly been a 2-0 qualifier, which maybe proves that seeding is working. But now that we get into the later stages, they are starting to get way closer.
And who did this seeding? What a wonderful TL equals. Incredible. Great job.
And
no, I don't know what you were talking about.
Who's Valve?
Yeah, in case you guys didn't know, the seeding is decided by the last match in the qualifiers, which apparently was a good idea, because C was one of the few regions that nobody forfeited that last match.
Unfortunately, that's not true. Atomic Esports did choose to forfeit their match over RC. And that's because Atomic had played 3 really long series beforehand,
right?
And we finished around 9 p.m. So they would have been starting a best of 3 series at 9 p.m. And also potentially, if they lost, playing versus Drinkwater at 10 a.m. the next day. So they decided. That's fair, actually.
That's a fair reasoning.
But our draft now already beginning, and YG, they're gonna go back to this Lena here and to the Tiny as well. So lots of repeat heroes. I think almost the exact same bands as game number 2, if I'm not mistaken. These bands look very familiar.
No, because we've seen Temperature every single time.
That's right, actually.
It was the first time they banned it. Ooh, Spawn. So for the SCA nerds here, Spawn obviously before 496, right? They were their carry, which was it? It was a number. I don't know, 458 or 496. I think it was 458. That was his name. Besides Miracle, he was one of the known Naga Siren spammers in general. I mean, it was the hero of Vietnam because of him. He used to play all these, you remember, right? He used to play the Lycan as well, carry. He was a very big fan of that, right? And then that Baby, which was another carry that came from Vietnam as well, that played in this team, also was known for these kind of heroes. I don't know if they just teach each other or what, but that was the case. So there's a lot of history in this pick for Spawn Team, even if, of course, their carry is Indonesian this game.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, indeed. And I think YG is actually kind of done them a favor here. If you watched any Drinkwater games, you'll know that they're always keen to ban this Primal Beast hero because he just kills Naga. It's not really much more to it. Pardon me. He just kills the Naga by using the power spikes of Trample at level 3 and 5, and Naga just gets booted from the lane way too early. It's as bad as watching a PA try and lane versus a Timbersaw. It's just she does nothing, and as soon as he hits 6, she just has to leave, and it's even worse for Naga. Usually level 5 you have to leave.
Wow. I mean, at least Naga can kind of leave and do okay out to the lane. Naga actually can somewhat jungle as soon as level 4, right? With 2 points of Mirror Image, just 2 points of Riptide. So
it's certainly doable. It's not game ending, but it's a huge enabling impact, or it's really impactful for Primal, right? Who's already an early game hero. When he gets that kind of a start and he's just free farming, it's a scary start, to be sure.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think it's a really good ban here. I mean, it's good with you against you in general, right? Because also you have one of the few area breaks that's a massive area, right? If a good Naga Siren player would never budge her illusions in the Nether Toxin, that's stupid. But getting hit by all the Ags from the Primal Beast, well, it's not unlikely, right? So you could straight up not only lose your illusions, but lose your Riptide altogether.
Yeah. And you probably wouldn't want to go with a Viper against a Naga because she just dispels everything anyway. But anyway, we'll see what YG decide to throw against her.
Yeah, I wonder if since you talk about this, I wonder if this new build of this like Ags Viper, right, is good against the Naga, because you have Nether Toxin, like you max Nether Toxin earlier, right, on this build, because you actually play more on Nether Toxin because you go for Arcane Boots early, right? So it's stronger against her, and the area disarm can be very powerful against Naga. I can't believe I'm actually valuing the Ags pretty well, but I think it's pretty strong against illusion heroes.
I see where you're coming from.
I'm not saying it's the best pick, but I think it's something to consider for young.
I think you're right.
This is a much better pick, though, and more normal picks.
And
it's probably
banned.
my favorite Naga counter.
And normally banned, quite crucially. I think Spawn Team have decided they don't want to play against this Morphling anymore. So a couple of repeat heroes being banned out. Tusk, Spirit Breaker, Ember Spirit, YG, you know, resetting there, not allowing the Ember to get picked up. The Nyx has snuck through as well, which is very appropriate for the Nyx. I feel like all these heroes are like really hotly contested heroes, like super relevant bans. Maybe just as far as the meta. And they will actually go for the Viper, but it's Spawn Team that pick it up. Kind of feels like maybe an early Viper pick to me here.
Yeah. I knew this all along, right? So.
Sorry?
I knew this all along. That's why I was just in the Viper. I knew this would happen. So, yeah.
Of course.
So it doesn't surprise me, obviously, but you know, maybe to lesser casters.
I wonder though, like if YG are just going to like because this is probably offlane Viper. Is Bloodstone Viper normally played mid? Do you have any more intel on that? Because I haven't.
It's normally offlane. You can play it mid, but it feels much weaker mid because then you sacrifice the traditional. Because what is the alternative to Bloodstone Viper? It's usually the Dragonlance Viper, right? Like Dragonlance traditional like hitting Viper.
Yeah.
So you're sacrificing a secondary core in the mid lane to get a tank. So what offlaners fulfill that role of the secondary core? If your offlaners like maybe a Lycan or like a Pango or maybe Legion, sure. But anything else, you just have two big tanks. It feels really lackluster. So I think if you want to play it that way, you want to play it offlane generally.
Okay, I could see that. But it seems like maybe you can just lane the Lina into this. I know back when Viper used to be more of an active mid laner, they would pick it into Lina's and take, what's one of the passive in the Corrosive Skin, right? Level 1. And that would kind of really annoy Lina. But I'm not sure how that changes with, you know, two supports in the mix then in a 2v2 lane. Because I know this is somewhat of a Lina counter as well. So I don't know if YG are considering running this Lina safe lane into the Viper.
I think it is, right? And Pango mid Legion offlane, that's what I'm saying.
That would make a good amount of sense to me, right? But again, I'm just saying because back in the days, there used to be like Viper builds that did pretty decently against Lina. Then again, I think that was back when there were mid camps, right? And that really dynamically shifted mid, like when they removed those camps. So I have no idea what it's like in a 2v2 lane. I'm really eager to see it though.
I actually do have a little bit of an answer to that. If you actually watch the Viper builds that did well against it wasn't just Lina's Puck as well, right? Those are the two heroes that Viper traditionally struggled against, and then they adapted builds to deal with them. Those builds were all about Viper actually has a really good projectile speed, which is a stupid thing to consider, but he actually outlasted these heroes because he's just better at it, right? In a 2v2 lane, this is very different. You can't go tank and just play last hits because there's another hero you have to consider yourself with, and there's also much less experience, so you don't actually tank up that quickly. So I don't think it's as effective. I think Lina would have a pretty big upper hand in this lane. And also, if you put Viper mid, Pango just gets sloshed by this Viper. So let me just do that instead.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I don't know. I guess you would be looking for a different mid laner into the Pango, maybe probably a little bit more team fight. I wouldn't mind, by the way, seeing a combo with Naga Song, to be quite honest, or really any team fight at this stage. I would be willing to settle for.
Yeah, that's why. Just pick an off laner and run Viper mid against Pango because you win the lane. So,
but then can't they run LC mid, and that lane seems not easy, but slightly more difficult.
It's still bad because oh, you pressed attack, let me spit on you 5 more times. It's not like it's Shadow Strike, right, where you actually ignore it.
That's fair.
I just feel like Viper wins most of these lanes. The only lane he wouldn't win would be the Lina lane, but then you have either LC carry or Pango carry, and both of those feel bad.
Still think they really need team fight. I hope it's not the Mars. Oh, and it won't be because it's been banned.
Thank you, YG. I appreciate you.
Dire team pick.
Well, okay, I was gonna say Dawnbreaker, but I wasn't really sure if it's the combo I like with Naga Song. I guess maybe they're not gonna use it, but it's a really good answer to LC Duel. The only issue and the reason why I don't also like it is because between the Tiny and Lina, you've got a lot of burst, so it may not be super relevant. Hopefully that's where Global Silence comes through, but we'll see how Spawn have this Dawnbreaker in mind, how they plan to utilize the hero.
I like this hero
the
though. Yeah. Very strong against Lina, right? Deals well with Pango until he tanks up, which is important. Strong lane. If it's Dawnbreaker plus Nyx, you could probably swap the supports, honestly, if you really want to dominate the lane. But Dawnbreaker Nyx still seems fine. I think YG are the ones that have drafted themselves into a hole. I honestly don't understand why they revealed these cores so early. I don't know if Lina can be flexed to a 5 or Pango can be flexed to a 5, but at this point it feels like the best option.
What's something you'd want to pick then in response to this Viper? Something like just outrange him, like
No, I would put Lina mid and then pick a carry, just a normal carry. You could like Drow here, for example. It's a pretty strong Drow game. And you put like Pango 5, Tidy 4, Legion off lane. I mean, it's not ideal, but it's probably one of your best solutions. They have nothing to get to the Drow, actually.
Yeah, I could.
Or Sniper. I mean, I don't really care. It's the same idea, right? Just a ranged carry because they have a lot of difficulty jumping at them unless Dawnbreaker does it.
I wouldn't mind a Sniper. I think a
better
Sniper.
laning than Drow for sure.
Yeah, that's mainly the biggest reason I think, especially if you go for the Shrapnel build. And it's a Rubik, so they will persist on running these cores. Decent
so what's
spells
mid is the question.
Well, we'll see shortly here. Who will lock in what's a carry, Lina? Still waiting. So between the Pango and LC, I think that doesn't surprise us too much, I guess.
Ah, it's the LC mid. Interesting. So, I mean, at least the LC mid has a better matchup, that's for sure. And it definitely has a better matchup against Dawnbreaker.
Do you think there's any chance that Spawn team mess with the lanes? Is this like maybe a Dawnbreaker mid, Viper off?
No, because you just put... I think Viper still has a good matchup against Legion, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just wondering if they want to switch things. They haven't locked in their heroes either. It is Dawn mid.
They will. I feel like this is a good call in the sense that for Yango, mind you, because Pango does still get crushed by Dawnbreaker, but Legion trades evenly, right?
Yeah. It's interesting. Interesting drafts here.
I don't know why you would run the Viper offlane against Selena, though. I think that's a little bit of a question mark for me.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure about that either. I thought for a second this was going to be almost guaranteed a Viper mid. Among Dia wanted the Dawnbreaker, so they'll give it to him. I think after his Huskar game, you probably just have to give him whatever he asks for, and hope that his confidence is reestablished. Young PH on an LC, another hero that can definitely start to ball out of control. So there will be questions whether or not he's going to have a repeat performance in this mid lane. They have this Nyx as well. This time over on the side of Spawn team, who granted is much better than like a Tusk. Well, Tusk is good at TPing mid, but a Train Protector can be a bit weaker. So we'll see what happens if any lane's going to get out of control. It's going to start from the mid lane again, out from YG, as they're going to look for the reverse sweep in game number 3.
Yeah, but there's no way this lane goes very much in Young Page's favor. I don't think there's no way either of these heroes dies in this lane unless you have a really good rotation.
Handsome silencer, by the way. What is that?
Yeah, that was a handsome Squidward. That's what it looked like to me.
Yeah.
I mean, silencer is very much one of the Chads in Dota, right? Like he is a spell user that makes other spell users not cast spells. His name is Nortrum, which is like Chad in the Middle Ages.
You think?
Yeah, of course. Nortrum was the original Chad.
He would like walk into the he'd walk into the cathedral and like knock your Bible out of your hands and be like, "Get out of here, nerd."
Yeah, when he was married away by his dad, the woman he was married to was actually happy about it. Like he was one of the few good ones.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh jeez, what a meme. History. What a strange period.
Yeah, Nortrum never got the plague. He only gave the plague to people.
Oh my god. He had natural immunity to the Black Death.
True, that was the actual Chad move of the Middle Ages.
Whenever they would commit a crime,
not Nortrum.
Instead of running into churches for sanctuary, they would just run into Nortrum's house.
That's true, actually. Yeah. You know, he actually housed Martin Luther while he was considered undesirable. 10 years they lived together.
Martin Luther actually only contributed one grievance on that list of 99. The rest of the 98 were Nordstrom's.
And he was the priest in that church. Okay, we got into too much medieval European history. We're sorry, SEA people.
Such a random.
Anyway, going back to the actual game. I actually feel like this is looking much better for Spawn. I think this LC pick was really odd, but we'll see how the gameplay goes. I mean, well, this is a great start. If Czar Ranges decides, I am going to commit suicide for this bounty. They gave it to Red, though, not to Mamang Daya. Maybe this is better, though, because Red has a tougher lane. So the first blood might help him.
I agree. I think you know, this is something that Winter taught me about. Like, why would you give first blood to a Timber over a Spectre? Well, you know, that gold isn't going to do a lot. It's going to do a lot later for the Spectre, but it'll do a lot earlier for a Timber. And maybe you can say the same thing here of the Viper. Then again, it is a mid, so I don't know. Mid's also like they need gold.
Right. The thing about mids is that early gold means bottle, and whoever gets bottle earlier wins mid, right? So that's why I think mid is always the target for first blood. I would argue that Viper can get something like an early boots, and that's actually pretty big for this lane.
Yep, I agree.
Oh, he's gonna go for Wraithband instead. Wraithband and Clarity, so he's looking to be a little bit more aggressive on this Viper.
Makes sense to me. Mid lane, you can see him trading fairly evenly. There's that moment of courage proc. It's gonna help him just kind of right click.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
In this lane, they're both gonna lady up and just start punching each other at some stage. I'll of course favor the LC, as you can see.
My question though is, I mean, sure, LC does okay in this lane, but what happens afterwards? Because the real question with LC mid was never how good is the lane.
Oh, rather, kill top, by the way. KSH.
No way KSH dies? Yeah. Really? Poison attack level 1? Oh, even the full efficiency by Red. As he got one normal auto attack in and then proceeded to waste the last poison attack to refresh it. That was very clever.
Yeah. Kind of got a really good start there, and I don't know if that's
incredible.
Really... I don't know if you can attribute that kill to the first blood, but he is going to regen a lot faster now having this clarity at the ready. So he can like just kind of go again relatively quickly. Obviously, he's not going to use it now because he's going to need to contest this wave because it is pushing with the double range, but pretty soon it'll push back into his favor.
I think this is the Tiny problem, though. I mean, not like Lun's problem, but Tiny as a hero. Because he went for tree level 1, you do nothing when Viper starts hitting your Lina. You can't toss her or anything.
Right. What you're saying is there's a big Tiny problem in this lane.
Yes, I would say a massive Tiny problem.
I see.
Okay, stop being an oxymoron, Richie, please.
Well, you know me. I just like to... I'm no Lancer, but I do like to juxtapose my words a bit, right?
Oh, that was impressive. That's going to go over a lot of people's heads, but I love that one, actually. That was very clever.
You know I've got a good one, chat, when he finally will admit it. It's the only time.
It's only when I can still be elitist while admitting it, right?
Very true. Yes, the English language.
I was more saying because it was an old ability, right?
Yes, that's true.
Actually, I don't know. Is it still called that?
I have no idea.
I'd actually... Some names of the passives you never say. I have to ask Sunspan about those.
It's trivia time.
Because you sound like him, it makes it 10 times better. Among Daya, though, is doing really well in this lane, which makes it hard to justify this Legion Commander pick. So what was the... Oh, sorry. They're going for Lina again. Every time I talk about Mang Daya, Lina starts to die. What do you think is the point, then? What does Legion do after this lane, genuinely? Because it's usually one of the biggest issues with Legion mid.
Well, I think what they decided to want to pick it for is...
she's gonna die, apparently.
Down she goes. That's not what you picked it for.
Nope.
Dire's middle tower
Daya gonna feel pretty good about that one. That's just a straight-up solo kill. LC simply underestimating the damage output of Mamang Daya right there, and that's gonna probably do a lot to, you know, fire his jets up here a little bit, I'd say.
Zarray kids by. He's like, all right, I'm here for the bottle refill. What? You're dead?
You're dead?
I didn't think you suck that much.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. Gets a little bit of the range XP.
LC, so I'm just joking.
But I like the LC for the gank potential top lane. You know, I think like there's a lot of aggressive moments, obviously from this Viper that we'll end up seeing, and I think like LC is a really good surprise TP in. You know, give a dispel to the Lina and then turn with duel and just kill Viper, right? Because he is easy to kill if you can get on top of him. That's usually where the problem starts. So maybe she can destabilize this Viper, basically, is the reason I like this pick. But, yeah.
Okay. I want just a different idea. I've seen this build that people are doing where people will build a ridiculous amount of raw HP on Legion, like Bracers, for example, Heaven's Halberd, these kind of items. no blink. And the idea is that you go for the shard, and because shard gives you such a ridiculous amount of armor against particularly illusion heroes, you just become this insane unkillable tank, right? And because you're up against Naga, it might be possible.
They're
as
fighting
Lun,
top lane again. Lun is dead.
Lun's dead.
Right on the killing spree.
And I think KSH might die too. That's by Carpus. Just please hit me. Please, KSH, hit me.
Oh.
And it didn't matter. Red won. Actually, the banner creep helped him out a lot there.
Yeah, a double Wraith Bend as well, doing a lot of work, right?
Yes.
That armor. +4 armor, doubling his armor. Obviously not against the magic damage. This is a fantastic start. And down bottom, Shoti. I think he's going to get out of here alive because they use Last Word onto the Rubik to prevent the telekinesis. Yeah, he'll be okay. They're going to go for a toss-back play, though. This could be a good turning point. Top, down, bottom, swashbuckle onto
Jikroy's
2.
dead.
They're going to take down Jikroy. That's a big moment. But the toss is onto Dalol top lane. And Lun is going to die. He has no TP now.
So they know Lena's alone for quite a while, so they're going to pump the brakes here. Or sorry, pump the gas. Unless Red just dies. Never mind.
Wow.
They knew it. Mamang Daya on point with his rotation. Very
That's
well
beautiful.
timed. Pango, what is Shoti doing? Oh, he's just dying. Oh, okay, Silencer has no last word. Oh, sorry, no glaives. He's not going to get any intelligence from it, so that was just a suicide to come back quicker. Makes sense.
But I'll tell you who's not going to come back to the top lane anytime soon. It's Lina, because she cannot TP. Both her and Tiny have no teleport scroll. This is a pretty bad top lane. Mamang Dai with a pretty slick move as well. He's actually dragging the creep wave around because the 5-minute wagon has spawned, and no one is coming top lane to deal with it. The tower, at least, it's a little bit lucky, takes down the flag bearer creep, but it's still half HP onto the tower here with the one wave. That's significant.
Especially a Viper, where especially no points in other toxin, you have 0 push. The fact that this tower has taken damages, it's pretty insulting.
Yeah. Mamang Dai even being a real bro here. He actually, like, you know, idles with the creep wave, and he stacked the creep wave for the Viper. Now he's going to return mid, where Young PH gets stunned up, so at least got off to press the attack. But I still think he dies here.
Yeah, it seems like one last overwhelming odds for the movement speed. Last word did proc, but the hammer, the Celestial Hammer, will finish off Young PH. And this tip, I know you're tipping because of the last game, but he beat you Ember versus Huskar, whereas you're beating in a pretty even matchup where maybe you even have an advantage. I don't think it's that fair, really.
That's true, but, you know, let's hype him up a little bit. That is his second kill against him.
True. I mean, you know, just don't get cocky, Mamang Dai.
That's true. I understand. I can't blame him. Honestly.
Oh,
Shield crash.
All his illusions are gone. Jikroy up in the air, down to the ground. Tiglass a swashbuckle, and now he's underground. Zarain got hit by the Impale as well, and Travens will continue this fight, hoping to at least get one counter kill here. They will.
Oh,
but
duel.
Young PH is joining again. He has a duel. Run straight for it. Is the damage going to be enough, though? I don't think so. He's getting no procs. Finally, moment to courage procs, allowing him to get a duel victory. But it took so long, but he's just going to be killed right afterwards.
Where's the tip? Come on, no tip, Silencer.
That was a tip. That you definitely tipped that one.
That's what I'm saying. Red, in the meantime, is just continuing to farm up a storm here in this top lane. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what this Bloodstone build is. I would have loved to see it because I think it can work. But it seems like he's going for the more traditional dual Wraith Bands, Dragon Lance, and Power Tread. So he's going to be like this right-clicker dual core in the early game, basically. Perhaps he'll eventually start to scale, or sorry, he'll transition with into the different build, but I kind of doubt it considering how deep he is in this stage. And he's going to take the tower, by the way. No points in Nether Toxin, pretty much no lane shove other than just right-clicking them, and he is going to take down this tower already 8 minutes in. This is earlier than some Beastmasters take out. It'll be denied, but the tower's down. That's the important part. And by the way, Nyx is level 6. Holy moly.
Huge. He's higher level than Lina. That is huge. KSH, but leaving out Mamang Dai to join in just in case, but
yep.
Hello will just peck him one last time, getting the kill, and they'll instead give him Zarain's life.
This is quite the violent series. Very, very early, heavy fighting game number 1. One-sided game 2, and what is starting to possibly be a one-sided game number 3. It's got potential. We're not there yet. The net worth lead's only 1K, but YG at a very, very crucial point in this game where they do need to stabilize. They need to find some way for themselves to get into this game because your hard to carry Lina is still only level 5. She has farm, which is kind of wild. Like, she has a couple of items, but without brown boots, she's very easy pickings. There's a duel, though.
Jikroy?
This is a hopeful duel, though.
Yeah, it's a very hopeful duel. Jikroy, though, might still die to Young PH's damage, which is not bad. At least he's creating some space, got the kill dynamic area. In fact, Mamang Dai could be in trouble as well. Lun Toss back from among Daya, slowing with the Pango. They do get the stun off, which means no Rolling Thunder, but he's happy with that. He didn't have to waste the cooldown.
Yeah, and I think the tip is because he has 9 1-charges and a Fairy Fire, and he threw the hammer really late there. I think Mamang Daya can possibly live in this engagement.
No, we can just make it a friendly tip. You don't have to be such a strong tip.
Yeah, it's a really strong tip here. KSH is going to die. Red with the kill there. He's going to give up a Wicked 6 for you here, almost certainly. Yeah. Go to the tower.
Tip him?
Okay.
No.
This is the exact thing that YG needed. They are all of a sudden back in the game, especially with that toss back. This should be another kill. Maybe even a duel? Yeah.
Oh my god. That was too much, I think. Young Pace did not deserve that duel. And he's going for a very traditional Legion Commander build with just Blink Dagger, right? So just trying to beef up on those duels.
I couldn't have imagined a better 1 minute than for YG, to be quite honest with you. Like that was just perfect. They needed to stabilize, they needed to kill Viper. They probably needed to kill Mamang Daya too, and they did all 3 and got a free Nyx as well for double the duel damage. Okay. That's a pretty pog minute for YG right there.
Yeah, I don't know. The Spawn seems to have gone a little bit ahead of themselves. YG had very little options to propose anything until Tiny came online, and Spawn just delivered it in a silver platter. When they also didn't need to do much, right? As long as they pushed and they secured space for Naga, they were pretty good. But now Lina's recovered a little bit. Legion is a force to be reckoned with, and Pango has recovered way too much, considering how poorly his early game went.
And it's really impressive because, like, if you think about the logistics or even just the physics of trying to deliver yourself on a silver platter, like, that's not an easy feat. So
especially if you're Viper, right? Because silver is supposed to detect poison. So what happens? It just all turn blue as soon as Viper sits on it. I don't know what color silver turns. I'm sorry.
When it has its patina or whatever.
Yeah, when it has poison on it.
It turns a really ugly gray, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
I would not notice it. I would definitely get poisoned if I was a European monarch.
You probably would, yes. Top lane. They're going for a nice pick off here onto Show T. And he's going to die. Especially because you like to eat everything, Alvaro. Oh, what a lovely berry.
That's also because I'm colorblind. I feel like a lot of European monarchs, they would outbreed the color blindness and then inbreed again to regain it, right? So it was just a vicious cycle.
You would probably also eat mercury. You would
definitely. For sure. If Newton told me it was good,
yeah, you would 100% eat it. You'd be like, what a lovely texture. I love how it like flows around on my tongue.
It's just like bone marrow, but with metal. Anyway, they see them on the ward, by the way. So even though the smoke is, the smoke is going to be revealed.
Don't eat mercury. Don't do it.
Yeah, unless you want to become immortal.
No. Do not eat mercury.
Okay. Anyway, this game now seems much easier for Yangon Galactico. Sorry. They have now a playmaker, which is Legion Commander, and as soon as Tiny gets a couple more levels, I would say probably max Avalanche, he can just join with Legion Commander, and they can just kill anything they see, right?
Yep. This is also going to come in clutch with Pango's time in here. He is kind of close to this Diffusal Blade. Still needs another 800 gold, which is maybe a few more waves. Which is why I like YG's movement here. They're going to take down this bottom tower. It'll fall. Maybe they get a kill. But most importantly, this tower will secure the space for Shoti to get his first item. They'll use this with the Blink Dagger. They'll use this with Tiny's next skill point. And that's a huge, huge turning point here for YG. They can continue to try and stabilize from what was a pretty awful laning stage for them.
Yep. At Diffusal Blade on the Pango. That's about to be delivered as well. Will be the second turning point that we were talking about.
Mid lane,
do you think Maelstrom is justified, by the way, on this Pango? I know it's an older build because you're up against an illusion hero with lots of armor.
I feel like it is justified. Are you saying Maelstrom over Diffusal? Or
no, Diffusal into Maelstrom. Yeah.
I guess
maybe Diffusal Blink Maelstrom?
I'd have to... Yeah, I wouldn't like it straight away because I think your team has enough illusion clear, especially early on, right? Like, between obviously two of Lina's spells, right, dishing out AoE damage, Tiny as well. Rubik Fadebolt's pretty good at dealing with illusions early. Like, I think you have enough to go for the blink first. You need that utility, I would say.
Okay, I agree with you, Grant. I think there's a lot of counter. Oh, that's a really nice spike card.
Oh, they didn't get the Vendetta damage though.
They did not, but Shoti might still die here. Avoids that Starbreaker and then tries to roll. Now he has to run away himself. Body blocking his young PH. And Shoti, he's alive. He doesn't
Well
deserve
done.
to live there, especially because he went back in. But you know,
Nope. And
I am
unfortunately,
surprised they global scienced that late, though. I will admit.
Delal can kind of only blame himself, as he easily has this kill if he hits him out of Vendetta. I understand he should have known because he swashbuckled the wave. Yeah, I mean that's just unfortunate there. It should have been a kill, honestly. It's just a simple mistake, and now you've forced out the global silence. It happens for spawn team.
Dire's
Yep.
top tower
I'm sure it's
is under
a
attack.
mistake you'd rather make early than make at the 60-minute mark.
Sure, yeah, that's some copium. But yeah, that sounds good.
Yep, make sure you pass it back. It's good.
Chikrov, he's gonna be caught by the duel. There's no blade
Yeah.
mill just yet, but there is enough damage apparently to just finish him off, despite Nether Toxin blocking that moment of courage. Legion has only gotten 2 points in it, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, true. And now 30 damage here with 3-1 duels. Into the blade mail here following the blink dagger. That is the full defusal as well for Shoti. First kill where he
Dire's
shows
bottom
that thing
tower
off.
is under attack.
So he's going to be
This
looking
also denies the Viper a lot, actually, because he has a lot of mana problems early, and he did not go for the tanky build.
No, he did not. May have a BKB up relatively quickly, though. He's starting to have a pretty decent game, and now can actually farm waves a bit more effectively with Nether Toxin. Important breaks here for him are only going to be, well, Lucky Shot's a big one. You break Arcane Supremacy, you break Moment of Courage, which I think is the biggest one. And you don't remove stacks of Fiery Soul, but you prevent more stacks from being refreshed or added. So, pretty important skill here, this Nether Toxin in this game, I'd say. This is a game where if we had a Primal Beast, I would say the Axe is very good just for the breaks.
Dire's middle tower has
Yeah.
fallen.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I
a
agree.
great spell to steal as well. Rubik's found himself that Impale. And it's max level, and he already has a full Aether Lens.
And he's maxing Arcane Supremacy over Telekinesis as well.
That seems to be the case.
Silence, though.
For
They're
bottom.
gonna kill him Daya. He's down. Duel didn't complete though in time, and Young Page
Nice.
actually gets stunned. Young Page will die for this, but once again, show T, TP. There we go. Just wanted to get one extra stun off before he TP'd.
Yeah. Making sure he was set in the right course there before he TPs away.
It's
1 for
it's
1.
interesting that the duels are just being used to get kills, right, rather than to actually get damage. It feels like it defeats the purpose of this build on Legion.
I guess so. I'd be curious with the next item. It is BKB. Yeah, I guess so, right? Because if it was a little bit more utility, I still think BKB is required here for the mid LC.
Nah, it's the blade
But-
mill that really throws me off.
Yeah, I agree. Because
If it was what's the build? Heaven's Halberd, right? Or Sanj, at least.
then you're just arguing, oh, I'm just a utility core, right? I'm just getting this for the kill. I'm making space for the Lina to farm behind me, which, to be
Yeah.
fair, she is until she's interrupted by Red, who is juked by the tree and will not be able to collect the kill.
Burn.
The Hail Bear, though, was really dealing some damage to the Lina. He's really angry.
He's a very angry potato. He killed his friend,
Yeah.
I agree. I don't mind the pickup. It's a pretty good one to have in general, this Blade Mail, and it got buffed, so I see the reason. I think it's not a small reason, in fact, why LC is a lot more picked these days, is the Blade Mail buffs. She's still one of the
Oh,
best
right.
carriers.
I never
But,
thought of that, but I guess. Can you activate Blade Mill in Duel now?
No, because you're
Dire's
muted in
middle
duel.
tower is under
Oh,
attack.
right. Okay, so you can't use it in Duel. Okay.
But you
But
can
use
activate
during
it when you're
TP.
exactly is what you're referring to. They did change that. Blade Mail no longer interrupts channeled spells. Oh, hello.
Yep, that's gonna be most likely dead Nagasari. The question is if it's now. Nope, it was after the duel. But it's gonna be enough. That impale from downtown, quite literally, as they go and finish off
Wow.
Mamangdaya. Young PH has no duel damage, but he sure is setting up a lot of kills.
Yeah, and Shote deserves all 3 of those kills. That was some phenomenal spell casting there. Ending on a double hero swashbuckle, starting the fight on the swashbuckle onto the Naga. Really, really good stuff. But YG, they've really turned it on here ever since the laning stage, where admittedly it was maybe only half turned on because they did not look good in lanes. Like, they got demolished in lanes, but they've been coming out swinging ever since. The only issue is that Lina is still not really fully recovered because remember, she got completely shut down. She's still not really fully recovered. Has BKB, I believe. Yeah, so there is that at least to her name, but she's still kind of trailing her other cores.
Yeah, you could argue the real carry right now, obviously not in the traditional sense, but the win condition is the Pango, actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
And my question to you then is, look at his build. He did go for Blade Dagger. We all agreed on this, but now he's going Basher as opposed to the Maelstrom, which will make him more of a utility hero and trusting Lina instead. What do you think of this option as they killed Rubik down bottom? Or maybe actually saved? Oh my god! Just Laguna the Nyx, why don't you?
Yeah, I mean, you'd do that too if you see a cockroach, wouldn't you?
I would. If I had laser, that would be the first thing I'd shoot at the cockroach. Anyway.
I think I don't mind, right? Because with Young PH going for Blade Mail and BKB, you do expect him to maybe be a little bit more of a core, which allows you to shift into this. Maybe that's not the case, right? Because he is using these duels to set up the kill and not guarantee them. But I think that's just kind of the nature of this game, right? Excuse me. Fairy Fire? Okay, no one needs it, I guess. I think it's kind of the nature of the game when you're playing against a Naga Siren, when you're playing against a Dawnbreaker. I don't think you can really afford to wait. You just have to set up the kill for yourself a little bit, sooner rather than later.
Okay, I guess that's fair. What did he just break, by the way?
I have no idea. Let me think.
I didn't see it in time.
Was it his Orb of Corrosion? It might have been his Orb.
He did used to have one.
That's like 150 gold.
No, it's 500 gold.
Orb of Corrosion? Oh, yeah. I think it was just the Orb of Venom. Pardon me.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
They found a silencer. This duel should be completed. That's it. Finally, 58 damage. And this is also the thing about Legion, right? Even though everyone wants to see that number keep going up and up and up, now that they've really tweaked the values, it doesn't feel like it's that big a deal if you miss 1 or 2 duels early. You can just snowball a little bit later too.
I agree, especially because with the +8 damage talent you get, it almost gives you an extra level in duel, almost, right? 80%. Hold on, they're fighting.
Yeah, they've silenced the Legion Commander, which is the perfect target. Now nobody can press the attack her. Rubik, though, came by with the Solar Guardian. I was very confused because that was the Dawnbreaker finishing off Legion Commander, and Zarain came by to die because you can't cancel the Solar Guardian.
Yeah, no, you can't. You're going. Once you commit, that is a one-way ticket.
Yep. The only thing that allows you to cancel Solar Guardian is the Axe, is only to cancel to go sooner.
Yes, that's very true. You get an express flight. I mean, it's a bad death, unfortunately, there for YG is the nature of it, and especially because it's going to lead directly into Roche. Whoa, Tiny, you madman! Hold on, they get pretty close. Real one.
That's the Dawnbreaker, and they are going to secure the Aegis with that. Tiny dying in the meantime. Roche Gold going the way of Spawn, so I guess Spawn is back in it.
Yep.
Or not back in it. They're back to leading, I guess. That's the right word.
Yes, I would say so. They're still down 2k, but I think given that you've got a Naga Siren here, you don't really mind taking this later. And with an Aegis on her, she may even start to get involved soon. Wow, she doesn't really almost have a heart, but she is farmed. KSH doing a good job here in the meantime, recovering very nicely with the Maelstrom as well as now the BOTs, allowing him to farm around the map. Pardon me. So he's still going to have a moment here in this game, but with the Naga Siren now having this safety of Aegis, I believe she's going to next show up to fight with the heart, with probably still a minute left on this thing. That is Aegis, and I don't really know what YG hope to do in that scenario. But very, very quickly, back to this point on the LC going for Blade Mail earlier. I think this damage talent being moved to level 10, because it used to be a 25 talent, right? It was like plus 30 damage or something on duel, right?
50?
And it's much better now.
Man.
It's much better now on the level 10 talent, right? Because you're right, it does allow you to not really so heavily commit for these dual kills early on, while still being able to set yourself up, still get the kills, still get your items to enable this talent to then start to pay off a little bit later. I think it's good.
Also, when they move the pressed attack grants spell immunity to 25, right? Essentially, the dual talent became a noob trap. Because if you're ever not going for the pressed attack talents, you're just stupid. Like, they're too good. They're absurdly good. There's a justification for the moment of courage lifesteal, perhaps if you're like really snowballing on Legion, but there's never the one about dual damage over pressed attack AoE or pressed attack spell immunity.
A lot of lifesteal though, honestly.
It is, but there's Nether Toxin. I think the spell immunity is just too strong.
Yes. This game, it's you're right. Absolutely, it's not an option. I don't know. I could see like a world where that's not crazy. It'd have to be on a carry LC or a game where you want to build a Halberd, because Sanj is going to buff that even more to a crazy level.
Oh, what is? Okay, they TP'd, but Lund knew that the Nyx was here. However, Lund has been left alone, so he hasn't told his team, and he's still fine.
But he still makes it out. I mean, and Young PH also has CP. I don't know what he's waiting here for.
His brain is so big.
Like, what? Okay, he's just blinking around. Sure.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Is he trying to, like, find a kill here?
I don't know. It's a tough
really...
one. I don't think
It's
Viper
really
dies.
ambitious. Like, they also have Solar Guardian. I agree. I don't think you kill Viper. He has 2,000 HP and almost 20 armor.
You have 58 dual damage. I know we talked about how you could always get more, but...
MPH. Okay, he'll be fine. They're not going to dive under tier 2.
Okay, yeah, he got his BKB, though, with Scream Wave.
We still haven't seen a song, though, this game.
Oh,
And-
true. I forgot Nog can do that.
she does. She do be singing. And she's about to finish her heart here. With the passive gold will have it. I think that's her courier near the secret shop. So, like I said, she's going to have like a full minute of Aegis and heart. And that's a really scary moment for YG.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I don't know. They just have to kind of cede a map control for the next minute here. Interesting. Was KSH also the Lina in game 1 where he decided to go Gleipnir?
Sorry?
Is he the same hero here, KSH, Lina?
Yeah, I think it was him that went Gleipnir, because he was been playing the Lina carry every single time.
That's right. Yeah, so he's going Gleipnir again. It's not the 90-minute Gleipnir he had in game 1, but he'll still have it online around 25 minutes.
Yeah, he got caught, though. And has just barely enough mana to take BKB, but must have to do it now.
They want this
There's
kill.
the TP. Oh, no, he has enough mana for both! Okay, now he can finally TP. They try their best, as much damage as possible among Daya gets him with Luminosity. That's the power of Desolator, my friends.
That it is, and a really, really good patience there actually by Delal, saving the Vendetta for last second. He probably could have auto-attacked her sooner, but then she probably keeps running and doesn't set herself up for an easy kill. Really good job there. A small play by the Nyx Assassin, but you know, after the mistake he made earlier where he did not Vendetta a hero and they lived, I probably would have made that mistake here. Okay, duel. Is this a kill? Even through the heart?
They're gonna kill him maybe afterwards, but definitely not in the duel. In fact, the silence is gonna stop this team fight altogether. Lina wasn't there, so they have no more damage. Pango depends on his spells. He is now being hurt a lot. Needs to roll up, trying to get away. There's gonna be the Aegis finally drop, but Naga is happy to continue this fight anyway. The Lula at least gets sniped here. Pango misses the bonk and instead decides to go back up to the high ground. Odd engagement, honestly.
Okay. Yeah, it's a weird one. I also think that fight should be the fight that's a little bit of a wake-up... Oh.
No. Everyone knew what you were doing, Lud, and they actually forced the song? Actually? There's nobody nearby, but Spawn doesn't know this.
I think after that fight, that's when you go, okay, I need more armor, and you buy this shard on LC. I think this is the game to do it, right? That 5 armor per hero with a Naga Siren.
I think Shard's incredible, personally.
Yeah, it seems really good. I think she needs to do it, because Riptide, well, they ripped through her. There's no chance.
They ripped through her tide, yeah.
Are scanning.
Yeah, she needs something here, for sure.
No, she decided it's better to go Maelstrom and Shadowblade. Now, so this is the moment, which is the turning point for all LC players, which is you bought Blink, you bought BKB, you bought Blade Mail. Whatever you do now is of so little importance that it really shows how crazy you are. Maelstrom actually has some weird synergy with Legion because it actually procs your moment of courage as well. So technically,
that's right.
there.
That is right. Yeah. No,
I would rather Shard. I would rather Heaven's Halberd personally, but
I also wouldn't mind Heaven's Halberd. I think I'd rather go Shard, Halberd in that order. I think the issue with Shard is potentially like it's not an offensive item by any means. Is it? Does it buff at all? No. Does it increase the duration? Yes, right? Gives you no downtime at it. It looks like the duration is increased by 8 seconds.
Yes.
So maybe it's really good because then you can just always have that bonus armor when you're in fighting conditions.
And the movement speed as well. Because you keep both. It's actually, I think the shard is very legitimate. For 1400 gold, I think it's very legitimate.
I agree. I just think it's hard to justify it on a lot of like carries when the mindset is this going to help me farm? Does this increase my DPS? Is usually like the two questions they ask. And in this specific scenario, no.
Yeah, but when you look at Razor and Bloodstone, that was the same answer. It's like, no, Bloodstone doesn't do either of those things. And look at it. It's the strongest build right now, right?
Yeah, that's true. I'd like to see it. It's an even game in any case in net worth, so these small, financial decisions do actually end up making a little bit of a difference when you're fighting over that little bit of net worth. They're still a tier 1 mid, and YG, they decide they want to knock it down.
KSH, they didn't take the tower in time. That is the real Dawnbreaker.
She BKB'd on Leon?
And she got stopped. She stopped with Toss. They don't need to use it at all. The global silence doesn't actually save Mang Daya whatsoever, and the song is being ignored by a BKB Legion commander. Red is still stuck here, and Shoti still has a chance to stop Jikroy, so even the stinging Naga Siren will be kept in place as she now tries to avoid the pinball. Is unable to do so. A beautiful toss brings back the Viper. Red is down. Now it's Jikroy's turn to die. Finally, they stun KSH, but it's a little bit too late. All the cores are down with this last Laguna blade. Even if the support's played, they don't care. YG got what they were looking for, and they also want the silencer. There's no duel, but there's no need. The kill will be sufficient.
And the tip onto Mamang Daya, young PH waiting for his
he was
moment.
waiting.
Mamang Daya maybe not waiting in that specific instance. Good 4-staff out. KSH was so eager to fight. He pops BKB, in my opinion, a little bit early there. Ends up being a perfectly fine fight anyway. Really good job there by Shoti, who kind of whiffed on the first half of his Rolling Thunder, but really, saved it and clutched it on the second half. Gave the vision necessary for Lund to come in and get that phenomenal toss back. And it's a full team wipe, isn't it? Maybe the Nyx lives, but it's a phenomenal fight, and they get a tier 1 and a tier 2 tower out from this. It's would be an insane turn of events here. But YG, they're going to be a little bit unlucky here, as it's a bit of a long Roche timer, about a minute long. So it seems like Spawn Team will be able to contest this, but they don't have a lot of ultis. They committed everything, Song, Solar Guardian, even the Global on cooldown. But coming off cooldown here in the next 20 seconds or so, this fight's going to be crucial. LC's decided now for the Shadow Blade. Will help with her repositioning and just general positioning in these fights. And Pango now, well, he's had that Lotus. This is going to be really important here, this next Roche fight. KSH full AC into already the MKB here, so just looking for damage right now. Lena's only defensive item is this BKB, so she is kind of relying on her team with this 4-staff on Rubik and maybe a tiny toss back to save her, as well as this Lotus Orb in case she gets into trouble. No Dragon Lance, no Hurricane Pike.
They're smoking now. Perhaps they're going to be smoking. Oh! Interesting. Lund forces himself forward, tried to blink, forced the BKB already. Lund might die for this though. Red is starting to get some use out of this BKB, but he gets hit just barely by the Pangolier. Another global silence to stop this duel from being effective, and in fact, they might just be able to do so with Impale to keep young PH in place, killing him off. Lund's already dead. Pango's forced to retreat. They caught the Rubik though. Zarain might just be the last victim of this engagement. He got Arcane Curse, and he's just gonna slowly take down, and it'll be the Viper who finishes him off.
Yeah.
Lena wasn't really in place for that duel, I'd say.
No, and it felt like a super greedy decision to not pop BKB for the duel. Like, you saw multiple heroes up on the high ground, and you know it's probably not just Viper if he's chasing that hard. I don't know. I think that was unfortunately a moment where Spawn Team, especially with this war that they have on the cliff, kind of just get the better of YG there. Without BKB and trapped in the duel, it's such an easy kill from Mamang Daya. You should know that he's got his ultimate. Even if Viper is completely alone there, you should know Mamang Daya is about to join that fight with the Solar Guardian. And not popping BKB is really, really greedy. It's gonna cost him. Here goes the lead that they fought so hard to gain control of. They were hoping for just a pick off and then taking Roche, but instead it's Spawn who are going to be able to claim that bounty.
Yeah, but at this point in the series, are we really surprised by this happening? Like, isn't this just the name of the game for this series? You get lead, you throw the lead, you regain it somehow.
I get that, but they're also like, they're clearly on each other's minds. You know what I mean? Like, they've been tipping each other all game.
I think these tips are full of spite. Like, I don't think these are good fun at all. I think these are full of spite.
I know they're not in good fun. That's what I'm saying, is that they're thinking about each other, right? Clearly, because they have the wherewithal in the middle of a team fight to drop a tip. How are you not going to think about, oh, well, here they go again. Good blink.
Okay.
Like, now
found
you
the next seven for now. The healing. There's actually duel. Mamang Daya, and with the Lina, the damage will be sufficient. Nice. Finally getting some duel damage over to young PH. Where's the tip? Not going to happen. They TP immediately. This time they're taking this seriously. The song will catch the Tiny. What will young PH do? Young PH will retreat, leaving his carry, or his offlaner, his 4 to die.
Ooh, he blinked. They messed up the timing.
They did. TP. But there's no way he gets away, right?
Yeah, he's away. They think he blinked left.
Are they actually thinking of re-engaging? Yes, Lun is a little bit crazy.
Oh my god. They have a ward down, so they actually see Viper.
They do see them. The tossback's available. Look, Lena's baiting. Pretend like she's alone.
There's no mirror image.
There isn't. Lotus Orb clears that ensnare, plus the silence. The Naga has no song, but they do have global silence. That's going to be enough.
They forced the BKB. What a play. What a call from YG. What a call.
I spoke way too soon. It's not enough. They're continuing to duel in 2 seconds. MPH is a little bit crazy. Will he actually duel them though? Yols into the Impale, missed it. Now they have a chance. Going for the Nyx at least. Young PH still has the duel, but he's not going to blink in. The illusions stop him from doing so.
This is good. You can tell YG knows what's at stake here. They know that they've won a little bit of a moment against Spawn Team, but they've recognized that moment has now passed, you know?
Respect, though, I gotta say.
I agree.
Like, yeah.
I agree. That was really good. That was some good Dota from YG. Being a little bit aggressive, but still definitely respecting with the enemy's power here for this stage. Especially without BKBs on your own cores, that had to be like a clean getaway kind of moment. That's not a fight you could afford to be dragged into. Not near tier 2s. It's too risky. So, Jikroy back to farming. Still had Aegis as well here. Now it's just half duration, so 2.5 minutes left of this Aegis. Anytime I hear press the attack, I always think there's a duel coming.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I think it's changed a little bit because Young Page is no longer as crazy. He has understood in this fight that you need Lina for that.
Yeah, because Lina's got the damage now. Actually decided against the full Gleipnir and went MKB instead, and now into Satanic. So it's just going to sit here on this Maelstrom for a while. I also really like this AC. I think it's like the perfect build-up for Lina's in almost any kind of game, but of course, especially when you're dealing with a lot of physical damage. Because with that 15 talent of 350 HP, like when you're able to buff yourself up with more armor independently of your own team, while still giving yourself attack speed, like it's just, it really makes that that talent, which I think is really strong, by the way, go so much further.
Yep, effective HP, right? It's the perfect combination of strength and armor. That's why people are doing this one Bracer, one Wraithband build in the offlane these days. Well, not always, but you know, sometimes. This spawn is looking for... they do have a difficulty initiating now that Dawnbreaker is no longer the jump in, destroy one hero. As he's just fallen off a little bit, Mamang Daya.
Yeah, it's true. BKB getting dueled here. Has Deso, but only 6 charges, which isn't bad. But after the kind of early game we saw out from Spawn, I think they were probably expecting a bit more. Net worth lead has been wrangled on back, of course, because Jikroy just farms half the map at the same time, compared to the Lina, who has to TP around and do it herself. So we're just there about even. Feels like on items we're just about even as well. It'll be a race to this next item here. Naga's going to get a slot open as soon as this Aegis expires, and KSH as well is making good headway towards the Satanic. So they'll likely have those around the same time. She just needs another 800 gold, and Jikroy, I think, just about has it. Needs another, I think, 200, and he'll have it. Whose core did they just kill?
Zaraids?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, and that had a Lotus on it, I'm pretty sure.
Ooh, wow, that'd be huge, actually.
Yeah, I saw a plate mail, which was why I was confused when it was Rubik's Courier that died, but it is going to be, I think... Well, you wouldn't you would disassemble Arcanes, and it probably had the Ring of Health, and yeah, he's got the Void Stone. Yep.
Yeah, that's probably it. You already have one Lotus in the Pango, but getting a second one, we've seen how impactful that is against the Naga already, so...
For sure, and against the Viper, not to mention, right? Dispelling, sure, Viper Strike, if you can reflect it, that'd be real nice. But just removing the poison attack stacks to make sure you get a little bit of that move speed back can be crucial.
Exactly, yep. I also don't remember if Impale, I think Impale is no longer targets anymore, as opposed to Earthspike, so there's no thing to concern yourself there.
Yeah, they've changed that a while ago, I think. Okay, so there's Scotty finished up and Satanic as well. They're on the hunt, though, and Lun, he's going to kill a courier.
He's just a courier murder. Huh.
And he's going to die for it.
Yep.
He's really dead.
He is very, very dead. I don't think Mamang Daya's ultimate was necessary.
I agree. I think Mamang Daya just wants Deso damage. I think that's the only reason. I don't know if it's worth it though.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess you're right. Since Tiny's dead, there's no way YG is going to initiate anyway. If this was like ulti 1, they'd be like, guys, it's our time. This ultimate's down. Who cares about Nyx? But I think YG, they understand the pressure they're under. They're going to play a little bit more respectfully.
It's such an aggressive, greedy move, though, out from this Tiny. I can't believe he does that.
Yes, I don't know why he thought... Like, the team is playing respectfully, except for him. He's just crazy. He is really embodying what we saw from Kishik earlier, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Well, Lina showed herself on the map here. There's a ward, and now she's farming the wave. Looks like an outpost swap, but for now, Spawn actually still hold their own outpost. And they Whoa, this is crazy from YG. This is 4v5. They'd have no vision in the trees.
Oh no, did she not BKB in time? The silence as well came out, but there's a person attack. She's fighting back, and Miss Lina's too strong among Daya. He's forced into the trees where Tango was waiting for him. There's also a duel to try to kill the Naga Siren. The damage is high, but not enough to kill 2 cores. In fact, they don't kill either because they divide their efforts too much, and now KSH is going to fall. Oh, they got a little bit too cocky. Machine Gun Lina wasn't as strong as they thought. And both Mandaya and Jikroy got away.
They got extremely cocky there. I think that is not a good move to make. There's an enemy tier 2 tower up, and you have no vision in the area. You had support behind you, but you just didn't know if you were fighting 1 hero, if you were fighting 5, and you were fighting 5. But Mandaya with the preempted TP, because he understands, obviously he used the ulti to kill the Tiny, now has an additional 2 stacks of this Desolator. And there's no buyback on these cores. I don't understand why YG thought that was a good play to make. I think that's so unnecessary. It's so risky.
Especially considering the patience before, right?
Yes.
They just dropped it off. All right. Yeah. Another toxic Rubik, probably one of the better things to steal to defend this. I mean, you gotta at least keep one lane of Rex. You know, show T, just go and shove. Like, don't stay in base. Just go and play crazy right now.
Yep. That's a huge advantage here for Spawn Team. Lina's still dead for 30 seconds. Will have BKB Satanic when she respawns, but I think you're going to be without a couple lanes of barracks. Viper has Shard, so this push already good because of the Nagas.
They're going with the Lina? Okay, once again, this attempt, but it seems like they're going to kill the Viper for now. Young PH, capable of running away, doesn't have Shadow Blade though, so he's going to die. And he has no buyback once again. Shoti has already used the Rolling Thunder. Lina's coming back in 10 seconds. They got a little bit nervous. Rubik at least has the buyback, but Jikroy is just going to finish off these racks instead. They got rid of the main pusher, quote unquote, but the carry's still alive. And Jikroy...
This is bad. These heroes, they're like 100 gold from buyback. Lina a bit more because she just actually bought something, but...
Why didn't they continue that? So now Spawn is taking the patient approach. I guess fair enough.
Yeah, it's going to pay off for Spawn. They get themselves the melee lane of barracks down bottom. They get the full lane mid lane. They also got the Fortify out, you know, so this next fight really could be disastrous. I think Spawn, they know there's no buybacks right now on YG. There's no way, like, heroes don't buy back in that scenario.
Oh my god. YG said, you know what? In for a penny.
In for a pound. Here we go. Oh, they got baited by an illusion, though.
Come on, that's it. You smoked it in this. Oh. My eyes. Tiny was literally smoked as he avalanched the illusion.
Like, oh my god, 4 more Naga. Oh, I'm just kidding. I don't know. YG, they're losing the plot, honestly.
They are. That was Alliance on their last legs moment.
This is bad. Okay. I think I know the play you're referencing. I remember this. We were casting them in a tournament, and they smoked to an illusion.
No, we weren't casting. This is actually the first time someone did this whole thing, or it was Loda when he was playing on Alliance for the last time in his history. And he smoked into illusion. They're like, we got it! And then they just used every ultimate on the carry illusion.
I remember watching a game from them where they I think it was back when S4 was on the team, so this is a long time ago still. They just like TP'd, or sorry, they blinked while smoked onto an illusion, skewered it, and then I think they RP'd it all while still smoked.
I mean, it could have been the same play that we're talking about, mate.
These things.
I just know they were the first to do that play, at least in Tier 1, though. Which is not something to be good to be the first at, but you know.
Look at KSH. Look at he's just like beating illusion so far out of the base too.
Yes, they don't care. YG has lost the plot, and whoever's the captain of this team needs to tell him, okay guys, we need to calm down, breathe. Hey, Sage, why is he so far ahead?
Look at the net worth chart very quickly in the past 5 minutes. It's just like a straight line. It was a 50-50 game not even 10 minutes ago.
Look at this Naga's net worth line. Seriously, it's doubling the Lina now because the free Ags they just got. No way! He actually used the pull from the Ags! And it didn't work. It actually kind of worked against them. BKB has been activated, the silence as well. Pango needs to get away, but they've just used a couple of ultimates. However, Lina BKB is down. I don't know who wins in this trade. They still have Aegis. Toss back to Naga. That will be fantastic, but the Breaker joins with her. Namangdaya will never let their carry alone.
Duel?
There's still a duel. They won't commit it. BKB now on the Legion Commander. That duel might take the first life, but they stay. I think it's a Wind Waker somewhere. It's on the next assassin. Laguna Blade will finally finish off this Naga Siren, but it's only the first life. Young Peaches were already forced to buy back. Another toss back. This time, there's nothing to save him, right? There's no Wind Waker for 4 more seconds, but there is a BKB on Jikroy. And that will just allow him to walk off the base with Wind Waker available again, just in case.
Shoot, they're just throwing spells.
They're just throwing spells, and Rubik, unfortunately,
chasing.
when you throw a hammer at a cockroach, it fights back. Travis instead will die. Another toss back by this crazy Tiny. I don't know who's playing these team fights better. I don't think it's either team. If I'm honest.
YG are just like going in. And Spawn, I'm surprised Spawn back up there. Lina has nothing. No mana, no BKB, no Satanic for like 30 seconds. And Spawn are running.
Okay. I mean, this is very obvious what's happening. Imagine Spawn is a man with a gun, right? And YG just has a tiny sword. And a tiny sword man is running at you, saying, I am going to kill you. What do? You just paralyzed in fear. You don't understand where this bravery is coming from. And that's what happened to Spawn right now. They're kind of paralyzed because they don't know why.
I guess that's true.
They think they're strong.
They're playing the mental warfare game, you know. Maybe they don't know about our cooldowns and items. They're holding. Actually, there's a ward here for YG. It's a 5v4. This is a. Hold on. This is like a moment.
I mean, the Tiny is. Oh no, this is not a YG ward.
They're holding him back. They're holding him back though.
No, the Sentry is YG's.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the ward is Spawn's. Yeah, so
very fair.
Yeah. I had to double check because it also looked like that. Yeah.
They put them right on top of each other. Yeah, it's a bit confusing.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. This game could be anyone's game because really who makes the next mistake. It's way too late in the game for the network to matter too much. It's certainly easier for Spawn, but it's just about finding that consistency.
Is this, by the way, the second time Bilal has bought a Wind Waker in this series? Let me check here.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't he the one that bought it in the first game?
Yeah, he was the... What hero was he playing game on? There's a Wind Waker for sure, wasn't there? I'm not losing it.
I didn't even see it before the fight, if I'm honest with you, and I just all of a sudden I see the Naga flying.
It's the second Wind Waker of today, which is still just noteworthy in itself. I think it was a Tiny that built it, so it must have been our previous series, Avo, but
it must have been from Drinkwater, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
That's a good item, though. You can see it. He Yules, and he literally saves the Naga Siren there, so definitely very worth it here versus the LC.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge. Especially because LC is it's not herd damage you're concerned about, right? So the BKB is like, all right, you can keep hitting Legion. I don't care. Yes. I just want to save my carry.
Exactly.
It's the Lina right now. It's a bit absurd.
Yes, especially when she's uncontested. Is up to level 26 already. Has taken that Laguna Blade talent on the left, being Pierce Spell Immunity, and is
it's the only viable one. The cooldown reduction. I mean, it's more DPS technically if you're playing like a magic damage Lina, but you're not going to be spamming the Laguna Blade in the fight. I wonder why that would you go for though, because she's literally out of item slots, and Ags and Shard both is magic damage Lina. I guess there's some use to the Ags.
Yeah, that's a good point. It doesn't really give a lot to the right clicker. I guess the flying, unobstructed movements is pretty decent, right? And magic resist is good, but
no, you know what? Actually, the unobstructed movement's a very good point.
Careful,
because I think Tiny. What are they doing? They're so far away from their base. And that Global Silence is going to counter this initiation completely. At least they only lose a Tiny, though.
No buyback.
Yeah, of course they had no buyback. What do you think? He was saving for it or something? No, he used it earlier. I don't know.
Doesn't have buyback for 4 minutes.
And Tiny was a crucial point of why they won that fight.
Such an aggressive play here. I don't know why they need to make... If they literally wait 20 seconds, they have the advantage on their own high ground.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, BKB activated by the
okay,
Legion
that's
and
a
the
good
Lina.
target.
They're going for Viper. Oh, the Wind Waker! And she's not gonna die!
Oh my
god. The BKB's ended! Red will live! Vietnam lives!
They're so strong.
And Myanmar might fall here as Jikroy is trying to finish off this tower. The Lina's still a nuisance, but Rubik, he stole the song! How did you not cast any spells after the song? They hit him with a stun perfectly. The damage is not high enough, but it's pretty high. Never mind, I spoke too soon. Telekinesis is there. Here comes Mamangdaya, hoping to finish off the Lina, but she's too tanky. Satanic activated. Goodbye to Mamangdaya. Uncle Daya is dead. Vietnam now falls. Travis is also dead.
under attack.
How do you steal the song?
I think Spawn they were like, what did he steal?
You
and
had
then they were
7 seconds to literally cast any other spell. You have Ags. How do you not cast Ensnare in the middle of the song? It must have all been on cooldown by some miracle. Okay, that's not me criticizing him. It's just the game has gone so crazy and so late game that they're not even paying attention to these small things, and it's really, really showing.
I don't know
Great
if that's
Light Strike Array, though. I gotta say, he had to time it one time this whole fight. 0 practice. To a T, Richie.
It's true. They likely coordinated that. And hey, good steal by the Ruvik, really enabling that fight. And well, Avo, we barreling.
Tower is under attack.
Are we Daredevil? Are we North American Daredevils in the 1800s around Niagara Falls? Because we're going down the river in a barrel here, man. It's crazy.
I feel like this Lina is attacking fast in the bear on cocaine right now.
Seriously.
I think she's actually reached max attack speed. Is that possible? No, it's
I have
50.
no idea what the. I have no idea.
It's
what
800.
the
I'm pretty sure.
attack speed buff. Yeah, but it depends on your BAT, right? As well,
No. So
it?
the attack speed value is max, and then that is divide, or there's a formula with the BAT. So the BAT is the max. The BAT affects the max, like practical attack speed per se, but the attack speed value there's a max of 800.
So what you're saying is she's attacking fast.
She's attacking very fast. But if she was a Wind Ranger or an anti-mage, she'd be attacking faster, is what I'm saying.
Very true. I mean, it's fairly ridiculous on its own. Level 27 here already. Pretty soon is going to start getting the rest of these talents. And then you actually might end up seeing 2 Laguna Blades in these fights, which are pure and pure spell immunity. And that's a big reason, actually, why this Naga Siren died in that fight. That Laguna carved off like a quarter of her HP. It's 900 damage. No reducing that.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, that Laguna Blade did more than I expected it to.
Yeah, me too. Agreed. It's just a wild game, and we're not getting off this wild ride quite yet, and that's because YG, they're smoking. Trying to find someone here in this top lane. No one quite showing, however. KSH, though, he's going to lose these stacks, but they're going to make their way into the triangle.
Okay.
No way.
They're exchanging
Naga?
triangles? Naga? No, it's the next one. Actually, no, they cut the Naga with the duel. That's perfect. Someone save her. Where's the Wind Waker? No, the Lul was barely out of range. He Wind Wakers himself, but he feels bad about it. He was flying senselessly through the air. Red's the next target, and Red just cannot deal with this Lina. They do Hex her, though, towards the end. Naga cannot get to her in time, however. KSH needs some help. She's out of mana. Will soon lose the Fiery Soul stacks. They've lost a lot of members of this team. Young Galacticos needs some help. Someone needs to get to this Lina. They Wind Waker her this time, and this will set up for the kill. She has buyback at least.
Oh my, I cannot believe this game.
They do force a lot of buybacks at least.
Yeah, but they're they're gonna go for it.
Oh my
I physically recoil at the sounds of those buybacks.
No, chill, man. Oh, okay. At least this time they weren't smoked. It makes sense.
Yeah,
Roshan helping
this time they didn't get juked by the Naga illusion, at least.
Right.
Oh, there's another
Refresher.
global. They're not gonna be ready for this.
No, they aren't. There's 2 globals
now.
There's
2 globals.
Oh my god, this might be the turning point. Don't show it. Don't show the little green orb of light, Silencer.
Dude, just sit in the base.
Just sit in the base. Don't risk dying, Trevins. Oh no.
Doesn't have buyback.
Okay, you know what? He only has 12 intelligence, Richie. You can't expect him to know how to sit in base.
This is the old SEA standoff here, where everyone's bought back for one objective and neither of them are going to do it. You first.
This is a very classic. T1 used to do this with the European teams, and the European team's like, what is happening right now? I'm just going to go far. And T1 would just stay near the objective.
Smoke. Spawn seems like, wait, no way. They're giving us all of this area? But they bought back?
Oh, they got the Lina!
No way.
This is perfect.
Global silence #1?
Okay, they might not know there's a second one, but it's a waste of a first global silence.
They kind of flubbed it, but maybe that's the strat. No!
Maybe that's the strat. Oh, there it is! The second global silence that surprised the duel! And there's a silence stolen by Rubik! How does he steal Song and Silence in the same game? How is this even possible? Lotus Orb allowed this to happen, and it completely canceled Spawn! Zarain, you thief!
What?
You disgusting borrower! You used car salesman!
They're gonna go in though. And he still has global.
stun
He's gonna have
yourself
another
time.
global in like 50 seconds. I don't think they have the time though. I think this fight is gonna go out.
Yeah, he has the... Oh, he doesn't have the... It's just global has a really low cooldown. Oh, okay.
Here we go.
Okay. Try to go for the Pango. Low the sword and try to hold him out, but Pango is dropping a bit too fast.
There's no buyback.
The Hex will ensure that he goes down. 2 minutes left, Pango.
Roche
That's
slow.
1 down, 4 to go. Roche is going to fall. Who's gonna take the Ace? It's gonna be Jickroy. That's the perfect hero to take him. Kill the silencer, who cares? He can no longer silence you. The Legion is being decimated. It's Lina versus the world. She can kill one person in this world, but can she kill the fish? Can she kill Amangdaya? An Avalanche will allow her to retreat, but do not go back in, you crazy Lina. At least he's capable of retreating back home. Tiny will not be so lucky. He has a buyback at least, but no buyback on Legion or Pango. And we still have an Aegis on this Naga Siren.
It's going to be a 3v3. This is not a bad, like an impossible hold for YG. Zarain, he's still holding on to this global, and that can really ruin things here for Spawn. You have to remember, Dawnbreaker is going to be completely hard countered by this. If she doesn't get the Solar Guardian off in time, they also don't have the LC. I don't know. I don't know who wins this trade. This is really difficult. Silencer,
No,
I might buy back. I mean, he can always just buy back in global. This is really
exactly.
scary for YG. I don't know. This is so scary.
Surprise buyback, surprise buyback. This time you can't blunder, because there's much more to it. Oh, they got him with a Spike
There they go,
Carpus.
Lina!
They got him with a Spike Carpus. I don't even know what spell
That
he
was
threw there
Rubik's. That was
stunned
Rubik's
him.
global.
He doesn't have BKB. Someone help him. Telekinesis.
force.
Okay. Lina is somehow out, but Rubik is not out. He's dead. They're also going to lose the Tiny at this rate. At least he can kill Mamangdaya. Maybe with Avalanche. Oh, toss the illusion. They trusted the Tiny. They should never trust the Tiny.
I think that's GG.
I think that is game.
There's no way. There's no way they can hold. They're already onto the throne.
Oh, Mamangdaya is back at it again. There's no BKB on the Lina. 4
seconds.
seconds too early.
BKB.
Another global science. They have the BKB now, though. Lina.
Satanic in a second.
Mamangdaya's coming back in with her ultimate. They kill the Nyx at least, but it's just Mamangdaya can't deal. Sorry, the poor Lina
this
can't
Satanic?
cannot beat 2 cores. There's too many stuns.
No.
There's too many illusions. There's too many Spawn heroes. Finally, Spawn will secure this game. And with what an incredible comeback game throw, I'm not really sure. They managed to make it to Division 2.
I mean, there's your selling point. There's your sales pitch for Div 2 Dota right there, isn't it? This game, you really had like absolutely no idea what was happening. I mean,
I do not know. I don't know what happened halfway through that game. I feel like that game had an unnecessary extra 20 minutes, you know? It felt like my essays during college. There was just a lot of filler, but not much substance to them. And I don't know. I think both teams, when they go to Division 2, they need to figure out this consistency thing, because I don't think Division 2 teams will be as forgiving as these guys were. They still have a second chance. Yangon can learn from this match. It's perfectly fine, but, you know, Spawn, check yourself.
If we're honest here, though, the right team won, right?
Yes.
Yangon Galacticos with just an omega bad play right around like the 30-something minute mark, like just an unforgivable mistake pushing that tier 2 tower, which is why they found themselves in that scenario. They were playing so restrained. They had like re-cooled themselves off after like their game 2, after Spawn team started demolishing them at the start of game 3. Like that was their game to win, you know? They came out of a rough laning stage, and then they were patient enough, and then YG gave them an opportunity, and that was that. Like there's no, I think, sure, lots of filler happened in between, and we had some fights that made absolutely no sense. But at the end of the day, I think like the plot got there for Spawn team.
Yeah.
Like they were the team that deserved to win, and congratulations to them, as we'll be seeing them in Division 2 for the Winter Tour. Congrats.
Yeah, this means we get the first Vietnamese player to join Division 2. Mind you, they have, of course, been there before in previous years, but they haven't been there this year, obviously being the start of the season. So Red will be the first to join them, representing a yet new nationality. A nationality used to be a little bit stronger in C that has unfortunately lost a lot of players, but Red still the promising new star of this country. Unfortunately, Myanmar will still have no representation, but they still have a second chance against either Drinkwater or against Lil Gun, like we mentioned. So we still hold hope for Myanmar to make it to Division 2.
Yeah, of course. I mean, and that'd be crazy. This is where he steals Song, isn't it?
Yes.
Look, he's just like walking around to cancel duel, and then there it is.
And then he just
stolen.
steals the Song. It's actually crazy that he stole Song and Global in the same game. He still lost. It's definitely not the Rubik's fault. I feel like Zarain could literally do nothing better. I've never seen Green Song before.
Me neither. It's pretty cool. And perfect timing there. And this is where the Laguna, like, look at that Laguna, huh?
Yeah. The light strike array, though, I was very impressed. Like, you're not playing with Naga the whole game. It's probably the highest intensity moment the whole game, and you hit it off perfectly. That was very impressive.
That was madness. Yeah, it seemed like I mean, I don't even know what more to break down on this game. I actually thought for a while here, and then this fight as well. They kill Naga again, don't they?
Yep. This was well, no, I don't. Oh yeah, they started the fight with killing Naga and they forced the buyback.
And then
this is where everything started going a little bit awry though, because I don't actually know why. Like young PH just seemed really weak as the game went on, right? And Pango became a bit more relevant. It was just a duel, and that was it. And so you could argue that everything aside and the crazy game aside, Legion might have been more deterrent, might have been more a negative than a positive this game. Not because he played poorly, but because this hero just doesn't really scale.
That's fair. That's fair.
There was just not much to do in the late game when you didn't have enough damage, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's tough to really go up to bat for the hero that's like obviously meant to be played a bit earlier than this. I mean, this duel is just a little sad, unfortunately. You can see by the time Among Daya closes in, it's just like it's over for him. But I think overall, just like this hero does not work with the way that YG fights. Honestly, you know, like if this is how they're going to fight, if this is how fights are going to be in the game, you just don't want this kind of hero. This is when you'd rather have like a Tusk, right? Some hero that can scale, that does burst.
Yeah, exactly.
And having this hero that like you have to snowball up to for a lead it's gonna be a bunch. But what a freaking game! What a way for this one to go through. And Spawn team, I imagine they're pretty hype as they are gonna get through here on the third day of closed qualifiers in the first seed. So they're the 7th place team already in Division 2. Congrats, GG, well played to them.
Yeah, congratulations to Spawn team. Very happy to see this guys Among Daya back in Division 1. Back in Division 2. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. And a lot of promising Indonesian talents, right? And there's never enough Indonesian talents. Used to be a place where Dota dominated. Now there's a couple more mobile games, but it's okay. Dota stands supreme. The true strong talents in Indonesia are still playing Dota. So it's nice to see them. And honestly, this team, Spawn team, did look like the better team overall throughout the series. It just felt like they are lacking that consistency. And that game 2 kind of got away from them because of that.
And I imagine that's something that comes with more experience. Div 2 will help with that. Hopefully Scrims will help that with that as they can kind of collect themselves a bit more and get ready for a long league ahead of them. We'll go ahead and take a look at the bracket here just to recap their journey and to let us know and to remind us actually what we have in store for us tomorrow. Congrats again here to Spawn team for making the upper bracket round, taking down Neon, taking down Lil Gun, who surprised a lot of people by defeating RZ Esports and qualifying here first after a Buckwild series versus Yangon Galacticos. Tomorrow, we are going to return Avo at 1 p.m. And we're going to kick off rounds 3 and 4, that final rounds here of the lower bracket, to figure out who our second qualifying team is going to be. Lil Gun, Drinkwater, and now YG as the final boss between Div 2 and, having to wait a while for the next round of the Opens. So make sure you guys tune in then. That'll be 1 p.m. here live on this channel.
Yeah. So if you just don't want to listen to times, you can always follow this channel. This is where the SEA DPC is going to be held in generals. If you want to watch Div 1 and Div 2, it's all going to be in this channel. So it's a good time to just follow it so you can continue to follow the scene. And of course, my name is Ala Plus. I'm here joined by Seek and Strike Dota, your lovely casters for today. Hope you enjoyed the cast. Hope you enjoyed the games. And we'll hopefully see you tomorrow for some more SDA Dota. Until then, guys.